Chapter 281 The Big Plan of the Three Prophets. The plots of the Three Prophets and the Twilight Knights have become obvious, and Liang is almost certain that their intention is to establish a kingdom of God that believes in the dark goddess Erida. He could even think that the Three Prophets had such a plan a long time ago. For example, 30 years ago. If nothing else, the former Lion King, King Ulrich's father, was turned into a mad king by the Three Prophets. But at that time, the Three Prophets had not yet formed a prophet army. They were probably just three witches at that time, and their business capabilities were not as strong as they are now. However, the identity of the witch is enough to deceive the Mad King. These days, if the doctor cannot cure the disease, the nobles will most likely find the witch. Especially the Three Prophets are also priests of the goddess of justice, Astalia. This identity is very easy. Be trusted. The king did have some kind of genetic disease, and most kings must have longed for immortality. So the Three Prophets used elixirs made from dragon tears to cure the genetic disease of the previous Lion King. But at the same time, he was cured into a mad king. In the following years, the kingdom of the lion gradually weakened under the governance of the Mad King, and many people who believed in the dark goddess Erida appeared in the country. But although the Mad King was crazy, he did not give the Three Prophets any chance to gain access to power. Nor did he change the faith of the Lion Kingdom. The goddess of order is still the official belief of the Lion Kingdom. But the sun and moon pendant on the chest of the statue has been replaced by a lion's head. This is probably because the Three Prophets are deliberately guiding the Mad King to gradually change the image of the goddess. Perhaps this change seems like flattery, will weaken Eunomia's influence. But even so, the Three Prophets at that time were still just three witches, and the throne of the Lion Kingdom was still successfully passed to King Ulrich. Perhaps the Three Prophets at that time just intended to spread the faith of the dark goddess Erida. They probably didn't realize at that time that the fastest way to spread their faith was through the army and conquest. It can be said that the way the Three Prophets spread their faith at that time was much gentler than now. They only wanted to influence the policies of the Lion Realm by controlling the king, and then influence people's beliefs. Perhaps their influence was quite successful back then. Anyway, in the years before the death of the Mad King, many people in the Lion Kingdom openly worshipped the dark goddess. But the number was far from reaching the level of subverting the mainstream belief of Eunomia. After the Mad King died suddenly, Ulrich inherited the throne. Perhaps the sudden death of the Mad King had something to do with his failure to fully cooperate with the Three Prophets. He was indeed crazy and cruel, and did many inhuman things. But he also never handed over his authority to the Three Prophets, due to the circumstances of his father, the Mad King. In his later years, King Ulrich must have been wary of followers of the dark goddess, so he designated the worship of the dark goddess as heretical. In the first few years after he ascended the throne, Ulrich failed to fully control the country. This may not only be the nobles' distrust of Ulrich, but also the factors of too many heresies in the country at that time. At that time, many nobles believed in the dark goddess. So 10 years ago, Ulrich re-established the Knights of the Lion, and used this powerful force to kill heretics. Of course, the main purpose was to eliminate dissidents in the name of killing heretics. The king does need evidence if he wants to kill someone, especially for a king whose rule is not stable yet. But sometimes there is really no evidence. So just accuse the other party of being a heretic. Although the core job of the rebuilt Lion Knights is to act as the king's thugs. In any case, they have actually reduced the number of heretics in the Lion realm. When the royal knights are always killing people in the name of killing heretics, they dare to believe in the number of people belonging to the dark goddess will naturally decrease significantly. Soon thereafter, the opposition to Ulrich disappeared, and Ulrich truly took control of the entire kingdom. Likewise, those who once blatantly worshipped the dark goddess naturally disappeared. Just like when Liang first encountered the fallen in Lion City. The response of the Lion Knights was indeed extremely rapid. Due to the suppression of the Lion Knights, the heretics in the entire Lion Kingdom, who believe in the dark goddess Erida, have not dared to come forward in recent years, and can only hide secretly. Therefore, the Three Prophets have made a comeback again. Perhaps it was precisely because Ulrich successfully weakened the worship of the dark goddess in the country with the use of force by the Lion Knights that the Three Prophets realized that in order to spread their faith, they must not only have financial guarantees, but also have a military foundation. Moreover, we must first control the grassroots nobles who directly manage the common people. So they formed a prophet army, and then used those plastic surgery women to constantly cause trouble in the Lion realm, establishing a reputation like the Three Prophets can guide wealth and status. In this way, The three prophets gained the support of a large number of knights and minor nobles, and also accumulated unimaginable wealth and powerful military power. The influence of the grassroots small nobles on the people is actually more effective and more direct than the king. Even though the belief in the dark goddess is still heretical, the operation methods of the three prophets can indeed make the dark goddess's belief widely spread secretly. From the past few years, what the three prophets lacked was just control over the top leaders of the kingdom. But it is not easy to infiltrate the king or high-ranking nobles. Most of the high-ranking nobles under Ulrich had served in the Knights of the Lion. The three dukes, Alma, Elfan, and Brennus, were all related to the Knights of the Lion in the name of slaying heretics. Eliminating internal enemies has been Ulrich's long-standing policy since he re-established the Knights of the Lion. Of course, all the high-ranking nobles under him have taken over such tasks, and they must not be fooled. As a result, the three prophets controlled Duke Alfwin's wife, Lady Bella, to poison Duke Alfwan, and planned to control Changha town by controlling Lady Bella. Mrs. Bella was Duke Alfwin's legal heir, but this plan was ruined by the Duke of Alma. So when the prophet army gathered in Changha town, the three prophets took the army to Changha town. They probably just wanted to use the prophet army to put pressure on Alma and his son, so that Alma would release Lady Bella. By the way, they can trick some minor nobles into following them. If Liang did not form a coalition to attack the Legion of Prophets, and did not let Father accuse him of heresy, then as far as the Kingdom of Lions is concerned, the troops of the three prophets are really just organizing a group tour. The Kingdom of Lions does not have the crime of a legal assembly. The Prophet Legion did not attack the city at that time. They just camped outside Changha town and held a large tea party. If the Eastern Coalition formed by Leon and Godric had not attacked the Prophet Legion, then the three prophets would probably never attack Changha town. They would only hold their tea parties outside Changha town and continue to lure more knights and small lords to join. These knights and minor lords, the three prophets might have made them nominally loyal to Lady Bella. When the number of followers of Lady Bella reaches a certain level, even if they know that Lady Bella worships the dark goddess, no one will dare to say that Lady Bella is a heretic. At the same time, no one will dare to regard Lady Bella as a heretic. Tool. Only the three prophets can control her through their fanatical beliefs. This was actually a way to flex their muscles and use powerful military force to force Alma and Father and his son to give in. Leon could be sure that the three prophets' plan at that time was to use the plan of Duke Alma to use Alfwan and Lady Bella's plan. The child inherited Changha town, but that so-called child was definitely not from the Horton family, but was found by the three prophets, because the tall bringer of doom once said to Amy, "Mrs. Bella is giving birth to the messenger of God." In this way, the three prophets can complete full control of the eastern region of the Lion Kingdom in one fell swoop, both in terms of belief and substance. It is even possible to reverse the status of heresy in one fell swoop and transform the worship of the dark goddess into an openly mainstream belief in the eastern region. The three prophets at this time were obviously different from those 30 years ago. They are still constantly trying to use various secretive methods to control high-ranking nobles, including the king. But at the same time, they have understood the importance of the army and conquest, and are already grasping both. But at that time, Liang suddenly appeared, ruined the three prophets' plan, and almost killed them. Therefore, the Lord must be hostile to the three prophets. It's just that the three prophets lost all their troops at that time and had to find ways to protect themselves. They were unable to deal with Liang for the time being. The self-protection method of the three prophets was probably the reason why King Ulrich suddenly fell ill at that time. First find a way to cause Ulrich to become ill, and then provide a real method to cure Ulrich's genetic disease. Use the blood of many girls to stimulate the magic of dragon tears, and use a life-saving dragon tear to exchange for freedom. This kind of treatment must be the same as the original treatment of the Mad King. It will have serious sequelae, such as being stuck in pain and memories, often going crazy and losing control, and can only rely on alcohol or opium to anesthetize oneself. When dragon tears are used on ordinary people, the consequences are just like the drunkard Alaric, who are always trapped in sorrow and memories, and make people crazy and cruel. Madness and cruelty are the natural reactions of violent creatures like dragons when they feel pain, while sadness and memories come from Althea's thousand-year loneliness. The negative emotions of these immortal races concentrated on an ordinary human being must be unbearable. But this time, the three prophets did not let Ulrich go crazy. Instead, they used some kind of medicine that treated the symptoms rather than the root cause to control Ulrich's sequelae. This was probably the experience accumulated by the three prophets from the Mad King. It would not be good for them if the king went crazy. It would be a better choice to make the king unable to live without them. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, King Ulrich will never be able to leave the medicine of the three prophets again. Then Ulrich will naturally ensure the safety of the three prophets and treat them as honored guests. This would give her more opportunities to get in touch with Ulrich, and then use skin-changing methods to create a gentle, beautiful, intelligent and virtuous aristocratic girl, making her a princess. Maybe the princess will be pregnant with Ulrich's child in a few days. Just like the original plan to use Lady Bella's posthumous son to inherit Changha town. An unfounded little prince will be used to inherit the kingdom of the lion. Anyway, Prince Ulrich has fallen out of favor. And besides, Ulrich has a genetic disease. But King Ulrich himself has cured the genetic disease. If the princess can become pregnant with the little prince will be the complete legal heir. With the skills of the three prophets, it is certainly not difficult to get a baby to look real. Even the pregnancy of the princess can be made real. For example, the leader of the Twilight Knights can be the father of the child. In this way, the three prophets can join forces with the Twilight Knights to completely overturn the kingdom of the lion. And if Leon can be controlled, it will not only ensure the subversion of the Lion Kingdom, but also capture half of the Dexia Principality. This is why the Twilight Knights attacked themselves. As Alistair said, Leon's territory is no less than that of the king. If he wants to subvert the Lion Kingdom, he must first get rid of the new Marshal of the Lion Kingdom. However, the Twilight Knights probably have their own little ideas, because, judging from the abilities and behavior of the three prophets, they probably only need Liang's skin. With their abilities, it shouldn't be difficult to find someone to wear Liang's skin and replace Liang. But the Twilight Knights intend to take Liang away intact, which obviously means that the three prophets and the Twilight Knights are not monolithic, and each has its own agenda. Of course, there is also the factor that Alistair does not want to form a mortal enemy with Liang's subordinates. Alistair came to deal with Liang in order to get Changha town. If he kills Liang, it will be difficult for him to rule Changha town. I'm afraid there are killers who come to trouble him every day. But this is certainly not the main reason. The most important thing is probably that the Twilight Knights do not want Liang to fall into the hands of the three prophets. They want to control Liang alone, so that the Twilight Knights can get more benefits. Otherwise, the three prophets will definitely send people to follow the Dusk Knights. What the Twilight Knights want is substantial territory, wealth, rights, and status. They are the actual aristocratic force of the Kingdom of God. This has been made clear from Alistair's previous words. Catch and force Liang to join the Twilight Knights, and control Liang in some way. Then the Twilight Knights can not only control Liang's territory, but also control parts of Dexia. Liang has already captured a shikaman in Toba City. If nothing else, this army can conquer more places. As long as Liang is controlled, the army of the Lion Kingdom can bring more benefits to the Twilight Knights. And these benefits are not available to the three prophets. After thinking about all this, Liang decided to take advantage of the Twilight Knights' little trick. What would the three prophets do if they knew that the Twilight Knights had established a Kingdom of God alone in Desha behind their backs? Will the two sides fight against each other? Even if not, how about fanning the flames yourself? For example, let a certain Twilight Knight sabotage the three prophets' big plan. Anyway, dividing the enemy is to protect oneself. The three prophets are already strong enough. If they are allowed to cooperate closely with the Twilight Knights, they may face more storms. But before that, the Lord needs to find out who the leader of the Twilight Knights is. The leader of the Twilight Knights has never been known. And Alistair once said, "Actually, you know him. But for his safety, I can't tell you now." This means that the grand leader of the Twilight Knights may be a noble of the Lion Kingdom. This person must have very strong acting skills and an unimaginable identity. And Liang has always been deeply impressed by a certain young nobleman of the Movie King level. So, could it be him? Chapter 282, Estrangement. Lord Marbert. In fact, this actor did not show anything suspicious. But Liang intuitively believed that there was a high probability that it was him. Because only if Malbert is the leader of the Twilight Knights. All this is logical. King Ulrich had adopted Malbot as his adopted son a few months ago. Right after Ulrich held the simple wedding for Alanric. He sent Alanric to Lion Lake City to marry Alma's 8-year-old grandniece, and made Lion Lake City as Alanric's nominal territory, but did not give Alanric any troops. He obviously did not intend to let this have any the biological son, with a hereditary disease became the heir. and he just used his son's marriage to take back Shirhu city. At that time, Marbert went to the Lion City and became the cupbearer of the royal council and the clerk of the throne room, holding the exclusive position of the king's heir. In other words, Malbert's adoptive son, who might have succeeded to the throne, had full inheritance rights, but had to change his surname. But not long after, Ulrich got a princess whom he loved very much. Obviously, Malbert was a spare tire that Ulrich was looking for, which was also the last resort. If the princess really creates a little prince, then Malbert, the godson, will definitely not be able to inherit the throne. Therefore, Malbert will not really cooperate closely with the three prophets. He must have more strength and be able to suppress the strength of the three prophets. So he wants Leon to join the Twilight Knights, or control Leon alone in other ways. Only then does it all make sense. In this case, Leon decided to add Malbert to his list of major clients. In fact, Leon is not sure whether it is this guy. But no matter whether his guess is correct or not, it will eventually work. Even if he guesses wrong, he can at least let the Twilight Knights help him attract firepower. He planned to use the statement, "Bridge established the kingdom of God in Tobah City with the support of the Twilight Knights." As an experiment, Bridget must be under the control of the Twilight Knights. Leon is sure of this, and the three prophets must also know it. So, if Bridget and the Twilight Knights established the so-called kingdom of God in Desha, this would definitely not be in line with the wishes of the three prophets. The power of the three prophets has not penetrated into Desha, a place where Veda is worshipped. They will definitely think that the Twilight Knights did this behind their backs. At the same time, this can also allow Leon to sell Tobah City logically. Risa Dillon, go to Single, ask Ramon to find Bridget, and have someone introduce him to Emil Xerxes. I know that Emil Xerxes must be in Single already. Previously, Leon made a show to induce Cardin's Wind Rider to spread the news of Bridget's usurping the throne, and Ramon has also cooperated to spread the news. Now that Bridget has become the usurper of Dexia, his only choice is to defect to Emir Xerxes. Otherwise, there will be no place for him in the entire Desha territory. If anyone could introduce him to Emil Xerxes, who had been claiming an equal share of Desha, that would be Bridget's lifesaver. And Emil Xerxes, who has been recruiting followers, should also be happy to get a capable person like Bridget. Originally, this was just for Cardin to fight with Bridget. But now, Leon decided to really sell Tobah City to Bridget. To be precise, it was Emil Xerxes, the younger brother of Cardin, who sold it to him, and Bridget, who made Emil Xerxes the Bahad Khan, and Bridget the Desert Prophet, and jointly established it in Tobah City, a new kingdom of God. Behind Bridget is obviously the Twilight Knights. Once the news of Bridget's establishment of the kingdom of God reaches the three prophets, what will the three prophets think? Moreover, there is Alistair, the leader of the Twilight Knights. As evidence, while Leon was thinking about it, he glanced at Alistair, who was still in autistic state. Eric, go get Lehman. Lehman is indeed in Leon's army now. He suffered heavy losses in the Sava River fort and has been controlling the merchants with Eric. After Liang's army went south, Lehman has been fighting with the army, trying to get some credit to make up for the loss of Chicha Fortress. But he didn't have many soldiers and horses, so he couldn't serve as the main force, and Liang didn't treat him any differently. However, Lehman did have a lot of credit when he attacked Tobah City. He led a dozen of his men to guard the city wall. A military station is a great achievement. And now, the Lord decided to give Lehman a huge credit. Lord Liang, are you looking for me? Raymond has always been very polite to Liang. This is not because Liang has defeated him in the arena, but because Liang has climbed from a small role in Fog Cage City to the position of Marshal of the Kingdom. Raymond has watched all the way. In the eyes, he once regarded Liang as a competitor, but now, he can only regard Liang as a goal. And it may be a goal that cannot be achieved in his lifetime. Sir Lehman, our army has basically achieved the goal of sending troops. We have invaded Tobah City and captured some of Cardin's relatives. I think this victory is enough. So I plan to withdraw our troops. Liang was also very polite to Raymond. After all, Raymond was already a rare, loyal, and brave man among the lords of the Lion Realm. Odin still had some discernment in choosing his son-in-law. Are we going to withdraw our troops now? Lehman seemed a little unwilling. I also know that just as you did not occupy Ashikaman, it will definitely be difficult for the kingdom's army to rule Tobah City, and they will have to leave sooner or later. But at least for now you have occupied Tobah City. We have to force Cardin to pay compensation and sue for peace before we retreat. Right. just like Agathan did when he occupied the Chicha fortress. Of course, he was not willing to give in. His achievements in this battle were far from enough to offset the guilt of losing the Chicha fortress. He also wanted to try to snipe Katan in Toba City. Lehman, as you said, it is difficult for us to truly rule Toba City, and there is no need for the kingdom's army to face Dexia's counterattack thousands of miles away. The lives of brothers are precious. Anyway, now Katan's family member's in my hands. No matter whether we withdraw our troops or not, he can only pay compensation and seek peace. Liang stood up and explained. I plan to sell Toba City. And by the way, I will also sell Katan, the position of Bahad Khan. I believe you can understand, both for the Lion Kingdom and for us. These are the most beneficial options. Lehman was silent for a while and nodded. You are right. But in this way, His Majesty the King may not be satisfied. Lehman can understand Liang's statement, which is to divide Dexia into two. Emir Xerxes has been claiming to divide Dexia equally. If Liang supports him to become Bahad Khan, this is legal, tenable. In this way, Dexia will always be divided and have endless civil war, which is indeed more in line with the interests of the Lion Kingdom. However, this method of operation does not seem to be as honorable as beating Carden to pay compensation and seek peace. With King Ulrich's temperament, it is estimated that he will not be satisfied. King Ulrich? Huh. If you bring His Majesty the King some souvenirs from Toba City back, he will definitely be satisfied. And it will definitely make His Majesty the King forget your crime of abandoning Chicha Fortress. Liang took Lehman and walked outside to the place where the prisoners were held. Those prisoners were the so-called local specialties. That is, dozens of captured Dexia people. These prisoners are not soldiers, but Dexia's nobles. That is, Katan's relatives. These include Carden's many concubines, as well as the children of several concubines. In fact, this was the biggest gain after the capture of Toba City. Carden probably took away his wife and legitimate children. But these unappreciated concubines stayed in Toba City. They were taken away by Close and Xiao. Slim caught it. The status of women in Dexia is not high. And Katan's concubines actually have no status. For most Dexia people, all concubines other than the main wife are equivalent to maids, have no status at all, and are often transferred to others. But Katan was Bahadur Khan after all, so it was naturally inconvenient for him to give his women away. And those children were indeed his. But they had no status either. A concubine's children were actually equal to illegitimate children. But no matter what, these people are indeed the highest grade souvenirs. If these women and children are sent back to Lion City to be sacrificed in a high-profile manner, it will certainly be a first-rate achievement. Master Liang, these prisoners are very valuable. These are all your military exploits and should be dealt with by you. Lehman obviously didn't expect that Liang would arrange such a welfare task for him, and he felt quite flattered. My military exploits are of no use. You know, my reputation is not very good. Many people in Lion City say that I am a slutty and shameless person. If I bring them back to Lion City, it might not be my military merit. Instead, there are all kinds of suspicions and slanders. Liang said helplessly. This is actually true. This reputation of shameless and shameless spread out when Godric beat him up in Long River Town. Even Amy, who was far away in Eagle Claw Castle at the time, heard about it. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Liang. I will repay you. However, how should I report military information to His Majesty the King? Tell the truth? Lehman bowed to Liang and saluted. This kind of mission is really a good job, and you really need to be sincerely grateful. According to convention, the people captured by Liang's troops should be disposed of by Liang, and the enemy lords would usually pay to redeem them. But Liang asked Lehman to transfer it to Ulrich, so the king would naturally not be dissatisfied anymore. So Lehman also wisely planned to cooperate with Liang. You can truthfully tell His Majesty the King that there is a usurper named Brigi in Desha, and he is supported by the Twilight Knights. In order to avoid losses, I withdrew from Toba City and asked Alistair of the Twilight Knights to Your Majesty will definitely understand that the knight occupies this place. Waiting for Dexia to cause civil strife is the best way to serve the interests of the Lion Kingdom, and the king will be satisfied. Liang thought for a while, then sat down and started writing a military report in front of Lehman. While writing, he added, Tell His Majesty the King that Bridget and the Twilight Knights jointly established a kingdom of God, which is said to be called Desert Twilight. Lehman nodded while listening, and bowed to Liang again with sincerity and saluted, accepting the task. After seeing off Lehman, Eric, who had been standing beside him, asked Leon with an unnatural look on his face. Sir, what is Desert Dusk? Oh, that's a name I chose at random. Eric, go and dress up Alistair. I plan to make him the Lord of Tobah City. Anyway, he wants to be a great lord. So that's what he wants. 7 days later. The throne room of Lion City. This is the second day after Lehman returned to Lion City. A man of meritorious deeds, Sir Lehman is conferred the title of Grand Baron commands the Royal Guards. Malbot stood in front of the steps of the throne room and read a lengthy edict. The recipient of the edict was Sir Lehman, as Leon expected. After Lehman brought Cardin's relatives back to the Lion City and publicly presented their prisoners to King Ulrich. Only the next day, he received a reward that far exceeded his merits. Not only did the king not mention Lehman's guilt for losing Chicha Fortress at all, but it was indeed very useful for Lehman to lead the royal guards and use Cardin's relatives to sacrifice prisoners. Ulrich was obviously very satisfied, but getting greater power usually comes with greater responsibility. And Lehman also got two extremely troublesome tasks at the same time. Baron Lehman, His Majesty hopes that you can manage your fief Chicha Fortress. At the same time, I also hope that you can manage the royal guards into a force that is no less powerful than the Lion Knights. After Malbot finished reading the edict, he also handed over two things within his duties to Lehman. Speaking of which, this is really Lehman's responsibility. Chicha Fortress was his fiefdom, but it was burnt down by Agathon. It must be rebuilt. As a lord, it is natural for him to rebuild his fiefdom. And now that Lehman has served as the commander of the Royal City Guards, it has become Lehman's regular job to supplement the strength of the Royal City Guards. These are all errands that require a lot of dinars to complete. Ulrika was once again trying to get a job in the name of promotion. And it seemed that the state treasury couldn't come up with any money to subsidize him. And he didn't even mention anything about money or food. But after Malbot finished explaining the mission arrangements between the edict and the king, he returned to his position as secretary. His expression looked a little gloomy, as if he was not in a good mood. King Ulrich himself did not come forward when announcing the edict. On this morning, the palace medical officer diagnosed that the princess was pregnant. The king was in ecstasy, and did not want to leave the princess for a moment. That night, the Adventurer Inn. This is the second floor of the tavern where Leon once met Sarah. In the room where he stayed, Marbert was wearing a hooded black cloak, and was having a heated argument with a beautiful woman. I told you! I don't know! I haven't heard of any damn Desert Dusk. At this time, Malbot seemed to be a little crazy. Go tell the three prophets. I have no idea what Bridget did. He is out of control. Understand? Then you also tell your grand leader that Alistair, the leader of the Twilight Knights he sent to capture Leon, has become the Lord of Tobah City. He should explain this. Otherwise, humph! The beautiful woman was also tit for tat, and had a bad temper. And, after saying that, she climbed out of the window, and disappeared into the night. Malbot looked at the woman's disappearing back, and twitched the corners of his mouth unconsciously. You want me to explain how the age? Can I explain? You are already pregnant, and you still want me to explain? Humph. Fortunately I didn't let you. You know my identity. Chapter 283 Conspiracy. The House of Nobles of Lion City. The flowers are blooming in the garden, and the evening breeze of early spring is refreshing. Various delicacies are placed on the table in the pavilion, and the copper candlesticks and silver plates together create a comfortable late-night snack. King Ulrich was comfortably drinking some kind of weird blue-purple liquid on the recliner. A tall and beautiful woman came from the tower of the House of Lords into the garden. This is the woman who was arguing with Marbert an hour ago. She looks like she is in her 20s, with picturesque eyebrows, red lips, and skin so tender that it looks like you can pinch water. She is indeed a stunning beauty. Her expression remained unchanged at first, but after seeing King Ulrich in the garden, she closed her eyes and put on a smile within a second. Your Majesty, I didn't expect you to be here so late. The woman lifted up her skirt and ran to Ulrich like a little girl. Anna, I can't sleep. Huh? I might be too happy. Oh, where were you just now? Ulrich smiled and hugged the woman who was running over. Don't run too fast. My princess, you are no longer alone now. Like you, I was too happy to sleep, so I went out for a walk. The princess named Anna put her head on King Ulrich's shoulder, assuming the posture of a little bird. Anna, all I've heard lately is good news. Maybe I should throw a big party. Ulrich sat on the lounge chair, put the princess on his lap, and picked up the cup of purple liquid. Of course, your majesty. But Anna smiled sweetly, but there was a worried look in her eyes. However, I just met Prince Marbert, and the way he looked at me seemed a little complicated. Ulrich was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Indeed, you are pregnant. I shouldn't let him stay in Lion City at this time. And, Anna, don't do anything to me again in the future. Malbert uses the title Prince. After thinking for a while, the king picked up the wine glass and took a sip. I will appoint Marbert as the consul of Sava County. If our child is a daughter, then he will become my son-in-law. If it is a boy. At this point, Ulrich stopped talking. Perhaps it will be a boy. Your Majesty, I have been particularly fond of sour food recently. The medical officer said that those who like sour food are most likely to be boys. Anna smiled even sweeter, looking like an innocent girl who didn't understand anything. I hope so. Ulrich laughed too. One day later, Marbert was named Lord of the Sava Castle, and was fully responsible for the military and political affairs of the entire Sava County. Speaking of which, this was also the enfeoffment that the king's heir should have after observing the government. He must be familiar with various local practices. And finally, it is better to be in the frontier counties, where we can be exposed to the war. The Sava River Fort is indeed just right. This is the newly occupied territory after Leon dispatched his army. It has a large area and a lot of cultivated land, and it borders the Bacchus Empire and the Principality of Dexia. However, there are still few residents in Sava River Fort. There are people in the surrounding villages and towns, but the city has been completely destroyed by successive wars, so it is not really a good territory. However, Marbert accepted the appointment calmly and left Lion City directly on the same day. My son, are you just giving up? There is nothing in Sava River Fort now. What's the use of going there? When Malbot left the Lion City, Brennus rushed outside the city to send his son to take office. Although nominally this son was adopted to the king, Brennus was his biological father after all, and he cared about him. It's obvious. Father, if I still stay in Lion City, if something happens to the child in the princess's belly, then I will be the first suspect. Marbert hugged his biological father, and even had a relaxed look on his face. Besides, I didn't want to stay in the throne room. Although Sava River Fort is not a good place, at least I can lead troops in the border counties with a higher degree of freedom. Sava River Fort is not an ordinary border county. The Bacchus Empire will definitely launch a counterattack from Sava River Fort in the near future, now that Kaden's women and children have been captured by Lehman. Desha will definitely continue to launch attacks. You will face the full attack of two countries at the same time in the Sava River Fort. Duke Brennus was obviously more anxious than his son. There's nothing I can do. I have to accept this appointment. Father! Marbert shook his head. There is a high probability that something will happen to the unfounded child in Princess Anna's belly. If I don't resist strong enemies at the border, then I will face a more dangerous situation. Malbert, what if the princess really makes a baby? Brennus gritted his teeth and whispered. Babies are easy to die these days. No matter how careful you are, they may not grow up safely enough to inherit the throne. Father, half of the Lion Knights are in your hands, and the Royal City Guards are in my hands. Those who are loyal to the king are the new recruits. Do you think it is suitable for us, father and son, to stay in Lion City now? You should go back to Craggy Cove immediately. You'd better fight a war with Field's Way or the Crow Kingdom. Father, if you don't want to be forced to rebel. Malbot grabbed Brennus's arm, leaned close to his father's ear, and whispered softly. You are right. Child, I am the Grand Leader of the Lion Knights, and I must be loyal to the Kingdom of the Lion. Both we, father and son, must be loyal ministers of the kingdom. Otherwise you will not be able to sit on the silver throne. Brennus was silent for a while, then patted Marbert on the shoulder, with a somewhat pleased expression on his face. As you said, even if the princess does have children, she may not be able to grow up. So I am not in a hurry. Father, I am still young. Malbot nodded and agreed with Brennus's point of view. In comparison, what I care more about is why Alistair became the Lord of Tobas City. He has no reason to betray me. The Frank family has already lost their territory in Buckley, and it was I who settled them in Cliff Bay. And as a Dusk Knight, Alistair could not have received better treatment from other lords. I even promised him the right to the First Knight. Did Alistair really conspire with that Bridget to build a Desert Dusk in Desha? Is this false news? Brennus was also a little confused about this. The news about Desert Dusk was brought back by Sir Lehman, and it was his father who formally reported to King Ulrich in the throne room. You should know Lehman. He has always been Ulrich's best friend. The trustworthy Lion Knight. He does a lot of the dirty work. And he will not lie to the king. Marbert shook his head. Besides, 2 other Twilight Knights also came to report to me. They originally surrounded Leon. But Alistair was inexplicably caught by Leon. It is said that he was surrounded by hundreds of people. Even though there were 3 of them. They were captured by Leon. Moreover, Leon escaped from the siege by using the escape passage found by Alistair and Bridget. It seems that Alistair and Bridget did betray. Maybe Leon negotiated a deal with them, such as using Tobah City in exchange for Alistair's rebellion. Brenna sighed. Leon is indeed a very good businessman. Yes, Leon always unintentionally ruins my affairs. But I don't want to be his enemy. His strength and financial resources are what I must get. I must control Leon. Father, can you do me a favor? Malbo lowered his head and thought for a while, then began to ask his father for help. What are you going to do? Brennis looked around and saw that the other followers were far away from their father and son, and then asked in a low voice. Leon is not easy to deal with. That kid is quite cunning. Yes, he is quite cunning, and it is not easy to deal with him directly. So I plan to start with Amy. When I was in Chungha town, I felt that Amy is Liang's weakness. Father, I want to make the so-called my child died in Amy's hands. Marbert's face gradually became a bit ferocious. By the way, let Prince Alanric die in the hands of Godric or Amy. I want Leon to join me. Single. Ramon's City Lord auction was officially held. This auction was extremely grand. Although it was considered an underground auction, it was even more sensational than when the elf girl was auctioned. Almost all the great lords heard the news. In fact, this underground auction is not an illegal transaction. Even Bahadur Khan Kadden must admit the legality of this city owner auction. This auction was held by Ramon as an agent on behalf of Bahman and Gawan Khan. This was certainly not an illegal activity, but a real legal and reasonable bidding auction. Or rather choose, because Ramon's auction was actually selecting a husband for Bahman's daughter Luha. But it was done through bidding. It can also be understood that this is a competition to see who has more betrothal gifts. Then, Ramon will also be responsible for hosting the engagement ceremony. In fact, this kind of large-scale son-in-law selection activity is a normal behavior in the entire Pandar continent. Many kings have done this, such as when recruiting a prince-in-law for a princess. The Lion Kingdom often uses athletic competitions to select husbands for noble girls. And Lu Ha's current identity is probably even more attractive than the average princess. You know, Luha's dowry is Ashkeman, a big and wealthy city. With such a dowry, no matter how much betrothal gift you pay, it is appropriate. Although Luha's appearance is not considered to be a beauty, she does possess the true meaning of loveliness, and her husband will indeed become the legal lord of a Shikaman city. This is recognized by Bahman, the lord of Ashkeman himself, and it is in line with the hereditary inheritance system formulated by Kadden himself. There is indeed no problem. Even the residents of Ashkeman will agree that this is completely in line with the law. Rule. The only one who had an opinion was probably Bahman's son Ikram. Therefore, this auction has attracted a lot of attention. There are big businessmen, rich little lords, and leaders of some tribes in Dexia. Of course, there are also rich men who come from the Lion Kingdom and Field's Way to try their luck. The admission ticket has been sold to 2,000 dinars, and the price is still low. Ramon only allows 300 people to enter, and they are not allowed to bring followers or weapons. The reason why the admission fee is so high is because the customers who have confirmed their admission so far include 2 caliphs from the Principality of Dexia. This shows that the Principality of Dexia also agrees with this auction. So naturally everyone is gone. Scruples. Kadden himself did not go to the auction, but he asked Tahir, the lord of Sinjar city, to go. In fact, Carden already knew that Ashkeman had stationed many troops from the Lion Kingdom and the Bacchus Empire. In Carden's view, this was the main reason why Bahman planned to auction off the position of city lord. Bahman himself could not hold it. Then it is better to sell it to someone who can hold it. And indeed it is. Anyway, the basic logic is indeed like this. This situation is understandable. And Kadden actually wants Bahman to do this. The richest person in Dexia is Kadden himself. Since Bahman wants to sell it, of course Kadden is also willing to buy it. After all, there are not many opportunities to reasonably and legally take back a wealthy city like Ashkeman into one's own hands. And when Bahadur Khan buys something, He doesn't necessarily have to pay for it. Maybe you can still have sex for nothing. So Cadden asked Tahir to participate in the sale on his behalf. Although Tahir has been thinking about how to kill Ramon, he does not want to offend the brothers Bahman and Gawan Khan, let alone Cadden. Of course, he can only abide by the rules and participate in the auction honestly. Another caliph of Desha, Hamid, also participated in the bidding. Hamid is the lord of Narda, a city in the south of Desha. He has been fighting with Cadden before and suffered huge losses in Lion City. This time he also went to Singar with Cadden. The reason for Hamid's bidding was more practical. He actually really wanted his son to marry Luha and make Ashkeman his own territory. Because Hamid is actually a true devout believer of God Veda. He wants to become the protector of the holy mountain of Ghazi. Hamid liked to recruit Ghazi dervishes, the real practicing monks in the temples on the holy mountain. Of course, it can only be said that he once liked Hamid and has not been able to recruit monks in Ghazi mountain for several years. Since Ashkeman became the territory of Bahman, the temple in Ghazi mountain has gradually changed and has basically become a place where materialism is rampant. This has a lot to do with Bahman's laissez-faire. Ghazi mountain belongs to the jurisdiction of Ashkeman. But Bahman is obviously not an overly pious person. He prefers to recruit Ghazi raiders. So he is not happy. Too many people have become ascetics, who value faith over material desires. Hamid wanted to change the concept of the holy mountain. But he could not attack Bahman's territory. They had been colleagues for many years. So they would not fight each other due to political differences. At this time, Ashkeman was auctioned, which was exactly what Hamid wanted. In fact, just the presence of two caliphs is enough to attract people. In addition to these two caliphs, there are dozens of tribal leaders from Dexia, as well as many single people whose identities have not been disclosed. Slave trader. This is just the bidders in Dexia. There were also two more senior nobles from the Bacchus Empire, the two sons of Emperor Marius, Gaius and Eunes. Also appearing at the same time was Alina, who came nominally on behalf of her brother Alice, who is the son of Governor Justice. But Justice has always preferred his daughter. This son's existence relatively low. Anyway, this auction is nominally for choosing a son-in-law. So naturally people from any country can participate, as long as they are not from the Lion Kingdom. Dexia is currently only a hostile country to the Lion Kingdom. Chapter 284 Auction. On this unusual afternoon, Single, which is always noisy, seemed a little quiet. Most of the business people on the street have been reduced. Even the opium dens that never closed their stalls have disappeared. The drug addicts slumped on the street can't even find the source of goods. All kinds of lawless elements that could be seen everywhere in the past were gone. And Single, a chaotic city, had turned into a feng shui treasure land with good security overnight. This is mainly because almost all the major forces in the city worked together to maintain the stability of the city on this day. Tahir sent his troops to patrol around the city. The slaves of the Twilight Knights were patrolling back and forth. And Ramon's men in black were also guarding the streets. These guys with different forces and different beliefs became quite harmonious this afternoon. Because Ramon's auction is currently going on in the huge hotel in the center of Single. This auction venue is located on the second underground floor. It is a semicircular venue with a circular stage with passages on both sides in the middle. The bidding seats are fan-shaped and semi-enclose the stage. And the seats are divided into two levels, inner and outer. The inner level is closer to the stage, but it has ordinary seats and is considered an in-venue hall. The outer layer is actually a private room, located slightly higher than the seats in the lobby. There is a curtain hanging in the private room, and there is a number on the curtain. The people inside cannot be seen. Only the people in the private room can lift the curtain and peek into the venue. Ramon's auctions clearly take customer privacy seriously. Ramon's men, all dressed in black, stood in a circle outside the box, separating the hall from the box. They should be Ramon, the waiter for the customers in the box, does not allow anyone to bring an entourage. So naturally he has to provide an entourage for the distinguished guests. These private rooms are naturally provided to some special people who are inconvenient to show up. The entourage provided by Ramon not only carries tea and water, runs errands, but is also responsible for helping the customers in the private rooms hold up placards and bid for the auction. In fact, this auction is not just about choosing a husband for Luha. Ramon also got some extra auction items to warm up the event. For example, some extremely exquisitely crafted equipment, as well as some rare antiques and works of art. These are actually things that go with the engagement ceremony. Gorgeous ceremonial armor and beautiful artworks can not only demonstrate financial resources, but also show the bitter sincerity in choosing a son-in-law. Deal. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in Box 6 for bidding on this set of Nolder sigil artworks for a price of 96,000 dinars. This is a genuine object with a magical sigil. I must say you have earned it. Ramon knocked down the gavel in his hand on the stage, and his voice gradually increased. Next. Gentlemen, the last auction item of this auction is about to be launched. This is what you have been waiting for a long time. Ashkelman, the right to rule, and the marriage of Ruha, the beloved daughter of the noble Caliph Bahman. A girl in a golden ceremonial dress brought up a silver plate with a dagger and a brass seal on it. The girl walked around the stage carrying the plate and finally placed it on the sloping stand in front of Ramon. You can vaguely see a scorpion engraved on the blade of the dagger. The people in the audience were breathing heavily, especially the Single and Dexia people. Perhaps many friends have already noticed these two items. Ramon pointed at the seal. This is the seal of Lord Ashkelman, the authority of the ruler of Ashkelman. After speaking, he pointed to the simple dagger. And this dagger is as important as the seal. It represents the recognition of the Scorpio Assassin Brotherhood. In other words, the successful bidder will be regarded by the Scorpio Assassin Brotherhood as the legitimate ruler of Ashkelman. I think everyone should understand what this means. The people in the audience made a buzzing sound, and they were all obviously whispering to each other. Most people know that the last item to be auctioned in this auction is Ashkelman's right to rule. But few people can imagine that the right to rule is auctioned at the same time. And there is actually the approval of the Scorpio Assassin Brotherhood. The Scorpion Assassin Brotherhood, as you can tell from the name, is a killer organization. Dexia is a country that pays attention to revenge. Almost all Dexia people are willing to turn their resentment into swords and blood and try not to do anything blindly. After all, most Dexia people are not very good at verbal disputes. If insults or grudges are involved, they will usually be dealt with through private fighting. Both parties can appoint any agent as their representative to solve the problem with a knife. Life or death without grudges. Therefore, sometimes a quarrel between two naughty children often turns into a fight between the parents of both parties. In fact, even more regrettable situations than this sometimes happen when two children have conflicts, and then both families find swordsmen in the family to wash away the shame. If one party has suffered a loss and is more irritable, then this situation it may once again escalate into endless revenge, and eventually turn into a life or death showdown between the two families. The story of retribution is not a story at all in Dexia. Every family has experienced it, or it is happening now. But don't think that these Dexia people will engage in any duel full of chivalry. They never advocate fair duels. They just advocate revenge. Most of the Dexia people's private battles use ambushes and surprise attacks. For the Dexia people, no matter how the enemy died, as long as the enemy's blood was shed, it was enough to cleanse their honor. But this hands-on approach to revenge isn't the only option. Sometimes the enemy family is too powerful to defeat. Or it may be that the other party is protected by a big noble. Anyway, for whatever reason, those who are rich enough or desperate for revenge usually turn to the Scorpio Assassin Brotherhood to help them solve the problem. These assassins marked with the Scorpio pattern are unparalleled in assassination. Once they become their targets, they will face endless daggers, flying knives and poisons. They will not stop until they complete their goals. As long as they accept if you complete the task, you will definitely get it done. Occasionally there are those who really can't be killed, but they will still send people to assassinate them year after year. And they will never give up. This is the most terrifying thing about them. Most of the members of the Scorpion Assassin Brotherhood are orphans. And of course, there are a small number who have given up all loyalty to their former family and instead sworn allegiance to the Brotherhood. Most of them are people who have hired Scorpion members for revenge at their own expense. And once you join, you can never leave. Otherwise, any assassin organization deals with betrayers in the same way. And the only difference between the Scorpion Assassin Brotherhood is that they never fail. Or never fail. Such an assassin group is of course quite terrifying. And the prices for their services are also quite high. And there are many ways to bid. Children can be given to the Brotherhood as tribute to be trained. They can be offered political deals. They can be large sums of dinars. Or they can be their own lives. At the same time, this is also a very trustworthy assassin group. As long as they accept a task, they will definitely carry it out. Even if the target is their grand leader. The most ironic thing is that the Scorpion Assassin Brotherhood, an assassin group that values money but not people, is actually a legal knighthood recognized by the Charter of Valets. Yes, this killer group is actually a legal knights. because the Scorpion Assassin Brotherhood was originally established by the Duke of Desha, Balta al-Akarab, in the name of the Family Guard Knights. It was indeed a legal knighthood at the beginning, and the Scorpion was actually Balta's family crest. It was in the 198th year of the Pendor calendar. The continent of Pendor was facing the invasion of General Osa of the Bacchus Empire. The Principality of Dexia was divided into two factions at that time because of whether to become independent. During those years, Baltar used his Family Guard Knights to assassinate many opponents. A few years later, the Principality of Desha also broke away from the Kingdom of Pendor and the Kingdom of Lion and declared its independence. At that time, the capital of Dexia was Ashikaman. But Desha did not pay attention to hereditary inheritance at that time. After Balta's death, his family split into several parts, and several sons separated their families. Balta's Family Guard Knights became an independent organization, and then transformed into the Scorpio Assassin Brotherhood, which took root in Ashkaman for a long time. Probably because of the notorious reputation of the Scorpion Assassins. The Valdez Charter did not judge them as an illegal group. Naturally, the great nobles cherish life more. No one wants to form enmity with the Scorpion Assassin Brotherhood. After all, everyone I don't want to spend every day guarding against the killer who may appear at any time in the darkness. The dagger engraved with the Scorpio crest that Ramon was pointing at this moment represented the Scorpio Assassin Brotherhood's recognition of the auction. The person who gets this dagger can get the protection of the Scorpion Assassin. But this is not to ensure the life safety of the bidder, but to ensure the success of revenge. In other words, if the person who took the dagger is killed by someone else, the Scorpion Assassin will definitely take revenge. At the same time, whoever dares to use force to defeat Ashkaman will face the threat of the Scorpio Assassin. Although Scorpio would not take the initiative to intervene in the disputes between kingdoms. After all, they were based in Ashkaman, so Leon was unwilling to provoke them even with a large army. This dagger is obviously the greatest guarantee for this auction. Everyone, with the approval of the Scorpion Assassin Brotherhood, you should understand that the seal of Lord Ashkaman is completely reliable, and I believe that no fool will dare to take it by force after the auction is over. With a smile on his face, Ramon raised his voice again. Then, I declare that Ashkaman's right to rule, Miss Lula's marriage, and the approval of the Scorpio Assassin are priced at 800,000 dinars, and there will be no single increase, less than 50,000 dinars. Bidding with land, troops or slaves is allowed. The auction starts now. Coax. There was a commotion in the audience, but no one bid in the hall for the time being. It wasn't because the base price was too high, but Ramon's last words once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Allowed to use land, troops and slaves as price. Ramon himself is the most successful ransom broker in the entire continent. He is of course very good at assessing the price of people and land. Such a rule will balance the financial resources of everyone present. Merchants have an advantage in terms of dinars. But lords with large amounts of land, they can bid to the end even if they don't have much cash. 800,000! A woman's voice came. That was Alina's voice. Outside the box, a man in black under Ramon held up a sign with the number 2. Number 2 bids 800,000. 800,000 for the first time. Ramon explained the bidder's number to the others on the stage. 900,000. 1 million. Number 1 bids 1 million. 1 million and a half million. I want to assess the value of my land. A young voice came from box 6, and a man in black turned and entered the box. They are all professionals under Ramon, and can directly evaluate assets such as land. 1,100,000. 1 million and 1 million for the first time. 1 million and 1 million for the second time. 1.2 million. The price is slowly increasing. No one impulsively shouts out a high price that goes beyond logic. Most people only raise the price by 50,000 or 100,000. After all, the unit is 10,000. 50,000 dinars is enough. It was a huge amount of wealth that most lords would find difficult to come up with. How much is single worth? During the bidding process, a discordant voice suddenly appeared. The voice came from box number 5. Ramon's man held up the sign for number 5, but he held it horizontally. This only marked the speaker's position, and did not count as a bid. The distinguished guest in box number 5. Please use your own property to bid. Your voice is neither Bahad Khan nor Lord Tyre. I am afraid that Singar does not belong to you, Ramon said jokingly. There are always various situations in auctions. Sometimes it's just a joke, and he doesn't pay much attention. I ask again, how much is single worth? The people in box number 5 still asked calmly, and the place became quiet at this time. Apparently, most people realized that someone was causing trouble.
Single won't sell. Shut your mouth. If you make such a joke again, I will kill you.
The speaker was a rough voice, coming from box 3. This was the voice of Tahir, the Lord of Single City.
I'm not kidding. Let's do this. Ramon, I'll use Single as the price for 2 million dinars.
Is that okay?
The people in box 5 still didn't shut up.
Then I'm afraid you have to ask Tahir Sama for his opinion first. I don't care, but I have to advise you. Tahir Sama has never had a good temper.
Ramon shrugged. He knew who the person in box number 5 was, but this person was in a special situation, and Ramon felt it was not easy to deal with it.
Ramon, shut up. Get him out.
Tahir does not have a very good temper, and he also has a strong objection to Ramon stirring up trouble.
Sorry, Lord Tahir. I think this matter should be handled by you. I am not the Lord of Single City.
Ramon shook his head and simply waited for Tahir to settle things himself. Anyway, this is provoking Tahir, and Ramon doesn't intend to be a peacemaker.
Then let your people obey my command. I'm going to kill this bastard.
Tahir opened the curtain, got out of box 3, and walked straight to box 5. But as soon as he reached the door of box 5, an arm stretched out through the curtain and grabbed Tahir. Then a knife was pressed against Tahir's throat.
Tahir, can you tell me now? How much is Single worth?
Ikram,
it's you? You will regret it.
Chapter 285 Assassin's Flying Knife. The person in box number 5 is the son of Ikram Bahman. As Bahman's eldest son, he certainly didn't want Ashkeman to be auctioned. After all, he was Bahman's first heir. Previously, Bahman decided to use Ashkeman to buy peace under the threat of force from Liang. Ikram tried to attack Liang while leading Liang. But at that time, the hundreds of poorly equipped Ghazi raiders were beaten to pieces by the elite guards around Liang. And by that time, Ikram disappeared. Now he appears again, but at Ramon's auction.
Lord Tahir, you'd better stop moving.
Ramon,
stop this meaningless auction. Or else,
Ikram said sinisterly, his eyes full of despair and madness. Ramon frowned on the stage, but his eyes were not fixed on Ikram, but turned to look at box 1 on the other side.
Your Excellency Yunus, I know that Ikram is your agent. Did you instruct this?
Ramon asked to box number 1. Yunus was the second son of Emperor Marius, but the Bacchus Empire was not a hereditary country, so there was no such thing as a
prince.
Moreover, Yunus does not have any position in the Bacchus Empire, so he can only be called
Your Excellency. It's none of my business. He's in box 5, and I'm in box 1. Doesn't that explain the problem? He's not my agent.
A voice with a Bacchus accent came from box 1. Slightly frivolous.
Humph. You little brat. You even want to deal with me.
Tahir was being held hostage by Ikram, and he initially acted quite calmly, but after hearing what Yunus said, the Lord of Single City suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched the blade of the knife at his throat with his palm. This is probably because Tahir feels that Ikram seems to be acting alone. This kind of young man does not know the importance of doing things, so he has to save himself. Tahir's hand was cut by the blade, and blood dripped down, but he succeeded in temporarily pushing the blade against his throat aside, and successfully turned around and began to wrestle with Ikram. The Lord of Single City acted very bravely, but he was obviously at a disadvantage in this kind of wrestling. He clutched the blade and turned around, and the knife almost crushed his palm. Moreover, Tahir is in his 50s after all, and he cannot compare in strength to a young man like Ikram. Whoosh! Just when Tahir was about to be crushed to the ground, a cold light flew out from the stage and flew across the venue with a clear sound of breaking wind. The two people who were struggling fell to the ground at the same time, but the scream came from Ikram. An assassin's throwing knife stuck in Ikram's left eye is the dagger from the Scorpio Assassin Brotherhood that is being auctioned on the stage. This was a flying knife shot by Ramon, which passed through a distance of more than 30 meters and accurately shot into Ikram's eye socket. And it was during the struggle between the two people. Such a technique is rare in the world. Later, Ramon's men in black rushed forward to control the situation, and the assassin's flying knife was returned to the stage.
I didn't expect you to help me.
Tahir stood up holding his bleeding palms, took a few steps back, and turned to look at Ramon.
I'm not helping you, Tahir, but this is my auction after all, and I must ensure everyone's safety.
Ramon held a handkerchief and wiped the bloody throwing knife while shaking his head.
Okay, Now the problem is solved. The auction continues. The last bidder was the distinguished guest in box number 2. 1,200,000 dinars for the first time.
Ramon continued to shout the price as if nothing had happened. After such an episode, and even seeing blood, he still clearly remembered the previous progress.
Wait. Ramon? What should I do with that kid?
Tahir stretched out his injured right hand, and a man in black was bandaging it. Ramon's men had finished handling the scene within half a minute. Ikram was not dead, and the bleeding from his left eye was stopping, but he was tied up and gagged.
I can understand why Ikram came to make trouble at the auction, but I don't understand why he wants to trouble you, Tahir. But since he is making trouble for you, of course you will deal with him. It's a rule.
Ramon waved his hand and motioned for his men to hand Ikram to Tahir. Ikram was a hot potato at this time, and a smart man like Ramon would certainly not ask for trouble. Besides, Tahir was at least nominally the caliph of this area and the lord of Sinjar. Since he was attacked on his own territory, the attacker should of course be left to Tahir to deal with.
Huh? Ramon? If that's the case, then I'll sell him to you as a slave. Do you accept it?
It seemed that Tahir didn't want this hot potato to fall into his hands, so he sold the person directly on the spot.
No. 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 Tahir, I am no longer in the slave business. Of course, if you are looking for a ransom broker, I have many people. Okay. The auction continues. Please abide by the order. Box number 2 1.2 million for the second time.
Ramon obviously didn't intend to accept the move. In order to ensure the safety of others in the auction, Ramon could shoot and injure Ikram. This is a reasonable act and can be justified anywhere. But he must not let Ikram fall into his hands as a slave. This is Bahaman's son, and Ramon is now Bahaman's agent in name. Tahir was attacked by Ikram on his own territory. According to Desh's revenge logic, he could indeed treat Ikram as a slave and sell him to anyone, regardless of Ikram's identity. But Ramon is different. Ramon is only a civilian in Sinjar in name. Naturally, he cannot acquire another caliph's son as a slave. Otherwise, it would be an insult to Bahman. This insult is more serious than killing. Much more. He could only act as a ransom broker, allowing Ikram to be ransomed by Bahman as a noble prisoner of war. And it was best not to do it himself. So he asked Tahir to find his men.
1,200,000 plus Ikram.
Tahir did not go back to the box, but stood there and shouted a new price. The man in black who was bandaging his wounds hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should hold up the sign. Ramon curled his lips and sighed.
Okay. The distinguished guest in box 3 bids 1.25 million dinars. 1.25 million for the first time.
Seeing that his men didn't know what to do, Ramon simply gave Ikram a price of 50,000 dinars and continued bidding. 50,000 dinars. This is a price that no male slave can reach. In fact, very few prisoners of war can pay such a high price unless they are nobles above the duke. Tahir's bid was probably just to vent his anger, but Ramon's use of the donkey made it difficult for him to get angry. So the auction continues. Ikram was also brought to the backcourt by several men in black. He is now equal to Tahir's asset, with a net worth of 50,000 dinars, second only to the Nolder elf girl back then.
1,300,000.
A female voice sounded and Alina bid again. She was as calm as if nothing had happened. At this time, a figure emerged from the box number 28 at the far end and sneaked to the backcourt. That was the box in the corner, and there was a back passage right out the door. There was no need to pass by any seats. No one should be able to see this person except Ramon on the stage. Ramon did see it from the stage, but he said nothing, because that figure is Leong. Perhaps everyone thought that Leong should be outside Toba City now, but he had already quietly arrived at Singal. But Leong did not actually come here to participate in this city owner auction. In fact, he wanted to sell the Bahadur Khan position for another business.
The previous capture of Toba City did not bring much profit, and Leong was not willing to rob innocent people in the city. Besides, if the city was damaged too much, it would be very uneconomical and difficult to sell. Therefore, Leong distributed most of the gold and silver obtained from Cardin's warehouse to the army lieutenants to prevent the army from causing any trouble during its retreat. He basically gave away all of the 500,000 dinars as a reward. This reward was distributed according to the number of knights and military merit. There were about 300 knights participating in this army gathering. This refers to the number of knights under other lords, not the strength of the troops. Generally speaking, Each knight brought 8 to 10 levies. And 300 knights equaled almost 3,000 men. Leon basically gave each knight a reward of more than 1,000 dinars. 1,000 dinars is actually a lot of wealth for an ordinary knight of the Lion Realm. Although they have been traveling long distances this month, they only fought one real battle in Toba City in the end. It was still an extremely easy battle for them. Lord Leon was indeed quite generous. As for the other proceeds, namely Cardin's concubine and children, Leon gave them to Lehman, or to Ulrich, which meant a large ransom. Basically, it can be regarded as Leon borrowing money. Lehman's hand is bribing Ulrich. After all, Leon was the marshal, and the king would definitely realize that these gains actually came from Leon, which would allow Ulrich to remain silent about Liang's subsequent operations. In other words, in this war, Leon achieved the strategic goal of entering Toba City, and the Lion Kingdom's face must be fine. Moreover, he also shared all the profits from this war. Basically, what did he do? None remained. So isn't this a waste of effort? Of course not. The Lord just wants greater profits. How could Mr. Leon do a loss-making business? The city of Toba and the throne of Bahad Khan are both for sale. So the city of Toba cannot be destroyed, nor can it be plundered. In addition, Leon can also share half of the proceeds from the auction of a shikaman. Ramon will get his agency cut, which is 20%. In fact, what Ramon valued more was the fame he got from it. He was not short of money. He wanted fame. And he wanted to use the fame gained from this auction to make some changes in his business, and no longer get involved in the slave trade. As for the remaining 30%, it was the bride price to be given to Bahman, which he obtained in exchange for his daughter Luha and the legal right to rule. This is a result that is satisfactory to all three parties. Since Emperor Maria's fleet has landed at Ashkeman, Bahman cannot defend Ashkeman. This will at least allow him to gain a lot of wealth in the short term and quickly rebuild a strong army. If you have troops, you will have everything, no matter who Ashkeman will sell to. It will be possible to recapture it in the future. Both Bahman and his brother Gaiwan Khan understand this truth. Moreover, it would be a good marriage for Bahman to marry his daughter to a man who could buy Ashkeman in a public auction. The Desha people would not ask their daughter if she wanted a son-in-law. La's father originally planned to marry her off to a fat old man who had never bathed in his life. Say it again. Isn't it natural for the father-in-law to take back the territory that originally belonged to him from his son-in-law? So for Bahman, although he could only get 30%, it was like picked up money. In fact, he was even grateful to Leon. However, his son Akram is too young and too impulsive, and has not yet learned to see through the phenomena to see the essence. Therefore, the Lord planned to let Akram see clearly what the so-called honor is. Ikram, you had someone attack me before. Should we settle the score? At this moment, Leon stood in front of Ikram, looking at the one-eyed young man with bandages on his eyes. Ikram's eyes were still bleeding, but not much, and he was still conscious. It seemed that Ramon's flying knife did not penetrate deeply. It probably just destroyed Ikram's left eyeball, but did not damage his brain. This control of force made Leon look at Ramon again. Humph. Count Leon, you can kill or behead me. Just do it. Ikram seems to be a tough guy, and he probably has a bit of a mentality of breaking things. You are now Tahir's property. 50,000 dinars are quite valuable. I have no intention of deliberately damaging other people's property. Leon smiled. This kind of stupid young man is actually the best to deal with. Ikram, have you ever thought about why your father Bahman wanted Ashkeman as Lua's dowry? Or should I say, why would he give me the power to deal with Ashkeman? That was a cowardly decision. If it were me, I would definitely fight to the death with you. Even if I die in battle, I must maintain the dignity of the family. Ikram gritted his teeth with hatred. His attitude was quite brave. It's because you have always been so stupid that Bahman was forced to take this trick. Ikram, you actually have the nerve to call your father cowardly? Leon sighed, feeling that this kid really had a bad brain. So he could only speak more clearly. Your eyes are really useless. It doesn't matter if you are blind. You were shot by Ramon, and you are still didn't realize the relationship between the Scorpion Assassin Brotherhood and Ramon. To be honest, most of the people sitting in the box at the auction house should be able to tell that Ramon is related to the Scorpio Assassin Brotherhood. Not to mention the miraculous knife-throwing technique. Just publicly auctioning the meaning of the assassin's flying knife is not something that ordinary people can do. Tahir obviously understood. So he still abided by the rules in the auction house even when his hand was injured. Alina obviously noticed it, so she even pretended that nothing had happened. No one wants to offend the Scorpio assassin, especially those who are bidding on Ash Coleman. Chapter 286 Redemption. Ikram was already stunned at this time. It was probably at this time that he realized the origin of the flying knife that shot him in the left eye.
Ikram, it seems you understand a little bit now. Then why do you think I sold Ashkeman? Is it because I can't hold on? You should have seen it before. I brought the above thousands of people.
Leon looked at Ikram in a daze, took out a piece of parchment and a quill pen from his arms, and dipped the pen into the blood flowing down Ikram's face.
Why? It stands to reason that you can indeed control Ashkeman, and you can still marry my sister.
Ikram really didn't understand this question. He seems to have begun to use his few brains to think about the problem now.
Because Ashkeman was originally supposed to be yours. Ikram, your father Bahman actually always wanted to leave Ashkeman to you. Your sister is just a poor victim, and your father just wanted to save it. Strength. He wants to wait for me to go to war with the Bacchus Empire in Ashkeman, and then wait for me to go to war with Khadan. Your father and Gaiwan Khan tried to blockade the Turda fortress and sit on the mountain to watch the fight. You still think you are as my father a coward?
Liang's words are true, and Bahman had such thoughts. Ikram's body was obviously shaken. He raised his head and looked at Liang with his remaining right eye, his eyes full of doubts.
I still think he is cowardly because I don't want my sister to become a victim. But Mr. Liang, why are you telling me this?
The young man's voice has become much softer. It is obvious that he also realizes that Liang did not fool him.
Because you are one of the few Dexia people who still retain a sense of honor. And I need a friend who is a Dexia noble.
Liang began to write on the parchment with Ikram's blood. And while writing, he said,
Ikram, now Ashkeman is a place coveted by many parties. Of course, neither I nor the Bacchus Empire can use it. The attack method really rules Ashkeman. So Ramon will hold this auction. But I think you should also understand now that after the auction is over, the most dangerous person is actually you.
This is all true. Why did Ramon let Tahir deal with Ikram? Why did Tahir plan to sell Ikram to Ramon on the spot? Why doesn't Ramon want to take over? In fact, it's all because of this. As long as the auction ends, Ikram is likely to die. But no one wants him to be killed in their own hands, so as not to take the blame. Because Ikram is Ashkeman's legal heir. Anyone who gets Ashkeman will find a way to kill him immediately. In addition, Ashkeman already has a Scorpio assassin brotherhood. As long as they can afford the money, the Scorpion assassins will kill anyone, which is really not easy to guard against.
I understand. I already understood this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to Sinjar. I even found Gaius from the Bacchus Empire and became his agent.
Ikram nodded and said, It seems that this kid is not completely brainless, but he is too young and too impulsive.
Gaius? Wasn't it Younes who brought you into the auction house? Ramon has been watching your every move. Ikram, nothing you did in Sinjar has escaped Ramon's eyes.
Leon was also a little surprised. In fact, Ikram was targeted by Ramon's men as soon as he entered Tobas City. So Ramon and Leon both knew that Ikram was brought in by Younes. Because of this, Ramon and Leon didn't stop him from entering the auction venue. After all, the Bacchus really needs such an agent. Otherwise, even if they get the right to rule Ashkeman, it will be difficult for the locals to cooperate.
It was Gaius who asked me to follow Younes. Gaius didn't originally intend to participate in the bidding for Ashkeman. He just wanted to help his brother.
Ikram explained. Gaius is the eldest son of Emperor Marius. But except for his appearance, he basically has no similarities with Emperor Marius. He is a decent man who can be called a gentleman. He has a strong temperament and does not know how to adapt. Emperor Marius did not even dare to let him do it. Official. Of course. It is probably because Gaius is easier to deceive that people like Ikram, who are also not very smart, can become his agent. Younes was the second son of Emperor Marius and did not serve in the Bacchus Empire. It is said that the two brothers are both of good character. Leon has also heard of them in Bacchus. The eldest brother is upright and kind, and the second brother is brave and strong. Emperor Marius' children are well educated. However, neither brother is suitable for governing the country. The eldest brother, Gaius, is not clever enough and accepts death. The second brother, Younes, is too frivolous and impatient. In fact, most people are like this. These are not shortcomings for ordinary people. It can only be said that they do seem mediocre compared with their father, Emperor Marius. Therefore, Marius probably did not intend for them to enter politics. He just wanted to make them rich and prosperous for a lifetime. These brothers were the largest landowners in the Bacchus Empire. A large amount of cultivated land south of the Sava River ford belonged to Gaius, and in the transaction between Emperor Marius and Leon, a lot of the land south of the Shield Wind ford belonged to Huns.
It seems that these two brothers have been instructed by Emperor Marius to contribute to the country.
Leon shook his head and smiled.
But neither of them is the one who makes the decision. Ikram, you, the agent, have not even found the right owner of the Bacchus Empire. That's not important. Count Leon, what exactly are you trying to do by coming to me?
Ikram lowered his head and asked softly. Indeed, Ikram was just looking for someone to take him to the auction house. In his opinion, it didn't matter whose agent he became. But Leon obviously didn't think so.
I'm here to redeem you, Ikram.
Leon threw the parchment he had just written in his hand in front of Ikram.
50,000 dinars. You are really worth a lot. Sign your name and stamp your fingerprint, and you will be my servant from now on. I will take you away. At least this way you won't die.
The blood on the parchment was still wet, but it clearly showed that Ikram was bought as a prisoner of war by Count Leon of Lungha town for 50,000 dinars.
I'm already a useless person. Why did you pay such a high price to save me?
Ikram looked blankly at the transaction contract on the parchment, and then looked blankly at Leon, the confusion in his one eye deepening.
You're just blind in one eye. You have all your hands and feet, so you're not considered a cripple. I'm actually a businessman. Ikram, I didn't just spend so much money just to save your life. Of course you have to be rewarded.
Leon took out another piece of parchment, and dipped the quill in blood on Ikram's face again.
Ikram, I respect your noble status. So this is not a slave transaction, but a debt. In other words, I paid to redeem you, but you and I will sign another allegiance agreement. According to the contract, you will be loyal to me as a servant until you pay off your debt to me.
Leon was still writing and said,
according to the prevailing rules in mainland China,
this kind of debt will have an interest increase of 10% every month. But I am a kind person. I will only give you 5 points of interest every month.
That's fine.
But this is compound interest. You know?
To be honest, Leon did only charge half the interest of the market price. You know, when Adais owed Bridge money before, it was really 10% interest every month. So Adais thought that he would never be able to pay it back in his lifetime. However, Bridget does not have compound profits. Well, it's not enough anyway.
Come on. Sign this document of allegiance. And then follow me. Time is running out. The auction is about to end. Don't be stunned.
Leon quickly wrote another debt loyalty contract and handed it to Ikram. Ikram gritted his teeth, wrote his name with the quill handed over by Leon, and then dipped his own blood into it and covered it with bright red fingerprints.
Very good. I'll take this guy away first. Tell Ramon that I helped him solve the problem and ask him to come to me on the top floor after the auction.
Leon turned around and said low to Ramon's men outside, and then walked out directly with Ikram. The men in black obviously knew Leon. They nodded and untied the rope from Ikram, and respectfully sent Leon out of the door. In fact, this was not going out, but going upstairs. Leon did not leave Ramon's hotel. He just took Ikram to the top floor of the hotel. Like most hotels, the higher you go to the top, the more luxurious the rooms become. Ramon's hotel has luxury suites all on the top floor. The most luxurious suite is number 001, which is more than 300 square meters. This is the residence prepared by Ramon for Leon. It is roughly equivalent to the Eastern
Kinsey Grade A upper room.
In addition to Leon, several other distinguished guests, Gaius and Eunice, the two sons of Emperor Marius, and Alina also lived in several other suites on this floor. But at this time, these people should still be bidding on the second underground floor.
Ikram, to be honest, Gaius is actually a good person to be loyal to. But there is definitely no future in following him.
Leon was drinking tea with his legs crossed in the room, looking a bit like a young man from a landlord's family.
I don't understand. Lord Leon, I must thank you for repaying evil with kindness for saving my life. But I don't understand what you want me to do.
Ikram stood in front of Leon with his head lowered. His appearance was indeed similar to that of a landowner's long-term worker.
Okay, let me be clear. I want you to defect to the Bacchus Empire, and I will make you the consul of Ashkelon. You shouldn't refuse. Right?
Leon handed Ikram a cup of tea with a smile. Ikram was stunned again. Of course he would not refuse such a good thing. He never dared to think so in his dreams. If Leon can really make him a consul, it means that he essentially rules Ashkelon. The people will not obey the orders of the Bacchus. But they will definitely treat Ikram, the son of the former city lord. There will be no conflict. As for which country you are loyal to, what does it matter?
Lord Liang. But the ownership of Ashkeman has not yet been determined.
Ikram is still sober at the moment, and has not yet been dazzled by Liang's pie.
It will be confirmed in a few minutes. Ikram, since you are Gaius' agent, then you should know what kind of temper Gaius is. He is an honest and good man. Since he entrusted you to participate in the bidding, then it means that he is definitely not here to drive up prices. The Bacchus Empire is determined to win Ashkeman. If I guess correctly, Gaius, an honest man, must have given you a psychological price? How much is it? 200,000 dinars?
Liang was speculating. Because when Ikram threatened Tyre before,
he said, single is worth 2 million.
The Lord guessed correctly. Because at this moment, Ikram looked at Liang with deep fear.
How did you know? When he told me the lowest price. It was just me and him. No one else.
Ikram was probably guessing whether Liang had some mind-reading skills.
And he shouldn't have that much cash. He plans to exchange it for land.
Right?
Let me take a guess. It should be a large amount of cultivated land extending from the west of Turda Fortress, south of Sava River Fort to Vita Village. In general, the amount is close to 100,000 acres.
Right? Liang guessed again, and got it right. Why do you know everything? Lord Liang, are you a prophet?
The fear in Ikram's one eye has turned into fear. He may have concluded that Liang can read minds.
Ikram, let me tell you the truth. The Bacchus Empire will definitely get Ashkeman. But the person who gets Ashkeman is definitely not Gaius and Eunice, but Miss Alina. I want you serve her, and she will surely make you Lord of Ashkeman.
To the candid, be candid. Be as sincere as possible to those you are willing to talk to. As for the subordinates, who are only controlled by contract and power, it is necessary to maintain a sense of mystery. Liang's image of knowing everything will prevent Ikram from having any thoughts of rebellion. So Liang didn't explain anything, but directly gave instructions to Ikram.
But Miss Alina is a woman. How did she get Ashkeman? She must marry my sister to get this dowry. And does she have that much power?
Ikram asked in confusion.
The women in the Bacchus Empire are not like Desha. Alina has much more power than you think. As for who will marry Luha, anyway, your father doesn't care much about who Luha will marry in the end. Is not it?
Liang shook his head and said,
My father doesn't care about Luha. But I do. I will never let her fall into a pit of fire.
Hearing Liang mention Bahman again, Ikram gritted his teeth. The stupid young man was unknowingly stimulated again.
It seems that you really care about your sister. Then follow my arrangements. This way you can not only get Ashkeman, but also avoid Luha from becoming a victim.
Chapter 287 Ramon and Scorpio. In fact, many things are easy for Liang to analyze. Gaius was an honest man. If he had any cash, he would definitely use it to help his father rebuild Siyuan City. He also had no private army or slaves. Emperor Marius had been trying to change the slavery system, and a decent man like Gaius would certainly not go against his father's will. Therefore, he could only participate in the auction by exchanging land. And Box number 1 has indeed been evaluating the land value from the beginning. The Sava River Fort was originally granted to Titus by Emperor Marius. But Titus, an outsider, naturally could not get much arable land. All the arable land in the Bacchus Empire was in the hands of the Bacchus. Cleon was born in Pindar's local generals don't have much farmland either. But Gaius is the purest Bacchus. And he is also the eldest son of Marius. Of course, he is the easiest person to get land affiliation. Although there is no such thing as an eldest prince in the Bacchus Empire. Gaius has not been captured by Marius. He was regarded as the heir. But no one could take the initiative to provoke the son of Emperor Marius. In addition, Titus has the habit of scraping the land. So the landowner south of the Sava River Castle will most likely ask Gaius, an upright nobleman, for help. So Gaius had a lot of land to his name. And indeed it was all legal. But now that the Sava River Fort has been destroyed and occupied by the Lion Kingdom, the land south of the Sava River Fort is no longer safe. In addition, Shira Uses' rebels have been entrenched in that area last year, and it is estimated that all the cultivated land has been abandoned. Therefore, these lands are just suitable for bidding for a shikaman. Moreover, this can also make those lands become isolation zones. Regardless of whether it is the Dexia people or the Sinjar people who finally get those lands. At least the Bacchus Empire does not have to directly face the fierce Lion Kingdom. The recent recuperation of the Sri Lankan Empire is very helpful. Therefore, Gaius must have been instructed by Emperor Marius to exchange a piece of abandoned farmland for a prosperous seaport. In any case, it was a good deal. After hearing that Alina has been bidding, it is easier to judge this. Alina must have been sent by Emperor Marius. She is the true representative of Marius. The two princes are probably just as investors, only providing the principal for Alina's bid. In fact, originally Emperor Marius could directly exchange Ashkemen with Leon, but he did not agree to it at that time. He just said at the time, "Let's wait until Ashkemen is captured." Now, after occupying Ashkemen, Leon understood what Emperor Marius meant. This emperor had probably been planning from the beginning how to let people from other countries go to the south of the Sava River fort to cultivate the abandoned land. For this reason, he even tricked all the bandits in the area into Dexia to get horses. If Emperor Marius successfully counterattacked after a period of time and reconquered the Sava River fort, then that land would return to the Bacchus Empire as long as Emperor Marius provided some favorable policies for that land, such as a 3-year tax exemption, etc. Those who farmed those lands even helped the Bacchus Empire fend off its enemies. And now the Sava River fort has lost the support of Chicha Fortress. Thinking of this, Leon admired Emperor Marius from the bottom of his heart for being a truly smart man. He basically did business without spending money. Of course, as an emperor, you cannot trade with your territory. But there is definitely no problem in letting your 2 sons trade with the territory that will soon be occupied by the Lion Kingdom. At this time, Singal was full of discussion and noise, and Ramon's ability to create heat was extremely prominent in this era. Ramon's Castellan auction has concluded successfully. The news of the auction of the city lord, which is full of gimmicks, has caused the entire Sinjar to boil. And most Sinjar people have a kind of gloating excitement on their faces. For the Sinjar people, they are very happy to see this kind of thing happen to the Principality of Desha. In fact, civil strife in any country is something that the Sinjar people like to see. Anyway, no matter which country nominally occupies Sinjar, it will not truly identify with the Sinjar people. So naturally the Sinjar people will not care which country they belong to. They care more about their business and their dinars. The more chaotic Pindar is, the better the single people's business will be. If they were not unable to do so, I am afraid that many Sinjar people would be willing to take the initiative to create some war. Anyway, no king would easily attack a chaotic place like Sinjar. There are so many different forces in the city, and most of them are unscrupulous. If you are really annoyed, anything can happen. At this time, a huge crowd gathered outside Ramon's hotel. Probably the entire single people gathered here. But these guys didn't intend to cause trouble. Instead, they all whispered to each other to find out the final results of the auction. After Ramon's hotel opened its doors, the crowd began to surge. The first few fat-headed guys who came out of the hotel took a look outside, and then immediately shrank back. They probably thought there was a riot in the city, and the streets were full of people. It wasn't until he confirmed that the people outside were just there to watch the fun or inquire about news that he carefully held his wallet and summoned his followers, asking them to protect him and leave the hotel. It didn't take long for word to spread about the bidding for Ashkemen, which ended up being sold for a whopping 2 million dinars. The one who successfully competed for Ashkemen was Miss Alina from the Bacchus Empire.
Hey! This Alina is a woman! Right. How can a woman marry Miss Luha? Ahem. It is said that Miss Alina has not dated a man even at the age of 20. You know, don't be so restrictive about gender. Hey, do the people in the Bacchus Empire have such a good time? Look what you said. There's nothing these nobles can't do.
There were discussions everywhere in Single City, and the topic soon turned to things like
how 2 women get married.
And Leon was also waiting for Ramon with a smile on his face in the suite on the top floor of the hotel.
Cheers! Good brother.
Leon and Ramon stood side by side on the hotel balcony, looking at the chattering crowd downstairs, and clinked the wine glasses in their hands.
1 million dinars will be sent to Chang'a town in a few months. I will cash out those land deeds as soon as possible. But how will Ashkemen deliver it?
Ramon explained matters related to settlement to Leon.
I will handle the delivery. Don't worry. Alina and I still have some friendship.
Leon turned around, leaned against the balcony, and asked Ramon another thing.
I would like to ask you about that flying knife. Ramon, are you the grand leader of the Scorpio Assassin Brotherhood? Ramon was silent for several seconds before speaking.
I did once serve as a Scorpion assassin, but I am not a grand leader, since the former grand leader was assassinated by his own brother. The Scorpio Assassin Brotherhood has never had a major leader. The leader. Then Ramon shook his head and smiled unnaturally.
What? Good brother. Do you want to be the leader of this group? No. 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 I don't want to be assassinated by my own brother.
Leon shook his head as if shaking, then turned around and looked downstairs, no longer staring at Ramon, and said to himself,
Ramon? I can guess. You are the one who was assassinated by his brother, former Grand Commander.
Ramon's smile froze.
Good brother. I didn't mean to hide it from you.
Ramon shook his hand holding the wine glass, seeming a little nervous and even a little panicked.
I can understand. Everyone has their own secrets. I probably shouldn't have mentioned this. I'll punish myself.
Leon drank all the wine in the glass, and then put his arm around Ramon's shoulders.
But you have to understand that since I can guess it, others can guess it too.
After all, Leon also has a lot of secrets buried in his heart. So of course, he can understand Ramon. Ramon faked his death to escape and hide his identity, which must be hidden from everyone. However, Leon deliberately mentioned this topic to remind Ramon that he was really expressing goodwill as a good brother. Ramon also drank the wine in his hand, then dropped the glass and took out a strange throwing knife from his arms.
Good brother. I understand what you mean. You accept this.
Ramon turned the flying knife around, held the blade, and handed the handle to Leon. This is an extremely simple straight-edged flying knife, about the same length as the palm of your hand. There is a black emblem in the middle of the blade, and the black emblem is embedded in ebony. The heraldic design is a scorpion. Black Scorpio.
What is this? The Scorpion Assassin's token?
Leon took the flying knife and touched the black scorpion emblem with his fingers. The tentacles were cold and extremely smooth. It was indeed the ebony embedded in it. The workmanship of this flying knife was much more exquisite than the one previously auctioned.
No. This is a family token. It can mobilize Scorpio assassins within a certain limit.
Ramon said softly.
I have never told anyone my last name. Everyone thought that I was a villain from a civilian background. Good brother. My last name was a caribou. The Scorpio Assassin Brotherhood, to me, was originally called
Scorpion Guard Knights.
A
Calibu. This is the family name of the former Duke of Desha who promoted Desha's independence. The Duke's name was Balta Il Akarab. Balta is the given name. El is the clan name. And Akarab is the family name. Baltar was the one who founded the Scorpion Assassin Brotherhood. Of course, at that time, the Scorpion Assassins were the escort knights of the Akarab family.
So that's it, Ramon? If that's the case, then you can completely replace it.
Leon realized that Ramon actually possessed the legal principles of a Dexia ruler, and he was the most orthodox one.
No.
Ramon interrupted what Leon had not finished saying.
Good brother. Maybe if I say this, it will be disrespectful to the gods. I don't believe in God Veda. Moreover, I am a sinner. When I was a Scorpio assassin, I killed an unknown person. The person who deserves to be killed. Therefore, I am no longer qualified to use the surname of Caribou.
After saying this, Ramon seemed to feel much more relaxed. Leon was stunned for a moment, patted Ramon's shoulder, and didn't ask any more questions. He didn't want to touch his friend's pain again. Everyone has their own sorrow. Although Ramon didn't say it explicitly, judging from the way he let the Scorpion Assassin assassinate himself, the person he once killed who shouldn't be killed was probably his close relative.
Huh? Don't mention these unhappy things. Ramon, we still have a lot of things to be happy about. Where are Emil Xerxes and Bridget?
Leon carefully put the Scorpio flying knife into his arms and changed the topic.
They're just downstairs on the 4th floor. Room 401. Your elf assassin is watching them from room 403 next to them.
Ramon pointed to the ground.
They all came in disguised as slave traders. Emil Xerxes had been in contact with Eunice before. He originally wanted to seek support from the Bacchus. Of course, he should seek support from Bacchus. But he may be looking for the wrong person just like Akram.
Leon sighed.
Dexia people despise women too much. But most of the things in the world are actually caused by women.
Ramon also sighed.
Yes.
The hotel's room 401 is right at the foot of Liang's room. It is also large, but not luxurious. The rooms on the 4th floor are all large suites separated by many small bedrooms. Under normal circumstances, these are suites provided for big businessmen or small lords who bring many followers. Right now, room 401 seemed to be on fire. A trace of smoke even floated out from the crack in the door. You could imagine what the scene was like inside the room. It seems that Bridget is very good at tricking people into smoking opium. If everyone didn't have a pipe, He would definitely not be able to create such a scene. In room 403, which was separated from room 401 by only one wall, Lisa Dillon was listening against the wall.
I didn't expect that the successful bidder was Alina. Eunice only came to join in the fun in his personal capacity. Our previous efforts were in vain.
This is the voice of a middle-aged man. Probably Emil Xerxes.
Who would have thought that the Bacchus Empire would let a woman make the decision? But I can't get in touch with Alina. That lady never sees anyone.
The voice sounded sharper. Probably Bridget.
Then what should we do? Kidnap Alina? Colin, if you are willing, we can give it a try. Brigitte, are you planning to make an enemy of the Scorpion Assassin Brotherhood? Ramon's intention at the auction was very clear. Whoever dares to use force against the successful bidder will be hunted by the Scorpion Assassin for the rest of his life. Then, Great Khan, what do you think we should do? Cadden's troops are just outside Sinjar City, and he must have been pursuing us. If we can't get a suitable base, we won't be able to fight Cadden. Sidot compared to Ashkeman. I would rather Ramon auction Tobas City.
There was no more conversation in the room, and the people inside seemed to be thinking. At this time, Lisa Dillon, who was listening to the wall in room 403, turned around and said softly,
Sir, Emil Xerxes and Bridget still don't know about your arrangements in Tobas City.
Leon nodded, went out with a large group of tough bodyguards, and knocked directly on 401's door.
Who? Is there a fire inside? I'm here to put out the fire.
Leon curled his lips as he looked at the smoke seeping out from the crack in the door, and simply put on a mask. Chapter 288. A Big Business. The sound of weapons scraping against leather sheaths could be heard in the room.
Get lost! There's no fire here!
There were shouts and curses coming from across the door.
Open the door! Otherwise this place will catch fire soon.
After Leon finished speaking, he took a step back. Close sensibly raised his gauntlet and stepped forward to take his previous position, standing in front of the door. The door opened, and a large puff of white smoke poured out. The room was so filled with smoke that it was almost impossible to see anyone. There are more than a dozen smoking guns inside.
Who the hell are you?
The Dexia man who opened the door stared warily at a group of tall and muscular men outside.
Emil Xerxes, I plan to negotiate a big deal with you.
Leon stood at the door, waving his hand to fan away the thick smoke.
Ahem. But your house doesn't look suitable for business at all. Leon? It's you?
Bridget seemed to recognize him. Although he and Leon only met once in Tobas City, and the two parties had not even spoken, Bridget's memory was obviously very good.
It's me. You too. Follow me upstairs. I will take you to find Alina. And I can let you get Tobas City.
After Leon finished speaking, he stepped away again. The thick smoke was too choking.
You want to harm us? This is single.
Bridget was a little suspicious, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Emil Xerxes.
Are you Marshal Leon of the Lion Kingdom? You just said that you know Alina, and you can let me get Tobas City? Yes. Come with me.
Leon smiled, took off his mask, and walked straight to the corridor. Alina was sitting in Liang's room 001 at this time, with two guards, a male and a female, standing beside her. The woman is a girl with short hair. She is Julia, a friend Lisa Dillon made when she saved Anson. In fact, Alina was recruited by Leon. To be precise, it was Leon who put Julia in touch with Siyuan City. And then Emperor Marius sent Alina to write off the crime of murdering relatives that Julia had committed. Worshipping the heresy of the snake cult is not a crime, but rather meritorious. The man is a one-eyed dragon. That is Ikram. His injured left eye has been removed by Anson, and it is wrapped with thick gauze. People who are not particularly familiar with it may not recognize him. Seeing Leon open the door and come in, Alina stood up and said,
Count Leon, we meet again.
Then, she saw two strangers behind Leon who were being watched by a group of tough men.
Let me introduce you. This is Miss Alina, the envoy of Emperor Marius. This is Emir Xerxes, one of Bahad Khan of Desha.
Leon extended his hand and introduced.
Bahad Khan? As far as I know, there should be only one title for this.
The expression on Alina's face became a little weird.
No. From today on, there are two Bahadur Khans. One is Cadden, and the other is Emir Xerxes Khan. From now on, they will divide Desha equally.
Leon winked at Alina, and then put on a serious expression.
Oh, it seems that I am rude.
Alina raised her eyebrows and put a smile on her face.
We are all sensible people. So I will keep the story short. There is actually no conflict between the three of us. I am not interested in Dexia's territory. But I have worked hard to send tens of thousands of troops. And I certainly cannot go back empty-handed. Miss Lena has obtained Ashkeman. But she is alone and needs support. And Emil Xerxes, if you want to stand up to Carden, you also need help.
Leon paused, giving a few people a little time to think, and then continued.
So, I plan to hand over the city of Toba to the Emir Xerxes Khan. Of course, you have to give me enough compensation. I promise the city of Toba is intact at this time. And I have not harmed anyone in the city. Bridget should know that the city of Toba is now completely under the control of my army.
Bridget nodded. Of course he knew. After all, he managed to escape from Toba City.
You sold the city of Toba to His Excellency Emil Xerxes. What does this matter have to do with me?
Alina smiled and praised her.
Of course, it is related that the Emir Khan needs the support of the Bacchus Empire. If we just transfer the city of Toba, then it will be difficult for an isolated city to deal with Carden's army. I am a kind businessman, and I always have to provide those who order after-sales service must at least ensure that their customers have no worries.
Leon returned a probing smile to Alina and explained seriously. This is not an after-sales service. This is a pre-sales service. If Emil Xerxes could not guarantee his safety, how could he buy the city of Toba? Let Ashikaman become the reinforcement of Emir Xerxes, so that he can defend the city of Toba and become Bahad Khan, in the name of the ruler of the capital. In this way, Desha is truly divided into two parts. The area connected by Toba city and Ashkeman is actually the most central place in Dexia. And the holy mountain Gotsi mountain is also in this area. Even though Carden is still stronger than Emil Xerxes, Carden has lost these sacred places and control of the holy mountain. And Emil Xerxes is completely able to compete with him.
So what benefit can I get from this?
Alina is a very professional admirer. This extremely smart girl has completely understood Liang's intentions.
I will share part of the proceeds with you. In addition, you will also get the support of Emir Xerxes, the great Khan. Alina, only in this way can the Bacchus Empire truly rule Ashkeman. You can help each other and help each other.
Leave Carden helpless.
Leon spread his hands and gestured to both sides.
I think this is good for everyone. Isn't it? I can also get your support so that I won't become a lonely army.
It is true that the Bacchus Empire got Ashkeman, but it was also an isolated city, and as an outsider, it would take a long time to truly implement its rule. The presence of the Emir as an ally could also protect Ashkeman. Safety.
So, what price are you going to make me pay?
I mean,
Toba City.
Emil Xerxes was obviously willing to reach a cooperation, and he had already begun to ask for a price.
Gold, silver, horses, medicines, minerals, and even population can be priced. I said that I am a kind businessman. As long as the conditions are right, and I can be brought back to my territory, then anything is fine.
Leon smiled and said to Emil Xerxes,
You can think about it slowly. As long as the total value is not less than 2 million dinars. After all, Toba City is the capital. In any case, it cannot be lower than Ashkeman's price.
Emil Xerxes thought for a moment and gritted his teeth.
No problem. Then the deal is settled. I have another thing I want to sell.
Leon held the hand of Emil Xerxes and lowered his voice.
Emil Xerxes, Great Khan. I know that the title of Bahad Khan needs to be recognized by the herdsmen and tribal leaders of the Holy Mountain. If you don't really get this title, even if you occupy Toba City, you will only be regarded as a rebel army. Just like a rebel army like Sarafan Sheikh.
Leon increased the value of the goods in his hand again.
I can make you the real Bahadur Khan. Of course, this requires a lot of expenditure. What are you going to do?
Emil Xerxes looked a little unconvinced.
That's my business. Anyway, I can do it, and I can only arrange it after the matter is settled. Just tell me whether you want the real Bahadur Khan position?
Leon said it calmly, as if he was selling carrots. That's true. This matter hasn't been settled yet. So of course we won't reveal the implementation method. So Emil Xerxes nodded.
As long as I don't become a vassal of other countries, we can talk about anything. Very good.
Leon smiled.
As I said before, I only want something with a total amount of no less than 2 million dinars. In other words, I will take away a total of 4 million dinars worth of supplies.
After speaking, Leon smiled and extended his hand to Emil Xerxes.
Is it a deal?
Emil Xerxes stared at Liang's eyes for a long time, and finally held Liang's hand.
Deal.
In fact, This is probably the result that Emir Xerxes wanted most. Without becoming a vassal or puppet of any country, nor losing his own dignity and status, so that he could obtain the title of Bahad Khan and the capital of Tobaz city. The price proposed by Leon was not outrageous. And this business was indeed a kind one. Only Bridget was frowning and thinking. He probably felt that Leon had some conspiracy, but he couldn't tell. After sending Emil Xerxes back to the 4th floor, Leon extended his hand to Alina.
Remember to tell Emperor Marius that he owes me another favor. Your Majesty has paid for it this time. Lord Leon, there are 100,000 acres of land.
Alina pinched Liang's fingertips, but shook her head and refused to recognize this so-called favor.
Your business is getting bigger and bigger. Don't try to fool me. Alina, I know that the 100,000 acres of land will be returned to the Bacchus Empire in less than half a year. Emperor Marius took away a lot of horses from the Dexia territory. Presumably the new cavalry army is now. Have you started training? Will you attack the Sava fort in the summer?
Leon directly revealed the plans of the Bacchus Empire. Alina sighed.
Fortunately, Sava River Fort is not your territory. Lord Leon, to be honest, you should really join the Bacchus Empire. You will definitely become the next emperor. What's so good about being an emperor? It's so tiring. I just want to be an unfettered lord. The dictatorial kind.
Leon shook his head.
I think you should become the queen of the Bacchus Empire. I guess His Majesty Marius thinks so too.
Alina was stunned, then smiled again.
Stop joking. Let's get down to business. Miss Luha, what do you think I should do? Aren't you here on behalf of your brother Alish? Wouldn't it be okay for him to marry Luha? They are a perfect match.
Leon glanced at Alina with a smile.
Originally, His Majesty and my father had indeed planned this. But the problem is that my brother didn't think so. He didn't want his marriage to turn into a political deal.
Alina smiled bitterly and turned to look at the one-eyed dragon next to her.
Ikram doesn't want his sister to become a political victim. Actually, to be honest, I don't want to either. Women are always regarded as trading objects, which is unfair. Then let Ikram swear allegiance to the Bacchus Empire and make him the Lord of Ashkeman. As for Luha, Ikram, what do you think we should do? By the way, Miss Alina is Marius the Emperor's daughter, is the true heir to the empire.
Leon turned to look at Ikram. The goddaughter is also a daughter. Marius indeed regarded Alina as his heir. He repeatedly asked Alina to be his representative. This attitude was very obvious. Ikram thought about it for a few seconds, and then fell to his knees directly, his forehead heavily touching the ground at Alina's feet. I am willing to give up everything I have ever had, and be loyal to the Bacchus Empire from now on, and swear to protect Miss Alina for the rest of my life, and offer my sword and blood to the Bacchus Empire and Miss Alina. If you violate this oath, the gods will punish you. Alina took out the sword from her waist and placed it on Ikram's shoulder.
On behalf of His Majesty Marius, in the name of the Emperor of the Bacchus Empire, I accept Ikram's allegiance. From now on, you will become the Lord of the Bacchus Empire. I hope you can make people live and work in peace and contentment.
That sword is still the sword of Marius, the sword of the orator. This has been the oath of allegiance of the Bacchus Empire for the past 20 years. Emperor Marius has always only asked the lords for the people to live and work in peace and contentment. Then, Ikram turned his head and leaned towards Leon.
Lord Leon, Luha represents Ashkeman's legal right to rule. I shouldn't express any opinions on this anymore. But I still hope that you will treat her as take her away from Dexia so that she can choose her future life according to her own wishes.
Leon looked at Ikram and nodded in promise.
Actually, Luha is just a name. No one will take the word dowry seriously. Let Luha call herself Alina's maid and transfer the dowry to Alina. I will take Luha to Chang'a town to keep her away from politics. Maybe she will find a better life there. Don't worry. I am not taking her as a hostage.
The maids of nobles usually marry off together with the lady of the master's family. This is indeed a reasonable approach. A smile appeared on Ikram's face.
Thank you. Sir, I know you will keep your promise. After all, I am the most suitable hostage. If that's the case, then you have to refund at least half of the money to me. Lord Leon,
Alina said half jokingly and half seriously. This is true. If Leon takes Luha away, then Alina's bidding results will be missing.
Otherwise, you can take Luha to Bashi city. I have no objection.
Leon spread his hands towards Alina.
Forget it. You just give me some horses and it's okay.
Of course Alina can't take Luha away. Otherwise she won't be able to explain to her brother Alish. And this will make Ikram worried. If Luha goes to Bacchus, Then this is really using Luha. Ha takes control of Ikram as a hostage. Ikram will become the acting lord of Ashkeman. So Luha will definitely face a lot of dangers. And Alina herself is a woman. And she obviously doesn't want to do such a thing. On the contrary, let Leon take Luha away, which can not only protect Ikram's loyalty, but also avoid the trouble of people who covet Ashkeman looking for Luha. Okay, I will give you all the horses I got from Emil Xerxes. Emperor Marius once said that now that I am richer than him, I should try my best to bring a better life to people. The people of Sri Lanka need horses to vaccinate against the Red Death. And I am indeed willing to help with that. Leon looked into Alina's eyes seriously and said, Chapter 289 Spies and Nails. At this time, Toba City had already hung a flag with complicated patterns. The pattern of the flag was a pale yellow smoke pattern extending outward from the void. It generally represented a chaotic state of intertwined light and darkness. That was the banner of the Twilight Knights. From Alistair. Liang's large army has left Toba City and marched towards the Gotsi Mountains. But he left Alistair here, along with Eric and hundreds of his most loyal non-commissioned officers. Competent and loyal people always have to take on more troublesome tasks. Of course, it is dangerous to stay in Toba City. If something happens, you may not be able to escape in the 800 miles of desert. However, Eric took the initiative to ask for the post. Although his martial arts skills were not very good, he had enough brains and courage. This guy who went from being a mercenary to being a consul is a natural player for big events. He will not panic under any circumstances. This is the most important quality for people who do big things. Sir Eric, I have been ordered to report to you. Are you sure you want to evacuate this place? A knight came from the north with about 30 cavalry. And as soon as he arrived at the military camp, he came to Eric to report. Eric can indeed be called a knight now. He is an official knight under Leon, and has been holding an important position. In fact, Leon can even get him a baron title. But Eric is not willing. Because the barons of the Lion Kingdom must swear allegiance to the king, and be directly awarded by the king. But Eric believes that everything he is now comes from the Lord. And he does not intend to serve anyone except Leon. For most warriors in the Lion realm, this is the embodiment of chivalry. That is, soul loyalty is only loyal to the Lord they swore to follow. As for the king, may he live long. We are going to evacuate Dexia. Alien, please withdraw all your people to the Lion realm. Your mission has been completed. This is a reward specially left for you by Master Leon. Eric handed the knight a money bag. The knight named Alien had a scar on his nose. He was father's subordinate, the scout captain who was previously sent by Leon to patrol 30 miles north of Toba City. Sir Eric, I haven't accomplished anything yet when I came out this time. Does Lord Leon want the entire army to withdraw to the Lion realm? Alien took the bag of money, but just hung it on his waist casually, without even counting. I have been spying on the military situation in the north of Toba City, but I have never found anything unusual. For a scout, there is nothing unusual. It means there is no merit. It seemed that although Leon was always fair when evaluating military achievements, and did not forget him when distributing rewards, Alien still wanted to achieve more military achievements. Alien, you probably don't know Lord Leon very well. My lord's order puts me in charge of logistics. All other troops except me have to withdraw to the Lion realm. From what I know about Lord, there should be no battle to fight here. Eric shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. My skills are not good, so Lord Leon usually won't let me participate in difficult battles. Toba City is now occupied by the Twilight Knights and Bridget. That Alistair it's not easy to deal with. So Lord Leon decided to give it up as soon as possible. Eric was obviously deceiving. But Elian never knew the specific battle situation. And the flag of the Twilight Knights was indeed on the city. Aren't you going to capture Toba City? Alas. Before the expedition, Lord Father asked me to work harder in front of Lord Leon. But in this expedition, until now, I have not participated in the battle. And my sword has not been stained with blood. Elian sighed. I don't even know how to explain to Lord Father when I go back. Huh? Master Leon has never cared about whether you killed generals and captured the flag. He only cares about whether you obeyed the command 100%. As long as you are acting according to his orders. It will be meritorious no matter whether you fight or not. Don't worry. Withdraw. The battle achievements must be yours. Eric patted Elian on the shoulder. Besides, there is no point in attacking Toba City anymore. All the property in the city has been taken out. Then, let me go after the large army. Did Mr. Leon lead the large army towards the Gotsi mountain? I don't know if there are any battles to fight along the withdrawal route. I have to get some credit.
Aelian looked like he was loyal and only wanted to make achievements. Eric smiled.
The big army will definitely not move as fast as you. I know you want to follow Mr. Liang. So go ahead. Thank you for your advice. Farewell.
Aelian nodded and saluted, and left with his cavalry team. Eric looked at Alan's back and frowned. It wasn't until Aelian disappeared from sight that he turned his head and asked in the dark,
Are you sure he is really from the Three Prophets? This is Father's subordinate. Don't make any mistake. You can't be wrong. This Aaron is the Baron Trubrun who was killed by Fathert. He is the captain. He should have died in Trubrun a long time ago. I have seen him. The corpse also has such a scar on its nose.
A tall, thin middle-aged man came out of the darkness. This is Gronlin. Granlon is now the Lord of Pain Village. Ever since he was cleared of treason with the help of Liang, he has been keeping a low profile, as if he has disappeared. But how could someone like Liang leave his employees idle? Fathert has been used as a thug by the Lord to take the blame. And Granlon is no exception. It's just that Fawcett is the butcher in the open, while Grandron is the hound hidden in the dark. They are all used for dirty work. Fathert really needs to guard the townhouse in the Chungha town area. But Granlon actually came to Dexia with the army. But he didn't bring any troops with him. The former flag officer of the 1st Flag Guard of Lion Lake City is now Liang's spy. And Eric is his contact person. Father's fiefdom is in the eastern region, and he is considered a subordinate of Liang. But Grandron's pain is in the Biba Gulf. So of course, it can only be a hidden line. Just like the Venom spy force under Governor Justice. Except that Leon did not deliberately form a force, but let Grandron perform his mission, inadvertently. The most important thing about a spy is that no one can tell his identity. Letting a group of specially trained dead faces act as spies will actually reveal the truth easily. It would be better to just let a lord act as a spy, which would be even less likely to be thought of. Moreover, Granlon, Lord Payne, seems to have nothing to do with Liang. In fact, Leon did not forget what Father said. When cleaning the jurisdiction of Changha Town, he killed a baron nicknamed Captain in Trubrun, and he was a lion knight under Brennus. Although Leon said to Father at the time that he was not interested in knowing the name of a dead man, how could he really not care about killing a royal knight? From that time on, Leon had arranged for Granlon to conduct a secret investigation. But at that time he only found out that the captain's name was Aelian, and he was Lord Trubrun appointed by Marbert when he was the consul of Long River Town. Originally, there was nothing special about Captain Aelian. He was just very good at dealing with bandits. And the people were already dead. So Leon just asked Grandron to keep an eye on him to see if Brennus would do something about it. What's the matter? But Brennus never responded. So the matter was considered over. This time the army is dispatched. Leon also has to guard against secret infiltration. So there is bound to be a chance that Granlong will come specifically to find someone. Especially if the army is recruited. It is impossible not to have his eyes and ears planted. But this time, Granlon found a very special nail, this Aelian. He is most likely a member of the Three Prophets. From the beginning, Leon had been suspicious of Aelian, and even deliberately sent him to patrol the desert 30 miles outside Toba City, because Granlon suspected that Aelian was a thorn. But at that time, it was just suspicion, and I had not yet figured out what this errand was. Later, after Leon added Malbot to his list of major clients, he began to have people collect all the information related to Malbot. Only then did he really notice the specialness of Aelian. This Aaron was originally the Lord of Trubrun appointed by Malbert, but it stands to reason that he is already dead. But now, he has come back from the dead, and has become Fawcett's subordinate. These 2 points are very special. Resurrection from the dead means that he is most likely one of the Three Prophets. He was killed by Fawcett, and Fawcett must have recognized him. But he became Fawcett's subordinate, which means that Fawcett was probably also controlled by the Three Prophets.
This Aelian wants to know the whereabouts of Lord Liang. But he must not have thought that Lord Liang is not in the army at all.
Eric sighed.
But if he is from the Three Prophets, then Father Dot is he too? I'm afraid. Yes.
Grandlon also sighed.
Father said that he had killed Aelian, but then he took Aelian as his subordinate. This cannot be justified. It's not right.
Eric shook his head.
I think that if Fawcett has a problem, then he shouldn't be stupid enough to send Aelian out to join the army. Right. Doesn't he know that this will make Lord Leon doubt him? Perhaps Father thinks that Master Leon doesn't know Aelian.
Grandron frowned.
Forget it. It's okay if we report the situation to Master Liang truthfully, and leave the judgment to Master Liang. Anyway, I the one who can confirm that Aaron must be the three prophets, as long as he can report the situation to the three prophets.
Eric shook his head in thought, and murmured,
How could a person like Fawcett make such a mistake? Unless that is no longer Fawcett.
Grandron was horrified.
It's possible, but Master Liang is probably still on his way here from Single. Grandon, you go back to the Lion Realm immediately to find Miss Amy.
Eric quickly pulled out a few horses from the stable.
Tell Miss Amy these things.
She will know what to do. I'm waiting for Lord Leon here.
A few days later, Leon returned to the outside of Tobas City again. He came here with Emil Xerxes to
deliver the goods. Emir Xerxes, the great Khan. I will not enter the city of Toba. Anyway, you have seen that the city is intact.
Leon brought Emil Xerxes outside Tobas City and stopped.
Let's settle the matter here.
Emil Xerxes looked up at the flag on Tobas City and frowned.
Is that the flag of the Twilight Knights? Yes. Bridget must know that Sir Alistair of the Twilight Knights is in Tobas City now. He is a free gift from me. There is no charge.
Leon glanced at Bridget with a smile. Bridget was stunned for a moment, then sighed and said to Emil Xerxes,
Alistair was captured by Count Leon in Tobas City. It was indeed what I saw with my own eyes. Since Alistair has been captured by you, why are you still using his banner in the city?
Emil Xerxes felt a little baffled.
If my flag is flying in the city, how can I hand over Tobas City to you? I am the Marshal of the Lion Kingdom. If my flag is hung on the city, it means that the Kingdom of Lion has officially occupied it. After arriving here, I will sell you the occupied city behind the king's back? Then can I still return to the Lion Realm?
Leon said matter-of-factly.
Besides, if you really carry my flag, which one of you would dare to enter the city?
Emil Xerxes and Bridget looked at each other, and both pursed their lips. They probably both thought it was strange, but after thinking about it carefully, Leon was right.
In that case, Bridget, go to the city and have a look.
Emil Xerxes did not hesitate and was ready to inspect the goods. Of course, there will be no problem with the goods. Soon after, Emil Xerxes' crescent flag was raised in the city, and a miscellaneous army of nearly 1,000 people also entered Tobas City. It was brought by Emil Xerxes and Bridget. Of rebels, the coat of arms of the current Bahadur Khan Khadan is the sun, while the coat of arms of Emir Xerxes is the crescent moon. The two brothers are obviously opposed to each other. Eric withdrew from Tobas City with his non-commissioned officers and handed over control of several city gates to Brigi's troops.
So, Count Leon, how do you plan to let me get the title of Bahad Khan?
Emil Xerxes saw that Tobas City had indeed been delivered completely, and his confidence in Leon was obviously stronger.
You have to settle this amount first. Amir Khan.
Leon started to ask for money.
Pay with one hand and deliver the goods with the other hand. We agreed. So far, you have only paid half. And there is still a balance of 1 million. Only after the payment is settled can we proceed to the next business.
Emil Xerxes had already paid 1 million dinars in Sinjar, which was gold worth 400,000, plus a mine worth 600,000. The mine was originally used to bid for Ashkeman. It was an open-pit iron mine located east of Yaxing village. Of course, it was not convenient for Leon to mine this iron mine himself. But Ramon was happy to take over the job. Ramon was originally looking for industries other than the slave trade. Moreover, Ramon subcontracted the iron or management rights to several slave owners within 1 day. For an industry that requires a large number of slaves to work, Ramon knew countless subcontractors. So it was Ramon who finally got the mine. But he would directly provide a steady stream of iron ore to Leon. The remaining balance of 1 million from Emil Xerxes was originally supposed to be settled when it was delivered to Tobas City.
Count Leon, where are your troops?
Emil Xerxes suddenly had this question.
30 miles away in the northeast. Don't worry. I am very honest in my business and will not rob you. I only have a few hundred people around me now. You can't deal with me, and I can't deal with you.
Leon looked at Emil Xerxes, shook his head and smiled.
But if you don't plan to pay, then I can definitely recall the army and capture Tobas City again.
Chapter 290 Toba Blood Night. Business is not easy to do these days. After all, when delivering goods, you always have to guard against cheating by customers. Even if everything goes well, there will always be arrears when settling the balance. But in fact, Leon knew that Emil Xerxes would definitely not have any inappropriate thoughts, and he would not dare to offend him at this time.
It's not because Emil Xerxes is timid,
but because he currently needs the support of other forces too much. Cardin's army is coming. This is something that everyone can realize. And Emile naturally knows it too. In fact, if Leon hadn't brought him out of single, he and Brigitte might not have dared to leave Ramon's hotel. Cardin was preparing an army in single at this time. Cardin's preparation of a large force was naturally to regain the lost territory. But the lost territory he wanted to regain first was definitely not Ashkeman, but his own hometown of Toba City. Previously, Leon had Adais and the female soldiers of Griffin Talon perform a scene in Toba City, which resulted in a false alarm from Desha Windrider. This made Cardin believe that Brigitte was a usurper and had already occupied Toba City. If it was just Brigitte who planned to forcibly establish a kingdom of God in Toba City, then Cardin would definitely not be too worried, because the Desha people have deep-rooted belief in God Veda. And Brigitte, the so-called desert prophet, he will not be able to have much influence, and the Dexia people will not really follow him. Brigitte, the usurper, alone, cannot actually usurp the throne. As long as Cardin can appear under Toba City with a large force in a short period of time, Toba City and the surrounding tribes will inevitably return to his banner of Bahad Khan. But if Brigitte and Emile Xerxes were together, it would be completely different. Emile Xerxes is Cardin's biological brother. Whether Brigitte controls Emile Xerxes or defects to him, the effect is the same. As long as Emile Xerxes is around, he can really usurp the throne. Therefore, Leon wanted to sell the city of Toba to Emile Xerxes. In fact, in order to confirm this usurpation of the throne. In fact, Emile Xerxes also knew that if he got Toba City, he would have to face Cardin's crazy counterattack. Because of this, Leon wanted to take Emile Xerxes to meet Alina, and let Toba City and Ashkeman help each other. Otherwise Emile Xerxes would definitely not dare to buy it. And now, Emile Xerxes made a reasonable request to Leon. Earl Leon, I don't intend to default on my debt. I will definitely pay what is due. I am even willing to sign an agreement with you to continue to provide you with horses and minerals in the future. Emile Xerxes said very sincerely. But I hope your army can stay outside Toba for a month. I can provide military pay and food for your army. This is also to ensure that this transaction can be truly completed. Leon looked at Emile Xerxes in surprise, and said nothing for a while. And Emile, this ordinary-looking middle-aged man, also looked at Leon quietly. In fact, this requirement is not excessive, since it is a transaction. Of course, the customer should be provided with some necessary after-sales service. The after-sales service Emile Xerxes wanted was to ask Leon to buy him a month, so that he could fully control the city of Toba and prepare the materials and manpower to defend the city. And he didn't say anything randomly. All he wanted was a month. And he also offered to pay for food and military pay. But after a few seconds of silence, Leon shook his head and refused. Emile wanted time. But Leon didn't have that much time. Eric had already reported to him about Elian and Fothert. Leon must resolve the war in Dexia as soon as possible and lead his troops back to Chang'a town. Emir Xerxes the Great Khan, I know what you are worried about. But my troops cannot stay here. I have other things to do. Liang's expression was also very sincere. But I can still buy you at least a month. I guarantee that Toba City will not be attacked in any way during this period. What guarantee do you have? Emile Xerxes' face fell. I can guarantee this with the real title of Bahadur Khan. It seems that I must tell you my plan first. Leon suddenly laughed. Amir, you have been claiming that you should also be Bahadur Khan. But this statement is not recognized. Even if you defeat Cardin in Toba City, you will not become Bahadur Khan. Khan. Because the real Bahad Khan needs to be elected by all tribes, especially those tribes around Gotsi Mountain. After all, the messenger of God must at least be recognized by the Holy Mountain Temple. I know this. That's why I want to find out how you want to give me the title of Bahadur Khan. Emile Xerxes looked at Leon suspiciously. More than 20 years ago, Cardin abandoned the nomadic tribes at the foot of the Ghazi Mountains and used the temptation of hereditary official position and the coercion of force to become Bahad Khan. And you should become the leader of the nomadic tribes abandoned by Cardin. You will be given the title of Bahad Khan through tribal recommendation, because this is the true tradition of Desha and the highest legal principle. Only in this way can you have the ability to compete with Cardin. Liang's voice gradually became more passionate. So, my troops must go to the foot of Ghazi Mountain immediately. I will join forces with the Bacchus to defeat the nomadic tribes and the temples in Ghazi Mountain. As long as Cardin gets the news, he will definitely have no choice but to rescue Mount Ghazi. If the holy mountain falls,
then he is not qualified to be Bahadur Khan. But you, the noble Emir Xerxes Khan, you will be the savior of the holy mountain before Khadan. I can even allow you to single-handedly defeat the combined forces of the Lion Kingdom and the Bacchus.
Drive out Desha. And I will burn down the temple on the holy mountain. In other words, you can do whatever you want with it in the future. You will rebuild the temple yourself and build a temple that fully meets your wishes. In this way, you will gain a higher reputation than Khadan. At the same time, you will definitely get the support of all tribes and the recognition of God. Then, while Khadan is still on his way, you can take the tribes under the holy mountain back to Tobaz City. I believe that by then, you will be able to confront Khadan head-on. Well, Emil, what do you think of the services I provide? The price is only 2 million dinars. Isn't it a good deal?
Liang's smile deepened. These words are really all true. Liang really intends to do this, since Ramon's auction attracted most people's attention, and Khadan needed to organize an army in Sinjar. Currently Khadan, Emil Xerxes, and others did not know that General Agathan burned Ghazi Mountain thing. In fact, there were people from the Ghazi Mountain who came to Tobaz City to report the news. But without exception, they were all intercepted by Liang's army. The Ghazi Mountain is not far from Toba and Ashikaman. Man, or go to Tobaz City. But before that, Ashkaman was jointly controlled by the Bacchus Empire and Liang. And Tobaz City was also occupied by Liang naturally. All the people who reported the news became prisoners or corpses. Now, Liang asked the army to withdraw to Fangdao. This was to intercept all the Desha people coming out from the surrounding area of Ghazi Mountain and continue to block information. In other words, although Liang has talked about a lot of plans, what actually needs Liang's troops to solve is actually just one thing: defeating the Dexia herdsmen who are besieging Agathon. And this was something that had to be done. Sigismund and Sarah were also bringing a group of gladiators to help Agatha. And they were also surrounded on the Ghazi Mountain. Those were all members of the Silver Hand. And Liang had to rescue them. In other words, Lord, this is a casual business. And you can earn 2 million along the way.
Huh? Count Liang, I have to say that your plan is very reasonable.
Emil Xerxes kept listening to Liang's words, and even got a little excited. He nodded.
If everything is as you said, then I will definitely do as you wish.
He even used you.
So, is it time for you to pay? 1 million. The final payment for Tobaz City, and another 1 million. Which is the advance payment for the title of Bahad Khan. Now you have to pay a total of 2 million. That's it. After that, we will pay a final payment of 1 million, and we will do everything according to the rules and traditions. Just like I will also make you Bahadur Khan according to the rules and traditions.
Liang calculated the accounts with a smile on his face.
I won't do the work until I receive the money. You'd better hurry up. It's already afternoon. Tomorrow morning, I will hand over the 2 million dinars to you in full.
Emil Xerxes looked at the sky, nodded to Liang, left the military camp, and ran towards Tobaz City. That seemed quite impatient. That night, everyone in Tobaz City couldn't sleep all night. The 4 gates of the entire city were closed tightly, and there was a greater noise than during the war. Cries, curses, and screams were heard all night long. The huge noise even spread several miles away. And Lisa Dillon and Liang, who had the best hearing, did not sleep all night.
Sir, they seem to be.
Lisa Dillon was well informed and aware of what was going on in the city.
I know. He wants to raise 2 million dinars overnight. So of course he has to do this. In fact, if he doesn't do it tonight, then I will let you shoot him to death tomorrow.
Liang said lightly.
Sir, are you doing this to attack Desha again in the future?
Lisa Dillon probably thought that Liang was for future rule. But Liang shook his head.
No. As I told you, Lisa Dillon, I am a selfish person. I will only help my own people. But the Dexia people will not become their own people. So I just want to squeeze Chin Dexia. Use the property that the Dexia people robbed from elsewhere to make the people in my own territory live a better life.
Liang's attitude towards the Bacchus and Dexia people was completely different. When the Red Death occurred in the Bacchus Empire, he was really willing to help, because the Bacchus people had been creating wealth through labor. But he would not sympathize with the Dexia people in Tobaz City. The Dexia people were almost the same as the Jada people. Basically all their property was robbed, especially the so-called civilized people living in the capital. However, he couldn't do such a thing with his own hands. Once his hands were dirty, it would be difficult to clean them.
Probably no one in Toba City expected that the army of the Lion Kingdom, which had been entrenched in Toba City for several days, never committed any harm to Chio in the city. But these Dexia soldiers, who were their own compatriots, instead plundered the city. Moreover, this kind of robbery was completely indiscriminate, whether it was nobles or civilians, and even beggars were not spared. Soldiers would ransack all the houses and take away all valuables, and the gold and silver jewelry worn by people would be ripped off. If there is resistance, kill directly. This search was really cleaner than that of the bandits. Basically, nothing was left behind. Even the food and kitchen knives were taken away, and not even the metal spoons were left. This is what most of the Dexia troops did after arriving in towns in other countries. Things are exactly the same. In fact, this is what these Dexia people in Toba City once did in the Lion Realm or the Bacchus Realm. Of course, some soldiers will also do some extra things. Therefore, the blood-stained scimitar, the ferocious laughter, the corpses on the ground, the naked women, the crying children, and the blood-soaked yellow sand all together formed the story of Emil Xerxes settling in the city of Toba. First night. Perhaps at this time, the people of Toba City would like it to be permanently occupied by Liang's army. Although the Kingdom of Lion has different beliefs and different nationalities, at least it is much easier to accept than killing and looting. Perhaps, for Emil Xerxes, this was what he had to do after arriving in Toba City. Not only must they raise military expenditures, but they must also ensure that there are no more Kardin men in the city. At the same time, the people in Toba must have no food and clothing and can only rely on the gift of Emil Xerxes. It's not that Emil Xerxes doesn't know how to win over the people, but the current situation does not support him to slowly win over the people in Toba City. He wants to use the fastest speed to make the city only have his voice, after making the people in the city lose all their property, iron tools, and food. Emil Xerxes could use the method of controlling slaves to force the people in the city to temporarily obey. And Bridget's methods could also come in handy. This is why he previously proposed that it would take a month to prepare. But now that Emil Xerxes has done this, there is no room for relaxation between him and Kardin. Or in other words, with the faction represented by Kardin. Early the next morning, dozens of carriages drove out of Toba City and drove straight into the military camp where Liang was located. The carriage was loaded with gold, silver, jewelry and valuable silk yarn. But it was probably too late to pack them into boxes. Liang could even see that many cloths and jewelry had blood stains on them. I don't know how much these things are worth, but it will definitely not be less than 2 million dinars. Mr. Leon, I am a person who abides by the rules. Now, let's go to Gotsi Mountain. Emil Xerxes' eyes were blood red, but his spirit was still very strong. My troops have already gone. Just prepare your flag. Leon nodded calmly towards Emil Xerxes. My lord, Marbert has just been made lord of the Sava River Castle. Eric understood Liang's intentions keenly. Very good. Divide the other things except gold and silver into 2 parts. For the larger part, you take the convoy around the Sava River fort a few more times and wait for people to grab it. If no one comes, you can grab it for yourself. The remaining small part, you take the remnant soldiers and send them to the Lion City to present to King Ulrich. You know how to do it. Liang patted Eric on the shoulder. By the way, let the king give you a title. I don't want the title of King Ulrich. I know what to do. My lord, don't worry. Eric once again rejected Leon's kindness. Be careful. This mission is very dangerous. Malbert is not a good person. Liang nodded, picked up a spear and walked out of the barracks. Blow the trumpet. Get ready to go. Chapter 291 Miracles on the Holy Mountain. At this time, fighting was still going on in Ghazi Mountain, and General Agathon had been holding on here for more than half a month. However, the war was not intense, and it had already formed a confrontation situation on the mountain and down the mountain. Because the situation at the moment is that both sides are helpless against the other. The Dexia people at the foot of the mountain were already tired. In addition, they came from various tribes, and there was no unified command. Although there were many people, the poorly equipped herdsmen had never been able to attack the mountain. There are not many trees on the Gotsi Mountain, so even if the Dexia people set fire to the mountain, it will not have any effect. Besides, they do not dare to set fire to the holy mountain. However, the devout Dexia herdsmen have not left the holy mountain that has been besieging them. Agathon's troops had used up all their spears and crossbow bolts. But Sigismund moved a large number of wall stones from the burned temples on the mountain and used them locally for Agathon's troops.
Adequate defensive weapons are provided. The advantage of defending against the mountain is indeed great. And coupled with the excellent armor of Agathon's troops, the Dexia people were not even able to cause any serious losses to them. But there are too few people in Agathon's hands. And it is indeed impossible to break out of the encirclement now. In fact, the Dexia people also tried to negotiate with Agathon. But the problem was that the two sides did not understand the language. And the negotiation naturally ended in vain. At the moment, Agathon is discussing countermeasures with Sigismund.
Sinclair, I don't think we can continue to defend like this. If we continue like this, I'm worried that Bahadur Khan Khatan's army will come here,
Agathon said with some worry.
These herdsmen will definitely be unable to do anything to us. But if the Dexia army comes, we will not be able to deal with it. Don't worry so much, General Agathon. We can still hold on for at least a month. Lord Liang's troops will come to relieve the siege soon.
Sigismund was not in a hurry, and Liang sent him to Gotsi Mountain just to let him hold Agathon in order to prevent the brave general from making a dangerous breakthrough.
Why do I feel like I've been deceived by Liang? Could he have deliberately let me attract these Dexia people here? I've probably become the devil in the hearts of the Dexia people?
Agathon looked at Sigismund, who was calm and composed, and simply asked out the doubts in his heart.
Look at what you said, General Agathon. Lord Liang kindly provided you with a good way to quickly obtain a large number of good horses. He also specially asked Sinclair to bring people to help you. This is all free of charge. This is all for your friendship.
Sarah next to her took over the conversation.
It's not like you don't know Mr. Liang's temperament. The Dexia herdsmen here are as poor as beggars. Mr. Liang will not do business with poor people.
This is true. Agatha thought for a while, and felt that with Liang's character, he really would not do business with these ragged herdsmen. After all, he had promised to provide the horses here to the Bacchus Empire. These herdsmen had nothing but horses. There really wasn't anything of value.
But we can't kill those people at the bottom of the mountain. I'm afraid we won't get those horses.
Agathon was still thinking about the horses.
Don't worry. There are so many of them surrounding here. And I'm afraid they have run out of food now. We will have a chance sooner or later. Besides, we have infantry in our hands. If we really break through and go down the mountain, the end will be obvious.
Sigismund found a stone and began to sharpen his great sword. Agathon shook his head, sighed, and looked at the soldiers around him, who were indeed infantry. Sigismund brought all gladiators, and Agathon brought a fleet before. So naturally he did not bring mounts. Most of his men were Imperial Legion infantry and cuirass crossbowmen. It is indeed impossible to break out of the mountain. Leaving the mountain area, the massive nomadic cavalry can easily defeat this infantry team with a total of only more than 1,000 people. So Agatha had no choice but to start patrolling the defenses, just like he had done every day for more than half a month.
Sarah,
I think General Agathon may be almost unable to bear it any longer. This is the third time he plans to break out.
Seeing Agathon walking away, Sigismund said to Sarah,
To be honest, I can't bear it any longer. I've been stuck in the mountains and haven't been able to take a shower. I feel like I've become rotten.
Sarah's focus was obviously not on Agathon's mood. After all, if the siege at the foot of the mountain was not relieved, no one would dare to break through and go down the mountain. Agathon had to endure it no matter how anxious he was.
Let me see.
Sigismund leaned over and smelled it with a playful smile.
It's not rancid. It still smells delicious. How about I go to the top of the mountain to get some snow so you can take a bath? Go away. There are only men in the army. How can I wash them?
Sarah pushed Sigismund's head away.
Master Leon mentioned a legend to me before. Sinclair. Do you know that the goddess of order Eunomia also lives in the snow-capped mountains? It is said that there was also a miracle of a goddess bathing in the goddess mountain to the north of Chicha Fortress. There is this rumor. Everyone in the Lion Realm and Crow Realm should know it. It is said that the Griffin Knights were established because of the miracle. Back then, the late King Kabbalah chased an animal that looked like a griffin. I went to the goddess mountain and saw the goddess bathing in snow water in the lake on the mountain, and received an oracle. But those are all legends. There are no griffins anymore, let alone bathing.
Sigismund suddenly paused when he said this, glanced at Sarah, and his eyes widened suddenly.
Sarah, are you trying to pretend to be a goddess? No, I just want to take a shower. As for what other people will think, that's their business. I'm not pretending to be a goddess. I'm just here to carry out Master Liang's arrangements.
Sarah looked back at the snow-capped mountaintop.
We burned the Veda temple. If the temple was just burned down, a miracle of the goddess Eunomia appeared on the holy mountain. Then, What do you think this means?
What? Call. Sigismund exhaled a long breath and grinned.
This means that God Veda of Desha is a false god. And the true god Eunomia came in person to destroy Gotsi Mountain. Desha people, they will lose their greatest reliance. They will lose their faith. Yes. Maybe. This is because the gods asked me to return to this place through the hands of Lord Leong. To save Dexia.
Sarah was still looking at the white snow on the top of the Gotsi Mountain, which was illuminated by the sun with a silvery glow, like the legendary holy light.
Return to this place?
Sigismund was a little confused.
Sarah, what does this mean? I was born there. Sinclair. My mother gave birth to me there. At that time, my father was following Cardan to conquer the world.
Sarah pointed to a temple located above the snow line, which was the main temple of the holy mountain that was burned down by Sigismund himself. The children of many tribal leaders will indeed be born in the holy mountain temple. This is a Desha tradition in order to receive the blessing of God Veda at birth. Veda, a strong male horse, symbolizes strength, force, prosperity, and fertility. In the era when Sarah was born, the temple of the holy mountain was not as degraded as it is now. The ascetics in the temple also played a role in medical care. So the survival rate was indeed higher at birth here. It's just that Sarah has never lived near the holy mountain. Shortly after her birth, her father Seraphan Sheikh had a conflict with Cadden.
If I destroy your faith, then in what name will you continue to carry out your holy war?
Sarah looked at the top of the mountain and murmured, her eyes as cold as knives. Sigismund looked at Sarah thoughtfully and put his arm around her shoulders.
Sarah, I don't want to ask you what you have been through, but I will fulfill your wish. This is not my wish. This is Master Liang's idea. Counting the days. He should be here soon. Sinclair, I remember that you left the head of a demon horse as a souvenir in Bacchus.
Sarah turned around, a charming smile on her face again. When Liang led his army to the foot of Gotsi Mountain, he happened to catch a wonderful show. There is no more fighting in Gotsi Mountain, but the crowd gathered at the foot of Gotsi Mountain is still there. But they are all kneeling on the ground, looking at the top of the mountain attentively.
Even when Liang led his army to a position more than 100 meters behind them, they still did not look back. Above the snow line on the top of the mountain, just above the burned temple, a black horse and a woman could be vaguely seen. It's too far away from the bottom of the mountain to see clearly. People and horses are as small as ants, but with the white snow as the background. The afternoon sunshine also gave the entire Gotsi Mountain an excellent view. At least the person and the horse could be clearly seen. The woman on the top of the mountain seemed to be holding a spear and a shield in her hands, because the shield and the spear reflected dazzling golden light from time to time, looking like some kind of artifact shining brightly. The robe she wore seemed to be very thin. It was blown out by the wind in long fluttering lapels on the top of the snow mountain, and her long hair was flying in the wind. She was obviously not a normal woman. Most people would not dare to climb to the top of the snow mountain wearing only a thin silk robe. And most importantly, she seems to be suspended in the air? It's too far away to see clearly, but it definitely doesn't look like it's on the ground. And the black horse also looked unusual. Its eyes were always glowing red, against the background of the snowy mountains. The red light in the eyes of this black horse is particularly obvious. It is obvious at a glance that this is definitely not a normal horse. A majestic black horse with glowing red eyes appeared on the top of the mountain of Ghazi, which is completely impossible for horses to climb. What does this mean to the Desha people? This is an obvious miracle. Moreover, in the eyes of the Desha people, this must be God Veda's response to the burning of the temple on the holy mountain. The god himself came to deal with the enemies on the holy mountain. So the herdsmen at the foot of the holy mountain all prostrated themselves on the ground, only raising their heads and staring at the movement on the mountain. The woman with the spear faced off against the black horse. Soon after, the black horse seemed to move, as if it was going to attack the woman. The woman thrust out the spear in her hand from a long distance away, as if pointing from a distance. And at this moment, an earth-shattering magic happened in full view of everyone. After the woman thrust out the spear, a terrible fire suddenly erupted from the black horse, and along with the fire, a huge plume of smoke rose, and the dark horse was blown to pieces in an instant. The herdsmen at the foot of the mountain became silent at this moment. They were stunned. Only gods can produce such an effect with just a finger. It wasn't until a few seconds later that the people at the foot of the mountain heard the rumbling sound of thunder. Along with this thunder, the snow on the top of the mountain began to collapse. That's an avalanche. People at the foot of Gotsi Mountain have seen this scene before. In certain thunderstorms,
The snow on the top of the mountain will indeed collapse. That woman. She used it on the dark horse. Is it a thunderstorm? The snow on the top of the mountain began to flow down, bringing up bursts of white mist. But the woman did not move. She just stood there holding a spear and shield, not even looking back at the collapsing snow. The low sound of avalanches continues. And even at the foot of the mountain, one can fully realize the power of nature. No one can compete with heaven and earth. But the snow was completely unable to invade that woman. Everyone was sure that she was indeed suspended in the air. Anyway, from the bottom of the mountain, the snow was rushing past her feet, burying the torn remains of the black horse. But it did not affect her at all. She is still suspended above the temple intact, without moving a step. This must be an ability that only the goddess has. Right? The snow in Gotsi Mountain was not thick, and the avalanche stopped soon after. At this time, the woman raised her shield, and at the same time another puff of white smoke rose up, covering her figure. After the smoke dissipated, the woman, or rather the goddess, was gone. The Dexia people at the foot of the mountain began to make a noise, and then the noise gradually turned into a uniform cry with the same voice. Every Desha man cried bitterly. They even dropped their weapons and collapsed on the ground, all of them looking ashen. The miracle on the top of the mountain was so obvious that everyone could realize that their Veda god had been beaten to pieces by another goddess. As for the goddess holding a spear and a shield, there is only one main god of the lion realm in Pendor, the god of order and enthusiasm, Eunomia. Holy Iron God. What is that? Is it a miracle? Close couldn't close his mouth at this time. His eyes widened, and he nervously asked the Lord next to him. Yes, a miracle. But don't worry. This goddess is one of our own. It seems we came at the right time. Leon raised his eyebrows and began to give orders. Send the order to march. Dispel these Dexia people, and get all those horses over. Ha! After witnessing the miracle of the goddess of order slaying Wada with his own eyes, Liang's men were naturally highly motivated, and even shouted back orders in high spirits. Agathon on the mountain can finally start to break out, downwards. But this is no longer a breakout, but a direct descent from the mountain to grab horses. Because those Dexia herdsmen have no fighting spirit at all. And many of them are even waiting to die. Most of them are still staring at the place where the goddess disappeared, where the Veda god was blown to pieces. Location. At this moment, behind a temple on the holy mountain, behind the high wall that the people below the mountain could not see, Sigismund was wrapping the trembling Sarah in a thick quilt. You didn't get frostbite, did you? Sigismund brought a bowl of hot soup and fed Sarah to drink it to keep away the cold. No, but it's really cold, and my legs are cramped. You guys keep swinging that white pole. Sarah hugged her shoulders, trembling and complaining. Chapter 292. The new Bahad Khan. The white pole Sarah mentioned was actually a long wooden pole with horizontal branches at her feet, painted white. Just now, Sigismund and others were supporting this wooden pole, creating a floating effect for Sarah. Seen in the sky, Sarah was actually half sitting and half standing on the horizontal branches of the wooden pole, against the background of the snow. She could not be seen from a distance. If viewed from the bottom of the mountain, this would make Sarah appear to be higher up. But in fact, both she and Sigismund are behind the temple wall. The reason for doing this was actually not to keep Sarah hanging in the air, but to avoid the avalanche. Sigismund comes from the northern Kroland, where there are many snowy mountains. He knows that excessive noise can easily cause avalanches, but it is obvious that the location of the temple will not be affected by the avalanche. Otherwise, the temple would have ceased to exist, and it would not be Sigismund's turn to burn it. So, it is safe next to the temple. That horse was not a real horse, but the head and armor of a demon war horse, which were also supported by wooden poles. Even the posture in which it attacked Sarah was made of wooden poles. The head of the demon war horse was a trophy left by Sigismund after he had dealt with the Python Knight of the Dread Legion at the seaside. Keeping the heads of wild beasts as trophies is a habit shared by many warriors, and is also a source of bragging rights in the future. Moreover, the devil war horse has horns on its head. It looks like a combination of horse and cow, which is quite rare. It can be used to brag and drink at least 8 bottles of wine. At that time, most of the demon war horses were killed by Liang's order. After all, they could not be controlled, so they could only remove the horse armor. Anyway, these terrible mounts could not be left to the enemy. Like those undead knights, the demon war horse is also undead. In fact, after the horse armor is removed, it becomes a mummy. If its brain is not damaged,
it will still not die, and its eyes will still glow red. That's why the Iron Ring Centurion couldn't kill a demon war horse even with 5 spear throws. In fact, when Leon was dismantling these demonic horses, he was always worried. If they had not been blocked in the sea, if they had been allowed to run ashore, these undead creatures wearing full horse armor would have been much more difficult to deal with than the Python Knights. Of course, the explosive effect was caused by the grenade. This thing was not too powerful, but it was more than enough to blow a set of horse armor into pieces. As for the smoke created when Sarah disappeared, it was just a direct ignition of some gunpowder. After all, Sarah could not be seen jumping down from the wooden pole. The whole process is to create.
You know me had defeated Veda.
Sarah was a good actress. Although she was better at singing and dancing, it was no problem to broadcast a pantomime live from a distance. Although she was shaking all over from the cold, there were no performance accidents. Let devout believers see with their own eyes the gods they have worshipped for generations being killed by another god, which may have a greater effect than killing them directly. And most importantly, perhaps in the near future, the Dexia people will change their beliefs. Of course, not yet. Now, all the Dexia people are busy mourning and crying, and have not thought about changing gods to worship. From time to time, devout believers can be seen committing suicide or disemboweling themselves on the spot, especially those ascetics wearing headbands. Most of them killed themselves under the holy mountain. On the contrary, the few advanced monks in gold and silver and brocade robes in the middle looked relatively sober. They all looked around in panic and had already started running away. They seemed not to care about the life or death of God Veda at all. Although the Dexia herdsmen were outnumbered, they basically had no fighting spirit. So Liang and Agason's troops did not kill too many people. Liang's order was originally to disperse the Dexia people. Just bring the horses over. He wanted these Dexia people who witnessed the killing of God Wada to deliver the news to more people. Let these monks and herdsmen from the holy mountain tell others personally that the holy mountain is gone, and so is the Veda god. This will definitely be more effective than the news spread by outsiders. To be honest, it is not easy to drive away these Dexia people, although they basically have no intention of resisting. Their current state is as if their ancestral grave has been struck by lightning. Most of them are relatively sluggish, and do not know how to dodge when faced with swords. Fortunately, the warriors of the fierce lion realm still pay attention to a certain degree of chivalry, and do not easily kill those who do not resist. Otherwise, it would be much easier to kill them all than to drive them away. Liang's troops pushed, punched and kicked them, and it took them a long time to gradually disperse them. After a few hours, the foot of the holy mountain was barely cleared. Most of the Desha people staggered away on foot, looking back 3 times. Their lost state was obviously not suitable for riding horses, so the Lord kindly took in their horses. A small number of people planned to run away from the beginning, so these people were tied under the holy mountain and became prisoners. In fact, most of these prisoners were leaders or nobles of some small tribes, as well as a few high-achieving people. In fact, Liang didn't know how to identify the tribal leaders at all. It was his soldiers who consciously captured the first ones, those who are ready to run away. It was later discovered that those captured for trying to escape were all Dexia nobles, and most of the poor herdsmen were indeed more pious. Of course, there are also a very small number of overly pious people who go crazy on the spot and attack indiscriminately. Then they turn into corpses and pile up in a pile at the foot of the holy mountain. General Agathon also got his wish, and got a large number of horses. Even the number can be easily counted. It should be close to 2,000, because basically each of his soldiers leads 2 horses. These warriors of the Bacchus Empire had never raised horses, and did not know how to drive horses, so they could only use leads.
Count Leon, is this why you asked me to come and get these ownerless horses?
Agathon no longer doubts whether Liang is deceiving him, because he has already determined that Liang is using him to attract firepower. Only, judging from the results, Liang did not lie to him. He did get a large number of horses, more than expected.
Agathon, there is no need to say thank you.
Liang looked around at his men who were driving the horses, and smiled at Agathon.
After this job is done, I will go back to Chungha town. But don't forget the debt you owe me. Otherwise, there will always be enough excuses to invade the Bacchus Empire to collect debts.
Grateful? Agathon was stunned. I was trapped in the mountain for more than 20 days. I killed half of the holy mountain and was soaked in blood. I held back thousands of Dexia people and guaranteed your retreat. Do I still have to thank you for co-authoring it? But Agathon's full words were blocked by his debt. He shook his head and shook Liang's hand. He hesitated for a long time, and finally said only one sentence. Good means. It seemed like he didn't know whether he should be happy or worried. Having acquired so many horses, the task given to him by Emperor Marius must have been overfulfilled. After destroying the faith of the Dexia people and driving away the herdsmen at the foot of the Gazi Mountains, the safety of a shikaman will definitely be more guaranteed. This is all something to be happy about. But the debt owed to Liang is really difficult to repay. And as Liang said, if the debt can never be repaid, then Liang can lead troops to collect the debt at any time. Agathon really does not want to face such an opponent who is good at killing people on the battlefield. However, Agathon has asked these days, and many scholars in Bacchus, including Justus, said that dragon tears do exist, but they don't know where to find them. So the famous imperial general took his troops on the road back to Ashkeman with great worries. At dusk, Leon waited for Emil Xerxes at the foot of Gazi Mountain. Emil Xerxes was indeed dressed like a hero at this time. He was dressed in shining golden armor and looked very conspicuous. He also wore a pointed crown helmet on his head, and the saber in his hand was also golden. I'm afraid it doesn't have much lethality and can only be used to pose. He only brought 100 people. But after seeing Leon's flag, Emil Xerxes bravely launched a charge directly. It looked like a brave raid against a large number of enemies. And Leon's large army began to retreat when facing Emil Xerxes' charge. This was originally the result of the agreement between Leon and Emil Xerxes. But in the eyes of outsiders, Leon's troops carried too many trophies and were not very suitable for encounters. Facing a surprise attack when the sky is getting dark and the number of enemies is unclear, it is indeed understandable to retreat directly. As a result, the captives, who were tied at the foot of Gazi Mountain, namely the eminent monks and nobles from various tribes, were all rescued by Emil Xerxes. The next day, Emir Xerxes got his wish and became the real Bahad Khan. Although the ceremony was very simple and not many people participated, it was still in accordance with the Dexia tradition. The election meeting was held under the Holy Mountain, and the coronation was performed under the ruins of the temple on the Holy Mountain. The eminent monks are still trying to rebuild the Holy Mountain. They claim that the god will not be killed, but will only sleep temporarily. As long as the temple is rebuilt, God Veda will come back and become more powerful. However, it is difficult to say whether their rhetoric can convince the Desha people, or whether the rebuilt Holy Mountain is still the temple of God Veda. Those tribal leaders and nobles lost their tribes, so they had a new place to go to Tobas city. Emir Xerxes got the Bahadur Khan position and troops he wanted, and he even formed a noble cavalry. This cavalry is indeed all Dexia nobles, and all of them are equipped with Dexia plate armor. This is not a real plate armor, but a riveted armor made of overlapping leather and steel sheets. Its protective power is far worse than plate armor, but it is more suitable for desert environments. Emil Xerxes has finally attracted a new group of nobles to help him rule the city of Toba. Coupled with the fact that Alina is holding Ashkeman in check, he now indeed has the capital to be equal to Kardin. 3 days later, on the north side of Gazi Mountain, in a valley outside Ashkeman city, Emil Xerxes found Leon. But at this time, he only wore a black robe and led a team of horses. He looked like a horse dealer. He is here to settle the balance. Amir Khan, where is your golden armor? Leon asked with a smile. That's a gift for you. I put it in a box. Emil Xerxes pointed to the cavalry he had brought with him. There were hundreds of horses and a dozen carriages, in addition to hay and horse feed. There were also some large wooden boxes on the carriages. You have the good qualities of honesty and trustworthiness, Emil Xerxes Khan. Then our deal is complete. Leon praised, but then changed his tone. There won't be blood on the things in the box, right? Emil Xerxes was silent for a while and replied expressionlessly. It's very clean. At least, it's very clean for you. This was gathered from the leaders of various tribes. After saying that, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm not trying to be honest and trustworthy. I just know that if I don't pay, you might sell me to Kardin. Leon grinned. You are much smarter than I thought. Emil Khan, I will not make any more deals with Kardin. Don't worry. If you need support, you can go to Ramon for help. Such as weapons, of course. You have to pay for necessities like equipment, or combat capabilities like mercenaries. I guess Ramon would say the same thing to Kardin, right? Emil Xerxes asked, staring into Leon's eyes. Maybe, Leon replied with a smile. But you need him, and you need me. The Bacchus is right. You are indeed a devil.
Emil Xerxes whispered, turned and left.
Cadon's army has already set off for Toba City. You'd better hurry back. Otherwise Bridget may switch to Cadon's arms again.
Leon said calmly from behind. Emil Xerxes stopped and turned around.
How did you get the news? Because this is Ashkeman. Emil, maybe you don't know?
Leon took out a small knife and threw it in his hand.
Ramon will send news to the Scorpio Assassin Brotherhood every day.
The knife has a scorpion crest on its blade. Emil Xerxes had a look of fear in his eyes, looked at Leon deeply, turned around and left.
Lord Leon, why do you want to scare him with Scorpio assassins? Are you worried that he will hire assassins to deal with you?
After Emil left, Alina walked out of the valley.
I didn't scare him. Ramon is indeed helping the Scorpio assassin get business.
Leon put away the knife in his hand.
Also, now the Scorpio assassins also do some mercenary business. If you need it, you can hire them to join the army. But the price is indeed more expensive.
Alina is obviously not easy to fool. She is not a Desha rebel like Emil, and she does not intend to let arms dealers take advantage of her.
You are as shrewd as Emperor Marius. I even think you are his daughter now.
Leon looked at Alina, shook his head and smiled.
No, this is mainly because I am relatively poor. I really don't have the money to hire them.
Alina's eyes kept glancing at the horses brought by Emil Xerxes.
You promised before. Okay. I'll leave these horses to you. As promised before.
Leon sighed.
You are indeed the biological daughter of Marius. But Alina, after my troops leave Dexia will be more chaotic than before. And Ashkeman will definitely face many dangers. I suggest you return home quickly and let Akram stay here.
That's fine.
Liang's words were indeed well-intentioned. If Cardin could not capture Toba City, he would definitely take advantage of Ashkeman. At the same time, other forces may also make moves, such as Seraphan Sheik and the Inquisition, and even the Three Prophets and the Twilight Knights. There will be continuous chaos in Dexia, which will indeed be very dangerous. But Alina hesitated for a while and shook her head.
I actually don't dare to go back.
Chapter 293 Huge Profits.
Don't you dare go back? What happened?
Leon was shocked. How courageous is this girl? She was able to make such a big gladiator rebel plan. He didn't see her being afraid when he contacted the rebels alone. He didn't see anything wrong with her when she ran to the Lion Kingdom to ask for help. Dare. And Leon can see that she has killed people. And more than one or two. She has always been calm and composed when facing all kinds of blood on the battlefield outside Bushi City. Like a battle-hardened veteran. Even that Cass, she wasn't even afraid when she rushed towards her. Although Leon didn't know that Alina led the team to kill countless nobles in Siyuan City. Some temperaments could be distinguished at a glance. How dare such a girl do something?
My family is urging me to get married. Someone came to ask for my hand in marriage. And my father has already decided to agree. It is said that the betrothal gift is very large. So much that my father has no reason to refuse.
Alina curled her lips.
The point is, I'm not very good at refusing this time. It's very troublesome. It's hard to refuse given your status. Who is it?
Leon was a little curious.
The cupbearer of the Lion Kingdom. The commander of the Royal City Guards. The adopted son of King Ulrich. The heir of Duke Brennis. The legal ruler of Cliff Bay. The lord of the Sava River Castle. Marbert.
Alina reluctantly mentioned a long list of titles, which were obviously memorized from documents such as letters.
What? There are so many people. You definitely can't fit them in your home.
Leon blurted out a complaint. But he also immediately understood why Alina could not say no to such a marriage. It was not a family matter. This is a state matter. As Marbert and Alina, this marriage proposal is actually an attempt to repair relations between the two countries. In addition, Marbert is now the lord of Sava River Castle. When the Bacchus Empire needs to recuperate the most, Alina must consider the security of the country. It is really difficult for her to refuse.
Don't be ridiculous. You know him. Right. What kind of person is he?
Alina asked seriously.
Well, to be honest, that guy is handsome. Handsome, talented, smart, flexible and capable in both civil and military affairs. In addition, he is from a noble family, rich and powerful. So he has a bright future.
Leon opened his mouth with words of praise.
No flaws at all? Is there such a perfect person?
Alina rolled her eyes and asked angrily.
There are some shortcomings.
Leon twitched his chin and thought about it.
The only shortcoming I know is that he may have a shorter life. He has a grudge against you?
Alina glanced at Liang in surprise.
Not really, but he will probably have a grudge against King Ulrich soon.
Liang looked like a prophet, looking like a magician.
But if nothing unexpected happens, he must have robbed my convoy to pay tribute to Lion City, knowing that this would offend King Ulrich. In order to protect himself, that's why I proposed marriage to your family immediately. Oh?
Alina tilted her head and looked at Liang.
Why do I feel like it's a frame-up? No. I'm a decent person.
Liang acted like a gentleman.
You may not know that Marbert was originally King Ulrich's default son-in-law, but the little princess is only 10 years old now, so they have never been engaged before. If he didn't offend the king, he would definitely. It is impossible to go to Bacchus to ask for a hand in marriage. It seems like I really have to hide to avoid getting into trouble.
Alina bit her lip and thought for a while, then suddenly said,
Lord Liang, how about you kidnap me and take me to Changha town? Oh?
Liang was dumbfounded.
Why did I kidnap you? If I'm not wrong, Marbert probably didn't rob the convoy that was paying tribute to the king out of his own will. You are deliberately looking for an excuse to give yourself, the king, and the princess a reason to attack him. Right. Alina reacted very quickly to these strategies.
He asked my father to marry him at this time. He probably used the marriage contract to protect his own safety before Lion City could react, so that King Lion would not dare to touch his betrothal gift, which my father had no reason to refuse. Probably came from your convoy. But I don't want to be this victim. Then you just need to tell Lord Justice about this. As long as he knows the situation, he will probably give up on this marriage.
Liang was still a little confused.
Why do you want me to kidnap you, Lord Liang? After all, my father is the governor of the Bacchus Empire.
Alina sighed.
For him, this marriage contract will give the empire a chance to recuperate, get a fund to rebuild Siyuan City, and also give my father the opportunity to get involved in the dispute over the throne of the Lion King. It can even lay the foundation for the future recovery of the Zava fort. This will indeed have many benefits for the Bacchus Empire. My father will never give up on this engagement, and I am afraid he will urge the marriage even more fiercely.
Liang probably understood a little bit that Justice was indeed a person who was selfless, which could be seen from his willingness to leave the City of Knowledge to give General Creon room to develop. A selfless person is of course a good quality for the country, but the biggest problem with such a person is that he is too selfless. This good quality is often very bad if it is placed in the family, because he will think that his wife, children should also be like him. The country does not hesitate to do anything. But with Emperor Marius's character, he probably wouldn't agree.
Liang thought about the appearance of Emperor Marius.
He would probably rather personally lead the troops to attack the Sava River fort and snatch the money from Marbot. Yes, but your majesty has nothing to do with my father in this matter. That's why I asked you to kidnap me. If this happens, your majesty will definitely declare war on the Lion Kingdom. And naturally this engagement will not exist.
Alina smiled at Liang.
I think you also want the Bacchus Empire to declare war on the Lion Kingdom now, don't you?
At the same time, Lion City.
Your majesty, I am Eric, a knight sworn to be loyal to Earl Leon. On behalf of Lord Leon, I bring you the trophies obtained from Desha.
In the throne room, a scarred Eric was meeting the king.
I have received Liang's letter, and I have seen the trophies. You have worked hard. But what happened to your injury? Was it an injury sustained in Dexia? Liang actually let a wounded person like you run thousands of miles. It's really... I don't know how to sympathize with my subordinates.
Ulrich saw a lot of jewelry and brocade, and he was obviously in a good mood. And he knew he was concerned about Eric's injury. Eric is indeed looking a bit miserable now. All the equipment was damaged, and you could tell at a glance that it had just gone through a tough battle. The head was wrapped in bloody gauze, with blood oozing out faintly. The left side of his face was red and swollen. His lip was damaged, and he had obviously been punched hard in the face. Only half of the gauntlet on his right hand was left, and the other half was dented. His legs were also wrapped in gauze, and he was walking with a limp. Just by looking at this, he knew that he must have fought a battle with a powerful enemy not long ago. And he was definitely not the victor.
No, your majesty. Originally, the loot I brought back should be 5 times as much as here. Your majesty, I want to sue Marbert, Lord of Sava River Castle. He robbed our convoy transporting the loot to you.
Eric was very excited.
I originally thought that the Sava River fort area was under the control of the lords of the Kingdom of Lions, so it would be safe for us to pass through. But I didn't expect that the knights of the Kingdom of Lions would be the ones who robbed us. What? Are you sure you read that correctly? How much was robbed?
Ulrich stood up from the silver throne, his expression turning serious.
I tried my best to escape after the battle. But I could only take away 20% of the loot, and the other 80% was snatched by Marbert. There was a group of Lion Knights patrolling next to us at the time, but they were like they are all turning a blind eye because all the people who robbed us are under the flag of Malboat.
The more Eric spoke, the angrier he became, and he was about to cry.
Your Majesty, that was originally given to you by Master Leon, and it is your trophy.
The Marshal of the Kingdom leads troops to invade enemy territory. If the purpose is to capture a town, then the captured territory will be distributed by the king, and the marshal will be able to get the right to distribute the spoils. But if the purpose is not to capture the city, then a share of the spoils must be given to the king. This has been a practice for hundreds of years, and Duke Brennus did this before. Before returning to the army, Leon sent a large amount of loot to Lion City, which originally made Ulrich quite gratified. But now, knowing that more of the loot that should have belonged to him had been robbed, and it was actually Marbert who did it, Ulrich was indeed angry, because he knew that Eric would never tell such a lie in the throne room. It was easy to prove that lying would not only lead to death, but would also implicate Leon. And Marbert is indeed likely to do so. After all, Brennus often does this. Brennus even often leads the Lion Knights to rob business travelers from other countries. But the problem is that Brennus will always share half of the proceeds from the robbery with Ulrich, and he will definitely not snatch the spoils given to the king. But Marbert, that bastard, actually robbed the money that Leon gave to him.
Come here. Go and give Marbert an order to come back and see me.
King Ulrich was basically shouting in a growl manner. In April of the 356th year of the Pindar calendar, the Bacchus Empire declared war on the Lion Kingdom. The reason for the declaration of war was that Miss Alina, the adopted daughter of the Emperor of the Bacchus Empire, was kidnapped by Count Leon, the Marshal of the Lion Kingdom, and Earl Leon, who was returning to the Lion Realm, quickly sent back the military report and gave an explanation for the matter. When Leon's army marched towards Toba City, the Bacchus Empire sent General Agathon to lead the army. The fleet attacked Ashkelon, which was originally occupied by Leon. So Leon captured Miss Alina in an attempt to exchange for the city. But General Agathon refused to change cities. So of course Leon could only take Alina away. Moreover, in order to prevent his retreat from being cut off by the Bacchus Empire, Leon could only withdraw his troops immediately and let the kingdom's army prepare for the Bacchus Empire's attack. For King Ulrich, there is no problem with Leon's approach. Since the Bacchus Empire has snatched Ashkelon, it is indeed right for Leon to take a hostage and seek explanation from the Bacchus people. The Bacchus Empire declares war. Liang's retreat can be easily cut off, and a quick withdrawal is also necessary. But Emperor Marius was different. He didn't care about the specific reasons at all. He had planned to take back the lost territory. For him, any excuse would do. As a result, the Bacchus Empire and the Lion Kingdom became hostile again. However, neither country has sent troops to the other side for the time being because neither side is ready for war. King Ulrich has no money and cannot afford to fight a big war for the time being. Emperor Marius had no troops and could not fight for the time being. It can only be a verbal war first. At the same time, Liang's army also returned to the Kingdom of the Lion. The army officially disbanded north of Sava River Fort, letting the small lords go back to their homes. Liang's own troops also returned to Chang'e town. It was not until all the merchants were ensured to return safely to their territory that Leon began to calculate the benefits of this troop dispatch. Leon can share half of the proceeds from the auction of a shikaman, totaling 1 million dinars. This money will be sent to Chang'e town by Ramon in a month or two, because the Bacchus Empire was purchased using the land deed. It takes a certain amount of time to realize the title deed. It is precisely because it has not been cashed out yet that Bahman will not mess around in a short period of time. He will always have to wait to get his share of the money first. 4 million dinars of supplies were obtained from Emir Xerxes. This includes 400,000 in cash, an iron mine priced at 600,000 yuan, gold, silver and other hard currencies worth 1.2 million, dozens of carts of bloody jewelry and fabrics worth around 800,000 yuan. The final payment was a few hundred horses, and gold and silver vessels worth 600,000 dinars. Ramon subcontracted the iron ore to several slave owners for mining, and he was able to get some income from the subcontracting. But Ramon will smelt it on site, and send the pig iron ingots after initial smelting to Chang'e town once a month. This can allow Leon to reduce transportation costs. It is really not cost-effective to transport or over long distances. According to Ramon's estimate, the production of approximately 50,000 pounds of iron ingots per month does not refer to iron ore, but the production of iron ingots. In this era, there is only so much production capacity. Fortunately, this is a long-term business, and Liang has not invested any time or manpower. In fact, iron was also very valuable in this era. 50,000 pounds of pig iron was worth about 10,000 dinars. In other words, this is a long-term business with an annual income of about 120,000 dinars. But Emil Xerxes only used it for 600,000 dinars. Obviously Ramon and Leon took a big advantage. Under normal circumstances, industries that can bring stable profits, such as mining, are priced based on the expected output in 10 or even 20 years. Of course, the main reason why Amir sold it cheaply was because he could not mine iron ore in Yaxing, which was very close to Singal, but too far from Toba's city. After Amir gets the city of Toba, he will definitely not be able to take care of the iron mine. And Bill Carden may even take it away. It is normal to transfer it at half price. As for the blood-stained jewelry and cloth, a small part was sent to the king, probably worth hundreds of thousands of dinars. In addition, most of the stolen materials stolen by Marbert were worth at least more than 600,000 dinars. The hundreds of horses have been given to Alina. This is what was promised. Leon can indeed fulfill what he said, and never breaks his promise. Currently, what actually falls into Liang's hands is cash, and various gold, silver and copper products. That is, hard currency that can be used as currency, totaling about 2.2 million dinars. In addition, there are also ownerless war horses taken in at the foot of Gotzi Mountain. The total number exceeds 2,300 horses. This is actually a division of the spoils with Agathan. There are actually nearly 5,000 horses in Gotzi Mountain. Leon and Agathan do not even want the old, weak, sick and disabled. That's why Leon was so generous in sending hundreds of horses to Alina. He already had too many horses, and there was too little pasture to raise them. Chapter 294 Infrastructure Project starts. In the past 2 months in Dexia, Leon basically collected almost all the property in Central Dexia. In fact, Central Dexia is the richest place in the entire Principality of Dexia. The nobles of Toba have been robbed of everything by Emil Xerxes. The horses of the nomadic tribes at the foot of the Ghazi Mountains were also dirtied by Liang and Agathan. Ashkeman is the largest commercial port in Dexia. This place has not been robbed, but merchants have been doing business in this area, and they are also very profitable. It is estimated that the cash money of the Dexia people has been almost exhausted. In the past 2 months, the merchants have paid Liang a total of nearly 200,000 dinars, or military business tax, which is actually protection fee. From the protection fees paid by the merchants, we can roughly calculate the profits these merchants made while accompanying the army in Dexia. The total profit they made in Desha must have exceeded 1 million dinars, because the protection fee was 20%. When doing business in enemy territory, merchants are generally more honest in paying protection fees. After all, if they offend Liang, they may not be able to come back. A total of nearly 5,000 merchants accompanied the army, which meant that the per capita profit was about 200 dinars. Of course, it is not clear how many merchants there are in total. After all, there are merchants of all sizes. There are large merchants with hundreds of people, and there are also mom-and-pop shops with 2 or 3 people. But in any case, 2 months have produced an average profit of about 200 dinars per person, which will definitely satisfy the businessmen. After all, the businessmen only need to pay each employee a salary of 2 to 3 dinars. In fact, all of Liang's legitimate gains from this war have been distributed. The nearly 500,000 dinars obtained in the Toba City Bank were legitimate trophies, and most of them had been distributed as rewards. The 200,000 dinars handed over by the merchants in the past 2 months were also distributed by Liang to his soldiers and the various lords who responded to his troops. The initial purchase price was more than 600,000 yuan. Liang was indeed very generous in spending money. These legitimate gains are actually an interest relationship deliberately created by Liang. To put it simply, it is to create a consciousness that you can make money by following Lord Liang in the war, and the profits are obtained from the right path, without robbing or harming civilians. But you can earn more than robbing. When Liang distributed these benefits, he always distributed them according to the number of elite troops dispatched by each lord. Moreover, he did not distribute the money directly to the soldiers, but gave the money to the knights. The average amount that fell on each knight
was about 1,400 dinars, which was far beyond the expectations of the little lords. I followed Marshal Leon on a trip to Dexia, and I didn't suffer any losses. The journey was extremely smooth. Where can I find a business like this that made me a net profit of more than 1,000 dinars in 2 months? Even if you follow Duke Brennus and scrape the land, you won't be able to scrape so much. No wonder people in Changha town always say that. War is wealth, and you still have to follow Lord Leon to fight. In fact, Eric has always felt that the Lord was too generous with his actions. He felt that even if it was to win people's hearts, there was no need to give away so much wealth. It was simply a waste of money. It is normal for Eric to have such thoughts. After all, he is not used to being a rich man. The reward given to him by Liang was a bag of jewelry worth more than 10,000 dinars. When the guy took the bag, his hands were wet, shaking. 2 years ago, he was still in the promising industry of mercenary, earning a high salary of 10 dinars per month. It was indeed a high salary. The average annual income of young and middle-aged civilians in Pender continent was only about 20 dinars. NAR. When Eric was working as a mercenary, he could earn in 2 months what an ordinary person would earn in a year. He was indeed considered a high-income earner. After all, this is a head-to-the-belt business. But unlike guys like Eric who have never seen the world, Leon has his own logic. Money is just for use, and you can't give birth to it if you keep it in your hands. Allowing every knight who follows him to send troops to earn money will not only allow these knights to identify with Leon and form a willingness to follow him, but also allow them to develop a new input-output thinking. After all, Leon distributes money according to the number of elites. This is a simple logic. The knights can easily understand that fighting with Lord Leon cannot be fussy. The more elites they dispatch, the more dinars they can get. As a result, most of the knights in the group army sent their trusted followers to follow the merchants to Changha town. They protected the merchants all the way, and they became more or less familiar with each other. Of course, the merchants in Changha town would give them some discounts. They were going to purchase equipment in large quantities, especially armor, because soldiers wearing armor can be regarded as elite soldiers by Leon. The more armor they have, the more dinars they can get in the next battle. After all, the next war is obviously around the corner. The Bacchus Empire has declared war on the Lion Kingdom. And where is Changha town? This is where arms traders gather. When he was still a poor pioneer lord, Leon purchased military supplies in Changha town. There have been a lot of troubles in the Lion Kingdom in the past 2 years, and few pioneer lord certificates have been issued. The business of the arms merchants is actually not very good. In fact, there are only a few such as Amy, Godric, and Offric. Big customers are holding on. Leon himself didn't even buy much. In his army, the Nolder elves and Medenheimers all brought their own equipment, and all their war horses were stolen. In other words, hundreds of sets of equipment were purchased at the beginning of last year. Just armed sergeants. Finally, a new silver hand was formed. But the new equipment was handed over to the Nolder for making. The merchants in Changha town basically failed to make any money from Leon. After all, after Leon took control of Changha town, the situation in the eastern region has gradually stabilized, and the demand has become less. Naturally, the sales of armaments and supplies are not as good as in the past. The more chaotic the world, the better. But now, the arms market in Changha town is being revitalized again. Moreover, the spot goods in the hands of merchants, who were quite busy, were cleared within a week, and the orders were already queued up to 2 months later. There are even many knights who pay high prices for urgent orders in order to get the equipment in advance. So all the workshops and blacksmith shops in Changha town began to work overtime. It seemed that all of a sudden there were no idlers in Changha town, and everyone was called to work. In other words, most of the money Leon distributed to those knights returned to the hands of the merchants in Changha town. If there is no demand, create demand. As the lord of Changha town, Leon naturally wants to benefit one party. Businessmen naturally have to pay taxes when doing business. At the same time, if they make more money, they will deposit it in the bank. So the money naturally returned to Liang's hands. Therefore, the money must be used out anyway, and the dinars will find their own way back. The merchants had just made a fortune in Dexia and had sufficient capital. They were currently overwhelmed with orders, and were naturally very generous when purchasing raw materials. This has made the business of various villages and towns around Changha town become prosperous. Especially the leather, steel sheets, grease and felt used for armors are all specialties of various villages in the eastern region. Now, not only are the merchants spending a lot of money to purchase raw materials, But Liang himself is also spending a lot of money. In order to spend money smoothly, he found Amy again. Sometimes spending money is harder than making money. After all, most of the things Liang wanted to buy were not very easy to buy. This time, the Lord's purchasing goal is to purchase grain and cloth from the entire continent. In addition, a large number of building materials and craftsmen must be purchased. Needless to say, food and cloth are still Liang's monopoly plan. Of course, now his monopoly target is not just the eastern region, but the entire Lion Kingdom, even the entire continent. As for building materials and craftsmen, this is of course for the purpose of large-scale construction. The Lord plans to build many things. The rebuilding of Shield Wind Fortress has not yet been completed. Cullen Keep needs to be renovated. McLean's Collar needs to be expanded. True Brun needs to be restored. And Long River Town needs to be renovated. In addition, Salem also needs to be filled with immigrants. This is a village and town affiliated with Karen Castle. It is located next to the Sava River. The land is quite fertile, but it was previously uninhabited due to the war. If Salem is tidied up properly, at least tens of thousands of acres of fertile land will be obtained. There are also roads connecting the territories, as well as the roads from White Deer Castle to the Nolder Forest, all of which need to be repaired and widened. In fact, it is a comprehensive renovation of the territory. All infrastructure projects. Of course, infrastructure is very expensive. But as the richest local tycoon in the entire Pender continent, Liang's first consideration now is how to spend all the money he has. After all, you can't eat gold and silver if you keep them in your hands. But why do we need to build infrastructure? Because other ways of spending money are no longer suitable for Liang's current territory. What Liang wants is population. People who are willing to actively move to the territory to live permanently. He now lacks neither troops nor food. And he also has status and fame. The only thing he lacks is population. Liang's territory is already quite large. With the effect of sending troops to Dexia, the entire eastern region should be willing to obey Liang's command. However, the population directly under Liang's management is only about 50,000. This is because of the departure from Bacchus. The empire brought many immigrants. The rebels coerced by the gladiators are in Calendir Castle, and the villagers of the original Fedin are rebuilding the Shield Wind Fortress, even including White Deer Castle. The total number is just over 60,000. This population is really too small. But at the current scale, it is impossible to find businessmen to spend money to buy immigrants, which is a drop in the bucket and will not have much effect. Liang can only build the territory into a safe, livable and prosperous place, and let people from other lords' territories switch to his own territory. So he can only do infrastructure construction. In fact, for rulers, the infrastructure construction of the territory is equivalent to comprehensive development, because no matter what age people are, they all have the most basic purpose of migration to seek wealth. That is, job opportunities, expanding castles, building houses, improving roads, and improving public security will consume a lot of money and create countless jobs. And people will come all the way to follow these jobs. Maybe, can these migrant workers be called Long River Drifters? These migrant workers from far away will find that due to the shortage of people, there are more job opportunities and higher wages here. So they will stay and work here with their families and gradually become a part of the place. Infrastructure construction will of course consume a lot of money. But no matter how much money is spent, it is actually cost effective. Because all of this money is actually spent within the territory and either falls into the hands of migrant workers or local material dealers and contractors. Then the money will still be used for people's food, clothing, housing and transportation consumption in the territory. And eventually most of it will flow back into the bank. No matter what the consumption is, businessmen have to pay taxes. And entering the bank is actually equivalent to entering Liang's pocket again and can continue to invest. And as the territory is built better and better, there will be more job opportunities. The population will increase. The territory will become more prosperous. And more money will flow into the bank. This is actually a positive cycle. From the perspective of the ruler, as long as the money does not flow abroad, it is actually endless. In order to ensure that money does not flow abroad, it is necessary to make the territory better than any other country. So it must invest in infrastructure construction. Liang no longer has to worry about the operation of the bank. When the reserves are sufficient to a certain extent, it is difficult for the bank to go bankrupt. After all, he started issuing large denomination credit coins of 10 dinars and 100 dinars a few months ago. They are enchanted silver coins produced by the Nolder.
They have been used in large transactions between the Noldor Forest and merchants. In terms of trading, many big businessmen are already familiar with it. The magical silver coin with a face value of 10 dinars is called a silver deer, because the mithril rune embedded on it by the Noldor is in the shape of a deer. The deer is a favorite image of the Noldor and a symbol of the elves. In fact, the only function of this rune is to emit a little blue light. According to Wendolf, this was originally supposed to be the lighting technique in magic. But the Noldor without magic can only make the ebony glow like fireflies. It is useless for lighting, but it is quite elegant when used to make coins. The main body of the magic coin with a face value of 100 dinars is made of gold and copper alloy, and is called a golden griffin. The runes look like a griffin, which is Liang's coat of arms. However, this griffin rune will emit purple light, which makes it look more dazzling, but still an unsuccessful illumination rune. In fact, the Lord originally planned to let the Noldor try to use his image and engrave his image on the gold coins. This may be the wish of every ruler. However, it was later discovered that the enchantment cannot be pressed with a template and must be carved by hand. So I switched to the griffin emblem. Otherwise the output efficiency would be too low. The Noldor all have obsessive-compulsive disorder. And it doesn't matter if the deer is abstract. But they won't stop until they carve a human head that is lifelike. To be honest, apart from the labor cost, the cost of these 2 credit coins is quite low because their net weight is less than 10 grams. The cost of the silver deer is only about 3 dinars. And the cost of the golden griffin is only 3 dinars. Even if all losses are included, the cost is only 1/30th of their face value. These 2 high-denomination currencies have now begun to be used. Businessmen love this luminous magic coin far more than other jewelry. They have even started a series of comparisons to show off their wealth. Therefore, now Liang can use the money in the bank with confidence and boldness. As long as he always ensures that 20% of the reserve fund is not used. This is a very conservative approach. To be honest, only 10% of the reserve fund is enough. So Liang devoted himself to infrastructure construction. And Amy started large purchases again. However, this time the purchase was not so smooth. Food, cloth and the like were okay. Amy already had enough experience. Building materials and the like are easy to deal with. There is plenty of wood in the Long River Forest. Islandel is even trying to start a wood business now. There are also plenty of stones in the Dinger Mountains. As long as you give money, there will be people willing to get them. The main trouble comes from craftsmen and people with ulterior motives. Chapter 295, Cheated. The Lord wants to engage in civil construction, which naturally requires various technical talents. However, there is currently a serious shortage of craftsmen on Liang's territory, which makes it difficult for many tasks to be carried out smoothly. This is mainly because the territory has expanded too quickly and accumulated insufficiently. Originally, White Deer Castle had no shortage of craftsmen such as carpenters and masons. However, after returning from the Bacchus Empire a few months ago, Amy transferred most of the craftsmen to rebuild the Shield Wind Fortress, and they would not be able to return for a while. In Pender Continent, it is actually more difficult to directly recruit craftsmen, because most craftsmen have owners. So currently you can only try to buy or rent. Yes, craftsmen can indeed be bought, sold or rented in a big city like Changha Town. This is not hiring or soliciting, nor is it selling oneself like a slave, but is completed through contract transfer. When Liang first arrived in Changha Town, Ralph asked the nobles of Changha Town to rent some carpenters to Liang and never return them. Most of the craftsmen in Pen Continent actually have certification, which is probably a relatively primitive practice qualification certificate. However, this certification is not reflected through certificates, but through special household registration and labor contracts. People with a certain skill usually register and settle with the local administrator, then find a guarantor to accompany them, and sign a service contract with the local lord. Of course, this refers to master craftsmen and apprentices whose skills can be recognized by the guarantor. But I don't have the qualifications. This kind of contract will determine the type of work, but the classification is relatively rough, roughly including blacksmith, carpenter, stonemason, etc. Generally speaking, this kind of household registration can be called craftsman household registration. It is worth mentioning that millers are also included in this special household registration. Only those with a craftsman's household registration can engage in the work specified in the contract. Even if others can do this kind of work, they cannot do it casually. Otherwise they will be fined a high fine. This is basically the same as the modern professional qualification certificate.
Craftsmen who signed a contract were equivalent to vassals of the local lord, which exempted them from military service and all kinds of hard labor, as well as a lot of taxes. And they could receive the agreed salary if they did the work assigned by the boss's family well. When the lord did not arrange work, they could also take on business nearby to earn some extra money. However, they could not take on business from other places without authorization because they wanted to avoid capitalizing on the enemy. Therefore, the income of craftsmen is usually much higher than that of ordinary civilians. After all, they pay less taxes, and agricultural taxes and most additional taxes are not collected from them. This can also be regarded as special care for technical workers. However, getting these benefits comes at a price. The contracted craftsman cannot leave the noble's territory at will, and the boss must find them at any time. If there is no overseas assignment, those who run around unruly will be caught and beaten to death. Of course, if you don't have the corresponding skills and insist on using your reputation to find connections and get a craftsman contract, your fate after being discovered will be even more tragic. This is a deception, lord. Not only will your tongue be cut out, but you will also be sold into slavery. This my life is basically over. In fact, when the Pender kingdom ruled the mainland, craftsmen did not need to obtain this special household registration, because the kingdom of Pender at that time had established many guilds. Craftsmen could receive business through the guilds, and could also cooperate with each other to complete larger projects through the guilds. Craftsmen at that time did not actually need to be attached to local lords. The city of Kabbalah, which is now the Lion City, was the result of the joint efforts of the original stonemasons guild, especially the 15-meter-high city wall and the huge griffin reliefs all over the wall, as well as the 10-story-high tower of the House of Lords. The current Lion Kingdom is no longer able to complete such a majestic and exquisite building, so the outer walls of the Lion City can only be painted and hung with flags to cover up the traces of the griffin reliefs that were shoveled away. Today's Pender continent is divided into various countries and has been at war for a long time. Those guild organizations no longer exist, and the craftsmen can only be affiliated to the nobles of various villages and towns. The reason why this is called affiliation is because the relationship between the craftsman and the lord is neither a traditional allegiance nor a master-servant relationship, but an intermediate state between servants and retinues, which can generally be regarded as dependent contract workers. To put it simply, they cannot be regarded as followers, but their status is much higher than that of ordinary farmers. This kind of affiliated craftsman is equivalent to the resources in the hands of the lord. Many small lords will let the craftsman take some work in other places to make money. The administrator will go out to pick up business, and then send the craftsman to do it. This is very similar to labor dispatch or labor dispatch, nature of the outsourcing company. But the labor dispatch workers in this era actually had a good life. For ordinary civilians in Pender, becoming a craftsman was a very respectable thing. It was more respected than a mercenary, and there was no need to pretend to be a mercenary. Risks of, in particular, the actual social status of the two professions of blacksmith and carpenter is almost as high as that of a retinue. Generally speaking, the number of blacksmith shops and carpentry workshops in a territory often reflects the prosperity of the territory. This is mainly because blacksmiths and carpenters are essential characters at all levels of the realm, from the various equipment in the castle, to the various equipment of the soldiers, to the production and daily utensils such as farm tools and kitchen knives. All of them have to be made by blacksmiths and carpenters. The most important thing is that they are one of the few craftsmen who often accompany the army in battles, because basically all baggage equipment requires the joint efforts of blacksmiths and carpenters, such as catapults, ladders, city gate hinges or thornwood, etc. When guarding the bridge in Fletcher village, Leon had asked the carpenters to perform the task of cutting off the bridge piles during the battle, and he also divided the spoils among them. Therefore, craftsmen are strategic resources for the lords of Pender. As long as it is a resource, it can be traded. Although the status of craftsmen is higher than that of ordinary civilians, their contracts are dependent after all. The lord can transfer their contracts, but most of the time, the craftsmen need to be willing to do so. Moreover, the buyer must also be a noble with a territory or manor. Otherwise, the craftsman will not be able to settle down and enjoy the privileges of tax exemption, call and labor, and the transaction will definitely not be completed. This may be the earliest two-way choice. In fact, this is very similar to a player transfer between clubs. The buyer usually pays a transfer fee to the seller, and then the wage earner, who is listed for sale, renegotiates the contract with the buyer. Of course, it's fine if we can't reach an agreement or don't talk at all, but it's very likely that we'll lose our current social status. and there's a high chance that we'll have to be beaten severely. Usually, the lords who plan to sell their craftsmen are short of money, and it will definitely take a lot of effort to prevent the boss from making money. Beaten. So sometimes craftsmen may reluctantly move to another lord's territory, and then pray that the new boss is a kind and good person. The nature of leasing is similar to labor dispatch. The contract and household registration are still in the hands of the lord. The lord collects a leasing fee, and then sends people out to work for others. The carpenters that Leon and Ralph had rented before, and never returned. In fact, they originally belonged to Lady Bella, but she was a heretic, and had lost her noble status. In this case, there was really no need to return them. Blacksmiths are special. Blacksmiths are generally difficult to buy and can only be borrowed, because usually, a qualified blacksmith is also a qualified warrior. After all, it is difficult for people who don't know how to fight to make excellent weapons. It often takes more than 10 years to train a qualified blacksmith. Moreover, transferring a blacksmith's household registration and contract generally requires transferring the blacksmith shop together. This is not a simple transfer. Unless you are on the verge of bankruptcy and plan to sell off your territory, it will be difficult to reach an agreement. However, fortunately, Leon does not lack blacksmiths. He has a large group of blacksmiths from Mendenham. Close is about to have his own blacksmith shop, but it may be difficult for him to realize his dream of making a big sword because he already has a new profession. Knight. The Silver Hand was registered by Leon as the Family Guard Knights. And in the Lion Kingdom, newly registered knights need to register at least 5 knights who have fought for the country. Therefore, Leon directly canonized Close's old guys as knights. According to the rules of the Lion Kingdom, this is actually illegal, because these Mettenheimers are neither of noble origin, nor natives of the Lion Kingdom, nor are they even related to any nobles. Normally, they should marry a noble girl from the Lion realm before they are eligible to be canonized as a knight. But Leon doesn't care. He has the final say in the entire East anyway. If any noble has an opinion on this, then maybe their family will have a few more uncles from Mendenham. Close's knight's territory is by the Aire River outside Maishon Collar. There is currently a lot of construction work there, and many water-powered mills and blacksmith shops are under construction. However, the progress of construction was extremely slow because there were not enough carpenters and masons. Therefore, Amy is actively purchasing. According to the practice in Pender Continent, things like human trafficking are usually carried out in taverns, and the buying and selling of craftsmen is no exception. In fact, Amy is very experienced in recruiting various craftsmen. After all, she has lived in White Deer Castle for so many years. Godric often asks her to manage government affairs. She has participated in the expansion of White Deer Castle in recent years. Due to the shortage of manpower, Amy offered a high price in the tavern, basically using a salary that was twice the market price to buy. In order to spread the news, Amy also asked Eric to cooperate and posted purchase advertisements everywhere in Chungha town. Under normal circumstances, this kind of money-saving purchasing method is very effective. But this time, Amy encountered a rather special situation. Many nobles did come to the adventurer's tavern, intending to sell the craftsmen's contracts in their hands. And some nobles even expressed that they could lease people to Amy for a long time. It seems to be going very smoothly. But none of these nobles are locals. Most of them come from the same place around Sherhu City. Moreover, they all seem to be followers of Prince Alric, and Amy was not familiar with them. Probably after Prince Alric took control of Lion Lake City, there was no business to be done there. Anyway, no matter whose subordinates these nobles were, as long as they were willing to sell them, Amy would certainly be happy to accept them. Anyway, they do have a large number of craftsman contracts in hand. Amy is familiar with this kind of contract, and it is indeed true. So one transfer or loan deal after another began to be carried out in the pub. In order to improve efficiency, Amy generously paid the deposit first, and then agreed with them to bring the craftsmen to Changha town in half a month. But the problem is that the day after Amy paid the deposit, when she was preparing to arrange a carriage to pick up the craftsmen with the nobles, all the so-called nobles disappeared. Obviously, Amy was deceived. This should be a gang. In fact, this method of pretending to be a noble and using non-physical transactions such as contract transfer to defraud the deposit is very common. But Amy really had no defense this time. In fact, the deposit that was defrauded was not much, and the sum of the multiple deposits was only about 5,000 dinars. But Amy was quite angry, because Amy really didn't expect that at this time someone would dare to lie to her. Although it is clear that Godric and Leon have broken up,
Many outsiders may think that Amy does not have the support of Leon. But as long as they stay in Changha town for a few more days, they will know that Amy is in Leon's territory. It can still be used as half a home. Besides, even if Liang is not considered, Amy herself is not someone to be bullied. After all, she is a princess of the kingdom. She needs status. And she needs a strong army. The group of female soldiers in Griffin Claw are quite ferocious. And everyone knows that Amy can definitely pull out a large group of Nolder mercenaries from White Deer Keep. There are always a large number of Nolder elves wandering around the streets in White Deer Keep. It stands to reason that if someone comes to Changha town to form a group to commit fraud, Amy should inform Liang. But Liang is not in Changha town now. Due to the need to carry out infrastructure construction, Liang went to Karen Deer Castle to recruit labor. The rebels brought out by the gladiators only recognized Liang, and they would not be so obedient to others. While Leon was away, Amy planned to maintain her dignity. So she didn't tell anyone else about the embarrassing incident. She planned to recover the losses herself. After all, in Amy's opinion, there are really many women around Liang. If Windive had to look good and be capable, she would be a strong competitor. Some time ago, Liang's expedition to Dexia also brought back Alina, who was also a powerful enemy with both beauty and intelligence. Although Liang claimed that Alina only came here temporarily to seek refuge, Amy didn't believe it. She felt that Alina clearly came to ask for help last time, and she didn't want to leave after meeting Liang. So Amy has a sense of crisis now. She doesn't want the two competitors to know that she has been cheated. The female soldiers of Griffin Claw are quite capable. It only took a few days for Amy to determine the whereabouts of those crooks. They did go to the jurisdiction of Shurhu City, but they were scattered to various surrounding villages and towns. Moreover, those swindlers turned out to be nobles. Basically grassroots lords of various villages and towns. Mostly knights or manor owners. Therefore, the contract in their hands is indeed true. That is to say, there are indeed so many craftsmen in their territory. Then there is nothing to say. In this case, of course Amy has to take the troops to collect the debt, and the deposit has been paid. Then she must either bring back the agreed craftsmen, or capture those scammers and do hard work. Otherwise, where would the face of the princess of the kingdom go? So Amy summoned most of her men, led 400 female explorers into the jurisdiction of Shurhu City, and began her debt collection journey. Chapter 296. What about the prince? Amy's first stop for debt collection was a small town called Talboa just north of Goddess Mountain. Talboa has a small population and a small area. There is only one street in the whole town, and there are no fields around it. Even the trees are sparsely grown. It does not look like a livable place. In fact, this town is very quiet, and it is located inland away from the war, so it is safe and secure. It is said that there should be quite a few people willing to settle here, but that's not the case. Talboa has been a famous backwater for hundreds of years. This is mainly because the land here is relatively barren, and the harvest from farming is quite low. The reason why the land is barren is mainly because there are rich minerals underground. In fact, most places rich in minerals are generally relatively wealthy. But Talboa is an exception, because although there are rich coal seams here, they are not worth mining. It's not that people don't know the value of coal. People in Pender continent have already realized the huge role of coal as early as the end of the Pender kingdom. Coal is used in many places. Places with large coal seams are usually fought over by nobles. Getaway paradise. When a large amount of coal seams were first discovered in the town of Talboa more than 100 years ago, the nobles did exactly this. At that time, a small-scale civil war broke out in order to compete for the dominance of this town, resulting in many deaths and injuries. But in the end, the first Baron Leofoen, who defeated all his opponents and obtained this town, almost went bankrupt, because the soil layer in Talboa is only half a meter thick, and below that is a very thick gravel layer. This is why the land is barren and cannot grow anything. The soil layer is too thin and has no fertility. Most crops except grass doesn't grow well. And the coal seams here are almost all buried under the gravel layer. Buried relatively deep. It doesn't matter if you just bury it a little deeper. You can actually mine it if you dig the mine deeper. But the problem is that if you dig a deep well under the gravel layer, you will inevitably face accidents such as landslides and water seepage that may occur at any time. Few people are willing to enter such a mine, and the locals are definitely not willing to go into the mine anyway. However, after paying a huge price to obtain this territory, Baron Leofoen was naturally unwilling to accept it. So he bought a lot of slaves from Single, filled them with human lives, and finally built the mine. In the first few days, A lot of good quality coal was successfully dug out of the mine. So the scale of the mine was expanded again. The initial cost was relatively high, and the scale had to be increased. Otherwise it would be difficult to make money back. But after increasing the scale, when the second batch of coal was mined in large quantities, Baron Leofen suddenly suffered from angina and died on the spot. Because the mined coal is mixed with a large amount of coal gangue. The gangue accounts for 80%, and the coal is less than 20%. The coal seam below the gravel layer is like this. There are a lot of gangue, but it is difficult to distinguish them in the mines of this era. They are all black anyway. There was no coal washing method in this era, and it was difficult to separate gangue and slag. This kind of coal mine was naturally destined to lose money, and even if it was mined, it would not be sold. A baron was so angry that he died, and the news spread quickly to other places. As a result, the town of Talboa suddenly changed from a fragrant place to a shabby place that no one cared about, and almost no one wanted to stay except for passing business travelers. But this territory has been passed down by the Leofoen family to this day. This place once made the Lord angry to death. Even if he wanted to change hands, he couldn't sell it, which was unlucky. Besides, no matter how poor a place is, you still have to pay taxes to the king, and the tax official doesn't care whether you make a loss or a profit. Therefore, in the town of Talboa today, the Lord is still called Leofoen, which is their family name, and the family leaders of all generations have used the same name. And now there are new industries in Talboa. The Leofoen family has been operating here for hundreds of years, and they have indeed found a way to make money. This path actually comes from the gravel layer that they have always ignored or regarded as troublesome. The stone itself can actually create a good industry. Why risk your life to dig coal? As a result, Talboa is now full of quarries. People here no longer have the idea of mining coal. They collect stones directly from the gravel layer, and then sieve them into stones of various sizes. Large stones will be made into large and medium-sized sculptures. Other stones will be made into materials such as wall tiles and floor tiles. And small stones will be used to pave roads in various towns. Although the profit from these stones is not too high, it is a stable, reliable and inexhaustible industry. And the Leofoen family has recovered from the edge of bankruptcy. Talboa, which has a large number of quarries and stone processing plants, has become a place where stonemasons gather. However, this place is still regarded as a remote place by people from other places, because there are almost only quarries and stone processing plants here, and the whole town is like a large factory area. In addition, the soil layer is too thin, making it difficult for trees to grow and unable to block the wind and sand. So stone powder is everywhere when the wind blows. Of course, this environment is not very good. So people who are unwilling or unable to engage in stone-related work will naturally not come here. Nowadays, apart from the quarrymen, there are masons and their apprentices in this town. And there are not even a few women. Therefore, after Amy brought the female soldiers here, she quickly caused a sensation, and the whole town was boiling. Amy also did not expect that, after she entered Talboa with a large group of well-equipped and murderous female soldiers, what she encountered was not the denial of liars or the cover-up of the Lord, but a large group of people covered in gray but with two eyes. Workers who shine. The quarrymen here probably don't see beautiful women all year round, and they are all quite hungry. They heard that a large group of female cavalry came, so they put down their work and ran out in droves to see the beauties. At first, Amy thought these people were here for a group fight, and almost ordered the female knights to lead the charge. Fortunately, she discovered in time that these people were unarmed, and they only surrounded the troops for a few dozen meters and did not get closer. So no tragedy occurred. But this experience of being watched is of course quite embarrassing. Many quarrymen were even whistling, and there was endless play and discussion. Some bold ones asked loudly, "Beautiful lady, would you like to know me?" A strong hunk? This is of course an extremely rude move, especially for a noble girl like Amy. Of course, it is actually quite normal for these quarry workers to behave like this. The quarry workers are not masons. They are not even civilians, but criminals or servants. Many of them committed crimes and were sent here to work as coolies. It's not a discerning or quality group. But Amy was in a very bad mood at the moment. First the liar, and then the rude onlookers and provocations. She felt that the people in Talboa really did not take her seriously. So, when she met Baron Leofen, Lord of Talboa, Amy's face was quite ugly. The current generation of Baron Leofoen is very young, only in his 20s.
but he has two big jazzy beards that extend to his cheeks and curl into an arc on the side of his face. His red hair was slicked down, and he looked like a playboy. In fact, this is a very popular dress of the Lion Knights recently. Baron Leofen is indeed a member of the Lion Knights now, and he is a squadron leader who was newly added when the king supplemented the Lion Knights.
Miss Amy, I recognize your flag. This is the flag used by your father and brother. Maybe you don't know that your brother Andrew and I are good friends, and I served in the Royal Guards 2 years ago.
A large number of troops came to his territory, and Baron Leofen naturally had to come forward to understand the situation. When he saw Amy, who looked not so good, he naturally realized that this was definitely not to purchase stone materials. So he quickly started to build relationships.
Baron Leofen, don't say any polite words. I came here to find a knight named Lyons. He owes me 150 stonemasons.
Amy said gloomily. She would come here as her first stop. Of course, because the liar named Lanes had the most masonry contract in his hands. Even though she was trying to collect the debt after being deceived, Amy still prioritized. However, Leffer's many connections did have an effect. Since he was a friend of his brother, Amy did not take action directly. If it were someone else who didn't have this connection, Amy might have just asked the female soldiers to arrest him.
Lyons? 150 masons?
Leofen was immediately confused.
There is no knight named Lyons in my territory. And 150 stonemasons. That is equivalent to all the stonemasons in the entire Talboa. Amy, is there a mistake?
A mason does not mean a person, but usually includes the mason's apprentice and family members. There are 150 stonemasons. In fact, there are nearly 1,000 people. In addition to the quarrymen, there are only 1,000 people in the stone processing plant in Talboa.
Oh, in other words, you plan to protect that liar.
Amy felt that Leofen was probably cheating, because she had seen the contract documents, and they were all true. The name of the person who signed the contract was
Lyons,
and the territory signed was indeed Talboa.
Liar? Amy, why don't you tell me what happened? Why do I feel that the person you are looking for is not one of my men?
Baron Leofen was still quite polite. Of course, anyone who faces 400 cavalry armed to the teeth must remain polite, even if these cavalry are all women.
Leofen, I don't care if you know my brother or not. But this is what the agreement says, Administrator of Talboa. Sworn Knight Lyons, subordinate to Baron Leofen.
Amy took out a transfer agreement from her saddle bag and threw it over.
Read it for yourself.
Leofen swallowed, picked up the agreement and looked at it, then frowned deeply.
Amy, I know who this Lyons is. But this guy is not my subordinate at all. He is not even from the Lion Kingdom. This bastard actually plans to sell my property to you.
As he said this, Leofen gritted his teeth and seemed to be making up his mind.
Let's do this. I will take you to find him. Follow me.
Looking at it this way, Leofen is also a victim. Amy is still reasonable. In fact, she now vaguely feels that this scam may not be aimed at herself, but maybe it is aimed at Leofen. Fox Town. This is a large town affiliated with Shirhu City, and is also close to the inland sea of Shirhu.
Weihu Town is a prosperous place. There is a large commercial street in the center of the town, with pubs and hotels everywhere. At this time, Leofen took Amy into the largest tavern in Fox Town. This tavern is no longer called the Adventurer's Tavern. It's called the
Sly Fox Hotel.
Business in the tavern was very good, and the seats were packed with drinkers.
Are you sure that Lyons is here?
Amy led 8 female knights, and surrounded Baron Leofen into the tavern like prisoners. The smell of alcohol and sweat that hit her face made her cough. So she looked at Leofen with even more evil eyes.
Sure. Look to see if it's that person. He is indeed a noble. But a noble from the Crow realm. I can remember him because of his work.
Leofen pointed to a tall man in the tavern. That was indeed the Ryans that Amy had seen. He was tall, handsome, and good-looking. Amy did remember it. But the guy was not on the drinking side. He was standing at the bar, wiping glasses.
Bartender? A nobleman actually works as a bartender here?
Amy looked at Ryans in disbelief, and then at Leofen.
Are the nobles of Ravenland so worthless? Ahem. I asked you something like this too. He used to be a member of the Silver Mist Rangers. It is said that he had a relationship with the wife of their grand leader. So he was convicted of adultery, and was deprived of his noble status. He was from people from the Crow realm escaped here. Otherwise they would have been cut off and fed to the dogs.
Leofen explained with a strange expression.
You understand clearly. This makes me have to suspect that you and him are in the same group.
Amy glanced at Leofin and motioned for him to step forward and catch the Ryans.
Go and catch him, and I will believe that you have nothing to do with this matter. Otherwise, I must take away the Masons. You can see for yourself. Let's do it. Wait, Amy.
Leofin stopped him and then exited the tavern.
I hate that guy even more than you do, because he is using my property to deceive you. This obviously wants to get me into trouble. But I can't be here. Arrests. Why? You are a Lion Knight. Leofin, when did the Lion Knight become so timid when arresting people?
Amy's brows were already frowning.
Because this tavern is the property of Prince Alanric. And
Leofin pointed at the fleur-de-lis emblem on Amy's body.
If no one instigated it, how could a guy like Ryan's, a fugitive on the surface, dare to lie to you in this way? And he didn't run away after he lied to you?
This is true. Lyons is a fugitive from the Crow Kingdom. He finally escaped to the Lion Kingdom. Now he has offended 2 major lords. I'm afraid it will be difficult to survive. But he didn't run away. But still worked as a bartender here?
On the surface? Then what is his identity?
Amy also realized that this Ryans had a background.
He is now Prince Alanric's intelligence officer.
Leofin gritted his teeth and said,
He was indeed appointed as the administrator of Talboa by Prince Alanric. But that was because Alanric wanted to force me to serve him. So I drove him away. I think he will use the Masons of Talboa to deceive you this time. Probably because of this incident. In other words, Alanric is looking for trouble.
Amy nodded indifferently.
What about the prince? No matter who he is, he must repay the debt he owes me.
No matter what. Amy is always a princess. And she really doesn't care about Prince Alanric's identity. So Amy directly took the man to have sex with him. And ordered him to pull the carcass and carve it up. Proportion Xingxua Ji Nong. However, just as Amy was arresting people, a strange smile appeared on Baron Leo Vervin's face outside the tavern. Chapter 297 The Goddess Arrives? After Amy entered the tavern with several female knights, the bartender, Lyons, turned his head and took a look. And then, his performance completely exceeded Amy's expectations. He neither ran away nor hid, but shouted excitedly,
Welcome the Dark Goddess to come!
Then he fell to his knees and began to pray. To be precise, he knelt down in front of Amy, like a devout believer kneeling in front of the statue of the goddess.
Omnipotent Dark Goddess Erida, you have finally arrived where your slaves have been waiting for so long. I am willing to sacrifice all my flesh and soul to you.
Amy's face changed drastically. Is this Lyons a heretic? She didn't expect that she was just here to collect a debt. But she would encounter a heretic. Amy always remembered that Mrs. Bella once regarded her as a goddess in the inner castle of Changha Town. And the misfortune inducer also said that Amy is the best carrier for the goddess. But now, these heretics actually call her the goddess of darkness? Then, a prayer that Amy had heard rang out.
The goddess watches all injustice and evil. If a warrior swears by his blood to uphold justice, strength and courage will be added to him.
This is Lyons, reciting the liturgy. This is the ritual text used by the 3 prophets when they summon the fallen.
Kill him!
Amy made a decision in horror. The female knights only hesitated for half a second before faithfully executing the order. A female knight stabbed Ryans in the chest with a sword. The sound of chanting the sacrificial rites suddenly stopped. And the drunkards who were watching the excitement stepped back in horror, leaving a large open space. Lyons' body fell in the tavern. But there was no sign of pain on his face.
What did you do? Bastard! How dare you kill people in my place?
A skinny young man ran down the stairwell on the 2nd floor of the pub and took a look at Ryan's body.
Are you planning to rebel?
This is Prince Alanric. But he seems to be in a daze. The smell of opium and alcohol remains in his body. And he is probably still hungover.
Alanric? Why are you here? This bartender is a heretic. Can't you tell?
Amy already felt something was wrong in her heart. She realized that she might have been tricked by someone. And this seemed to be specifically to bring her into conflict with Alanric.
This is my hotel. Of course I'm here. Humph. Heretic? Maybe. But I think you are the heretic. I saw it upstairs. And he called you the Dark Goddess.
Alanric gritted his teeth and said,
I think you killed him to silence him. He shouldn't reveal your identity in public. Right.
Just after Alanric said these words, the drinkers panicked. Originally, when Amy shouted, Clear the place, the drinkers didn't move much. Probably because they wanted to watch the excitement. But after Ryans was killed, Prince Alanric said Amy was trying to silence her. If they still believe what the prince said, will Amy kill them to silence them? The drinkers began to move out quietly, intending to leave this place of right and wrong first. At this moment, the sound of the memorial service sounded again. This time, it was a woman's voice, and the voice of chanting the sacrificial incantation seemed to penetrate directly into the soul. This was a real spell. At the same time, several people came out of the group of drinkers, and they all knelt down to Amy at the same time, and shouted loudly,
"I am willing to dedicate everything to the goddess Erida."
Then, each of them took out a small knife and stabbed themselves in the chest, and they began to cut their own chests and abdomen vertically to kill themselves, and cut open the skin of their own chests. Everyone was stunned. Amy has seen this kind of scene before. Back then in the inner fort of Changha town, Mrs. Bella did the same thing.
"Kill them! Those are the fallen!"
Amy reacted quickly and ordered to kill the guys who harmed themselves. But her order failed to get through, because at the same time as Amy gave the order, the female voice reciting the sacrificial rite shouted again,
"Anyone who disrespects the goddess, all must die!"
This voice that went straight into everyone's soul filled the entire tavern, and almost no one could hear Amy's order. After the woman shouted, the guys who had stabbed themselves fiercely pulled their own flesh in half with their hands. The whole tavern was covered in blood at once. Then, those humanoid monsters covered in blood began to kill everywhere. These are indeed degenerates. Moreover, they are completely different from the half-finished products summoned by the three prophets. They are all fallen people who can obey orders. The first person killed by the fallen was Prince Alan Rick. His neck was easily broken by a fallen person. The tavern suddenly became abuzz with excitement, and everyone began to run for their lives in fear. But there are only 2 doorways, and the passage to the back door is quite narrow. Most of the people rushed towards the main entrance. Amy and several female knights were almost knocked to the ground. They were squeezed into the crowd, and could not stand firm. They were already near the entrance, but were blocked by the crowd of drinkers, who were swarming out. "We can't go in and kill those degenerates." At the same time, Amy and the female knights also formed an obstacle to the fleeing crowd, and those few degenerates were killing like crazy in the crowd.
"Exit! Exit first!"
Amy greeted loudly, and asked the female knights to follow the crowd and leave the tavern first. But outside the tavern, several people blocked the door. It was a group of lion knights.
"Step aside!"
Several female knights collided with the lion knights, trying to clear the way for the fleeing crowd behind them. They did not draw their swords because they knew that no more misunderstandings could be caused at this time. But the lion knights drew their swords directly.
"Traitor! Die!"
A female knight had her left arm chopped off.
"Okay, what a conspiracy!"
Amy frowned tightly and gave the order through gritted teeth.
"Let's do it! Ladies, get out! We can't explain it clearly."
Big Lynn Village. This is a fishing village next to Eagle Claw Fort. It is located in the bay with beautiful scenery surrounded by mountains and sea. Today's Eagle Claw Fort can be considered peaceful. Under Godric's governance, it has once again become a geomantic treasure with good security. So not long ago, Godric brought his wife Felina to Big Lynn, intending to stay away from the turmoil and live a world of traveling, boating and fishing. But they only lived such a leisurely life for less than half a month. On this day, while enjoying dinner with his wife in the courtyard of Big Lynn Village watching the sunset over the sea, trouble came to the door again.
"Lord Godric, something happened."
A guard rushed in panting.
"Sir, madam, something happened to Miss Amy." "What's wrong? What happened?"
Godric and Felina stood up at the same time. The couple was actually quite calm, so they put down the tableware and started asking about the specific situation. After all, they all know that Amy is no longer a little girl now. In the Bibu Gulf area, the reputation of the Princess Knight is extremely loud, more effective than Godric's name. And Amy would definitely not make any big mistakes as a person. Even if they encounter any trouble, they are confident that they can solve it.
"Sir, Miss Amy was besieged in Fox Town by the army of Lion Lake City, and it also included the Lion Knights."
The guard looked a little panicked, but he still made the point succinctly.
"The people of Lion Lake City claim that Miss Amy killed Prince Alan Rick." "Kill? Alan Rick is dead?"
Felina asked in a panic.
"This is a frame-up. Who brought the news?" "She is a female knight under Miss Amy. She is currently at Eagle Claw Castle."
There was a hint of intolerance on the guard's face.
"She fought her way out of the siege to report the news. The girl had her left arm cut off and her whole body was covered with arrow wounds. But she still persisted to reach Eagle Claw Fort. And she just said a few words he fell unconscious."
The expressions of the old couple suddenly became extremely serious.
The fact that Amy's men were so seriously injured and came out of the encirclement to report the news obviously meant that the situation was extremely urgent. And Amy must have fought a very difficult battle. Moreover, they knew Amy and knew that their daughter was not a reckless person. If they could explain it clearly, Amy would have resolved the matter peacefully long ago and would never ask for help from Eagle Claw Fort. This also means that the situation is no longer controllable. Go back to Eagle Claw Castle immediately and gather all troops to prepare for war. Send people to send messages to Changha Town and Brave Shield Castle as quickly as possible. Go quickly! It seemed that the situation was urgent. So Godric didn't waste any more time and directly ordered the guards to prepare for war. Godric, this conspiracy may not just be to frame Amy. They are targeting our whole family. Fox Town. It is very close to Crow Village. And Andrew may have also received the news. Faina was a little uneasy. She could sense that the enemy was besieging Amy, probably to lure Godric and Andrew to send out a large number of soldiers. The village was the fiefdom of Godric's son Andrew, and it was only a few meters away from Fox Town, more than 100 miles away. Andrew must have received the message. But if Andrew couldn't calm down and led troops to rescue his sister, or attack the Lion Knights, this will make their whole family guilty of rebellion. Whether it was treason or not. Even if Amy really killed Alan Rick, I must protect her. Godric stopped his wife's shoulder. I want to go back to Eagle Claw Castle immediately to organize the army. Felina, you rush back to the Crow Village immediately and tell Andrew not to act rashly. I will rescue Amy. If the Crow Village comes out, it's over. You and Andrew go to Changha Town. Godric's arrangement was actually quite reasonable. His daughter was trapped, and as a father, he naturally had to lead troops to rescue her. But if this is a conspiracy against their whole family, it's best not to involve Andrew in it, lest the whole family be wiped out. However, when Faina drove the carriage and rushed back to Yaju Village, it was already too late. Yaju Village is already full of dead bodies. As the name of the village goes, crows were all over the ground pecking at the corpses, and no one was alive in the village, no matter whether they were farmers, women, or children. There was no one left alive in the village of more than 1,000 people. Moreover, it was a massacre and they almost all died in the same place, on Andrew's estate. Obviously, they were driven together before they died. How could this happen? How could this happen? Faina shouted angrily and rushed to the manor villa, which was her home and where Andrew lived. The door of the villa was open, and the bodies of several guards fell in front of the door. They were covered with injuries. They must have experienced a hard battle before they died. These are loyal warriors who do their duty and are Andrew's retinue. The villa was in a mess and had obviously been searched. Several maids fell naked in the hall, with fatal injuries on their throats. It was obvious that their throats were cut after being tortured. After coming out of the villa, Miss Philena's originally sad face had turned ashen. Andrew is no longer here, and his body has not been found. This is probably the only good news. But corresponding to this good news, most of Andrew's troops are not in the village either. Ah! Miss Philina closed her eyes and roared crazily for a while, then looked back to the northeast, which was the direction of Weihu Town and Lion Lake City. Madam, what should we do now? Should we go to Fox Town to find Lord Godric? Or should we go to Long River Town to find Lord Leon? Asked the guard knight, who was escorting Philina back to the Crow Village. Go to Lion City. Miss Felina gritted her teeth and got back on the carriage. I'm going to find Ulrich if he's not crazy yet. When Leon returned to Changha Town with more than 3,000 young and strong laborers, news from the north happened to spread. The person who brought the news was Gran Long, the Lord of Pain Village, and the flag officer of the Lion Lake City Flag Guard. But Gran Long was also injured all over his body, and more than half of the Shirhu City Flag Guard was lost. Sir, there is a heretic who has summoned countless fallen people in Fox Town. Fox Town has experienced a massacre. After meeting Leon, Gran Long's first words were terrible news. What? Leon was shocked. Who did it? The three prophets? Perhaps. But my lord, not only that, there is an even more troublesome thing. Prince Alanric died in Fox Town, and most people said that this was Miss Amy's doing. They believed that Miss Amy was a heretic. He also said that Miss Amy is the dark goddess. Lord Godric was also accused of treason by Baron Leofen because he led an army to attack the Knights of the Lion. The news from Granland's mouth became more exciting than the last. Leon was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that he just left Changha Town and went to Carandir Castle to gather people to arrange matters? In just over half a month,
The whole world seemed to have changed. Godric's whole family was caught up in some storm.
Alanric is dead? Then where is Amy now? Is she still in Foxtown?
After returning to Changha Town, Leon only heard that Amy led troops to the north. But no one knew where Amy went. He didn't care at first. It was normal for Amy to lead troops to go out to do things. And it was also normal not to tell others.
They may still be holding on to Foxtown, but I don't know the specific situation,
Granlon explained.
I actually only found out about Miss Amy being besieged by the Lion Knights after Lord Godric sent troops. But when I rushed to Foxtown,
I was ambushed by a group of heretics.
As he spoke, he pointed at the flag guard behind him.
The forests around Foxtown are almost entirely filled with fallen people. As a result, more than half of the flag guard has been lost. I had no choice but to rush back and report to you. You just said that it was Baron Leofen who accused Lord Godric of treason?
Leon thought for a while.
Then this matter obviously needs to be dealt with starting from Leofen. Where is his family?
Chapter 298, Framing It. Who wouldn't? Baron Leofen's family actually lives in Foxtown. The environment in Talboa is too poor to be a suitable place to live, and the quarries are usually a penal colony for criminals. Of course, nobles will not live here. In fact, after Amy was deceived, the first thing she thought of was who had lured her to Foxtown. Leofen, who was the perpetrator of this conspiracy. Therefore, after Amy had a conflict with the Lion Knights outside the tavern, she immediately found the manor of the Leofen family. But when she arrived at the manor, she only saw corpses everywhere and a dozen degenerates wandering around. The manor had been slaughtered, including the children and dogs. While Amy was inspecting the manor, a team from the Knights of the Lion arrived here together with the security patrol team from Foxtown, led by Baron Leofen. Obviously, this is no coincidence. As a result, Amy was charged with another crime, summoning the Fallen to brutally massacre the entire family of Baron Leofen. Amy knew that she couldn't explain it. Leofen himself was the leader of the Lion Knights. Since he used his own manner to frame it, he didn't leave any chance for Amy at all. The Lion Knights did launch a direct charge. As a result, the female soldiers of Griffin Claws had a battle with the Lion Knights in the manor. And the final result was that both sides suffered losses and no one took advantage. Originally, just a few hundred people from the Lion Knights couldn't trap Amy. But after Amy just fought with the Lion Knights, the garrison from Lion Lake City rushed to Weihu Town much faster than expected, as if it had been rehearsed in advance. As a result, Amy was unable to rush out and had to defend the manor after nearly 100 casualties. Several brave female knights volunteered to break out and report the news, and they did successfully bring the news to Godric. But sometimes, having reinforcements come to rescue may not be a good thing. Godric did successfully rush into Foxtown, but he was also trapped inside and was characterized as treason and rebellion. Of course, Godric's rescue still worked. At least he brought a lot of troops. After the father and daughter joined forces, there were more than 1,000 people, and they should be able to hold on in a short time. When Leon organized his troops and prepared to set off for Weihu Town, the king's envoy came to Changha Town. This messenger turned out to be Marbert.
The king's decree. Godric, his eldest son Andrew, and his second daughter Amy, joined the heretics, murdered the prince, and caused the massacre. The crime is unpardonable. Countless residents witnessed the crimes they committed. King's decree, rebels Leon, the marshal of the kingdom, and the Earl of Changha Town, leads the troops to eliminate the rebellion and kill the treasonous criminals and their party members for the kingdom.
This king's order is very long, but the focus is on the above keywords. The king ordered Leon to lead troops to eliminate the rebellion. The so-called rebels are Godric and Amy. Leon is a rebel, and it is indeed his duty to crusade rebellion. But when this king's order came out, he faced a huge problem. Once the king's order is received, everyone in Changha Town and other places will regard all Liang's subsequent military actions as ordered to eliminate rebellion. In other words, this is equivalent to Leon treating Godric and Amy as heretics and rebels. No matter what he actually does, as long as Leon leads the troops now, everyone will think that he is acting in compliance with the king's order, which is equivalent to agreeing with everything said in the king's order. Godric and Amy, the crime can never be cleared away. Of course, he could also use excuses such as organizing the troops to delay, or simply go out without troops. But if he doesn't send troops to rescue immediately, how long can Amy be trapped in Foxtown?
At this point, Leon finally understood the intention of this conspiracy. This is not only to trap Godric's family, but also to use Amy as bait to trap himself. But if Leon disobeys the king's order and does not accept the king's order, then he himself may be regarded as a rebel. As a rebel, if he receives the king's order but does not remove the rebel, he is obviously colluding with the rebel, and he is a treacherous minister and traitor. People in Liang's own territory may believe him, but people in other areas will probably regard him as an accomplice of a heretic and a traitor. People are blind, except for Bailu Castle and Mai Xiangling. People in other places will therefore regard Liang and Amy as enemies, and even the people in Chenghe town will find it difficult to control them. Anyway, if Leon disobeys the king's order or sends troops to rescue Amy and Godric will be unable to stand up for their crimes, and they will be regarded as heretics. But if Leon doesn't save them, Godric and Amy will die in Fox Town sooner or later. Moreover, it is currently impossible for Leon to raise a flag to rebel on the grounds that the king's order is unfair. This reason is not very sufficient. In fact, the rule of the Kingdom of Lion has not caused any big problems. At this time, not many people will support the rebellion. In addition, this matter involves heresy, and countless residents have witnessed his crimes with their own eyes. Even if Leon successfully joins forces with Godric's family to rebel, what awaits him is rebellions from all over the country, and countries declaring war on him. No one would agree with a heretical and rebellious rule. You don't become the king just by defeating the king. If you don't have enough foundation for rule, people will at most regard you as a regicide assassin or a tyrannical warlord. There are many things that cannot be taken care of with a big fist. Conqueror, General Osa led tens of thousands of troops back then, and his fists were much bigger than Liang's. However, although he forcibly proclaimed himself emperor, he also failed to make the people of Pindo regard him as the emperor throughout his life. The Bacchus Empire has been the enemy of all countries until now. It has no allies except Medinham. Although there is a wise king on the throne, it is still almost destroyed. This is a conspiracy that combines yin and yang, and it will be difficult no matter how Leon handles it. But what is the purpose of setting up a trap to harm Godric and himself? Leon couldn't figure out that if Marbert designed this, then he wouldn't be able to get any benefit from it. Amy and Godric were framed as heretics or rebels, and White Deer Castle and Eagle Claw Castle would only be taken over as territories directly under the king's jurisdiction. If Leon led the troops alone to eliminate the rebellion, then these territories would only become Liang's territory, not in the hands of Brennus and his son. And if this was King Ulric's doing, Godric is the king's brother-in-law. There was no reason for Ulric to force his relatives to rebel. Right? Could it be the three prophets or the princess who did it? But equally, they don't get any benefits either. Count Leon, you should take the order. Malbot held the scroll in one hand and covered the hilt of the sword with the other, reminding Leon, who was in a trance. Lord Marbert, why did you become the king's envoy? Logically speaking, you should be at the Sava River Castle now. Leon did not reach out to take the order, but deliberately rambled on, thinking about how to solve this dilemma. I just came back from Sava River Fort and returned His Majesty the King's things to Lion City. Then His Majesty gave me this errand and asked me to stop by and apologize to you. You should know that those things belong to you. The trophies brought back from Dexia. Marbot smiled kindly. But the people you sent to transport supplies were so careless. How could you not notify the Lion Knights of the convoy that was paying tribute to the king? That Eric is one of yours. Right. He had been involved in a lawsuit with me for quite some time. In the end, he found out that it was a misunderstanding caused by the Lion Knights. Eric's convoy was full of Decimas, so the Lion Knights patrol mistook them for Dexia's spy. This misunderstanding almost caused me to be exiled by the king. But fortunately, my father is the grand leader of the Lion Knights after all. And all the trophies were recovered intact. It seems that this guy really went to Governor Justice to propose marriage but failed. So he returned the materials that Ulrich had snatched, which he planned to use as betrothal gifts to marry Alina, back to the king. Moreover, according to this statement, it was Duke Brennus who took the blame. The king asked him to come over and apologize to Leon, which was what he should do. After all, something happened at Sava River Fort. So Marbert really needed to apologize to Leon and the king. The father and son claimed that the Lion Knights had done this, and they probably found a few scapegoats in the Lion Knights. So this was Brennus' fault. Of course, as long as he admits his crime with a good attitude, apologizes to the king and Leon, and returns all the things, then Brennus should be fine. Eric would not make a big move over this. Brennus took the initiative to plead guilty
and claimed that the Lion Knights had robbed Eric. This was obviously to ensure that Marbert would no longer be involved in any lawsuits. Under the current circumstances, he actually wanted to keep Marbert clean and flawless. It stands to reason that when the princess is already pregnant with a child, the father and his son can take possession of the property worth 5 to 6 million dinars as their own. Even if the king is dissatisfied, he will not do anything to them without real evidence. Besides, the reputation of a duke is more important than Malbert, the lord of the Sava River Castle. It is normal for Malbert to help Brennus take the blame. But Brennus is helping Malbot take the blame? Unless it was for a larger plot. Brennus needed to retain Malbot's identity as the king's adopted son, and Malbot could not be involved in any lawsuits. In other words, Malbot still has to keep his identity as the king's heir. However, if the princess gave birth to a boy, Marbert would definitely have no hope. With the methods of the three prophets, the princess's child would definitely be a boy. Does this mean that the Malbots will let the king and Prince Alanric die suddenly before the princess gives birth to a child? Only in this way can Marbert succeed to the throne. And Alanric did die suddenly. Was this the original motive? After noticing the motive, the rest of the reasoning is easy for Leon to judge. Kill Prince Alanric, frame Amy, and drag himself and Godric into the mire. Malbert knew that he would definitely save Amy. If he is regarded as rebellious, or is suspected by the king, he will definitely let the king personally attack him, provoke the king to attack him, and then let himself become the king. Regicide. He probably has this intention. After all, this king's order is too targeted. If he doesn't accept the order, Marbert will have sufficient reason to say that he may be an accomplice of the traitor. And then the king will definitely come to your door. Once the king steps into Changha town, he will probably die violently to kill the king and then frame it on himself. Malbot must be quite good at these things. Leon figured it out. So, Leon waved to Lisa Dillon.
Lord Marbert is a guest from afar. Prepare a room for the distinguished guest and entertain him well.
Then, he stretched out his hand to Marbot, signed the king's order, and stepped forward to hug his shoulders and salute. This is on the main street in the center of Changha town. In full view of everyone, the king's order cannot be ignored.
Malbert, you're too polite. Since it was just a small misunderstanding, why should I apologize? It was my fault.
Ah, you? The cheek-to-cheek gift was naturally Liang's response to Marbert's so-called apology. However, as soon as the two of them got close to each other, Liang covered his chest and fell at Marbert's feet as if he had been assassinated. The crowd of people watching made a sound of panic.
My lord, what's wrong with you?
Lisa Dillon came around in a panic with a large number of guards, and the scene suddenly became extremely crowded. And then, Lisa Dillon squeezed in, helped Leon sit up, waved his hands and shouted loudly,
"Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way."
The guards slowly dispersed and formed a circle to protect the scene, while Leon sat on the ground and gasped in pain, covering his chest with one hand, and blood was flowing out from his fingers.
Malbert, you, why did you do this? You also forged this king's order.
Right? Leon covered his chest and shouted weakly. And Malbert, the actor, was looking at his hand in surprise. Someone had inserted a bloody dagger into his hand.
You actually attacked Lord Leon in public, and even falsely conveyed the king's order. You are too courageous. Capture him immediately. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude.
Lisa Dillon drew his sword and pointed it at Malbot.
Ha! Leon, what are you going to do? Isn't it too childish?
Malbert laughed in anger. This was too obvious. Although Liang's acting skills are no worse than his, and the bleeding is extremely real, you only need to use your brain a little to understand that this is a frame-up.
You said you came here to apologize. Is this how you apologize? Marbert, we are having a bit of a holiday. But this holiday is also because you took away the trophies I paid tribute to the king. You would actually do this. I really thought you were the adopted son of the king, and can you do whatever you want? You are treason.
Leon acted very angry, as if he had been greatly wronged. Marbert was stunned for a moment. Right. He said that he came to apologize on the order of the king, so everyone could realize that he had a problem with Leon, which meant he had a motive.
Tie him up.
Risadolin directly blocked Malbert's mouth, leaving no room for him to perform. The elf assassin fully understood Leon's intention this time. Lisa Dillon is the captain of the guard, not a maid. Except for the prison, other rooms are not under his control. since the Lord specifically asked him to prepare a room for distinguished guests. It obviously meant preparing a clean prison. So he cooperated quite well. Seeing Leon fall, he immediately led people to surround him and create an opportunity. He took advantage of the chaos and thrust the bloody dagger into Marbert's hand. Chapter 299. They are all traitors and traitors. Sir, this frame-up is indeed a bit obvious. After imprisoning Malbot, Lisa Dillon may have felt that his temporary performance did not work well. He felt that he should act a little more angry. It doesn't matter, as long as I have an excuse to control Malbot. Leon waved his hand, sighed, and spread out the scroll Malbert brought again. However, the trouble now is that this king's order is not actually a forgery. It was indeed signed by King Ulrich. Warren. Sir, now the nobles of Changha town have witnessed Marbert's assassination of you. Regardless of whether this king's order is true or not, at least we can indeed not accept the order now. And no one will say that you are disobedient and disrespectful. Rasadalin said in a conspiratorial tone. If someone talks nonsense, I will tell them to shut up. Risa Dillon. What your lord is worried about is not the issue of disobedience. Windive stopped Rasadalin from expressing her loyalty. If the king's decree is true, it means that King Ulrich has determined that Amy is a heretic. In this case, it is difficult to overturn Amy's verdict, even if Amy was rescued. But she still has nowhere to go. That's right. Only King Ulrich himself can overturn Amy's verdict. But his son has just died, so it's probably hard to stay sane. This is a difficult thing to handle. Leon frowned and thought hard. But there was still no good solution. Lord Leon, King Ulrich specially sent an order for you to send troops to deal with Amy and Lord Godric. This doesn't look like you have lost your mind. Close, who had been silent until now, suddenly said, if his own son was killed, most people would go into battle to kill the enemy personally. Right? Logically speaking, he should have gathered an army in Lion City to avenge his son. Yes. Judging from the significance of this king's order, Ulrich should have made the decision that was best for him after carefully weighing it. This is not the attitude that a father who is in pain of losing his son should have. Moreover, the Kingdom of Lions is a place that values chivalry. If his son was killed, Ulrich should lead the army himself out of emotion and reason. He is now cured of his illness, and it's not like he can't go into battle. Revenge for his son shouldn't be left to others. But he asked Leon to combine the rebellion. It seems that King Ulrich has no affection for Prince Alanric. Leon sighed. Probably he only has the so-called child in the princess's belly, and his throne in his heart. This king is somewhat ruthless, and must weigh the pros and cons at all times. Weighing the pros and cons. Sir, if the Bacchus Empire attacks the Lion Kingdom at this time, what do you think King Ulrich will do? Wendy seemed to remember something, and turned to look at Leon. That's right, Wendy. Go get Alina. Leon's eyes lit up. I almost forgot that Malbert proposed to Alina. Ulrich must not know about this yet. Not long after, Alina was brought to Leon by Wendy. Alina, have you met the handsome young master in the prison? He is Malbert. I was right what I said before. That guy is indeed a talented man, and he really doesn't have many shortcomings. Leon pointed in the direction of the prison. Lord Leon, you should get down to business. I'm not interested in Malbot. Alina sighed. I know you are facing some troubles. What are you going to ask me to do? I plan to ask you to write an imperial decree for me. Go back to Siyuan City and tell Emperor Marius that Malbert, Lord of the Sava River Fort, has decided to defect to the Bacchus Empire, and I am going to help His Majesty the Emperor make him governor of the North. Leon smiled. If you take Marbot back, he will become a general. Your father will definitely not let you marry him, and you no longer have to worry about being forced to marry when you go back. That's what I said, but I'm still a little worried. Alina clearly had a huge fear of being forced into marriage. If you are really worried, just castrate him. I don't believe that your father is planning to let you marry him under such circumstances. Leon took out a small knife and stuffed it into Alina's hand. Alina held up the knife and curled her lips. I heard that he came to give you an order on behalf of King Ulrich. If you hand him over to me, how will you explain to the king? Oh, Malbert, this handsome and passionate knight, assassinated me to save a Bacchus beauty who was kidnapped by me. Unfortunately, the assassination attempt failed and I was thrown into prison. Then he and the Bacchus beauty successfully escaped from prison and chased following the beauty who rescued him. He fled all the way to the Bacchus Empire, and eventually even betrayed the country and surrendered to the enemy because of love. Look, What a beautiful love story.
Leon easily gave a reasonable logic.
I am the biggest enemy of the Bacchus Empire. Many people know that I kidnapped you. And this kid did ask you to marry, saying that he committed treason for true love.
Is there no problem?
Alina rolled her eyes.
Okay. But if that's the case, then he can only be castrated. That's a not-so-good tragic love story. You can ask Brutus to do this job for you. I know Lord Brutus likes you.
Leon mentioned the little lord who led the gladiators to rebel. Elena's brother. Because Leon accepted those gladiators, Brutus was no longer able to become a lord again, and now serves as the captain of Elena's guard.
Don't talk nonsense. Brutus is already married.
Alina sighed.
Actually, I wanted to visit White Deer Castle and the Noldor Forest. Can I still come to your territory as a guest in the future? Of course. You are welcome to come anytime after I solve the trouble at hand. By the way, I can give you some carriages. The latest models.
Leon pointed to the carriage parked in front of the door. After sending Alina away, Leon returned to the Lord's Hall and summoned all his men to start arranging matters.
Now Malbert has become a true rebel by betraying the country and surrendering to the enemy. Sarah, report this matter to Lion City through official channels and ask King Ulrich which rebels should I attack first. Marbert, who is about to lead the way for the Bacchus Empire to attack us. Or stay in Foxtown Amy, who keeps complaining. In addition, will Brennus be suspected of rebellion? Is there a traitor in the Knights of the Lion? To muddy the water. You know, Risa Dillon, take those brothers from Ashkeman and sneak into Lion City to wait for me. If necessary, you can attack anyone without any scruples. Close. You take the king's order and set out first with the silver hand. In the name of crueling rebellion, you directly enter the Fox town to protect Amy. Anyone who dares to stop will be shot to death. Gromlong, take your standard guard to station in Sherhu City. Seal the gate of Sherhu City, and no one is allowed to enter or exit. Otherwise it will be regarded as heresy. Anson, send a message to Sir Roland, asking him to go to Fox Town to slay the heretics. After Roland leaves, let Ndongjia provoke a war with the Crow Kingdom and lead the Crow Kingdom's army to the north of the kingdom. Wendy, let the guards and Noldor Rangers prepare for the expedition, and send an order to the garrisons everywhere to prepare for war.
A few days ago, Lion City.
Your Majesty, I received a military report that it doesn't seem to be good news.
Monteverde was holding a scroll in his hand, hesitating a little, not sure whether he should read it or not.
There is always no good news in military reports. Tell me, my intelligence officer, what happened?
King Ulrich was taking a walk with his young and beautiful princess in his arms. His eyes never left the princess for a moment, and he was obviously not interested in military reports.
The news came from Sherhu City. Prince Alanric was murdered.
Montever frowned and whispered. Seeing Ulrich's footsteps pause, he simply handed the paper over.
What did you say?
Ulrich was no longer calm. He took the military newspaper and read it twice, shook his head and rubbed his dim eyes, and then read it again carefully. Very carefully. Then, he crumpled the paper, then unfolded it again with gritted teeth and read it again.
Your Majesty, please express your condolences.
Monteverde smartly began to retreat. In this situation, it was best not to get too close to the king. Otherwise he might be accidentally killed. The princess also cleverly hid aside.
Ah, bastard.
Sure enough, Ulrich threw away the scroll very suddenly, drew out the sword from his waist, and while roaring wildly, slashed everything around him crazily. Several irises in the garden, together with a poor maid, fell under the king's sword. Montever was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't taken those 2 steps back, the sword that was slashing at him would probably have been cut off from his head.
Come on. Call all the troops. I'm going to make them pay.
Seeing the murder of an innocent maid, Ulrich seemed to wake up a little. He dropped the bloody sword in his hand, gritted his teeth and issued the order through his teeth, and then sat down on the floor of the garden. The princess picked up the paper roll on the ground and looked at it. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, and then waved her hand to Monteverde to hurry up and deliver the order.
Your Majesty, I know you are sad right now.
The pregnant princess also sat down next to Ulrich and hugged the king's arm.
I will accompany you. No, I'm not sad, I'm angry.
Ulrich patted the princess's arm and seemed to get some comfort from the princess. He did seem to have calmed down a lot.
I don't like Alanric. Many people know this, but no one knows the reason. Actually, he is not my son. I have never touched his flirtatious mother. because I don't know whether I should regard her as my queen or my stepmother.
Ulrich murmured, somewhat feebly revealing the secrets of the palace. The princess nodded slightly and acted as a good listener.
In fact, she was the prince concubine designated for me by my father when he was on the throne. But after she entered the palace, she spent almost every night in my father's bed for the first 2 years. So, I knew from the beginning that Alan Rick was not my son. He was actually my brother. Ha ha ha. So I always ignored him. So he would get sick at a young age. Because he is the evil done by my crazy father and his daughter-in-law. How could I be sad for him? I wished he would die. But I still made him the prince of Sherhu City. This is what he deserves as my brother. He should have been a prince. I know his birth. It's not his fault. I've always tried to be a fair king. Whether it is the lords of the kingdom, the governors of various counties, or those who are hostile to me, I have always tried to treat fairly even Leon, who has a doubtful background. I also made him an earl, and even made him he became the marshal of the kingdom. Because he has indeed made enough military exploits. But I have never been able to be fair, because the disputes within the kingdom never stop. The military newspaper said that Godric was plotting a rebellion, that her daughter Amy was a heretic leader. It was also said that Amy had caused many massacres in the Sherhu City area. How ridiculous. Godric is my brother-in-law. I know him. Amy is my niece. And I know what kind of child she is. Rebellion? Heresy? Massacre? Ha ha ha. Everyone thinks so. Am I a fool? As Ulrich spoke, he shook his head and laughed miserably.
I am angry because I have to do unfair things without conscience again and again. Even though I know that this is a frame-up. For the safety of the kingdom and for myself, I have to sacrifice them. Actually, I don't want to be the king. Not from the beginning. But my father killed my uncle before he died. At that time, everyone suspected that I did it. If I can't sit on the silver throne, then I will definitely die. My crazy father forced me to sit in this position in this way. But what's so good about this throne? It's freezing cold.
Ulrich fell weakly into the flowers behind him and muttered the last words.
I know you married me for power. How could a young and beautiful girl have any real relationship with an old man like me?
Love? But I still want to thank you. At least, you were always by my side when I needed to talk to you most.
The princess listened quietly to the king's words, sighed, but said nothing. She just silently lay down among the flowers and hugged Ulrich's head into her arms like a child. A few days later, Lion City, the garden of the House of Lords.
Your Majesty, I received a military report. It's not good news.
He was still the intelligence officer. Knight Monteverdi, still holding a scroll in his hand, still hesitant whether he should read it or not.
Read.
Ulrich didn't seem to want to talk anymore.
This is news from the Sava River Fort. Malbert has committed treason.
Montvero said only one sentence and handed the paper over, then turned around and ran away.
Asshole. Damn it. They all deserve to die. They are all traitors and traitors.
Another innocent maid fell under the king's sword, and another patch of flowers became a mess. The irises that were always blooming in the garden of the noble house were stained with blood again and again, and it was no longer possible to tell whether they were originally red or gold. Chapter 300. Your loneliness is self-inflicted. It is really not easy to be a king. You will receive bad news every now and then, and bad things will happen anytime and anywhere. Ulrich really needed to vent. But apart from slashing with his sword, he really had no way to calm down. Perhaps the blood shed by the innocent maid who was chopped down could temporarily extinguish the fire in Ulrich's heart. But this time, the princess is not here, and no one can give him comfort. So this time Ulrich roared like a trapped animal in the garden of the House of Lords for a long time. And the entire House of Lords could hear his roar. No one dared to enter the garden anymore, except Philina, who came to Lion City after a long journey.
Ulrich.
Philina called the king's name directly and rushed into the garden of the noble house. But after seeing the dead maid in the garden and Ulrich, whose eyes were as red as a beast, the question she had prepared turned into a sad cry.
Are you crazy too? Sister. I understand my father now. Really. I understand him.
Ulrich was sitting on the ground at this time, wiping the blood on his hands with the hem of his exquisite brocade robe. His tone was unexpectedly calm.
He is not crazy. He is just lonely. As lonely as me.
Alone?
Then why did you declare Andrew and Amy to be heretics? Why did you say Godric was a traitor? They are all your relatives.
Philina suddenly became furious.
Since you are alone, You should cherish your relatives even more. You know clearly that they have been framed. Yes. I know. I can even guess that this is something Brennus asked the Lion Knights to do.
Ulrich looked at Felina and showed a sad smile.
But, sister, what can I do? Can I ignore the Lion Knights and all the nobles in the northern region? In that case, the Lion Knights will still obey my command? So what? Even without the Lion Knights, Godric will still be loyal to the kingdom. Amy and Andrew will also be loyal to the kingdom. They can resist any strong enemy for you.
Felina yelled bitterly.
Yes, they will be loyal to the kingdom. But they will not be loyal to me. Sister, your husband and children will only be loyal to you. They have killed too many Lion Knights, and there is no turning back. Sister, they can only kill me. And then I will lift you up to the silver throne.
Ulrich looked at Felina steadily and said softly,
Your father, my biological uncle. He was the heir recognized by all the nobles back then. Sister, you could have become the queen. Yes, Andrew and Amy are also fully qualified to inherit the throne.
Felina's expression changed drastically. She took 2 steps back, as if she didn't recognize her brother at all, and looked at Ulrich carefully again.
Ulrich, your princess is pregnant. I know, and I can understand why you want to do this. But my family has no interest in the throne. I just want them to live well. That's all.
You are also my family, and I hope you will always live well.
Felina said it very seriously, and her words must come from the bottom of her heart.
I believe it. Of course I believe you. Sister, you sent me to the throne back then, and of course you won't fight with me now. But, you also know, sister, this kind of thing is not something you can do without fighting. The nobles who follow Andrew, the knights who follow Godric, and the careerists hiding in the dark, they will all fight in your name. I didn't want to fight for that cold throne back then. But what was the result? You know, you told me back then that I could only sit on the silver throne. Otherwise you and I would both die.
Ulrich sat on the ground and spoke in a very calm tone.
Just like now. If I don't clear the way for my child to be born, then I'm sure he won't even be able to be born smoothly. I understand that you want the princess's child to be the sole heir. But why did you adopt Malbot as your adopted son before? You are asking for trouble.
Felina looked at Ulrich hesitantly.
Sister, that was when I was being treated. I wasn't sure if I could be cured. I made Marbert my adopted son in the dark. I originally wanted to protect you and Andrew from being murdered.
Ulrich shook his head.
But who knew that my illness was cured by the princess? And she became pregnant not long after. In this case, you can now banish me, Amy and Andrew, and our whole family can leave this continent far away. You don't need to label Amy and Andrew as heretics.
Felina was stunned for a while, and her tone became miserable.
Sister, don't you understand? Only by making them heretics can we save their lives. Other crimes will not make them lose the legal right to inherit the throne.
Ulrich sighed.
I have ordered Count Leon to attack them. I know that Leon will definitely protect them. He looks so similar to Leonardo. And he was close to Godric and Amy. Of course, I can guess whose child Leon is. You know, I admired the Blood Lion Knight Leonardo back then. Ulrich, I can understand your thinking. But the problem is, you can't understand us. And you don't understand Count Leon.
Felina also sighed deeply.
You have always admired Leonardo when you were a child. But you have forgotten what kind of person the Blood Lion Knight is. How could his son sit back and watch his friend be framed as a heretic? There will be big trouble. I have been facing all kinds of big troubles from beginning to end in my life.
Ulrich stood up, hugged Felina, and rested his head on Felina's shoulder like he did when he was a child.
I'm sorry, sister. No matter what, I have to watch my child be born. I have to leave the Knights of the Lion to protect him as he grows up. I must imprison you in the tower of the House of Lords. But I guarantee that your husband and children will not die.
Felina stretched out her hand to push Ulrich away and said in an indifferent tone.
Maybe. But, Ulrich, everyone in my Crow village was massacred. They had experienced the Red Death. They have survived wars and the ravages of heretics. But now, they did nothing. But they were massacred by your Lion Knights. Ulrich, you have children. And so do they.
Ulrich was stunned. Felina turned back expressionlessly and walked towards the noble house tower.
You brought your loneliness on your own. Your Lion Knights will also perish. I will watch all this from the noble house tower. After returning to the throne room, King Ulrich was no longer peaceful, and was full of rage. His peace is only for relatives like Felina. As Felina said, Ulrika was in big trouble. The matter between Godric and Amy has not yet been resolved, and the Lion Knights are dragged to Fox Town and will not be able to come back for a while. Marbert became rebellious again, defected to the Bacchus Empire, and even became the northern governor of the Bacchus Empire. The Sava River fort fell into the hands of the Bacchus Empire again, and the southern gate of the kingdom was opened. The Chicha fortress has not had time to be rebuilt, and now there is only a large burnt wall left, unable to stop any enemy. If the Bacchus Empire launches an attack, Lion City will directly become a battlefield. According to the military report that just came, a cavalry unit of Emperor Marius even swaggered around the Chicha fortress. This was definitely not to see Agatha's achievements, but to show off his power and intimidate the Lion City. At this time, Liang's foreign affairs officer Sarah was formally meeting the king in the throne room. This difficult woman asked many difficult questions. Your Majesty, there are changes in the Sava River fort, and the Bacchus Empire is eyeing it. Lord Liang has entrusted me to ask you for instructions from the army in the eastern part of the kingdom. Should they immediately go to Weihu town to exterminate the heretics? Or should they go to Sava River fort to kill the traitor Marbert? In addition, there is news from Brave Shield Castle that there is a strange movement in the northeast of the kingdom, and the Jada people seem to be resurrected. There is also news from Dark Falcon Castle. The Raven Kingdom seems to be preparing to march to the northern part of the kingdom. They seem to have learned that Lord Godric's troops are not in Talon Castle. The northern part of the kingdom is currently extremely empty. Sarah had been conveying the information politely, but what she said made the officials in the throne room break into cold sweats. These things sounded like the kingdom was in turmoil and was about to end. Dudley Ong is the commander-in-chief of the eastern region, and all military affairs are decided by him himself. Ulrich really didn't know how to respond, so he could only grit his teeth and let Leon figure it out. But he knew in his heart that the situation was not that serious. It may be true that Malbot rebelled. After all, Ulrika had just ordered Malbot to repay the huge sum of money not long ago, and got back 700,000 dinars from Brennus and Malbot, with interest. It is indeed possible that Marbert would become resentful for this. And since he knew that he would not be able to inherit the throne after the princess became pregnant, treason and surrender to the enemy was indeed possible. But the Bacchus Empire would not launch a large-scale attack in a short period of time, and Ulrich knew this. Your Majesty, Lord Leon would like to get some clear instructions. Is Duke Brennus trustworthy at this time? Can Marshal Leon recruit troops from Qiaoyan Bay to cooperate in the battle? Sarah asked another question that was even harder to answer. Say you're trustworthy? Then Leon will definitely send a marshal's order to recruit Brennus troops to attack the Sava River fort, and even directly ask Brennus to attack his son Marbert. It's reasonable to seek rebellion. Say you're not trustworthy? That's it. If the Grand Leader of the Lion Knights is not trustworthy, can other Lion Knights still trust him? What would the Lion Knights think? The entire Lion Knights might be gone. I have a headache. Let's discuss it another day. Let Leon leave quickly and deal with the heresy first before considering other issues. Ulrich simply claimed illness and ran away. But the historian in the throne room still faithfully recorded everything. In fact, Liang's troops had already set off. Moreover, the troops set out in multiple ways to different places. At the same time that Sarah met Ulrich, Close had already rushed to the vicinity of Fox Town with the silver hand. Fox Town actually deserves its name, because there are indeed many foxes here. But the reason why it got its name is not because of the fox, but because of the dense woods next to Weihu Town and the roads in the woods. This road connects Qiaoyan Bay, Shirhu City and Lishur City. It is an important transportation thoroughfare and has a lot of business travelers passing by. The three-way intersection leading to the three big cities happens to be located in a dense forest. Even in the daytime, only human figures can be seen. There is no doubt that this is a good place to strike a sap and stage an ambush. Therefore, there used to be a group of famous robbers here many years ago. They called themselves Sly Foxes, and their whereabouts were indeed mysterious. They had been committing crimes in this forest, since many business travelers have been robbed by them in the dense forest. A good habit has gradually formed in this area. Before entering the woods, first form a group in a small village on the edge of the woods and wait until there are more people before setting off. As a result, many taverns and hotels gradually appeared in the small village next to the woods, and it quickly developed into a large town. This town was named Weihu Town. After the development of Weihu Town, the robbers in the dense forest, who called themselves Weihu, disappeared. So some people realized that those former robbers might be the lords of that small village. In order to make the village prosperous quickly, he led people to commit crimes in the woods.
forcing passing business travelers to stay in the village. This fox town has been full of intrigues since its birth. And now, many strange figures appeared again in the dense forest next to Weihu town. Those were the fallen. And there were quite a few of them, wandering around in the woods. Since Granlon said that his standard guard was ambushed by the fallen in the woods, Close was very cautious and did not dare to enter the woods rashly. In addition, he didn't want to waste time. So Close planned to take a detour from the wild and go directly to Weihu town. But what was unexpected was that even though Close took a detour from the south of the woods, he was still blocked, as if their eyes had been opened. Those fallen ones accurately judged Close's march route, and appeared in the wilderness south of the woods, blocking the front of the Silver Hand and forming an array. A dozen miles away behind the fallen array is the Fox Town. Detours from the wilderness are actually blocked, which makes Close a little confused about the fact that these fallen ones have the ability to execute tactics. And they are also very quiet. Yes, this is a horde of silent monsters with no skin on their bodies. Their eyeballs and gums exposed. The reddish-brown muscles were exposed, and the blood on his body had probably coagulated. Occasionally, white tendons could still be seen. In other words, they all held swords and shields in their hands, and they even lined up quite neatly. And they did not attack randomly. They looked like a well-trained army. Fortunately, the number was not too large. There were probably more than 300 fallen ones. And there was no one who looked like a leader. They were all skinless monsters with big red eyes. And they all looked the same. Close brought a total of 1,300 troops, including 300 Silver Hands and 1,000 sergeants, Freedom Legion. The number of enemies is only a fraction of his own, and they are blocked in front. This must be fought. And Close is not afraid of this kind of monster in the wilderness. He has seen it outside Changhe town. At that time, the fallen one summoned by the three prophets, there are basically no advantages other than great strength. Although what we were facing now seemed a little different. The monsters lined up in an array, and not moving seemed to be able to obey the command. But in any case, they were just a group of walking zombies who had lost their souls. Surround them! Close led the team and directly used the three-sided encirclement of the infantry that the Mettenheimers were good at. This is a very effective attack method for the infantry in medium-scale battles, especially when the enemy has fewer people than himself. But what is unexpected is that the well-equipped Silver Hand suffered a big loss in the first wave of attacks led by a strong man like Close. Chapter 301: The Flaws of the Silver Hand. The Silver Hand's combat effectiveness is actually very strong, because all of its members are tall, strong, and capable men. Most of them use big swords, halberds or big hammers, which are basically heavy weapons, and their lethality is not lacking. The body's defense is not bad either. Most people wear chain armor blouses inlaid with steel sheets. That is, composite deck armor suitable for infantry is not easy to make. It is difficult to make movable joints. The water conservancy stamping equipment by the Air River is also difficult to make. They hadn't had time to build it yet, so naturally they couldn't equip all the members. Only Close and others were wearing their Mettenheim plate armor. But a full set of composite armor actually has very good defense. In this era, ordinary noble knights can only afford to wear this kind of armor. In addition, the core personnel are equipped with mithril gauntlets. At least ordinary swords are not a problem for them at all. When in close combat with the enemy, there are actually very few troops who can defeat them. In many cases, they can defeat the opponent simply by relying on strength. When the strong men wield their swords and hammers, the shields in the enemy's hands are basically useless. Effect: that hammer was a big piece of iron weighing 8 to 12 pounds. It was actually used to knock on city walls, and the shield couldn't stop it. But now, they are facing a group of degenerates. A group of inhuman monsters far superior to them in strength. The sledgehammer is of course very lethal to the Ken Knight or other humans. But if it hits the fallen, it will not have much effect. At most it will only cause a few fractures. Unless you hit him in the head, you can't kill him at all. The fallen are all walking zombies after all. Whether they are missing arms or legs or have broken bones, as long as they are not dead, they can still retain most of their combat effectiveness. Moreover, a heavy weapon like the hammer has a huge problem with poor balance. This thing cannot be taken back after being swung out, and it is basically impossible to adjust during the attack. It is really not easy to hit the opponent's head accurately. The Mettenheimers' big swords are not bad, and they are very good at New Year sword technique, and are very skilled in beheading and other tasks. But the problem is that the swordsmanship of the Mettenheimers is very broad, and the more unrestrained swordsmanship requires a lot of space. In other words, the silver hand cannot form a dense formation to attack. Of course, the same goes for the halberd and sledgehammer. They need to be spread out a little. Otherwise, they will easily injure friendly troops. Clovis had previously surrounded his troops on 3 sides because they could not attack in a conventional array and they needed more space. But in this way, the original numerical advantage became less great. The fallen ones kept their dense array untouched. When facing the attack, they even quickly formed a shield formation. Therefore, when the silver hand came into contact with the fallen, it seemed that there were fewer enemies and more enemies. The enemies stood very densely, but the silver hand was relatively scattered. At the same time, since the enemy formed a shield formation, the first blows of the tough men with sledgehammers were aimed at the shield. The sledgehammer is a shield-breaking weapon. It is reasonable to break one by one. The shields in the hands of the fallen were indeed broken with one blow, but the force of the sledgehammer failed to make them move at all. Not even the hand holding the broken shield moved. Just as the enemy's shield was shattered, the sledgehammers faced the fallen's counterattack. They had just swung the hammer, but their whole body's strength had not yet been recovered. At this moment, their feet were temporarily unable to move. The fallen ones slashed at the hammermen with their swords at this moment. It was obvious that these fallen ones still had good swordsmanship, or some kind of instinct. There is actually nothing special about the weapons in the hands of the fallen. They are just ordinary long swords, or conventional weapons such as hand axes and machetes. However, that seemingly gentle counterattack killed many sledgehammers and others. The armor was cut into 2 pieces. Even the mithril gauntlets of the silver hand can't stop the power of these fallen ones. It's too terrifying. They abandoned their souls and gained inhuman strength. Many of the fallen even cut off the swords in their hands with the first blow. The originally quite strong composite armor was like paper in front of the terrifying power of these fallen ones. So, just after carrying out the first wave of attacks and completing a brief contact, the troops led by Clovis lost dozens of sledgehammers, basically all killed in one hit.
Back off! Everyone back off!
Clovis realized that he had made a mistake. He should not have faced the fallen with conventional combat methods. Moreover, these fallen people are completely different from those previously encountered in Chang'e town. They do not seem to have completely lost their minds. The fallen ones did not pursue the retreating silver hand, but still lined up neatly and remained extremely quiet. After Clovis led the people back dozens of meters, the fallen ones even restored the circular formation into a horizontal formation, and began to slowly approach like a wall.
If only those Nolder were here!
Summer looked helplessly at the approaching flesh and blood monsters, and said something to Clovis. Indeed, if the Nolder elves were here, these fallen ones would only be shot through the head by precise arrows, posing no threat at all. But now, only the Silver Hand and the Free Legion don't have many long-range attack methods. The Silver Hand, which uses strength as its main method, faces the fallen whose strength far exceeds its own in close combat. It is really not cost-effective, and it will definitely suffer heavy losses. Sometimes, one thing kills another. When facing the Dread Legion at the beach, the arrows of the Nolder did not have much effect, but when facing the fallen in the wilderness, the Silver Hand was indeed difficult to operate.
Throw the spear up!
Clovis frowned and called the members of the Freedom Corps to come forward. The Free Corps did have many men equipped with spears, especially those gladiators from the Bacchus Empire. Then a wave of javelins flew over, but almost no one fell down on the other side. Many javelins were indeed inserted into the bodies of the fallen, but they did not react at all, and the puncture wounds were completely indifferent to the fallen. It is obviously not easy to accurately hit the head with a javelin, and most of the fallen on the opposite side have shields in their hands. Although they seem to react slowly, they can still protect their heads with a shield. As a result, Clovis immediately regretted it after throwing a wave of spears. The fallen ones on the opposite side suffered almost no losses. Moreover, they picked up the throwing spears stuck at their feet or on their bodies and threw them back. Although their throwing skills were not very good, and most of the javelins missed the target, the few javelins facing the target without exception caused casualties. Under the inhuman power of the fallen, the ones thrown back the javelin is so fast that you can't even see clearly. The powerful and heavy javelin can even completely penetrate the human body without being blocked. And there is no time to hide. This is really troublesome. Although the brothers have all seen the more difficult to deal with the fearful legions, and have no fear of the fallen, everyone is aware of the troublesomeness of these enemies. It's not easy to fight in close combat, and you'll be killed if you throw a spear. There were some crossbows, but only Sigismund's scouts were equipped with them. The number was relatively small, and the accuracy of most of them was not very good.
It was difficult to achieve any effective results against the walking dead. It doesn't seem possible to avoid them instead of fighting them. Close had already taken a detour to avoid them before. But they were still able to miraculously block the large army in the wilderness. The biggest problem is that at this moment, another group of enemies came from the distance. Those are still fallen ones. Not many in number. Maybe 100 or 200. But this means that fallen ones will continue to gather here. Sinclair, do you have any good ideas? If this continues, there will be more and more fallen ones. And we seem to be unable to get rid of them in a short time. Close turned to the scout Captain Sigismund. We can't waste time. How about letting the large army disperse? Spread into small groups and avoid them. I will lead the scout team to lure them here. You go directly to Weihu town. Sigismund did give a reliable solution. We can give it a try. Take the squadron as a unit. Disperse altogether. And go to the vicinity of Weihu town to watch the loud arrow gather. Close also thought this was a good idea. So he immediately issued the order. After all, the more important task now is not to kill these fallen ones, but to get to Amy as soon as possible. A squadron is actually composed of more than 10 knights and about 30 sergeants. The Silver Hand and the Free Legion were divided into 30 teams. Each team had about 40 people. They began to follow their captains in various directions. Detour. Only Sigismund did not move. He let the scouts fire several rounds of crossbows, temporarily holding the fallen in place. It sounds like this is a good idea, because the fallen ones did not pay attention to the scattered small team, nor did they divide their troops. All the fallen ones began to chase Sigismund's scouts. From the looks of it, these degenerates may have been ordered to block large-scale troops. Perhaps they can sense the location of large-scale troops through some special guidance, and even perform some simple tactics, such as fighting in formation or ambushing in dense forests. However, they can probably only obey instructions to a limited extent, and do not have any flexibility to respond to actual situations. After everyone dispersed, Sigismund's 80-man scout team became the largest team. So the fallen ones were still executing their original orders to block or eliminate large-scale troops. As a result, Sigismund and his scouts began to quickly retreat to the opposite direction of Fox Town, so that the large army could successfully get rid of these difficult monsters. But it didn't take long for Sigismund to discover that his own idea had gotten him into big trouble. He couldn't get rid of these degenerates. The fallen actually don't run very fast. When they gain strength, they must also lose some of their dexterity and agility. But here's the thing. They are not afraid of getting tired. Moreover, none of them carry any weight. Not even skin. Which means they carry less weight than a person wearing nothing. Sigismund and others are not monsters that don't get tired. And they have a lot of equipment. Although they were faster than the fallen, they could not get rid of the fallen, who had been chasing them even though they were running and stopping. They were basically driven away like dogs. As a result, Sigismund had been driven out for more than 10 miles. He felt that he could not go to Fox Town, so he simply led his team straight to Talboa. On the other side, after dividing his troops, Close raised the Golden Griffin flag when he could see the Fox Town in the distance, and shot a loud arrow into the sky as a signal. He planned to reunite the scattered team here, and then rush into the Fox Town. Close has now realized that the Silver Hand team currently has a big problem. But as long as he can be reunited with Amy, these problems will no longer exist. Amy's Griffin claws can just make up for the shortcomings of the Silver Hand. However, before he could gather his troops again, several strange small teams appeared in front of him. There were several cavalry squads, and each squad looked to be quite elite cavalry. Although the equipment of these cavalry teams looks varied, Close can see that each of them should be a battle-hardened warrior. The discipline of these people seems to be poor. Quite poor. Each of them carried some random things, such as vases with silver foil, copper pots, leather, and even women's skirts and underwear. There were also people with them, all of whom were injured with missing limbs. They were basically dressed as villagers. There were also children among them, who were probably their captives. Obviously, these cavalry had just completed a separate robbery, and it must have been done in a very violent way. Most of the people in each cavalry team, including the horses, were stained with blood. Who are you? Close vaguely felt that he might be in trouble again. These cavalrymen were probably not good people. But not all of the scattered troops had arrived. They are not our people. Assemble! The cavalry on the opposite side did not respond to Close's question, but started to join together with shouts. Close suddenly realized that these cavalrymen also came to gather after seeing the sound of arrows. Those cavalry are obviously enemies. And with all their cavalry, Their gathering speed is naturally much faster than that of the Silver Hand. Then, the cavalry released the villagers with mutilated limbs and said harsh words to Close. "Surrender! Or be like them!" The wounded limped towards Close, seemingly wanting to get away from the cavalry on the opposite side as quickly as possible. The cavalrymen followed behind the wounded, laughing and driving their horses around, shooting 1 or 2 arrows at the wounded from time to time, as if to make them escape faster. "What's going on? What do they do?" Close drew his sword and asked the villagers, who fled to his side in panic. "That's Fleur's Swood, that tyrannical executioner." A villager who was still somewhat sane answered quickly. His face was full of tears. His whole body was covered with various scars, and one of his ears had disappeared, leaving only a bloody ear hole. It was obvious that he had been extremely cruelly abused before. "What? Is that guy famous?" Close has obviously never heard of this name. None of the members of the Silver Hand have heard of the Silver Hand. There is not a single native of the Lion Realm in the Free Legion. They are either from Menheim or a member of the Bacchus Empire. Sigismund was also a Filtwai born in the Crow Realm. Chapter 302, Reliance on Scumbags. "Oswald! That is a notorious and cruel executioner. He massacred our village. They gathered us and used us as their entertainment material these days." The villager's face was full of tears, and he kept looking back with fearful eyes, as if he had been tortured to the point of losing all courage. The cavalry on the opposite side laughed and stopped dozens of meters away. They seemed to be deliberately waiting for these villagers to finish speaking. Seeing the cavalry behind them stopped, several villagers began to cry and complain. "All of us were tied up with thick ropes and divided into 3 rows according to children, women, and men. Then they tied up the children one by one. Kill! When women plead or scream for their children, Oswald's men will humiliate them in front of all the men. They love to hear women scream and curse. After the last woman's throat is slit, they will torture the man in various cruel ways. Their torture methods will be beyond everyone's imagination. And they do it just to make people feel pain. Just for fun." According to the villagers, this is a group of brutal gangsters. A guy named Oswald leads many small adventure groups and rogue knights. He usually lets these people disperse to fight on their own, constantly attacking caravans and villages like a pack of wolves. And when the real battle comes, he will bring these squads together to become a unified legion. What Close was facing at this time was obviously some teams that had been mistakenly summoned by the sounding arrow. They thought it was Oswald summoning them. It is said that Oswald's cruelty exceeds that of anyone in Pendor, and even many members of his adventuring party despise his behavior. He would choose villages that were weak, helpless, and defenseless to commit violence, and would not torture people for any reason. Men, women, and children would die in agony at the torment of him and his men, as long as Oswald appears with his team. The tragic scene of corpses strewn in the fields and hunted by fire will inevitably appear in nearby villages and wilderness. The villagers were obviously extremely afraid of Oswald's men. They hid behind Close and did not even dare to look at the blood-stained cavalry. Close didn't expect to encounter such a pure pervert here. Heretics and snake worshippers at least have a certain purpose in massacring villagers. But Oswald's massacre and torture are just for fun. Sure enough, there are all kinds of scum in Pendor. As an experienced mercenary, Close has understood the intentions of those cavalry. Many cruel gangsters will deliberately release the brutally tortured prisoners before the battle, so that these prisoners can bring fear to the opponent and disrupt the opponent's mood. Military morale can also force the opponent to allocate manpower to protect the disabled villagers. Moreover, if the abuse they inflict on the captives is cruel enough, and if the opponent has a sense of justice, this method can also anger the opponent and make him behave irrationally. For example, launching an angry charge will cause the entire team to lack coordination and command. But this time, these guys may have miscalculated. Close is indeed a man with a sense of justice, but he is not an angry and reckless man. In fact, the vast majority of people in the Silver Hand and the Free Legion are quick to change their ways, and it's easy to get the best results. Besides, they have a mission. Get the hell out of here, or be crushed by me. Close measured the strength of both sides, shouted to the opposite side in a loud voice, and then made a gesture with his sword. All the men present came forward with Close, their swords and halberds in an anti-riding posture, forming a hedgehog-like array. There are now 40 or 50 rogue knights with good equipment on the opposite side, as well as 70 or 80 guys who look like retinues. In addition, there are about 50 adventurers of various shapes, close to 200 people, all of whom are cavalry. On my side, there are currently 350 people gathered.
all of whom are fighting on foot. 350-foot soldiers faced off against 200 cavalry. And the equipment levels on both sides were basically the same. It seems that the difference in strength is not big. But my side actually has some advantages. Because the Silver Hands are not afraid of cavalry. They have even dealt with the Python Knights of the Dread Legion. So they naturally have no fear of human cavalry. However, even with the numerical advantage, Close was unwilling to take the initiative to attack the cavalry. The man could not catch up with the horse. And he might be killed by the cavalry with a crossbow. The cavalrymen on the opposite side definitely did not want to meet the anti-cavalry array composed of broadswords and halberds. And they did not launch an attack. So the two sides began to confront each other. Confrontation is of course a good thing. Wait half an hour at most, and all members of the Silver Hand will gather here. At that time, an army of more than 1,000 people can easily crush these enemies. In fact, a Silver Hand squadron can be seen approaching from a distance. Moreover, anyone can see the resounding arrow. It won't be long before people from the Lion Knights will come here to check it out. Perhaps he saw troops converging here in the distance. A knight came out of the cavalry team opposite, with his hands spread out without any weapons, as if he wanted to talk to Close.
We are Fleur's Oswood Adventure Group. Big man, if you don't put down your weapons and leave here, I guarantee you will regret it.
The guy who came out to speak was wearing a black smock and a black hood. He seemed to be a rogue knight or an explorer with a hidden identity. He looked back at the other Silver Hand members approaching in the distance.
Regret? Don't you recognize the flag in my hand? I am Close, the knight under Marshal Leong. I came here under the king's order to fight against rebellion. I think you are very much like rebellion.
Close sneered at the rogue knight.
I think you will regret it soon. Huh. Big man, I know you are Count Leon's man. Of course I know the Griffin flag. But you'd better think about why we are here. I say it again. Surrender. Or be like them. I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it.
The rogue knight pointed at the few villagers who were hiding behind Close and others in fear. And his tone was still quite arrogant. Close was a little confused. Now this situation is evenly matched. And the people on the opposite side will certainly not dare to attack easily. But the Silver Hand will continue to gather here. And their side actually has a great advantage. The guy opposite obviously saw the sounding arrow. And he must be aware of it. But he is still so arrogant. What do these scumbags have to rely on? According to these villagers, these people should be just an adventure group with a cruel style, or a group of well-equipped horse thieves. A group of horse thieves, facing the troops directly under the Marshal of the Lion Kingdom, dared to ask Close to surrender even though they did not have an advantage in strength. However, if you think about it carefully, this group of horse thieves really shouldn't be here now. This is the outskirts of Weihu Town. Only a few miles away from Weihu Town. Godric and Amy, the father and daughter, have been guarding Fox Town for more than 10 days. The Lion Knights have besieged Fox Town and fought successively. With such a big news, people nearby must have heard the news. How could Fleur's Oswood Adventure Group, these scoundrels who took pleasure in doing evil to the weak villagers, appear in a place where the Lion Knights gathered in large numbers?
Who are you?
To be cautious, Close asked again.
It seems like you don't just have muscles on your mind. Big man.
The rogue knight smiled.
Perhaps it will be easier for you to understand after seeing this. Put down your weapons. Don't go against us.
He lifted up the black blouse on his chest, revealing the breastplate underneath. There is a golden lion emblem on the breastplate.
Lion Knights?
Close was indeed shocked. Oswood's adventure group turned out to be members of the Lion Knights. The soldiers behind him also looked at each other. They all saw the lion emblem. But then, Summer shouted very smartly.
You actually killed the people of the Lion Knights and took away their armor?
The face of the rogue knight opposite changed drastically.
Are you stupid?
We will. Close had already raised his sword with understanding, and chopped down the knight with one sword, preventing him from saying the second half of his words.
Charge! Kill these traitors! Avenge the villagers and the killed Lion Knights!
Close raised his bloody sword and charged directly. Since these scum were members of the Lion Knights, we couldn't wait. We had to deal with them before the Lion Knights arrived. Late at night, in Lion City, Lisa Dillon was walking through a dark alley with several masked men in black.
Everyone, the king has been staying in the House of Lords. Before Lord Leon comes here, we'd better sneak inside. Do you have any suggestions?
The elf assassin was quite polite to the men in black, and basically spoke in a negotiating tone.
Risa Dillon, we are now considered Lord Liang's subordinates. Since Lord Liang asked you to lead the team, then just give the order and we will obey.
A man in black with a dagger in his hand was observing the environment from left to right, saying that there was no need to be so open-minded. There was a black scorpion engraved on the dagger. This is a member of the Scorpio Assassin Brotherhood, and the liaison between Liang and Ramon.
Well, I think you can try pretending to be guards and get in. I can't pretend to be them. So I have to leave it to you. I think you should be able to kill these careless guys.
Risadolin pointed to the top of his head. This small alley is outside a wall. Inside the wall, there is a 10-story stone tower in the center. This is the former Pender noble house, and now the private residence of the Lion King. On the wall, there are several sentries standing guard, most of them dozing off with their rifles in their hands. It is late at night, when people are most tired. Lisa Dillon was pointing at those napping guys. It is naturally difficult for the Nolder elves to disguise themselves as human guards, but the Scorpion Assassin is extremely proficient in this. Disguise and lurking are compulsory courses for assassins.
But please note that they will change guard before lunch. Lord Liang will be here early in the morning. If nothing happens, you must find a way to escape before noon.
Several Scorpio assassins nodded and observed carefully for a while, then quietly climbed directly from the alley to the wall and began to separate. Lisa Dillon waited in the alley for a while until someone dropped several large packages from the wall. He caught the packages one by one and carried them deep into the alley. After finding a bush to hide them, he set out and walked out. Those packages were full of corpses. The guards killed by the Scorpion assassins. These professionals basically made no noise. The bodies thrown outside the wall were all caught by Risa Dillon, and the entire operation did not make the slightest sound. Moreover, each corpse was wrapped in a black cloak, and not even blood was spilled. The city gate would not be opened at night, so Risadolin found a place near the city gate to sit and wait for dawn. In the early morning, the city gate of Lion City opened when the first ray of morning light hit the city wall. As soon as the city gate opened, a horn sounded, which was the bugle to welcome the marshal of the kingdom into the Lion City. Liang's handsome flag was already waiting outside the city gate. Liang's status is now different. When entering the city, the defenders must blow the welcome horn. The marshal of the kingdom is the leader of the army, and the garrison at the city gate must show respect to Liang. Moreover, no one will have any objections to Liang bringing the Nolder guards. As a marshal, it is reasonable to hire any soldiers. After all, everyone knows that Liang once led the Nolder elves to solve the problem of Gera for the kingdom of the lion. Picture people. Liang led the guards into the Lion City. When he saw Risa Dillon waiting in the corner of the city wearing a hood, he gave him a questioning look. Lisa Dillon nodded.
Thank you for your dedicated service. Is your majesty in the city?
Liang turned to ask the city gate official. The reason why I want to thank him is because the city gate official opened the door at dawn, without making Liang wait at all, which was very efficient. This not only gives Liang a lot of face, but also means that the city gate official is very dedicated to his duties, and probably hasn't slept at all. The city gate officer is actually not a small role. This is an extremely important position in this era. It is usually held by the adjutant of the royal guard. The adjutants of the royal city guards are generally the direct descendants of high-ranking nobles. But in most cases, the children of great nobles cannot open city gates with such high efficiency.
Lord Liang is too polite. This is my duty. Of course His Majesty is in the city at this point. But I have to remind you that Your Majesty and the princess must not have gotten up yet.
The city gate officer smiled and showed a little kindness to Liang. The city gate officer on duty today is a knight who does not wear the family coat of arms. This means that he is a new knight and has not even prepared the coat of arms. It was a bit rare for a newly knighted knight to become a city gate official, and Liang couldn't help but take a second look. By the standards of this era, this guy is a handsome guy. He has a neatly trimmed beard, blue eyes and a high-nosed bridge. His short brown hair looks very energetic, and he is tall and strong. The armor on his body was a little old, but it was well taken care of.
Are you a relative of Princess Anna? What is your name?
Liang turned around and asked one more question. He felt that this city gate officer looked very much like another person, a knight who also took care of his old armor very cleanly. Chapter 303. You have to be careful.
Are you a relative of Princess Anna? What is your name?
Liang turned around and asked one more question. He felt that this city gate officer was really special. Anna. This is the name of Ulrich's beautiful young princess. This name is very common, but the princess's surname is not. Her full name is Anna von Clancy. It is said that she is a minor noble from Howling Castle. Of course, maybe the princess is not Anna, Maybe it's just a witch wearing the skin of the woman named Anna. The reason why Liang felt that the city gate officer was a relative of the princess was mainly because this newly consecrated knight should only be the princess's subordinate. The princess had just married the king a few months ago, which was when the family's power was greatly increased. It was reasonable. They will definitely confer some new guardian knights. Only the princess's guardian knight could serve as a city gate officer when he first received the imperial title.
No, not a relative. To be precise, I am a follower of Lady Anna. My name is Inna, and I have just been named Lord of Short Howl Village by His Majesty, Lord Liang.
The handsome guy who called himself Inner nodded and saluted Liang. He looked very polite and even used words very carefully. The princess could only be called Madam. After all, she was not a queen. But this handsome boy's name is somewhat inconsistent with this kind of politeness. The name, Inna, is very strange for a noble of the Lion Realm, because it is a name often given by pirates in Vanscary. The meaning of this name in Vanscary is,
from the endless water,
or
possessing the power of the sea.
This is a very typical pirate name. But Leon has never seen such a polite pirate. Moreover, this guy's appearance and behavior are obviously that of a noble from the Lion Realm. In recent decades, many Vanscary pirates have indeed become the nobles of Fields Way. The current king of Fields Way, King Vides, was once the pirate leader of Vanscary. And this Short Howl Village, the territory that Inner just acquired, is the place closest to Fields Way. But Short Howl Village was completely destroyed by the drunkard group a few years ago. Logically speaking, the princess shouldn't seal an uninhabited ruins to her guardian knight. Right? And this is a person who serves as the adjutant of the royal guards. The royal guards are the security guarantee of the kingdom's capital and the king's personal army. No matter what Princess Anna wants to do, at least the people placed in the royal guards must be her die-hard confidants. Anna's position did not match his fief either. This is a guy full of contradictions. Thinking of this, Leon walked towards Inna with a friendly smile.
Knight Inna, are you willing to take me to the noble house?
Inna also had a smile on his face.
This is my honor. But His Majesty must still be resting at the moment, and may not be able to see the king. Lord Liang. No, not to see the king. I asked you to take me to see Lady Anna. I think you can definitely let me see the noble princess right away. Right.
The smile on Liang's face deepened. This, Inner hesitated. It stands to reason that a request or invitation from a nobleman like Leon with this attitude should not be rejected by a young knight like him. Besides, Leon obviously meant something.
Lihanji plays. Ichi decorates the oath. Is timid, and the lyrics are chaotic. And the material is really good.
Inna is the vassal of the princess. He wants to ensure the safety of his master's family. And he does have the right to know the reason why Liang is looking for the princess.
I was entrusted by someone. I have a friend named Owers von Clancy. I wonder if you have heard of him.
Clancy. This is the surname of the princess. And it is also the surname of Ors, the leader of the Knights of Owls. And Ors is the knight who looks very similar to Inner. They also have blue eyes and a high nose, the same brown hair, and the same brown beard. Even their bodies are very similar. But Ors is much older than Inner.
I guess Mr. Ors is a relative of Lady Anna? Did something happen to him?
Inna frowned, as if he didn't know who Ors was. But he clearly realizes what the name Clancy means.
Nothing happened to him. However, he asked me to help him ask about his daughter Anna's wedding. Why didn't His Majesty and Princess Anna invite him to participate? Did His Majesty the King not intend to recognize him as his father-in-law? Or did Lady Anna not intend to recognize him? This father? Knight Inna, who do you think I should ask about this matter?
Liang stared into Inna's eyes, still smiling.
Should I ask Mrs. Anna? Or should I ask His Majesty the King?
Inna was stunned for a moment, then smiled even more humbly.
I will take you to see Mrs. Anna right now.
Then, he led the horse in front, and led the way without any delay. He seemed to be more anxious than Liang. Liang smiled, and it seemed that Amy's matter could be solved through this princess. In fact, this is why Liang asked Lisa Dillon to sneak into the Lion City to wait for him. Liang went to Trubran, where the Owl Knights have been stationed. After all, the princess's last name is the same as Ors, so of course she had to ask. But what Liang said to Inna was actually a bluff that Ors had no daughter at all, but an illegitimate son. Or it might not even be called an illegitimate child. It should be regarded as a biological son that one dares not recognize. But he was born when he was not married. When Ors was first engaged, he encountered a group of gangsters robbing the family village.
So he led the Owl Knights to kill the gangsters. But then, it was discovered that those so-called gangsters were basically nobles under the Mad King. As a result, the Knights of Owls were classified as illegal knights by the Mad King. And Ors was also wanted. The Mad King was capable of all kinds of bad things at that time. So Ors broke off his engagement with his fiancée and took the knights away to avoid harming his lover. But Ors' fiancée was pregnant at the time. This is a tragedy. By the time Ors knew this, his son had been born and taken to the temple of the goddess of order. His fiancée became a nun serving the goddess Eunomia. Ors' fiancée had obviously always loved him deeply, and did not remarry under such circumstances. Moreover, she unilaterally gave herself the husband's surname of Clancy. Sisters of the goddess of order need to swear to abandon all kinds of desires and serve the goddess wholeheartedly, which is basically equivalent to becoming a monk. But becoming a nun is indeed the best place for women who have children out of wedlock in the Lion Kingdom. After all, Eunomia is the official faith of the Lion Kingdom. Most people will not come to the temple to cause trouble. And the temple of the goddess of order will raise children. And teaching some orphans is also the main job of the nuns. Most of the orphans raised in the temple are illegitimate children of nobles. This is a way for the temple to obtain offerings. And this contribution is generally generous. Ors himself often sends money to the temple. Probably the only problem is that after becoming a nun, it's not easy to break away from this identity. After all, you can't just go in and out of the temple as you please. And that temple is in Howling Castle, the hometown of Ors, and the residence of the Clancy family. When Ors mentioned this matter, he was full of guilt for this nameless wife. He has been wandering around various places for these years, leading an illegal knighthood to survive hard. But he can still maintain his kindness and orderliness. This is partly because of the woman who loves him deeply. He cannot do evil, because in his eyes, his lover is equivalent to the goddess of order herself. Ors' fiancée is also a minor nobleman herself, although her child is born out of wedlock and is an illegitimate child. At least he is not a criminal, and does not have to be a slave for the rest of his life. If there is a chance in the future, the illegitimate child may still obtain noble status. But Ors himself is the leader of the illegal knights, and is a wanted criminal. So Ors has never recognized his son or visited him, so as not to delay the child's life. This inner looks almost exactly like Ors. Leon thinks this guy is Ors' illegitimate son. But the problem is, Anna said that he is not a relative of Princess Anna, but a follower. In other words, his surname is not Clancy. Princess Anna claims her surname is Clancy, but she certainly has nothing to do with Ors. This is certainly not because Ors got the gender of his child wrong. This can only be because Princess Anna doesn't know the specific condition of her body at all. If Princess Anna knew that there was Ors in the Clancy family, then when she married King Ulrich, she would have at least called this family to attend the wedding. Right? And Enitha may indeed be a follower of the three prophets. The Lord has basically determined that the princess is most likely one of the three prophets. Enokai should be named Clancy. But he really didn't know it. After all, he had never met his father. As for Princess Anna, she might have been another orphan girl raised by Ors' fiancé in the temple. So she took the surname, Clancy, after the nun. This is probably just a small loophole that the three prophets did not notice. But for Leon, this loophole was enough for him to solve many problems. So he deliberately said Ors was Anna's father. This is of course a lie. But the princess will most likely believe it, because she herself certainly does not know who the father of this skin is. Leon is even sure that Anna is the skin that the three prophets deliberately found among the orphans in the temple. Because of this, it can avoid troubles with family members and the like to the greatest extent. For Princess Anna, if Ors, the father, meets the king, it is likely to directly prove to the king that her Anna is a fake. If King Ulrich knew that there was a problem with the princess's identity, or that there was something wrong with the child in the princess's belly, then Amy's matter would naturally be solved. Alanric is dead. Malbot has rebelled against the country. The king's youngest daughter is still young, and there is no tradition of a queen in the Lion Kingdom. In this case, the king can no longer designate Amy as a heretic, because he will most likely call Amy's brother Andrew as his son-in-law and become the heir to the kingdom. But Leon also knew that it was impossible to testify directly because Ors did not have a daughter. However, there are many ways to solve the problem. Sometimes, you can go the other way and use coercion to get the princess to take the initiative to help you, and let the heretic princess solve Amy's heretical grievances. After all, Amy's matter must have nothing to do with the princess, since she is pregnant. As long as she waits a few more months, she will have the legal first heir. There is no need to look for trouble at this time. She just needs to give birth to the child. And she doesn't have to go through so much trouble. She may even take the initiative to maintain the stability of the kingdom to avoid accidents. For Princess Anna, before she gives birth to a son, the most important thing is not to let King Ulrich discover her identity. Not to kill the king. And even to ensure that Ulrich lives until then. If the king died at this time, the inheritance would not fall on an unborn placenta. Therefore, this princess will not mess around. She needs stability and time more than anyone else. Outside the gate of the noble house, Leon dismounted and took off his sword, hanging it on the sword stand at the door of the noble house. Of course, you cannot bring weapons when you meet the princess, especially since this is the king's private residence, and the guards cannot bring them in. Leon could only follow Anna alone. Anna was obviously a confidant of the princess. After entering the gate of the House of Nobles, he entered the tower of the House of Nobles without reporting it, and just pushed the door open and entered. Leon turned his head and took a few glances. There were several guards with low helmets standing on the outer wall. When Leon looked towards them, they lowered their heads as if they were nodding in greeting. So Leon felt confident and stepped directly into the quiet tower. Anna took Leon directly to the second floor of the tower. This place seemed familiar to Leon. The last time he was tricked by Emperor Marius, he was taken to a secret room by the Lion Knight. And the stone on the wall of that secret room was basically the same as here. Of course, other environments are quite different, probably because of the different number of layers. The second floor has a separate door, spacious seats, quite soft carpets, and various luxurious decorations, most of which are golden decorations. This is a suite with a large reception room, surrounded by windows. The windows are facing the wall of the noble house, and there are so many guards standing on the wall. This place does not look private at all. Your Excellency Leon, please wait here for a while. Mrs. Anna will be here later. Anna was still very polite. After speaking, he bowed slightly and prepared to turn around and go out. Leon grabbed him. Are you sure I should meet the princess here? Indeed. This kind of place is not suitable for discussing secret matters. It can be anywhere. Mrs. Anna won't mind. Anna smiled reluctantly, and then went out, leaving Leon alone here. Your Excellency Leon, I didn't expect you to come here. Not long after, a maid came in carrying a fruit plate. This is not any of the three prophets he has ever seen. But Leon is sure that this is one of the three prophets, because the tone of this maid didn't sound like a young person. Leon felt a little nervous, but he still pretended to smile relaxedly. I came to seek guidance from the prophet. However, I didn't expect that the omnipotent prophet would become a maid. It seems that all three prophets have changed bodies again, probably because they cannot be recognized by the king. You know who I am? But you don't seem surprised at all. The maid sat opposite Leon and asked with a smile. Why am I surprised? This is the house of Pender nobles. People have been saying that this place is haunted since more than 100 years ago. Now it's not surprising that there are a few witches here. Right. Leon also smiled and said. However, I heard that King Ulrich hacked to death 2 maids in a row a few days ago. You have to be careful. Maybe His Majesty saw something. Chapter 304 Who Wants to Kill the King? Humph. He doesn't have the ability like you. Let's get down to business. Mr. Leon, now that you know our identities, what do you want to do? Faced with Liang's eccentric temperament, the maid-like prophet just smiled contemptuously without any fluctuation in her mood. What? Are you going to talk to me as a maid? Didn't Anna tell you? I was entrusted by Sir Ors, Lady Anna's father, to ask questions on behalf of her father. Do you think this kind of thing? Is it appropriate to talk to a maid? Leon crossed his legs carelessly. Besides, you, a maid sitting at the main table and talking to the marshal of the kingdom. Are you too brave? The guards outside can see it. Is it possible that you really plan to let His Majesty see something? The prophet's face twitched obviously, but he did stand up and stood in the corner with a respectful attitude, where the maid should stand. Your Excellency Leon, Anna can't come. She has to stay with the king in the palace. She will come with Ulrich in a while. So, if you have anything to do, talk to me quickly and don't waste time. Although he was ridiculed by Leon for a while, the prophet still maintained a calm attitude and appeared to be very qualified. Obviously, she didn't want to cause any trouble here. However, this kind of groveling will definitely lead to losses during negotiations. Moreover, Leon confirmed one thing through continuous Yin and Yang strange events.
The three prophets indeed believed that Anna was the daughter of Ors. Seriously? This isn't really a lie. If Anna was an orphan raised by Sister Clancy, then she could indeed be considered Ors's daughter.
Before we get down to business, I have to ask you a question. Amy was accused of heresy in Foxtown. Does this matter have anything to do with you?
Leon planned to confirm his thoughts first.
Mr. Leon, since you know our identities, you should understand that we can't cause trouble for ourselves at this time. We are also very curious about who did it. My other sister has gone to Wayhu Town investigated.
The prophet answered cheerfully. Since Leon already knew their identities, she no longer kept it secret.
Very good. Since it has nothing to do with you, then we have a basis for cooperation.
Leon nodded and started to make requests directly.
I plan to ask you to help. Ask His Majesty the King to withdraw the King's order to attack Godric and Amy, and issue another King's order. I need the King to publicly order Amy and Godric. Derek is responsible for tracking down heretics. Your Excellency Leon is indeed extraordinary. I thought you would insist that we did this. But it is not easy for the King to take back the edict that has been issued. Besides, why should we cooperate with you?
The prophet stood in the corner with his head lowered, seemingly relieved. But he didn't seem to intend to cooperate. However, this tone is obviously giving in. There was a smile on Liang's face, which meant that the three prophets would probably not fall out with him directly now. He only needed to guard against their plot. In other words, as long as Ulrich is not dead, and as long as Anna's child has not been designated as the heir, the three prophets are unwilling to take the initiative to provoke Leon, the marshal of the kingdom. They don't want to cause trouble. And judging from this, the three prophets did not regard Liang as an enemy. This is true. When they were in Changha town, Liang's coalition army defeated them openly on the battlefield, and finally handed them over to Lehman. There was indeed no personal grudge between the two parties. On the contrary, when they went to
find the King's seal,
Granlund and Father destroyed the lair of the three prophets near the mysterious Marsh Castle. It is estimated that they were regarded as enemies by the three prophets. That would be easy.
Why do you need to cooperate with me? Because if you don't cooperate with me, you will have to become Amy's servants.
Leon shook his head and smiled.
Amy was said by the heretics in Foxtown to be the dark goddess coming. You must have heard about this. Right. If you don't plan to betray your faith, then you have to cooperate with me to solve it.
This problem.
In fact, this is the reason why Leon came to negotiate with the princess. If Amy is identified as the goddess of darkness, then all heretics who worship the goddess of darkness will have to regard Amy as a god. The three prophets are also believers of the goddess of darkness. But Leon does not believe that the three prophets will regard Amy as their master.
Sir Leon, you don't seem to understand the situation.
The prophet was not fooled by Leon.
We are not prophets now. My sister is the princess. I am her maid. And my sister's child is about to become the king and princess. How can it be a heresy? How can the future regent and queen mother be possible? Taking heretics as masters. You said that the god you believe in is a heretic? You actually openly betrayed the dark goddess?
Leon glanced at the prophet in surprise. He didn't expect that the three prophets who had obtained power from the dark goddess would dare to say such words.
Aren't you afraid that the goddess Erida will punish you after hearing this?
Your Excellency Leon, I might as well tell you directly. This tower of the House of Nobles is the center of the Pendor continent, a place where no gods can peek. The goddess Erida cannot hear what I say.
The prophet smiled lightly.
Besides, when my sister's child becomes the king, the goddess will naturally know our loyalty.
I see. No wonder the gardens of the House of Lords are filled with flowers all year round. It turns out that this is the reason why the Lion King used the noble house as his private residence. A place without gods is the real blessed place.
Okay, since you mentioned the king, if Anna's father appears in front of the king, how do you think Lady Anna should explain it?
Leon asked calmly.
Besides, the child in her belly, I'm afraid it's not the king's. Right. What? Do you think Ulrich will believe you?
There was a hint of murderous intent in the prophet's eyes, but it was fleeting. Of course Leon felt the killing intent. This means that it is impossible that the child is not the king's. Ulrich is already 50 years old and has been sick for so long. How could he be pregnant with a child by such a coincidence? But Leon was also sure that the three prophets did not dare to do anything to him. At least not now.
Actually, it doesn't matter whether His Majesty the King believes me or not. Anyway, I was just asked to ask. But it's not certain whether the king will doubt you because of this,
Leon said with a smile.
Also, Let me tell you a secret. Princess Anna also has a brother.
Anna does have a brother. Anna. Although he is not a biological brother. The three prophets definitely don't know the connection. For the three prophets, this means that Anna has more and more loopholes. And more problems may arise. The prophet frowned and became silent, probably thinking about the consequences of this. And Leon looked at the prophet dressed as a maid, and asked again,
Since you said that gods can't peek here, then, if I guess correctly, you won't get a response from the goddess of darkness in the house of nobles. Right. In other words, you can't use witchcraft to deal with the king, and you can't resurrect with someone else's body. What you up to?
The prophet raised his head suddenly, his eyes showing deep alertness.
I'm just reminding you that you only have one life now, so you better cherish it.
Leon looked out the window, raised his chin, and motioned to the guard standing on the wall. He was simply preventing the prophet from taking desperate risks. If he takes action here, he will definitely not be able to defeat the prophetess without weapons.
Lord Leon, in fact, we have never provoked you. Why do you have to go against us?
The prophet seemed to have no intention of taking action, but there seemed to be a trace of regret in her expression when she looked at Leon.
Antagonism?
Leon laughed.
I'm helping you. If I didn't remind you, you probably haven't thought about Anna having so many family members. Right. If I don't help you, you will be exposed sooner or later. I will help you hide your identity. You help me convince the king. Isn't this a fair deal? Persuading the king. Leon, what if I am not happy? This is not a question of fairness. Leon, we do not want to be coerced by others.
The prophet asked seriously.
Don't want to be coerced? What if King Ulrich dies?
Leon didn't even move.
If he dies, not only will you get nothing, but you will also be accused of regicide heresy by Anna's father. Are you willing to accept such a result?
After speaking, Leon raised his hand and waved. Following this wave, a cold light flashed, and two flying knives suddenly shot in from the window, spinning and piercing the fruit plate on the table. It was the fruit plate that the prophet brought in before, and an apple inside was struck by the rotating flying knives, cut directly in half. This is obviously a show-off. Two flying knives are shot at the same target, and have the effect of cutting off the apple. This technique is really terrifying. It's worth the 120 dinars per month. Leon thinks.
Scorpion assassin?
This prophet obviously knows his stuff.
You want to kill the king?
At this time, the prophet was indeed no longer calm.
No, you are the ones who know how to regicide. The scorpion assassins are from Dexia. No one will believe that they are related to me, the Marshal of the Lion Kingdom, who just beat Dexia into a mess. On the contrary,
they are very likely to be related to you. You should understand what I mean. If you lose the king's protection, no one will trust you. I just want to tell you that if you are willing to cooperate, then we can deal fairly. But if you are unwilling to cooperate with me, then I guarantee that you will become the regicide.
Leon still crossed his legs and looked at the prophet.
By the way, I'd like to remind you that the flying knife is poisonous, so you can't eat this apple.
In fact, this was the way Leon really planned to use to coerce the princess. While in Changha town, Leon had already roughly judged the scope of application of the skin-changing witchcraft of the three prophets. This skin-changing witchcraft should have many restrictions. For example, it can only be used on true believers of the dark goddess, because the way they peel the skin is to make the fanatics become degenerates and peel off the skin themselves. Otherwise, they will not get the complete human skin. For another example, there may be some restrictions on where it can be used, because the fake Igor once tried to lure the king to Changha town. This means that they cannot use this method in Lion City. Otherwise, they can directly change their skins and pretend to be the king, and even bring all the big nobles to if it were them. There would be no need to get a princess. However, Leon didn't know the reason at the time, and now he knows that the noble house can isolate the gods. In other words, the three prophets cannot let the king die at this time. Otherwise, all their plans will be ruined. The child is not yet born. The child must become the king's heir before Ulrich can die. But for Leon, if things like Amy had not happened, whether Ulrich died or not would not have much impact on him, and it would even be of slight benefit. He is the marshal of the kingdom, an important minister among important ministers. No matter who succeeds to the throne, everyone has to show kindness to him. But now Ulrich really cannot die. After all, only the king can exonerate Amy. But if Amy's crime really cannot be solved, then, therefore, when Leon came to Lion City this time, He originally planned to use Orza's surname as an excuse to meet the princess, and then threaten the princess with the king's life. Of course, there is no need to actually threaten the king. He only needs to let the princess know that he has the ability to kill the king will do the trick. This is also the reason why the Scorpio assassin was arranged to ambush the House of Nobles in advance. After meeting Anna at the city gate, Leon tried it out and got the opportunity to meet the three prophets directly, avoiding big uncertainties such as the king and princess appearing together, which would be difficult to negotiate. At this time, there were footsteps upstairs.
Your Majesty and Lady Anna are coming. I promise to cooperate with you. But if you don't want to die, don't play tricks.
The prophet glanced at Leon and began to quickly clear away the fruit plate on the table.
Of course. What's your name? Or rather, what would you call your current body?
Leon helped put away the two flying knives and took a closer look at the prophet's appearance. She is dressed in a very ordinary palace maid, but her appearance is still very beautiful. She has reddish-brown hair and green eyes, which is very distinctive.
My name is Circe. Sir Leon. I will go find you.
The prophetess named Circe put away the throwing knives on the fruit plate and carried the fruit plate out the door. At this time, King Ulrich just happened to go downstairs with his young and beautiful princess on his arm. He passed by Circe and saw the fruit plate in Circe's hand and casually picked up half an apple. Circe was stunned, but couldn't tell her what to say. Are apples poisonous? Then why?
Your Majesty, you can't eat this. That's what I left.
However, Leon reacted quickly and gave a reason. Ulrich glanced at Leon and threw away the piece of apple.
Leon, you should go to suppress the rebellion now instead of coming to my place for breakfast early in the morning. Ahem. An important knight under my command has some identity issues. Sir Urs von Clancy. He begged me to help him ask if he could lift the objection for the sake of Lady Anna. He is wanted by Lady Anna, but he became a wandering knight due to some injustice many years ago. Your Majesty, you know that this status is not suitable for suppressing rebellion. Leon smiled at Princess Anna, and then nodded to King Ulrich in reply. He didn't say anything more about Anna's father, but it seemed like he was fulfilling his promise to
help the princess hide her identity.
Princess Anna looked visibly relieved. Circe also quickly picked up the piece of poisoned apple and went downstairs.
Wandering knights? Illegal knights? Right. You really have everyone under you.
Ulrich was probably woken up before he had enough sleep, and he obviously didn't have breakfast. He didn't have the patience to ask about the specific situation.
Since his surname is Clancy, let Anna decide. My family was wronged and defeated, and most of the people were scattered. Now that I can find my relatives, I should thank Lord Leon. Maybe I should sign a guarantee letter to Sir Urs.
Mrs. Anna reacted quickly and bowed to Leon, which was a very appropriate response. Chapter 305 The King of Wisdom.
I thought you had some special military connection so early in the morning. So let's do that.
Ulrich obviously didn't care about Sir Urs. He waved and prepared to go downstairs, as if he was in a hurry to eat.
Your Majesty, there is one more thing.
Leon shook his head, with a troubled expression on his face.
Malbert has betrayed the country and surrendered to the enemy. So I want to ask, is the king's order he brought before true? I'm worried that it was a false edict from him.
With that said, Leon took out the scroll and looked at the maid behind Princess Anna.
Everyone, get out. Close the door.
Princess Anna very wisely asked all the maids to leave.
I did issue this order, but Leon, tell me the truth. Did Malbert really commit treason because of that Bacchus woman? I heard that he planned to assassinate you.
Ulrich obviously has no feelings for Malbert, and judging from his meaning, he doesn't seem to care whether Malbert is treasonous.
Your Majesty, when he was still your designated future son-in-law, he proposed marriage to Governor Justice of the Bacchus Empire. The bride price was the loot from Dexia that he snatched from my subordinates. It was the original, the ones I want to give to you.
Leon spoke the truth very frankly.
I can swear to the goddess Eunomia that this is all true.
Ulrich nodded, looked at Leon and smiled.
Do you want to ask Brennus?
Leon nodded.
Yes. Where is Duke Brennus now? Foxtown? I'm not sure if he will become an enemy. He went to Sava River Fort. He planned to capture Malbot himself to prove his loyalty to the kingdom.
Ulrich shook his head and even had a meaningful smile on his face.
For this reason, he also resigned from the position of Grand Master of the Lion Knights.
To be honest, Malbert's defection was actually a good thing for Ulrich. In order to gain the king's trust, Brennus would inevitably give up a lot of benefits. For example, he voluntarily resigned from the post of Grand Master of the Lion Knights. And the Lion Knights, a national knightly order, completely became King Ulrich's personal army. Because of this, Leon felt confident and bold in framing Malbo. Anyway, the king would not pursue it carefully at all. Moreover, this was also to allow him to return the king's order. At this time, Leon handed the exquisite scroll back to Ulrich.
Your Majesty, in that case, it would be inappropriate for me to attack Baron Godric now. You should not have issued this order. I suggest you withdraw the royal order.
Leon held the scroll in both hands and bowed slightly, with a rather regretful expression on his face.
Not suitable? You don't want to do this?
Ulrich did not reach out to take it, but just looked at Leon expressionlessly.
Your Majesty, you know that I had a problem with Baron Godric. He slapped me in the face in public and insulted me. Many people know this.
Leon put the scroll on the table, took a step back, and pointed at his nose.
You were also watching at the time.
Slapping a noble in the face in public is not considered a violation. It should be regarded as a grudge. For a noble, a slap in the face is no small dispute. You can't do this even to your enemies. There is no difference between insulting someone in public and killing someone in public. Anyway, it will lead to a feud.
Isn't that more appropriate? He has insulted you, so it's up to you to kill him. That's fair.
Ulrich probably recalled the bruised and swollen appearance of Leon, and the corner of his mouth curled up.
Your Majesty, it is precisely because I have a grudge against Baron Godric that I cannot attack him. I think you also got the information about Foxtown. He led the troops to attack in order to protect his daughter. Knights of the Lion.
Leon once again showed a worried look.
You should know that when he slapped me in the face, it was to protect his daughter. Your Majesty, you asked me to attack him at this time. This is very detrimental to your reputation.
While talking, Leon also looked at Princess Anna's belly. Ulrich followed Leon's eyes and looked at Princess Anna's belly, which was not yet pregnant. In fact, this is a psychological suggestion. Leon is guiding Godric's matter from
king and subject
to
father and daughter.
As a father, it is natural to protect his daughter, even if he commits treason for this. Most people will only sympathize with him and not be hostile. It is definitely true that Godric attacked the Lion Knights. But if you really want to break it down, it may not be considered treason. It all depends on what the king thinks. If we consider the principles of monarch and minister, it is treason. But if you think about it as a father, it is probably excusable. The concerns expressed by Leon were to remind the king that a father who made a mistake to protect his daughter would have gained people's sympathy. It would be really inappropriate to let a person who has a grudge against him attack him. What would those who sympathize with Godric think of the king? This king, who has to weigh the pros and cons at all times, will definitely take this into consideration. And now Ulrich is a father himself. The king did understand what Leon deliberately conveyed. He hesitated for a while, but still shook his head.
But his daughter was accused of heresy. Your Majesty, do you really believe in such claims as heresy?
Leon sighed.
Besides, I asked Sarah to send you a message. The Crow Kingdom is sending troops towards Eagle Claw Fort, and I'm afraid you have seen the Bacchus Empire's army. Right. If I really lead an army after going to Foxtown, the White Deer Fort and Eagle Claw Fort will definitely surrender to the Bacchus Empire, and the Crow Kingdom will not give up such an opportunity. The hinterland of the kingdom will be directly exposed in front of the enemy.
The more Leon spoke, the more excited he became.
The eastern and northern parts of the kingdom may fall completely because of this. And when the country falls, we are actually still launching a civil war to defeat a father who made mistakes to protect his daughter?
Ulrich looked at Leon steadily, frowned and closed his eyes to think for a while, and then sighed.
Maybe I am really too impatient, but I know that the Bacchus Empire is not capable of launching a big attack now. With our offensive, even if there are any losses, we will be able to regain them sooner or later. Your Majesty, have you forgotten that General Agathan dared to occupy the Chichaw fortress alone with only 1,000 men? It is difficult to predict what the enemy will do. The Lion Kingdom has finally obtained the advantageous situation it has today. So why bother? What about taking risks?
Leon lowered his head. His attitude was quite sincere.
Actually, you should order Baron Godric to resist the Kingdom of Crows now, and Amy to resist the Bacchus Empire. I have old grudges with them, so I can serve as a messenger. Messenger. If they disobey and disrespect the order, then it will be considered true treason. In this case, I will naturally eliminate the rebellion on the spot, and everyone will have nothing to say.
Ulrich sat down and thought about it carefully. But he did not reject it outright.
What if they pretended to obey the order, but launched a rebellion after returning to the territory? You can ask the royal guards to supervise this matter.
At this time, Princess Anna suddenly persuaded.
Your Majesty, Master Liang is right. The kingdom cannot initiate a civil war at this time. You can ask Master Liang to bring Lord Andrew, the son of Baron Godric, back to Lion City for detention, and let him the two commanders of the Royal City Guards supervise Baron Godric and Miss Amy respectively. This not only shows your fairness, but also avoids any trouble.
Then, Anna looked at Liang.
Lord Liang, do you think this is reasonable?
Obviously, this is actually Anna, the prophet, asking Liang, is this the result you want? Liang nodded and bowed.
Mrs. Anna's suggestion is very reasonable. Your Majesty, please reissue a royal order. As for this one, except for me and Marbert, no one else has seen it so far.
As he spoke, he pushed the scroll in the direction of Ulrich.
In other words, the Bacchus Empire may still think that I went to Foxtown. Therefore, you can send your troops to Sava River Fort if you lay an ambush nearby. You will definitely be able to successfully ambush the enemy. And maybe you can eliminate the real traitor in Malboat.
Liang once again added a reason. Since Marbert surrendered to the enemy, the Bacchus people would definitely know from Marbert that Liang was
ordered to rebel,
and the Bacchus Empire would probably take the opportunity to attack. And if an ambush is set up at this time, it is very likely to ambush the enemy. This means that the king can choose whether he wants an easy victory or whether he wants the country to fall after a civil war.
Don't let me think.
With Princess Anna's help, Ulrich seemed a little moved, but still seemed hesitant.
Your Majesty, no matter what the reason is, before our child is born, at least don't let the hinterland of the kingdom fall into civil war. It can also be considered as a blessing for the child. Whether it is rebellion or heresy, there is no need to rush. You are now in good health. It's still a long time.
Princess Anna persuaded again, looking gentle and kind. Anna's last reason finally convinced Ulrich to not let the war affect the hinterland of the kingdom for the sake of the children. Moreover, he does feel that his health is getting better now, and maybe it will take a long time. Ulrich reached for the scroll and waved his hand.
So be it. In this case, what Marbert passed was a false order, and your Majesty's sharp eyes saw through the traitor's plot. The whole continent will be praised for your wisdom and magnanimity. I will wait for you in the throne room. Your Majesty, Madam.
Liang directly helped Ulrich find a suitable excuse, and then saluted to the two of them, planning to exit.
To the throne room?
Ulrich stopped Liang.
There's no need. I'll just... Your Majesty, you should indeed go to the throne room and give the order publicly.
Princess Anna took over the topic with a smile on her face.
Since what Marbert passed to Lord Liang is a false order, you must publicly correct it. Otherwise, how can people know your wisdom and kindness?
Anna, the prophetess, is really good at talking. Although she doesn't speak much, she uses Liang's words to speak directly to Ulrich's heart. And every sentence is for the consideration of the king. Fairness, wisdom, and openness, as well as child. These are all things Ulrich longed for but could never get. A few hours later, King Ulrich publicly issued a new king's order in the throne room, asking Liang to go to Foxtown to deliver an order to Godric, ordering Godric to expel the invaders from the Kingdom of Crows, and ordered Amy to resist the attack by White King. The Bacchus and Deer Castle are supervised by the chief and deputy commanders of the Royal City Guards. At the same time, Lehman was ordered to lead troops to set up an ambush south of Chicha Fortress, waiting for an opportunity to ambush the Bacchus if any enemy would attack. All the nobles, including Liang, did praise the wisdom and magnanimity of His Majesty, the Lion King Ulrich in the throne room. Sarah even made up a song for it on the spot, and the song was called The King of Wisdom. At noon, after Liang left the throne room, he went to another familiar place, the Adventurer Hotel. It was the hotel with a lot of troubles where I met Sarah. Liang stayed here because Circe sent him a message about the prophet dressed as a maid. It is estimated that she wants to solve the historical problem of Anna's father. There were quite a lot of people in the tavern at noon. In fact, several Scorpio assassins were also here, but they were not conspicuous among the crowd. Many people in the tavern were dressed similar to them. The first element of being an assassin is that you must not blend in with the crowd. Conspicuous, Circe was sitting in the corner of the tavern, exactly where Sarah had been.
Your Excellency Liang, I don't understand.
Seeing Liang coming to sit next to her, Circe asked the main topic in her first sentence.
You know our identities. Why didn't you tell Ulrich? How will he believe it? Leon sneered. As a person who has only joined the Lion Kingdom for 2 years. Am I more trustworthy than a lady who sleeps with the king? I don't plan to die young. Then, can I interpret this as you showing your favor to us? Cersei nodded and asked again. In addition to rescuing your friends, is it possible for us to cooperate in other ways? Miss Cersei. I don't want to offend you. To be honest, I don't know what kind of creatures you are. I'm not even sure if you are human. Do you understand what I mean? For the sake of my friends, I am willing to cooperate with ghosts. But if it's for anything else, I wouldn't dare to deal with you. Leon refused directly. He has already seen that this Cersei is very indifferent to emotions. He will neither get angry nor be controlled by emotions. He is more like some older elves. To such a guy, it would be more appropriate to speak directly. Well, that's a pity. Then, leave Anna's father to us, and we won't interfere with your business. You should know that the chief and deputy commanders of the royal guards are all followers of Anna. Cersei didn't force it, but just put forward a condition lightly. The royal guards will be responsible for supervising the actions of Godric and Amy. And Andrew will also be held hostage. If Leon does not surrender, the 3 prophets can still kill Amy's family. Then I have to ask a question first. Anna's mother, that Sister Clancy, is she still alive? Leon didn't say whether he would answer or not, but asked about Orza's lover. Chapter 306, The Real 3 Prophets. Sister Clancy. She is dead. However, her death was an accident and was not caused by us. Cersei answered happily. How did you die? Leon asked inquiringly, obviously wanting her to explain the matter clearly. That was when we were entrusted by King Ulrich to go to Field's Way. Cersei was also very patient. Perhaps she still wanted to win cooperation with Leon. So she told Leon exactly what happened. A year ago, the Lion Kingdom was experiencing internal and external troubles. During that time, the kingdom experienced chaos after chaos. There is almost no peaceful place in the entire Lion realm. Baron Kedron conspired to treason and stole Lion Lake City. Long River Town was occupied by Granlon. The Raven Kingdom invaded the Bibu Gulf. The Jada people were moving south in a large scale. And Governor Levius of the Bacchus Empire was attacking White Deer Castle. It was a time when the Lion Kingdom was in turmoil. As for the Kingdom of Field Way, at that time, it also stationed troops in Gallia Fort and was watching closely. And it was possible to tear up the alliance at any time. At that time, Ulrich's illness had not yet recovered, and he was unable to go on an expedition. Brennus took the king's place on the expedition to Lion Lake City, and took away almost all of the king's direct troops, leaving Lion City empty and unable to deal with the Bacchus Empire and Phil. Zvi may launch an attack at any time. Therefore, at that time, Ulrich provided a large amount of money and food to the Bacchus rebel Shirayuzes, causing the Bacchus Empire to fall into civil strife. At the same time, in order to eliminate the threat of Phil's Way, Ulrich made a deal with the 3 prophets. For the 3 prophets, making deals with the king has long been the norm. Both the previous generation of the Lion King and the current Ulrich once regarded the 3 prophets as butcher knives in their hands. The massacres of Trubrin and Serenmes were all carried out by the 3 prophets. And they were actually all for the purpose of eliminating rebellion. Using the prophet army to kill those rebellious or disobedient vassals is a clean and labor-saving way for the king. The prophet will deceive many people in those places into heretical followers. Then no one will sympathize with those people. There is no handle, no evidence. Then let the 3 prophets create the evidence of heresy, whether it is the Lion King or the noble officials of Bacchus. They will use the same method. The nobles of Bacchus will describe the disobedient civilians as worshippers, snake cultists. In order to obtain slaves, the 3 prophets can also get what they want from this cooperation, such as worship from believers, girls' skins, and increasing strength. Moreover, it will not lead to a conquest by the kingdom's army, and the Lion Knights will cover up the facts for them. At that time, the 3 prophets were defeated in Chunga town and were captured back to Lion City. They used dragon tears and medicine to relieve Ulrich's illness and save his life. It's just that they were still supervised by King Ulrich in the swamp, as if they were in prison, and led the prophet army to seize Longa town. This was indeed done by the 3 prophets themselves. The main reason was that Count Odin, who had the strongest military force at that time, died. The 3 prophets attempted to take advantage of the situation and take control of the eastern part of the kingdom. At that time, the content of the deal between King Ulrich and the 3 prophets was to release them, lift the blockade of the swamp,
Allow them to bring out all the heretics in the swamp. And let the 3 prophets take them to the territory of Fieldsway to raise an army. Legion. Causing Fieldsway's country to fall into chaos. For this deal, King Ulrich was willing to give up a castle in exchange for Howling Keep. The 3 prophets agreed. They did successfully pull out an army of prophets near Miss Cage City, and caused great chaos in Fieldsway. Later, Leon and Duke Brennus repelled the Ravens at Eagleclaw Castle, and killed the Jatta people. However, the Lion Knights and the Royal City Guard suffered heavy losses, and Brennus was deprived of his position as marshal. The 3 prophets, after leaving Fieldsway, stationed themselves in Howling Castle. This is what Ulrich promised, allowing them to settle in Howling Castle, and promising not to grant Howling Castle to other lords. This place will be the direct jurisdiction of the king, and the 3 prophets can spread their beliefs here, which means that they control the city. Obtaining a base is of course the best reward for the 3 prophets. So they are very trustworthy and work hard. They held off Fieldsway's army for at least 2 months, until all the problems in the Lion Kingdom were solved. After it was lifted, they returned to the Lion Realm. But after the 3 prophets entered the Howling Castle, they found that the castle was empty, except for many people in the temple of the Goddess of Order. The other residents were missing. Perhaps Ulrich's original plan was to give the 3 prophets an empty city.
We were able to get almost nothing useful from Howling Castle. There was nothing in terms of people, money, food, or livestock. They were all moved away.
When Circe mentioned this, she smiled helplessly.
Only the orphans in the temple are left unattended. In order to replenish the manpower lost in Fieldsway, we can only let those orphans join the goddess Arita.
Embrace. Did you kill the people in the temple?
Liang felt that the so-called
throwing into the arms of the dark goddess
might be cruel.
No, Mr. Liang. You may have some misunderstandings about us. We will not kill people at will.
Circe shook her head and looked serious.
Even if it is a sacrifice, we will only let believers who voluntarily sacrifice everything to perform it. Because people who do not believe in the goddess Arita are not qualified to participate in the ceremony. Those who say that we use young children to sacrifice, yes. It was probably hearsay that mistook us for being the same as other heretical supplicants. Those idiots didn't understand anything. They thought the dark goddess would be happy about this? The goddess is not an abyss demon.
Leon frowned. But he somewhat believed what Circe said. If they really sacrificed the flesh and blood of innocent children, it would indeed be difficult to get followers like Morgan. Most people still have a little bit of humanity after all.
Then you should have killed the people in Shrubrin. Right? Where are the young children in the village?
After thinking about it, Leon asked about the uninhabited village.
Girls were adopted by us, and boys were sent to other cities. The Red Brotherhood likes to adopt boys. Your Excellency Leon, the former Lord of Trubrin had a grudge against the king, so he was accused of heresy and rebellion. We did help the king has cleared his territory, but we will first let those people follow us and give them a chance to choose. If they are still unwilling, they can only be removed by us. But the children in the village are different. They are not sensible. They don't know what choice is, and they don't know what faith is. So we won't insist on harming them.
Circe seemed to be deliberately letting Leon get to know them again, explaining very patiently.
Actually, Your Excellency Leon, what do you think the fate of those young children would have been if we had not taken them away? Leon indeed looked at the 3 prophets again. Follow the king's orders to create accusations, and then massacre the rebels. Their behavior is essentially no different from that of the Knights of the Lion. Probably the only difference is that the methods of the 3 prophets are rather weird. Especially those such as changing skins. If they did not take those children away, then the children in the village would also be regarded as heretics, or die from hunger, hardship, and wild beasts, and most of them would not survive in the first place.
Your Excellency Leon, we are not murderers. Everything has a purpose. Most of the girls we adopt will become our followers. Of course, every girl loves beauty, so we will also reshape the bodies of our followers who blaspheme the goddess. People don't need such beautiful faces.
Circe said it very frankly.
Can only women change their faces? What about men?
Leon suddenly remembered that fake Igor.
We have never changed a man's face, because there is no need for it. Most men have no pursuit of appearance. Being rich, powerful, and accompanied by beautiful women is what you men want.
Circe shook her head.
Besides, the replaced ones are never as good as the real ones. They have to take medicine every day to keep them active. Men don't have the patience, and they don't have the habit of putting on makeup every day.
So, fake Igor has nothing to do with the 3 prophets? This is possible. After all, Circe also said that the heresy in Foxtown and Alanric's death had nothing to do with them. They really didn't need to cause trouble in Foxtown. So they probably weren't lying. Probably from the standpoint of the three prophets. Those who do not believe in the dark goddess are heretics. So Leon can understand her way of thinking. They are indeed very purposeful behaviors. They use their pursuit of beauty to attract women to the dark goddess. And their pursuit of power, wealth and beauty to attract men to follow them. Of course, they will not show mercy to the heretics in their eyes. This is the typical logic of religious forces in this era. It is basically the same as the Knights of the Dawn. The three prophets were originally priests of the goddess of justice. And they came from the same lineage as the Knights of the Dawn. He suddenly felt that the process of rebuilding the Knights of the New Dawn might need to be accelerated. Snake cult. Knights of the Dawn. Three prophets. They worship their own gods. But they are all exclusive religious warlords and cannot tolerate other beliefs. Sir Roland has a long way to go. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the goddess of justice to come back for a while.
Let's go back to the temple in Howling Castle. What did you do to that temple? The followers of the goddess of order probably won't take the initiative to defect to you. Right.
Leon changed the topic back.
On the contrary, Your Excellency Leon.
Circe smiled meaningfully.
Almost everyone in that temple took the initiative to throw themselves into the arms of the dark goddess. And just for a few pieces of bread, perhaps, except for Sister Clancy and her daughter Anna. No one man is a true believer in the goddess of order. What do you mean? Most of them should be orphans adopted by the temple. And they would take the initiative to defect to you?
Leon was indeed a little surprised.
The person who moved away the residents of Howling Castle was Brennus. Of course, he was under the king's order. However, he did not leave any food for the temple. When we entered the temple, only Crane was left there. 2 women, Sister She and Anna, as well as hungry and crying children all over the ground. Those children are real orphans. The kind without aristocratic backgrounds.
There was an obvious sarcasm on Circe's face.
The other clergy have long since run away, and only Sister Clancy and her daughter are standing there, trying to find a way to find some food for the orphans. But these 2 women, there was no way to feed those children in an empty city. After meeting us, she personally handed those children over to us. To be honest, although she had different beliefs from ours, I still felt her mercy. I also remember her name. Then what?
Leon sighed. This tragedy was indeed different from what he imagined.
Sister Clancy and her daughter, Anna, did not oppose us after they knew our identities. On the contrary, she and Anna made a vow to dedicate everything they have to the goddess Erida.
As long as I hope we can give those orphans a way to survive.
Circe spoke softly, as if she really had respect for the mother and daughter.
Then, the mother and daughter committed suicide together. They said that people who betray their faith should not live. They have not betrayed their faith.
Leon shook his head and said, he felt sad for the Clancy family.
Yes, they didn't abandon them. But like you before, they thought we were cruel abyss demons. In fact, we originally planned to let them live well. We are not the kind of inhuman things. We were one sister. It's just that we did abandon our original faith.
Circe shook her head.
So, we used Anna's body to become Ulrich's princess. And she will become the regent in the future. This will make the name Clancy rise again. This is actually our interpretation of Clancy. A nun's way of showing respect. However, we really didn't expect that there were other members of the Clancy family. But you also know that there is no way I can hand Ors over to you.
The conversation finally returned to the topic. But Leon directly blocked Circe's intention.
We won't kill him. We just need him to follow his daughter. I guarantee that he will become the real head of the country. Gain great power. And enjoy all the good things in the world. Since you are his friend, then this pair there are huge benefits to you too.
Circe probably realized that it was impossible for Leon to betray his friends, and began to make various promises in his words.
But the question is, after losing your lover, is the power and status gained through the witch's lies really good?
Leon shook his head and stood up.
Besides, Circe, if I hand Ors over to you now, will you still tell me so many truths?
Circe's expression changed.
Your Excellency Leon, we don't want to be your enemy, but don't force us to deal with you. As for Ors, he has to make his own decision. I am not qualified to decide the fate of my friend. And neither are you.
Leon smiled.
Let's properly solve the problem of Amy and Godric first. And then I will bring Ors to you. After all, Anna has to give him a guaranteed letter so that he can obtain a legal identity. By the way, I will also return let him meet his son. That's fine. But if you break your promise, I guarantee you'll regret it.
Circe agreed and stood up. But then she turned back, a little confused.
Or's son, don't you mean? Anna's brother you mentioned before? He is in Lion City?
Yeah.
I didn't expect it. Maybe you can try to kill your followers, so that you can silence Anna's brother among your followers.
A smile appeared on Liang's face.
Or, after Mrs. Anna gives birth to the child, you naturally don't need to care about him.
Circe's eyes showed a hint of murderous intent again. But this time, several people in the tavern looked at her at the same time. Maybe after working as an assassin for a long time, you will get some special talents or feelings. Scorpio assassins are very sensitive to this kind of murderous intention. But Leon pretended not to see it.
Circe, lies can only be covered up with more lies. This matter has nothing to do with me. Anna's brother is among your followers. I can't control him. You can figure it out yourself.
Who is he?
Circe asked, frowning.
The commander of your royal guards has already left for Fox Town in the morning to supervise Godric. Moreover, this supervisor was personally sent by Lady Anna.
Leon didn't tell the truth. Anna, the adjutant of the Royal City Guards, is the son of Ors. But Leon plans to hide him. Since the three prophets have not changed their faces for men, then this Anna is the original product. Just like the original Morgan. He is a pure follower. Then, maybe we can try to make Anna look back. Chapter 307, The Eldest Princess of the Kingdom. It only took Leon a few days to pull half of Anna back from the hopeless industry of being a heretic follower. He took Anna to meet Ors. The father and son looked so similar that both knew who the other was. And it became easy for them to talk about things once they met. Ors had seen the methods of the three prophets. After he told Anna exactly what he had experienced, Anna already understood what kind of species he was following. But the reason why he only pulled back half of it was because even if Anna knew that Anna was the heretical prophet, he still did not want to break with Princess Anna. He knew that Anna was the prophet, and had always known it. Unlike his mother, a devout nun, Anna did not believe in God. Yes, he is an atheist, and although he follows the three prophets, he doesn't even believe in the dark goddess. He followed the three prophets just because of Anna. Anna is an orphan girl raised by Sister Clancy. She is indeed an adopted daughter, not an illegitimate daughter or mistress of a nobleman. But Inner, his biological son, didn't know that he was Sister Clancy's son. For the sake of her son's future, Sister Clancy never told him. Just like Ors, the father who refused to recognize his son in order to protect his son. Sister Clancy has been raising her own son as an orphan without telling him the truth to avoid her son being implicated. When Anna was 7 or 8 years old, the Lion Kingdom went to war with Filsway. Filsway's troops once invaded Howling Castle and kidnapped some boys. This was a common practice of the Vanscary pirates. Many children would be raised by them as half-slaves and half-adopted sons, and would eventually become their children, loyal subordinates. And Inna is one of them. He also got the pirate name, Inna, which represents the power of the sea. But Inna was lucky. The pirate leader who kidnapped him was not a big evil. The pirate leader is called Gundor, the great lord of Fieldsway, and has a nickname called Doom Seeker. Gundor is an atypical pirate because he was originally from the realm of the lion, and his nickname of Doom Seeker actually has something to do with the guidance of the three prophets. When Gundor was young, in order to seek wealth and status, he went to the three prophets to ask about the future. At that time, the three prophets had no idea of forming a legion, so they collected a lot of offerings and gave Gundor a guideline. Your future is in the sea. As a result, Gundor became a pirate and searched for his future on the sea. And he actually found it. Because he received the guidance of the prophet, Gundor probably thought that he would not die on the sea. So his performance as a pirate was very crazy. He would always install a super large ram on the bow of the ship, and he would knock on it whenever he encountered a naval battle. It crazily hits the enemy like a death knell, as if it is actively seeking death. This method of fighting is indeed similar to seeking death in the eyes of other pirates. But people who are not afraid of death often do not die. Within a few years, Gundor's trident emblem became the Western Sea Pass. And Gundor also got the nickname, Doomseeker. This nickname represented the awe of Gundor among the pirates. But Gundor is only very fierce when fighting. But he is not evil at ordinary times. And he can be said to be kind and upright. He is a rare kind person among pirates. Therefore, after kidnapping Inna, Gundor was actually very kind to him. He adopted Inna as his adopted son and raised him like his own son for more than 10 years. And even planned to let him marry his daughter Gudry. Since Gundor had no biological son, He did regard Inna as his biological son. In fact, Gudrun is very beautiful. A rare beauty with many suitors. But the problem is, Inna and Gudrun have lived under the same roof as brother and sister for more than 10 years. He has watched Gudrun grow up. And now he is asked to marry Gudrun, which he really can't do. So when Inna ran away, he really didn't want to be forced into marriage by his adoptive father. Gundor the Dew Seeker was not only formidable on the battlefield, but even more formidable when forced into marriage. So Inna became a wandering knight, hiding from marriage and hiding in the land of the lion. Perhaps due to fate, or perhaps because he still had some impressions of his hometown. He returned to Chashao Castle and met his true love Anna in Chashao Castle. It might be considered love at first sight, because the bodies chosen by the 3 prophets are indeed very beautiful. But the problem is that when Inna met Anna, Anna was already the current Anna. Her soul had been occupied by the prophetess. In other words, Inna was originally obsessed with the prophet himself, not the former orphan girl Anna. Since his adoptive father Gundor had also been guided by the heretic prophet, Inna was not afraid of the dark goddess. Even though Anna became the king's consort, Inna was still obsessed with her, because Anna was indeed pregnant with a child, and the child in her belly was Inna's. After all, Princess Anna needs a child, since Inna is obsessed with her. Of course, Princess Anna is willing to create a real child with this handsome boy. A few days later, High Tower of the House of Lords. Top floor. King Ulrich stood outside the room on the top floor, looking at the closed door, hesitant. In this room is his cousin, Miss Philina. Ulrich, who had just withdrawn the king's order, knew that Godric and Amy would definitely obey the order and return to their respective territories. That is to say, so-called heretics and so-called treason will all be overturned. Since Leon was asked to serve as the envoy to deliver the order, the Godric family would definitely be exonerated. Ulrich knew. But now, he didn't know how to face Philina. He stood outside the door for a long time, but never opened the door. Instead, he stood there quietly, like a confused and lonely child. Your Majesty, why are you standing here alone? Princess Anna's voice came from the corridor behind her. Anna, you shouldn't be here. Ulrich turned around as if he had been awakened. This is an unknown place. I just want to ask you whether it's time to leave for Lion Lake City. You still need to preside over a Landric's funeral. Anna did not go upstairs. She stuck her head out from the corner of the corridor like a little girl. Your Majesty, maybe I can entertain Princess Felina on your behalf. Obviously, Anna is looking for steps for the king. This not only allows her to accompany the king to Lion Lake City, but also helps Ulrich solve Felina's problem. And the king's pride was also taken into consideration. Yeah, we have to go to Sherhu City. Ulrich sighed, turned around, and took out the key to the door, but hesitated again. Let me do it. Anna walked over from the corridor and took the key from the king's hand. You don't have to stay here. It's my responsibility to entertain relatives. Indeed, if relatives come to visit, the princess should be the one to entertain them. Besides, Ulrika really didn't know how to face this relative, who was now closed. The king hesitated for a moment, then nodded silently and went downstairs. Princess Felina, can I open the door and come in? Anna knocked on the door politely, waiting for a response from inside. Miss Anna, I'm just a prisoner. I can't stop you from doing anything. Felina's voice came from the door, a little hoarse. It was obvious that she had been suffering during this time. Your Majesty has withdrawn his previous order. What happened before was just a misunderstanding. You are still a distinguished princess and His Majesty's guest. Anna answered while opening the door. Maybe I can do something for you. This room is the room where Prince Alan-Rick once discussed matters with Igor. It is also the only room on the top floor. Felina stood in front of the windowsill, Alan-Rick's favorite place. This room is the highest in the entire Lion City. Through the windows on all sides, it can overlook almost all parts of the city. This is probably the most suitable place to detain a person of high status. Except for birds. It is basically impossible for other animals to come up. Ahem. Is it a misunderstanding? I may know better than you. Anna, you should know why Ulrich did this. Ahem. Felina didn't look back and kept looking out the window. From time to time, she would cover her mouth with a handkerchief and cough twice. She seemed to be suffering from the cold. Yes, I know. But everyone has their own frustrations. You have it. I have it. And Ulrich has it too. Anna walked to Felina and looked out the window as well. It's too windy here. You can't stay here for a long time. I can take you home.
If you want, go home. I have no home anymore.
Philena's voice was very soft, but full of resentment.
My territory has been killed until no one is left. Anna, you should know who did it. Right.
Princess Anna was stunned and silent for a while, probably because she didn't know what to say. After a while, she shook her head and advised.
Princess Phileena, you still have children, a husband, and a new territory. Don't dwell on what has happened. Stop it, Anna. It's all for your children that he killed so many people and became exactly like his father.
There was a sneer in Philena's words.
But, is the child in your belly really Ulrich's? What are you talking about?
Anna's face gradually turned cold.
Huh? I can see everything from this high tower. Now I understand why that kid Alaric liked to live here in the first place. I can see everything here.
Philina held the edge of the window and turned her head, her eyes bloodshot.
Anna, you are a heretic.
Anna's face changed drastically.
Anna, you are one of the 3 prophets. Right. You probably didn't expect it. Right. I've seen you. I saw you 30 years ago. Although you look completely different then and now. The top of your head there is a halo that others cannot see. What does that halo mean? Does it mean that you are the messengers of the Dark Goddess?
Phileena asked softly.
Can you see? You can see!
Anna suddenly became excited.
Are you the goddess's chosen one? Then you should become my sister?
No. Phileena smiled. She looked at Anna carefully and shook her head.
Of course I can't see it if you look at it like this. But you may not know. Looking down from this high tower, you can see everything. You should know that this tower was built by the former High King of the Kingdom of Pender. This is a place where gods cannot set foot. I see. I see. No wonder Kavala was able to defy the gods in the first place.
Anna suddenly realized that this was the reason why the House of Nobles would not be peeped by the gods. Contrary to the invisible magic circle in the Noldorel city, the tower of the House of Nobles could ban demons and reveal themselves.
But Ulrich won't believe you.
Anna sneered and shook her head.
Yeah. He won't believe me. I told him. And he really doesn't believe it. Uh-huh. In fact, he knows something is wrong with you. But he is still willing to pamper you.
Phileena suddenly smiled sadly.
Ulrich wanted his only biological child to inherit the throne. But he didn't expect that all his children belonged to others. Huh? His son is his biological brother. His daughter was born from an affair with the queen. And the child in his current princess, whom he loves so much, is someone else's too. It belongs to that knight. Right. Phileena, your daughter's friend finally found a way for your family to survive. Don't seek death yourself.
Anna's words have turned cold.
You mean Liang? I saw him come in this morning.
Phileena looked at Anna sideways and looked at her seriously.
When I saw him coming in, I already knew that my husband and daughter would be fine. As for me, Anna, you should know that no matter what happens, even Ulrich can't kill me. But I feel that I need to do something for the Lion Kingdom. What you up to?
Anna's expression changed, and she quickly took a few steps back, looking at Phileena warily. She probably thought Phileena was planning to assassinate her.
You want to be the Queen Regent. Right. But how can I let a heretic child sit on the silver throne?
Phileena looked out the window again, with an arrogant smile on her face.
Ulrich can die. This country can perish. And everything can become history. But I am the eldest princess of the Lion Kingdom. We won't let it fall into the hands of heretics. Ulrich!
After saying that, Phileena suddenly roared the king's name. This roar was probably the result of gathering all her strength, making it unexpectedly loud. At the same time, she jumped out of the window. The edge of the window was only a little higher than her waist, so it fit her perfectly. This is about jumping off a building.
No!
Anna's eyes widened, and she quickly rushed forward to try to stop him. But even though she was very skilled and had very quick speed and reaction, she still only had time to grab a piece of her skirt after rushing to the windowsill. Of course, a small piece of skirt cannot bear the weight of an adult. With the sound of tearing cloth, Phileena still fell from the top of the tens of meters high tower. Anna was lying on the window, holding the hem of her skirt tightly in her hands, watching helplessly as the eldest princess fell into the garden of the noble house. And then she closed her eyes helplessly. Ulrich happened to walk into the garden of the House of Lords at this time. Phileena deliberately jumped when she saw the king walking into the garden. Ulrich must have heard the roar coming from the top of the tower, and he was looking up. Then, he saw his sister falling from the top of the tower, and his beloved princess, was leaning out half of her body from the window at the top of the tower, with half a piece of cloth in her hand. A few seconds later, a heavy sound of falling to the ground was heard. Felina fell heavily into the flowers, right next to Ulrich. Blood splashed out from the iris, along with the lifted branches and leaves, splashing onto Ulrich's body. Ulrich was obviously greatly frightened. He looked blankly at the hem of his skirt exposed among the flowers, and then looked up at the top of the tower, as if he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. No! The king swallowed in confusion and stretched out his hand towards the flowers. But it seemed that he could not move his legs. Sister, no! The guards in the garden obviously noticed all this. Almost everyone stepped forward and surrounded the tower. But no one spoke. Ulrika trembled, pushed away the scattered irises with his own hands, and knelt beside his sister's body. How could this happen? Ulrich took off the crown on his head, tears gradually flowing from his eyes. At this time, the door of the noble house was opened, and several people rushed in. They saw someone falling from the building outside. The person who opened the door and broke in was Inna, the deputy commander of the royal guards. He was the only one who could directly enter the noble house without notification. The royal guards were responsible for the security of the king's private residence. Behind Inna were Liang and Ors. Chapter 308 Lead the guards into the city. The reason why Liang returned to Lion City was because he encountered an accident. From Lion City to Fox Town to deliver orders to Godric. It basically goes all the way north. The entire route is plain, so it shouldn't take much time. This is also the important point of the three-way intersection in Weihu Town. After passing through Weihu Town, the road to Leisure City is relatively flat and safe. A few days ago, Liang waited for the Royal City Guards to set off before leaving the Lion City. Because his guards were all Noldor elves, it was best not to go with the Royal City Guards to avoid unnecessary friction. The Royal Guards were ordered to supervise Godric and Amy. The two commanders were also the deputy envoys who passed the order. The commander of the guards, Baron Gaden, led the troops at the front, while the deputy commanders Inna and Liang walked together. But just after they had walked a little more than half the distance, they encountered an accident. Near Harlingsburg, north of Lion City, they encountered stonemasons and quarrymen who were being hunted down by a large group of degenerates, including Sigismund. After Sigismund led the scout team to lure away the fallen ones, he found that he could not get rid of the fallen ones. So he immediately ordered the troops to evacuate in the direction of Talboa, because there are almost no residents in Talboa. Most of the people here are quarry workers. Most of them are strong men. And most of them are criminals who were exiled here. This is indeed the most suitable evacuation location. It will not cause casualties to innocent residents, but it can also allow these young quarry workers to help block it. And it can also send news to other places. Sigismund did not let the scouts disperse again. He felt that it would be better to concentrate the fallen in a remote place than to let the fallen spread out and cause tragedies everywhere. This former civilian knight still maintained with a simple kindness. But Sigismund made a conscious mistake after seeing strong winds and waves. He ignored the courage of ordinary people. He and his men had burned down Desha's temple, fought large-scale wars, and seen even more terrifying fear legions. So they had no fear of the fallen. In a hurry, they did not expect that those quarrymen were not as familiar with them as they were. Lie the world. Most of the quarrymen are indeed criminals, but they are not warriors and have little knowledge. Without any psychological preparation, they will naturally feel frightened when they see skinless monsters like the fallen. Therefore, when Sigismund led the fallen to the quarry, he immediately caused a huge panic. This is the most normal behavior for ordinary people after seeing a skinless monster. Seeing the panic of the quarrymen, Sigismund immediately realized that he had made a mistake. So he quickly led his scouts to help the quarrymen remove their shackles and other restraints, and then ran away with them. Probably slightly better than ordinary villagers. The quarrymen and stonemasons are indeed capable of running away. After all, most of them are young and strong men. They can even run better than Sigismund's team of exhausted scouts. Faster. There are only a small number of stonemasons, or their family members are old and infirm. But Talboa also has a lot of vehicles used to transport stones. The fallen ones are not very fast, and most of them can indeed run away. As a result, originally Sigismund led less than 100 people to attract the firepower of the fallen. But now it became more than 1,000 people being chased by the group of fallen. This actually attracted the fallen more thoroughly. Of course, those panicked quarrymen would not listen to anyone's instructions. They would just rush to the nearest castle in a swarm, hoping to be protected by the city wall. The closest castle to Talboa is Harlingsburg in the north of Lion City. Therefore, Baron Gaiden, who led the royal guards at the front, had an encounter with the fallen without any preparation. Baron Gaiden was a young lord promoted by Ulrich. He was also a member of the Knights of the Lion before. His nature was quite similar to Lehman. To put it simply, he was both a close confidant of the king and a representative of the nobility. After Ulrich dismissed Andrew from his position as commander, Gaiden was transferred to the commander of the Royal City Guards, and he was the heir to Harlingsburg. The Lord of Harlingsburg is Gaiden's father. Now he is old and slumped on the hospital bed, unable to take charge of his duties. Therefore, Gaiden, as the eldest son in the family, has officially inherited the title of baronet. After his father's death, Gaiden will step down from the royal guards and become the master of Harlingsburg. A large number of fallen people are hunting down civilians in the hinterland of the Lion Kingdom, and they are so close to their own castle. It is definitely necessary for Gaiden to eliminate them. So the quarrymen and masons were saved, and Sigismund was also saved. But Baron Gaiden died tragically at the hands of the fallen. In order to protect his hometown, he bravely rushed to the front. Perhaps Gaiden really didn't expect that those fallen men seemingly light and casual swordsmanship could not only cut through his plate and chain composite armor, but also chop him into two pieces. The Royal City Guards killed and wounded more than a dozen people in the first contact. Then they realized something was wrong and immediately began to retreat. Fortunately, Leon's Nolder guards were not far behind, and they immediately came to support them after discovering the fighting. The Nolder elves are indeed the natural enemies of the fallen. These sharpshooters basically have no effort to kill the fallen in such plain areas. The Nolder like to aim at the enemy's head and shoot. Those fallen ones were all cleared away after an hour. But this little accident made Leon very embarrassed. In fact, not many people died in this terrible battle. The royal guards were all cavalry, and they only lost a dozen people in total. They were the first group of people who followed Gaiden and launched the charge. But the problem is that Commander Gaiden died in battle, and he died at the hands of a heretic and fallen person. Gaiden was the deputy envoy who sent the order, and was also the person in charge assigned to supervise the army. He was originally responsible for supervising Godric. This led the people in the Royal City Guards to believe that these degenerates might be the work of Godric and Amy, because Amy was now accused of being a heretic leader. The Royal City Guards did not doubt Leon. After all, it was Liang's troops who killed the fallen. But they insisted that Liang return to Lion City to explain the situation to Ulrich, and let the king order to maintain the original plan and appoint other deputy supervisors. Otherwise, they would not obey anyone's orders. It is normal for them to have such concerns. Death on the way just after accepting a mission can easily be regarded as a conspiracy. If something goes wrong, the royal guards will take responsibility. So Liang had no choice but to go back with Inner, preparing to explain the whole story, and he also had to bring a few stonemasons to testify, proving that Gaiden died in the battle to save his hometown. Fortunately, Anna is a sensible person. He was assigned by Anna to help Liang, and of course, he would not go against Liang. Therefore, Liang and Anna turned around and returned to Lion City. Since they brought the stonemason with them, their speed was naturally not very fast, at least twice as slow as when they came. On their way back to Lion City, Liang heard the unique message sound of the Owl Knights, which was the night owl's cry, hoo hoo hoo. That was Ors, who brought news about Fox Town for Liang. Ors has been researching information about Weihu Town and surrounding areas for Liang these days. Before Liang left Changhe Town, he asked Wendy to order the troops stationed in various places to prepare for war. The Knights of the Owls of Ors had been stationed at Trubrun before, and the order would naturally be passed on to them. Trubrun is the residence lent by Liang to the Night Owls. They eat the food provided by Liang, and live in the territory provided by Liang. So Ors will naturally respond to Liang's war mobilization. So after receiving the order, the Owl Knights set off, arriving only one day later than close. This time, the news brought back by Ors himself was news that Liang had never known. The Crow village was massacred, and no one was left. At the same time, many small villages around Weihu Town were massacred. Lord Leon, the situation is getting very troublesome now. Crow Village is Godric's hometown, and the fiefdom of Lady Felina. And those who massacred Crow Village were not heretics and fallen people, but members of the Lion Knights. They must be intending to force Lord Godric to rebel. Ors looked very nervous. We confirmed with Close that Close rescued several villagers who had been abused. This was done by the adventure group led by that scumbag Oswood. And it was done under the instruction of the Lion Knights.
Oswood's adventure group is a thug who specializes in doing dirty work for the Lion Knights. The Crow village was massacred. Then where are Lady Felina and Lord Andrew? Also, do Godric and Amy know about this?
Leon also realized the trouble of this situation. If something happens to Felina and Andrew, Godric will definitely rebel. Leon knew that Godric was extremely dissatisfied with the current Lion Knights. And Amy, a princess knight, would not have any fear of rebellion or anything like that. If it weren't for Lady Felina and Andrew, Godric might have become a rebel together with his old friends when he was young.
Andrew is missing. You should know what this kind of disappearance probably means. Mrs. Felina should be in Lion City. We found her followers. And those followers said that she went to find the king alone.
Ors quickly explained the situation.
As for Miss Amy, sir, Close was the first to discover this matter. And he had already brought your silver hand to join Miss Amy before I arrived. That's why I rushed back to tell you. After learning that the Crow village was massacred, Lord Godric and Miss Amy believed that the king was doing this intentionally. So they had no choice. When I left Fox Town, they had already made up their minds to fight with the lion. The knights are working hard.
Leon sighed heavily. This means that if he had not encountered those fallen ones, and if Baron Gaydon had not died, then Leon would have been able to reach Fox Town before Godric and Amy made such a determination. After conveying the king's new order, Godric and Amy would definitely not be impulsive. And there was still room for redemption. But now, isn't there a river of blood in Guehu Town? This is not a question of whether Godric and Amy can win the fight. With Close and the Silver Hand helping him, the father and daughter will at least not lose. However, this nature is different. Leon accepted the reality quickly. Now that the situation has escalated, he can only go back to Lion City to find a way to solve this completely different problem. For example, bring Lady Felina to Godric. Leon actually didn't expect that Felina would be in Lion City. After asking Inna, he found out that Felina was being held in the noble house. Inna also met his biological father at this time. In fact, the communication with Inna has always been very smooth. Inna is just infatuated with Anna, and there are actually no problems in other aspects. As for the three prophets in Lion City, apart from confusing the king, they did not do any other bad things at all. Nor did they use any weird witchcraft around the Forbidden Demon Tower, which was really useless. So in Inner's eyes, Anna may indeed be a heretic witch, but she is not an evil monster. He had no ill feelings toward the three prophets, and he himself had not done anything bad. Princess Anna asked Inna to cooperate with Leon. So he told Leon honestly that Felina was in the tower of the House of Nobles, and cooperated with Leon to enter the House of Nobles. But no one expected that what they saw in the House of Nobles would be such a scene. Lady Felina's mangled body lay among the flowers. King Ulrich knelt before Felina's corpse and wept silently. On the top floor of the tower, Anna was still standing at the window, still holding a piece of cloth in her hand. She was a little overwhelmed and didn't know what to do for a while. But this scene seems obvious, and basically everyone will think that Felina was pushed down by Princess Anna. This is murder. Ulrich probably thought so too. So he kept trembling, silent, and hesitant, but did not give any instructions. And Liang's heart had sunk. Felina is dead. The last person who could solve the problem died. And this is indeed forcing the Godric family to rebel. Oh, then there is nothing we can do. Amy is his apprentice, and there is no distinction between them. Family. Godric is an elder who has been sincerely helping him. Mrs. Felina is Helen's best friend and the aunt who always protects her. Damn the prophet. Damn the king. Now, what conspiracy? What tricks? What political tactics? What interests? What is civil war or not? It doesn't matter anymore. They are already destined to be enemies. So, what we have to do now is no longer solving the problem, but someone who solves manufacturing problems, no matter who they are or whether they are human or not. His Majesty. Finally, one of the guards couldn't help but broke the uncomfortable silence. Get out! Everyone! Get out! Ulrich suddenly drew his sword and roared furiously. Just like when he hacked the two maids to death, he started to rage completely uncontrollably. The guards had all seen the miserable situation of the two maids, and no one wanted to follow in their footsteps. So they all stepped aside. But this time, Ulrich did not kill people randomly, but rushed into the tower of the House of Lords with a sword in his hand with a livid face. The tears in his eyes fell down his somewhat swollen face. Inner panicked and quickly followed in. Leon also rushed forward with Inna, but he did not enter the noble house tower. He rushed directly towards Lady Felina's body. Taking advantage of the fact that the king had just dismissed the guards, Leon quickly left the place with the body in his arms, without even looking back. The guards did not stop him. In fact, the guards were at a loss what to do. They didn't get any effective orders, and no one knew what the situation was now. In this case, as a bodyguard, it is best to do nothing and just stick to your duty. Just guard the tower where the king is and prevent others from entering or leaving. It is considered as doing your duty, and nothing else is done. See, those who can serve as guards in the house of nobles are not fools. They really think they are blind. Anyway, all of them have turned their backs on him. Just after leaving the gate of the house of nobles, Leon shouted at the city gate, "Risa Dillon, open the city gate! Lead the guards into the city!" Chapter 309. Qingjun sighed. The ears of the Noldor elves are really good. Even at the city gate, Risadolin still heard Leon shout. Of course, everyone near the House of Lords also heard it. But no one took action against Leon. Leon was the Marshal of the Lion Kingdom, and he had made outstanding achievements in the Southern and Northern Wars. No one would take action against him without the king's order, even though he had just ordered his guards to enter the royal city. On the other hand, Ors was quite hesitant. He hesitated at the gate of the House of Nobles, but finally turned around and broke into the tower of the House of Nobles. He was worried about Inna, the son he had just met, and the only relative he had now. However, Risa Dillon, who had been waiting at the city gate, did not hesitate. If Risadolin was not a Noldor elf, but a knight like Ors, who was born in the Lion realm, then he might still be a little worried after hearing this order and leading the guards into the Lion City, which would be basically tantamount to rebellion. But Risadolin didn't care what the Lord wanted to do. He had no sense of identification with the Lion Kingdom, and he didn't think there was anything special about the Lion City. That is to say, the scale is relatively large, and the city wall is relatively high. So after hearing the order, Risadolin blew the marching horn without hesitation. The horns of the elves are low and long. They don't sound high-pitched, but they can travel far. The Noldor guards not far outside the city responded and began to charge towards the city gate. At the same time, 5 men in black sprang out from the corner near the city gate, quickly rushed to Risa Dillon, and then followed Risa Dillon into the gatehouse of the city gate. They had been ambushing in this city. The Scorpio assassins are here, and they temporarily accept the command of Risa Dillon. The gatehouse of Lion City is not just a message room. It is actually a military station inside the city gate. It is also the corridor leading to the city tower and the top of the city wall. It is located inside the city gate opening. This is also the working place of the city gate officer. For a large city like Lion City, the gatehouse is the core defensive point, because there is a winch inside the gatehouse that controls the opening and closing of the city gate. Of course, it was daytime now, and there was no hostility outside. The gate of Lion City was already open. At this time, the city gate guards did not know that there was a murder in the noble house, and they did not receive any orders, so they naturally did not close the door. But Risadolin knew very well that when the Lord said, "Open the city gate," he did not ask him to push the winch to open the door, but asked him to control the city gate. That is to say, kill the soldiers stationed in the gatehouse to prevent them from closing the city gate. Because Liang's guards are still outside the city at this time. There are 2 gates in Lion City, the outer city gate and the inner gate. There is a moat about 10 meters wide around the city, and a boulder city foundation several meters wide is deliberately left between the river and the base of the city wall to prevent the river water from corroding the city wall. The outer city gate is not actually on the city wall, but a separate gate. The bottom is built on the huge stone city foundation that is several meters wide. It is very high as a whole. It is more than 15 meters long, and when it is lowered, it is actually a suspension bridge that passes through the moat. This kind of outer city gate needs to be lowered or pulled up slowly, because it is too high. If the bridge plate of more than 10 meters is allowed to fall freely, it is likely to be damaged or even broken. The inner gate is different. It is embedded in the city gate. It is the grid-shaped lifting gate hanging in the city gate hole in Changla town. It is made of giant wood wrapped in iron sheet. As long as someone knocks off the wooden plug that fixes the winch, the heavy inner gate will crash down and seal the city gate. If this kind of gate falls, it will be difficult to raise it again. Just pushing the winch requires several strong men to work together. As the capital of the Lion Kingdom and the residence of the king, of course no lord is allowed to bring troops into the city. At most, he can bring a few followers or guard captains, such as Risa Dillon. even if the entourage of a foreign lord wants to temporarily stay in the Lion City military camp. They must be disarmed and enter the barracks from the entrance of the military station at the base of the side city wall. They cannot use the city gate to avoid misunderstandings or accidents. Once armed troops are detected approaching the city gate, the inner gate will be closed immediately. At night, or when facing foreign enemies, the outer city gate will be pulled up, turning the Lion City into a closed giant fortress. This is the primary military duty that the garrison in the city will perform without receiving any orders. The only troops that can enter the Lion City wearing armor and carrying weapons are the king's personal troops, namely the Lion Knights and the Royal City Guards. However, the Lion Knights are currently in Foxtown, and the Royal Guards are waiting for news in Harlingsburg, and they are not in Lion City. The Royal City Guards were waiting for Leon and Inna to return to Lion City to explain the situation to the king. They felt that they would leave again soon, so they did not return to the station to avoid making a useless march back and forth. In other words, there are currently only about 1,000 standing troops in Lion City, and they are not elite troops. In fact, let alone elites, they can't even be called soldiers. Risadolin originally thought he would face a tough battle in the gatehouse. After all, it stands to reason that as long as the city gate defenders see the Noldor guards rushing towards them, they will definitely try to lower the inner gate. There are only 5 Scorpion assassins around him, and the gate defenders of Lion City usually have at least 1 centurion. But in fact, he and the 5 Scorpio assassins took control of the most important place, the concierge, without any effort. When they entered the concierge, there was no one inside. Risadolin was even able to arrange the arrangements calmly, move several stab boxes used to seal the gaps in the city wall, sealed the door, and then even rested for 2 minutes before seeing a group of soldiers hurriedly trying to get into the concierge. What was originally expected to be an attack turned into a defense, and there was still preparation time. So Risadolin and several Scorpio assassins didn't fight anyone at all, and didn't even break a sweat, because after the garrison discovered that there was a thorn box sealing the gatehouse, and there were a few guys who looked like masters inside, they did not rush in at all, but dispersed in a hurry. The Noldor guards had already begun to advance. The city is here, and these garrison troops do not intend to die in battle here. The garrison in Lion City was probably the most useless force Risadolin had ever seen. In other words, they were not warriors in the first place, because the garrison of Leicester City has never experienced a real battle for more than 100 years. No enemy has ever directly attacked Leicester City, or even attacked the gates of Leicester City. The closest battle to them was when the Dexia people rushed to Yalagal to plunder. However, the Dexia people did not attack Lion City and remained in Yalagal. The battlefield was still dozens of miles away from them. In addition, Ulrich recently replenished the Lion Knights and the Royal Guards twice, picking away all the more reliable soldiers in the garrison. Now the remaining troops in the garrison are basically working for a living. The city defense troops in the capital city are treated very well. They don't have to risk their lives to fight, but they can also deduct oil and water from the city gates, and their food and salary are guaranteed. Therefore, what the garrison in Lion City is best at is not actually fighting, but scaring farmers and business travelers, and making some extra money while inspecting caravans, or assisting tax collectors in collecting city gate taxes. Rather than saying that they are city defense troops, they are more like hooligans, and their combat effectiveness cannot match that of the Red Brotherhood. After all, the gang members of the Red Brotherhood at least had some courage. But these gangsters ran away when faced with the Noldor seizing the city gate. A few minutes later, Liang's guards took over the city gate easily, without killing anyone in the whole process. The city gate garrison all ran away, and the other city defense troops never showed up. They probably haven't put on their armor yet. Later, Risadolin and half of the people rushed to Liang to respond. In fact, Liang had been standing outside the door of the noble house without moving, and he had been holding Lady Philena's body. But no one cared about him. It was only then that an organized city defense force appeared. But they still didn't even know what was going on, and were too timid to step forward. A whole row of Noldor Rangers armed with bows and arrows had already stood on the city wall. Liang was also surrounded by hundreds of Noldor cavalry. Neither side of the city defense army dared to approach, and could only linger in the middle of the street. They didn't even dare to ask. The guard of only 200 people is now the most powerful fighting force in Lion City. It can even make the city defense army of thousands of people dare not say a word. It has to be said that this is the tragedy of Lion Kingdom. "Sir, are we going to storm the palace?" Risadolin saw Leon holding a corpse. His face was a little sad. and he felt that his master might want to rebel.
What nonsense are you talking about? Can you just enter the palace? I asked you to escort me.
Leon started with a reprimand, and then signaled the guards to surround the tower of the House of Nobles.
Seal that tower and don't allow anyone to enter or exit. Now I am controlling this place as the Marshal of the Kingdom to ensure the safety of His Majesty the Kingdom. If anyone makes any unusual move, shoot without mercy.
Liang's voice was loud, and he spoke quite indignantly. There were originally many bewildered guards whispering to each other, but at this moment they suddenly became silent. In fact, Liang did not let the guards enter the city to rebel, and there was no need for him to rebel. On the contrary, what he is going to do now should be called
King Qin Escorts,
or
Qin Jun Side.
This is the standard procedure for loyal and patriotic people to eliminate traitors for the country. After all, Liang knew that Anna was one of the three prophets, and judging from the identities used by Cersei and Anna in the House of Lords, Anna should be the leader. Liang has personally experienced how powerful the three prophets are. But now, King Ulrich entered the tower of the House of Lords with his sword, and Anna had just committed an unforgivable crime. The witnesses and physical evidence were all there, and the evidence was conclusive in front of everyone. It's not certain what the king will do specifically, but in this case, no matter what Anna will do, you can guess with just your toes that something will happen to Ulrich, either being kidnapped, or being killed, or even being poisoned or going crazy. Anyway, with the skills of the three prophets, once the king is kidnapped by Anna, no one should be able to save him. At least Leon felt that he definitely couldn't be saved. If he is really saved, he must be a mad king controlled by a heretic. Therefore, now let the guards enter the city, King Qin. To be honest, Leon didn't believe that Felina was pushed down by Princess Anna because Anna didn't have to do this. Even if Felina knew something inside and caused the three prophets to silence them, given their abilities, they would not kill people in such a conspicuous way. Whether it was illness, poisoning, or letting people die silently in the bed, the three prophets would not kill people in such a conspicuous way. A prophet can do it easily. This kind of pushing people to jump off the building is only what ordinary people do, and it is completely inconsistent with the behavioral logic of masters like the three prophets. Besides, who would stand in front of a window after killing someone? Are you afraid that others will not know that you are committing murder? It was more like forcing. It's like Felina is forcing Ulrich to break up with Anna, or forcing Anna to jump over the wall and reveal the truth herself. Then Leon naturally wants to do what he wants. Of course, the Marshal of the Kingdom will not rebel, but he can
clear the Emperor's side.
If you accidentally get rid of you because of this, that can only be regarded as an accident. All the older elves took off their bows, and some of them began to patrol around the House of Nobles on horseback. The people who were originally poking their heads on the King's Road to watch the excitement dispersed. The other group of girl rangers went directly to the wall of the noble house, taking over the positions of the guards and driving them all out. None of the guards resisted. They all looked at Leon, seeming to want the Marshal of the Kingdom to give a clear explanation. Leon ignored them and handed Mrs. Felina's body to Lisa Dillon.
Take Aunt Felina to Foxtown and hand it over to Lord Godric yourself. Then tell Amy, let her not get entangled with the Lion Knights. Leave Close to lead the infantry to block the enemy, and let her lead all the cavalry to Lion City as quickly as possible. I will wait for her here.
Lisa Dillon took the order and left.
You have all seen the murder here. Princess Felina was brutally murdered. Since Princess Anna did such a thing, I suspect that she is probably controlled by a heretic, or she herself is the leader of the heresy.
Leon pulled out his sword, looked around at the guards of the noble house, and said loudly,
Now that His Majesty and Knight Inner have gone in to investigate, I will also bring people in to protect His Majesty's safety. But I am worried about you. Someone is a heretic follower, so I must take over the defense here until the truth is found out. You'd better put down your weapons and cooperate with me. Anyone who is still holding a weapon after half a minute, I will directly treat them as a heretic.
The guards looked at each other in confusion, and then nodded. There was nothing wrong with Liang's statement. Of course, it was necessary to find out the murder case. The guards, who were initially at a loss, now received very clear instructions. This was an order issued by the Marshal of the Kingdom, and most importantly, it was an order that would exempt them from liability. Leon suspected that Princess Anna was controlled by heretics, and further suspected that there were spies among the guards of the House of Lords. So he asked to take over the defense. This was indeed quite reasonable. Liang's request was actually asking the guards to stay out of the matter in order to prove their innocence. So the guards put their weapons in front of Liang and withdrew from the House of Nobles because in this way, no matter what happened, these guards would be exempt from liability. Marshal Liang would hold up the sky if it fell. Chapter 310 The Regicide. The guards of the House of Nobles are actually young masters from noble families. If an enemy attempts to assassinate the king, they may risk their lives to protect him and give their family a chance to prosper and shine. But in this kind of royal murder case, they really don't want to get involved in the affairs between the king, princess and princess. Who knows what the consequences will be if you mix things up blindly? So they honestly disarmed themselves and waited for the result outside the House of Lords. No one was running around. No one was leaving. No one was even talking. Maybe there were indeed followers of the three prophets among them. But no one showed anything suspicious. Liang stared at them coldly. No one wanted to be suspected of being an accomplice to murder or having ulterior motives. The girl rangers were staring at the wall. The House of Nobles was already tightly sealed. But Liang was still not in a hurry to enter the tower. He is giving orders. The first order given was to close the Lion City. The garrison was ordered to return to its garrison and was not allowed to leave the barracks without orders. The garrison had no intention of objecting. After all, the guards of the House of Nobles had been disarmed. So naturally these ragtag garrison would not say anything anymore. At the same time, Liang asked the Nolder Rangers to separately seal all the side gates of the Lion City, leaving only the main city gate that was controlled by the guards. Lion City has 5 gates for entry and exit, but only the main gate in the north is open daily, because identity checks are required to enter and exit the royal city. Usually only opening one main city gate can save manpower. Of course, the most important thing is to facilitate the collection of city gate taxes. The other gates have their own purposes, including the entrance to the military station dedicated to the troops, the South Water Gate connecting the Sava River Pier, and the 2 side gates on the east and west sides for the transportation of large quantities of supplies. The entrance to the military station is generally closed for a long time, because entering from the entrance is the passage inside the city wall, which leads directly to the military camp and is a controlled area. The South Water Gate will not be opened when no noble ships are docked. It is an exclusive entrance for nobles that can lead directly to the palace. This water gate will only be opened unless there are mission executors holding royal orders or envoys from other countries visiting from the waterway. This is also a fast waterway that allows royal members to evacuate Lion City directly from the palace castle when necessary. The east and west side gates are also called morning and dusk gates, because usually a large number of vehicles transporting vegetables, fruits, grains and other materials enter the city at dusk, and many vehicles transporting waste leave the city in the morning. So they are opened in the morning and evening. Once, it can be regarded as a green channel to maintain daily life in Lion City. But it was noon and none of these doors were open. What Liang wanted to do was to make these city gates unable to be opened in a short period of time. He asked the Nolder Rangers to destroy the winches that open these gates. If the winch is destroyed, the heavy gates often cannot be opened. The guards brought by Liang were not many, with only more than 200 Nolder, and half of them were allocated to control the tower of the House of Nobles. Since they could not spare more people to manage other city gates, they simply destroyed the winch and let those gates directly seal and finish. After destroying several other gates, the Nolder guards took control of the main city gate, which was equivalent to controlling the entire Lion City. However, Liang's control of Lion City at this time was not actually to block people from outside, but to block people who wanted to leave Lion City, or at least to delay their exit. There are many nobles living in Lion City, and every family has attendants or guards. At the same time, there is a station of the Lion Knights in the Lion City, and there should be a small number of Lion Knights staying behind. There are also some king's personal guards in the palace. But these people don't know what happened in the House of Lords yet, and they haven't reacted yet. Therefore, Liang wants them to be completely unable to react, and they cannot even think of letting the news out in a short time. Soon after, one Nolder Ranger after another received orders from Liang and quickly went to various places to convey messages. In this way, the guards who controlled the main city gate made it clear that they would not let humans leave the Lion City anyway, and just let the Nolder leave the city. After arranging all this, Liang led a small group of people into the noble house tower. At this time, the king had been entering the tower for some time. However, there has been no sound coming from the tower, and it has always been eerily quiet, probably because the top of the tower is too high, and if you don't stand at the window and shout, it is difficult for the sound to be transmitted. Liang patrolled each floor with his sword in hand, giving all the maids he encountered a stay-at-home order, ordering them not to leave the tower. After patrolling all the way to the top floor, I heard the voices of several key figures. This was also expected. After all, it happened on the top floor. However, when Leon came to the top floor of the noble house, the scene here was really beyond his expectation. The door to the attic was open, and 4 people were inside. As expected, something happened to Ulrich. He fell to the ground with a table knife stuck in his stomach and a sword stuck around his neck. But the problem was that the person who pointed the tip of the sword at Ulrich's neck was not Anna, but Inna. Urs held his sword at Anna with an angry face. He seemed to want to take action, but he was very hesitant. His son Inna stood in front of Anna and threatened the king. Princess Anna was leaning against the wall with a frightened look on her face. She looked like a pitiful and weak woman. However, Inna, who pointed his sword at Ulrich's neck, kept shaking. Moreover, Inna looked even sadder than the king, and he actually looked like he was begging for death.
Father, I must protect Anna. I must protect her.
As soon as Leon arrived at the door, he heard Inna talking to Urs. Is this silly boy planning to sacrifice himself for love?
Inna! She is a heretic. She is a heretic prophet. Don't you want to live?
Urs said angrily.
I can't live anymore. I have already attacked His Majesty.
Inna spoke in a choked voice, but stopped only halfway because Leon entered the door at this time. Leon can generally understand why Inna did this. After all, Anna has his child in her belly. Moreover, Inna has never seen the true appearance of the 3 prophets. Anna still maintains the appearance of a princess at this time. A weak and helpless noble. The appearance of a woman.
That's what she did. Inna, don't do anything stupid. Master Leon can help you. But you can't become a regicide.
Seeing Leon enter the door, Urs seemed to see hope and persuaded him again. But when Inna saw Leon coming in, he seemed to have made up his mind.
Lord Leon, I have been waiting for you.
However, without waiting for Leon to reply or for anyone to react, he stabbed a sword into Ulrich's neck. Blood spurted out from the arteries and spread all over the floor. Ulrich was killed. Killed by Inna? Leon was stunned. He had just entered the door and had not done anything yet. And there was no time to do anything.
No! What did you do? Inna!
Urs shouted desperately.
Lord Leon. You have seen it all. I plead guilty.
Inna did not respond to his father, but dropped the sword, spread his hands, and knelt in front of Leon.
Catch me!
Leon sighed and glanced at Ulrich on the ground. The king's neck was still bleeding, and his eyes were still open. But the strange thing is that the king's eyes are neither angry nor panic, nor any pain. There is only sadness. The sadness of despair. Don't you know the pain when you are hit by a sword?
I don't know what I saw. I just know that I have to catch you first. Right. Mrs. Anna?
Leon did not respond to Inna, but walked directly towards Anna with his sword. But he walked very carefully. He knew how powerful this prophet was.
Catch her!
Several Nolda Rangers quickly stepped forward and surrounded Anna.
Lord Leon, I am the one who killed the king!
Inna shouted, trying to grab the sword on the ground, seemingly trying to stop Leon, but was kicked over by his father Urs and fell to the ground.
She was the one who killed the king! Don't be stupid. Son!
Urs shouted, but Inna turned a deaf ear. He crawled in front of Anna and stood in front of Leon.
Lord Leon, I did everything.
Leon smiled bitterly and shook his head.
Inna, I don't care who did it at all. Get out of the way. Inna.
Princess Anna suddenly laughed and shook her head with a smile. This action was exactly the same as Leon.
Actually, Your Excellency Leon is the real murderer of the regicide. Right. Your Excellency Urs?
Urs's face turned livid. But he didn't speak. He didn't know what he was thinking. Inna looked back blankly. And then there seemed to be some joy in his eyes.
Yes, he is.
Only then did Leon understand that Anna had this idea. She knew that she had almost no explanation for Felina's death. No matter how much Ulrich doted on her, he could not ignore the scene he saw with his own eyes. Or at least doubt it. Even if Ulrich doesn't care about Felina as his sister and insists on overturning Anna's case, Anna must first be put in jail for investigation and trial. And he must only let neutral ministers be responsible for the interrogation. For example, if he happens to happen. Leon. In other words, Anna is actually unable to escape. If she wants to survive, she can only hold the king hostage. But if Ulrich is held hostage, it will be completely impossible to achieve her goal. Therefore, Anna changed her mind and killed Ulrich. using the more serious incident of regicide to change everyone's focus from the princess's murder to the king's murder. Then, he framed it on Liang. Or fall on any noble who entered the tower first. In this way, no matter what Liang says, no one will believe it. If no one enters the tower, or if the frame-up fails, Anna will be charged with regicide because he wants to protect Anna and his children. And Anna is pregnant with the king's heir. As long as she does not reveal her identity as a heretic, no one will kill her at this time. On the contrary, there will be many people rushing to protect her. Liang gave Anna a thumbs-up gesture and praised sincerely.
It's a good idea. But I'm the only one left in this noble house. Really? Ha ha ha.
Anna laughed. And then she pulled off the belt around her waist and stood up straight.
This lady's dress is really uncomfortable. Your Excellency Liang, come and fight with me.
She's inviting a fight. She finally stopped pretending and faced Liang like a warrior. Liang took a step back, made a weird sword move, held the long sword diagonally, and then used a head-twirling move like a simple sword. He still remembered how he dealt with the three prophets before, and he could only use something they had never seen before. Tricks work well. It seems that Anna has never seen this strange trick of using a long sword as a simple sword. And this is not the sword technique of Pender at all. Moreover, she didn't have any objects in her hands that could be used to block. And her flesh and blood armor was not on her body either. But she didn't seem to have any intention of evading or blocking. Instead, she directly pulled the belt in her hand towards Liang. Liang did not dare to take the power of the three prophets. Even if she was holding only a belt, Liang did not dare to take it. So he had to retreat and dodge. But at this moment, Liang heard what seemed to be a buzzing sound behind him. Buzz! This is the sound of a sword cutting through the air.
Ding!
Nowadays, Liang's ears were very strong. He turned around with a changed expression, passed the sword around his head, followed the sword technique just now, and used a body-circling head guard, which just barely blocked the sword thrust from behind. The sharp griffin sword cut off the backstabbing blade, but Benfei's blade still cut through Liang's face. This sword was aimed at the neck. That's Inna.
Sir! Be careful!
It was only then that the warning voices of the Nolda Rangers came. Two Nolda Rangers rushed forward and pinned Anar to the ground holding the broken sword. But Ors finally no longer hesitated at this time. He rushed towards Anna and attacked extremely fiercely. It seemed that Anna would definitely be killed. This prevented Anna from sneaking up on Liang when he turned around to block. The Noldos also rushed forward, but Anna leaned against the corner. In such a narrow space, there was not room for too many people to take action. Ors was almost one-on-one with Anna. But surprisingly, Ors defeated Anna easily. Just one all night actually beat the prophetess back steadily, and was even stabbed in the shoulder with a sword. Snort. Anna suddenly laughed weirdly. And then, Anna did something incomprehensible again. She actually jumped off the building. Just as she gradually retreated to the window, she threw herself out of the tower window just like Felina.
No. Anna. No.
Anna cried bitterly and tried to throw himself at the window. But he was held by two Nolda Rangers and knelt on the ground unable to move.
Go down and tie her up. Even if it's a corpse. You have to tie her up.
Liang frowned and gave the order, then looked at Inna.
You don't need to be a regicide. Inna, before you took action, His Majesty the King was already killed by Anna. I can see that.
Anna
only had eyes for the window. And he was muttering, seemingly unable to listen to anything.
That woman is not Anna.
Leon simply pointed at the window and yelled. Anna looked at Leon blankly and stopped struggling.
She is definitely not Anna. I can't defeat the prophetess with my ability.
Ors also frowned and said. He handed the tip of his sword to Anna.
I stabbed her, but she didn't bleed. Anna, you should know what this means. Chapter 311. The cook who specializes in silence. There seemed to be nothing on the tip of Ors's sword, but everyone saw that Ors had indeed stabbed Anna in the shoulder. That sword was just an old knight's sword, and it wasn't even of high quality, so naturally it couldn't be stained with blood. This situation of not leaving any trace of blood is like stabbing a steak into meat that has already been drained of blood, so that the tip of the sword will not be stained with blood. In other words, there is almost no blood in this Anna's body, and she might be a mummy. How can a person with no blood in her body be pregnant? Obviously, Anna could also think of this, so he no longer reacted, and sat slumped on the ground with his head lowered, muttering,
How could it be? How could it be?
Leon ignored him. After carefully examining Ulrich's body, he sighed. then turned around and asked Inna.
If the person you love changes her body, will you still love her?
Inna raised his head, his eyes confused, and he didn't seem to understand what Liang meant. Liang shook his head and kicked him.
Get up, Kingslayer. You don't even know whether you love her skin or soul. So you can die for her?
Inna got up silently and said nothing, probably because he was tested by Liang's question. Then, Liang stuck his head out of the window of the tower and looked down. The place where Anna fell after jumping off the building was in the same place as Felina, and several Noldor elves were tying her up with ropes according to Liang's instructions. But after taking a look, Liang rubbed his eyes and looked at it carefully for a long time again.
So that's it.
Liang simply refused to go downstairs. He pointed at Ulrich and signaled to Inna.
Regicide, pick up the sword, drag your majesty's body downstairs, and then threaten your majesty to leave the house of nobles and take the body away.
Stay at the gate of the noble house and find a way to escape. My guards will hunt you down, and the king's guards will also hunt you down. Whether you survive or not depends on your own ability.
Inna was stunned for a while, as if he didn't believe everything he heard. So Liang added another sentence.
I suggest you escape from the Sava River. Based on your name, there should be no one in Lion City who is better at swimming than you.
Inna finally understood what Liang meant. He bowed deeply to Liang and obeyed him obediently. It has the power of the sea. Since he has this name, Inna is certainly good at swimming. After all, he was raised by a pirate lord. And he is also a pirate who always likes to ram other people's ships with his horns. Ors was also stunned for a while. He sighed, bowed to Liang, stared at his son, and went downstairs with his sword in hand. He could see that Liang had indeed decided to let Inna go, although Ors didn't know why Liang did this. It was obviously beneficial to his son, so he didn't say a word for fear that Liang would change his mind. Liang did this, of course, not to let Inna go. He didn't have much friendship with Inna, so he couldn't help this licking dog get away. His main purpose was to let Ulrich die outside the House of Lords, in full view of the public, so that there would be no trace of any mystery, so that there would be no need to investigate at all. Since Inna wants to be this regicide, let him do it to the end. Liang wants to characterize this matter as
Princess Anna killed someone to cover up her affair, and Inna committed regicide in anger after her lover was killed.
In fact, Liang was certain that Anna was still alive, or that the soul of the prophet was still alive. Liang didn't know what her name was, but it was indeed not the female prophet who jumped from the building, because looking down from the tower of the House of Nobles, Anna's body looked like a monster with dried flesh. It's not like it was thrown like this, but it looks like a mummy with no skin at all, which is completely different from what it looks like directly. The dried flesh and blood was the appearance of the blood oath witch that Liang had seen on the big tree outside Changha town. This high tower can make all witchcraft reveal its true appearance, but it cannot be seen when facing each other in the high tower. Liang looked around the room on the top floor with some awe. Apart from the relief of the late King Kavala on the dome, he didn't see anything special. Then, he took off the horn hanging on his body and blew it directly on the top of the building.
This is the marching horn of the Noldor. In fact, it is also a horn of summoning nature. According to Rissa Dillon, the horn summoning rangers imitated the horn summoning method of the Noldor. But the rangers will definitely not admit this. Half of the Noldor who were originally watching on the city wall separated into the tower. Liang really needs to find some manpower, because this situation obviously means that the prophet has changed his body to try to escape, and he must still be hiding in the tower. The low horn spread far away, and the guards, who had been standing still outside the noble house, also heard it. Of course they were aware that something was going on in the House of Nobles, but they all hesitated and did not dare to enter. They all peeped around the gate to watch. Then, they saw Deputy Commander Inna, who had once gained the princess's trust, holding His Majesty the King hostage as he came out of the tower. Around Inar, a group of Noldor rangers were gesticulating with swords. More Noldor rangers stood on the wall with bows and arrows, but no one dared to take action. The kingdom's marshal, Earl Leon, was walking at the end and was shouting loudly, "Don't be impulsive, Inna! Let go of His Majesty the King! People at the door, stop him! It looks like the king is being held hostage? How can we stop it? If he stops him, the king will be killed. What is it now?" No one wants to take the blame. The guards all retracted their heads and started to discuss among themselves. And then, they made a decision. As a bodyguard, you still have to fulfill your responsibilities. At least they had to put on a show. Lest the marshal inside said they didn't fulfill their duties faithfully. So they picked up the swords outside the noble house and gathered around the door to make gestures similar to those of the Noldor behind Inna. It was pure gestures, and no one dared to step forward or even get close. Inna didn't get too close to them, because Liang had already given the order from behind.
Catch him! Don't let him walk out of the door!
When all the guards heard this, they backed down and let the door out.
Everyone! Stay away! Stay away! Make way!
Inna roared loudly, looking crazy. The guards did retreat further, and they did give way. Afterwards, Inna dragged the king to the king's avenue, then wiped the king's neck open with a sword, and rushed into the dark alley on the side. Ulrich's body lay on the king's road. A group of guards were stunned for a moment. Regicide in public. Does Inna have any deep grudge against the king?
Hurry up and catch the regicide!
Leon yelled from behind. And then the guards reacted and quickly split up to pursue him. This is often the case. The reason why kidnapping cases are particularly difficult to handle is not because of how strong the criminal is, but because the person who arrests them always has to look forward and backward. And no one can take responsibility. Only when the criminals no longer have hostages in their hands can they dare to take action. But by this time, Inna had already disappeared. At this time, many nobles on the King's Avenue had gone out to watch the fun, and several Lion Knights also rushed over from the station. The scene of the king's killing was witnessed by countless people, but still no one dared to get close to the king's body. Only a few Noldor stepped forward and carried the bloody body back to the noble house. Liang returned to the tower and ordered his men to release the maids in the tower one by one to screen. He was not sure whether the prophet was still among them, but at least he wanted to find other blood-sworn witches or doombringers. Come out. Most of the maids were fine until a chubby middle-aged woman was escorted out. She was probably a cook. She was very plump and wore a wide apron. She was shivering when she was taken out and looked very cowardly. But even ordinary Noldor elves felt that there was something wrong with her. This cook had a strong smell of blood, just like soldiers on the battlefield who have killed countless people and are covered in blood. Although being a cook will definitely involve you in dealing with meat frequently, and you will have to kill a chicken or rabbit from time to time. But even if you make blood sausage every day, it is impossible to have such a strong smell of blood, and human blood and chicken blood taste very different. Therefore, she was tied into a rice dumpling by the Noldor and thrown out.
Sir, she has been hiding in the underground storage room. Several other mutilated corpses were found in the basement. They were all chopped into pieces and put into buckets.
The Noldors reported the situation to Liang. Liang stepped forward, grabbed the cook's face and pulled it. But it was original.
You are the prophet's subordinate. Right. Where are the three prophets? Or where are Anna and Cersei?
Since she is not a blood-sworn witch, Liang has nothing to worry about. Surrounded by so many Noldor elves, this cook cannot make any trouble.
I am Cersei, but I am not a subordinate of any prophet. And I don't know the three prophets.
The fat cook said timidly.
Give her some pain.
Leon felt that this guy was really tough-talking, and heretical fanatics probably wouldn't speak so easily. So he motioned for the Noldor to be punished. He no longer takes matters into his own hands. Since this cook is a real body, the punishment will definitely bring pain. But before the Noldor could take action, the cook knelt down and said,
My lord, don't torture me. My real name is Cersei, and I am the servant of Duke Brennus.
Brennus's people?
Brennus arranged for you to be here. For what purpose?
Liang didn't find it strange. Many of the maids in this tower must have been placed by various nobles. This would be the case in any king's family.
To cook for the king.
The cook hesitated. Liang slapped him in the face.
Don't waste time. Get to the point. Otherwise, I'll make you a meal. It was to kill. I killed many of the queen's maids.
The fat cook covered her face and changed her words. Queen? This should be Ulrich's ex-wife. Anna is not the queen, and the king did not crown her.
Why? What is the queen's maid doing to Brennus?
Liang didn't expect to find some other bad things.
The queen had that kind of relationship with Duke Brennus. She had relationships with many people. Those maids need to be silenced. My lord, this is a common scandal in the palace. I'm just a rough guy who listens to others. That's all.
The cook said it quite calmly. In fact, this answer was expected by Liang. But he glanced at the cook with a cold look and gestured with the sword in his hand.
Don't be careless. You just killed someone today. And you even cut them into pieces. What did you kill today?
People? The people around the little princess. The 4 maids of the little princess.
After a moment of silence, the cook replied,
Little princess? The king's little daughter? She's in the House of Lords? But I didn't see her.
Leon knew that Ulrich also had a 10-year-old daughter, and Marburg was once the unofficial consort of this little princess. But shouldn't this little princess be in Baranley town? Leon had just sealed off the Lion City in order to go to Baranley first to control the little princess. Baranley town is also called the Queen's Town, which is the Queen's private territory. It can be said to be the subsidiary territory accompanying the title of Queen. Past Lion Kings or Queens will use Baranley as betrothal gifts for the next generation of princes and concubines. It has become a tradition. This Queen's Town is located near Lion City, on the shores of Lucian Lake, across the Sama River from Lion City. It is also the back garden of the Kingdom of Lion in the true sense. The scenery is very beautiful, and it is located in the hinterland of the kingdom. It is a lakeside courtyard more suitable for raising children than the Kingdom of Lion.
The little princess was originally going to be sent to Baranley yesterday, but last night, under the order of Lord Brennus, the little princess was sent to Cliff Bay. I was ordered to get rid of the little princess's maids to prevent them from talk too much.
The cook's eyes flickered uneasily. Brennus did not go to Bacchus. He took the little princess to Cliff Bay?
Is the little princess the child of Brennus? Who else knows about this? If you tell the truth, you may have a chance to survive. You should understand that if you are useless, then you must kill someone to pay for it. But if your testimony is favorable to me, then you may be able to live on.
Leon realized that the Duke might have started causing trouble 10 years ago. Now that the king is dead and Alanric is also dead, the little princess is the legally most advantageous heir.
Whoever this little princess falls into may become the master of the Lion Kingdom. Poor Ulrich. None of the children were his biological child.
Actually, that is not the child of Duke Brennus. It should be the child of a guard. It happened 10 years ago. At that time, I first joined here as a cook. I remember very clearly that the guard was one of the captains here. Captain, the king also found out the year before last. So from then on he tried to marry off the little princess so as not to stay around and be an eyesore.
The fat cook thought carefully for a while, probably thinking that what Leon said made sense. So she showed cooperation. If she didn't cooperate, she would definitely die now. But if she could provide favorable testimony for Leon, she could at least live for a few more days. Maybe there will be a chance to escape. Being able to lurk in the House of Nobles for more than 10 years, specializing in killing people. This fat cook is obviously very smart. Her seemingly stupid face and bloated figure are actually the best cover-up.
Captain! Aaron? Is his name Aaron? That Aaron of Trubrun. No wonder Ulrich wanted to massacre Trubrun.
Chapter 312. Do you want to be the queen? Leon now finally understood why Ulrich asked the 3 prophets and the Lion Knights to massacre Trubrun. But here's the thing. That alien resurrected from the dead, and appeared under Father's men, and even followed him to fight in Dexia territory. But Leon drove him away at that time, considering that it was the 3 prophets who led the people to massacre Trubrun. It is not surprising that Aaron came back from the dead.
Aaron. Maybe it's his name. I'm not sure. I only know that he is the captain here. He is a subordinate of Duke Brennus. He was originally sent by Duke Brennus to kill people. Yes, but after he hooked up with the queen, he was transferred to the Knights of the Lion. So I came in as a cook.
The fat cook explained things clearly, and was full of desire to survive.
Who knows about the little princess?
Leon has already begun to think about how to change the original plan.
Everyone who knows is probably dead. I killed those maids. Only when Princess Felina fell ill last year. His Majesty the King told her. But she and His Majesty the King are both dead now. Now! Probably no one knows anymore except Duke Brennus and me.
The fat cook thought for a moment, and shook her head.
It's impossible that no one knows. If no one knows, then how did King Ulrich know about it 2 years ago?
Leon also shook his head, took out his sword and sighed.
You'd better think about it carefully. 2 years ago.
The fat cook thought for a while, and suddenly seemed to remember something.
Maybe the Duke of Alma knows. The Duke of Alma came here to visit the year before last, and His Majesty the King hosted a banquet for him here. I was the one cooking and serving the dishes at that time. Alma, the Duke of Alma, tried to get his youngest son to be betrothed to the little princess, but His Majesty refused. I remember they had a quarrel at the banquet. After the Duke of Alma left, His Majesty lost his temper for a long time, and from that time on he often murdered. The walls of the House of Lords also had additional guards since then. However, The Duke of Alma and his youngest son are also dead.
Alma? The youngest son of the Duke of Alma should have died in Fawcett's hands by now. However, Alma originally planned to let her youngest son, who could not inherit the family business, be engaged to the king's only daughter? This means that Alma must have known about this. He probably informed the king that the little princess was not his biological child after the king refused to be engaged. He should have been trying to persuade Ulrich to marry the little princess to his youngest son. However, the king probably still did not agree. It is estimated that the king was not convinced of the matter at that time. So the banquet broke up unhappy. But Ulrich's temperament changed drastically after that. And that was apparently the turning point. Now that Alma knows. Then, could Fawcett know too? That's why he recruited Elian. Leon let out a long breath. So that's it. Since Eric and Granlon had reported that there might be something wrong with Father, Leon was already on guard against him. Before coming to Lion City this time, Leon asked Deerfew to send orders to various places to prepare for war, and asked Granlon to take the 1st Standard Guard to Lion City in advance, all to guard against Father or, in other words, guard against heretics. Use Fawcett's identity to cause trouble. In fact, you just need to be on guard. After all, you know that Fawcett's identity may be in question. With such an obvious target, if something goes wrong, it will be easier to control the situation. There is no need to alert the enemy. Moreover, when Wendy goes to deliver orders everywhere, she will naturally go to Ermund. She should come to report the situation to Leon soon, since this matter is related to Fawcett. And Fawcett may have been replaced by a heretic. Liang's plan must change. This cook is indeed very important. She won't die for a while. So Liang imprisoned her in the tower again. Subsequently, the search in the tower ended. No other suspicious characters were found. And the bodies in the basement were indeed 4 maids. But Liang was very disturbed that he had not found the prophet who used Anna's identity. Nor had he found any other heretics such as the Blood Oath Witch. The most important thing is that Circe, the prophet who used the identity of the maid, could not be found. These 2 prophets. Where? There are no secret passages in the old Pender noble house, because this was not originally the king's residence, but an office. So there was no need for an escape passage. So, how did they leave here? The matter in Fox Town should indeed have nothing to do with the 3 prophets. But is the matter in Fawcett related to the 3 prophets? Who is the other heresy in Weihu Town? Leon looked at Anna's body. The blood-sworn witch who fell in the garden, but was still tied, and fell into deep thought. The next day, the throne room. News of King Ulrich's death had spread throughout the Lion City, and many nobles came to the throne room, filling the originally spacious hall. As the current actual controller of Lion City and the convener of this press conference, Leon stood under the silver throne and officially announced the obituary of the king's death.
It has been found out that Princess Anna is the leader of the heresy, and her henchman Inna is the spy of the Fieldsway Alliance. The heretic Anna brained Miss Amy in order to seize the throne, and also brutally murdered Fate Princess Lena. His Majesty the King wisely discovered this matter and promptly killed the heretic. However, while fighting bravely against the Fieldsway spies, His Majesty unfortunately died on the King's Road.
The cause of Ulrich's death, Leon said, was
death in battle.
Yes, die in battle. Although every noble in the throne room knew that the king was ripped off by a deputy commander of the guards named Inna, no one expressed any objection to the cause of death. From the mouths of the guards who
witnessed the incident,
the nobles already knew that Princess Anna murdered Princess Felina. And then the king probably killed Princess Anna in the same way in the tower of the noble house. This is very consistent with Ulrich. Consistent temper. Then, the king was kidnapped by Inna and had his throat cut on the street. This was a revenge killing. Everyone knew that Inna was trusted by Princess Anna. In this case, everyone could realize that because NATO is probably having an affair with the princess. But after all, Ulrich was the king they once loyal to. So it was really inappropriate to call it a love killing. The king of the country of knights died under the sword of the enemy general. This is the most appropriate way of saying it. At the same time, the nobles also realized that the Lion Kingdom was about to go to war with Fieldsway. Leon described Inner as Fieldsway's spy. But having said that, Leon was not lying. Inner was indeed from Fieldsway, and his actions did seem like a spy. Inna is the adopted son of Gundur the Doomseeker, the Lord of Fieldsway. Doomseeker, Gundur's reputation and status in Fieldsway are quite high, and his reputation in the Lion Realm is also very high. Although his territory on land is only Nagasu Castle, He is recognized as a pirate boss. He is even called the
King of the Western Sea
by the pirates of Vans Carey. Even if the Buckley people want to enter the West Coast, they have to establish a good relationship with Gundor or pay tribute, no matter where the ship is, as long as it has the trident flag of Gundor on the top of the mast. It will not encounter any pirates when entering or leaving the West Coast. It is very doubtful that such an adopted son of a sea boss came to the Lion Kingdom to be loyal to Princess Anna. However, he was deeply trusted by the princess before. After Princess Anna gave him the status of a knight, no one made any comments about it. No one wanted to offend a beloved concubine who was pregnant with the king's heir. But even so, the princess could only arrange for him to serve as a suspicious person in the royal guards, and he could only join the king's private army. And now that the king died in Anna's hands, there was no doubt in the public eye. So there was nothing more to say, no matter what the reason was. This matter was inseparable from Fieldsway. In other words, the area around Fieldsway's High Cliff Castle will definitely become a battlefield, and the location of Galliabao. To the north is Cliff Bay, and to the south is Chashao Castle. The area bordering Fieldsway is either the territory of Brennus or the territory of the Three Prophets. Of course, Leon deliberately issued such an obituary. All nobles will support this obituary. Let Brennus and the Three Prophets deal with the kingdom of Fieldsway. Oh, no, it's not a kingdom anymore. In his obituary, Leon mentioned Fieldsway Alliance. He has stated that he no longer sees Fieldsway as a kingdom, but as a group of treacherous pirates. This is the proper procedure before the Lion Kingdom formed an alliance with Fieldsway. This is equivalent to the Kingdom of Lions treating Fieldsway as a peer country. So Fieldsway should be called a kingdom. But now, Fieldsway's people
tear up the covenant and kill the Lion King,
so they can only be an alliance of pirates and smugglers. 3 days later, Amy came to Lion City. After receiving the message from Rissa Dillon as quickly as possible, she indeed brought all the cavalry and rushed over day and night. She was also the first troop to come to Lion City after the incident.
Leon. How did my mother die?
This was Amy's first question after meeting Leon.
If I'm not wrong, she should have jumped off the high tower of the House of Lords by herself. She didn't want the Lion Kingdom to fall into the hands of heretics. Nor did she want to become a burden to you and Lord Godric,
Leon replied. This was indeed his true judgment, but he could only say it to Amy alone. It is precisely because of this that Leon deliberately created the result of the matter to be the way it is now, because this is the result Felina wanted. Felina did not commit suicide out of impulsiveness. She knew the consequences of her own death in front of Ulrich. Either King Ulrich became suspicious of the princess, or even had a conflict with the princess, and then discovered that the princess's child was not his, or discovered that the princess was a heretic. As long as he was willing to investigate, it was easy to find out. But Ulrich did not. Stupid. Or, Ulrich died at the hands of Princess Anna. No matter what the outcome is, at least Princess Anna will most likely be exposed. And at least the Lion Kingdom will not fall into the hands of heretics. And, no matter which outcome, Godric, Amy, and Andrew will be safer. If Ulrich is not dead, but finds out that the princess is a heretic or kills the princess, then he will not try to harm Andrew and Amy in the short term, because Ulrich himself knows that the little princess is not his biological child. And he will not the throne will fall to the little princess. At this time, Andrew and Amy are the heirs closest to him. Unless Ulrich has a child again. And if Ulrich is killed by the princess, then at least Foxtown will be relieved of the siege. Because the Lion Knights will definitely withdraw to Lion City, and will not deal with Amy anymore. Instead, they will even protect Amy. Amy has the right to inherit the throne. Yes, the third heir besides the little princess and Andrew. After the death of the king, there will inevitably be a battle for the throne. Before the dust settles, no one will take Amy's heresy accusation seriously. Instead, many nobles will find ways to clear the accusations against Andrew and Amy. Because, if the king dies, Amy, who is surrounded by Foxtown, is more trustworthy. This third heir is likely to become the first heir in this case. She is trapped in Foxtown and can do nothing, which means that the king's death must have nothing to do with her. Then the heresy accusation against Amy can be easily resolved. Countless nobles will then help Amy defend whoever becomes the guardian of the little princess. And whoever becomes the guardian of the little princess will be jointly targeted by the nobles, and will be considered as the person who framed Amy. Because although the little princess has a higher rank in the succession, she is only 10 years old. A minor child cannot transfer the king's power. The power will only fall into the hands of her guardian. just like Alma's 8 or 9-year-old grandniece. After Alma's death, Ulrich forced Alanric to marry the girl, and became the guardian of Lion Lake City as his father. But as the girl's husband, Alanric had no power at all. But Amy is just an adult, and unmarried adults do not need a guardian. If Amy becomes queen, she can directly grant authority to her husband. Whoever marries her can directly become king or regent. For the nobles, Amy is the best heir to the king, and every noble will help her. Besides, Amy was so beautiful that most of the knights of the Lion Knights coveted her. At the same time, Philina saw that Leon entered the House of Lords, just as she said to Princess Anna. Philina knew that Leon would definitely keep Amy. Amy often writes letters to Philina, and Philina knows that there is no need to doubt the relationship between Leon and Amy. Leon is now the Marshal of the Kingdom, and has never been defeated in the Southern and Northern Wars. As long as he is willing, he can definitely protect Amy's safety, just like the Blood Lion protected Helen back then. Moreover, Philina knew that both Godric and Amy were willing to make Leon the king. On the contrary, it was herself. In fact, there was no other way to go. Princess Anna said she would send her home, which meant that she would most likely become a bargaining chip used by Princess Anna to control Godric and Amy. Philina didn't want to be a hostage in the hands of heretics. At the same time, Philina must make Ulrich suspect Princess Anna. As long as the princess gives birth to a child, Ulrich will definitely harm Amy and Andrew, because Ulrich wants to pave a thorny road for his biological child. He will not let the child follow the same path as he did, even if what he did is no different from the original Mad King. Therefore, Philina chose to die in front of Ulrich, which was probably her only chance. Once she missed it, she would become a hostage in the hands of the heretics, and she might even become a lunatic like Lady Bella. Only Leon, who knew most of the inside story, could understand why Philina did this. Therefore, Leon made the result that Philina wanted become more suitable. Both the king and Princess Anna died, and both died clearly. Princess Anna was directly characterized as a heretic leader and the murderer of Philina. In this way, Amy's suspicion was naturally cleared. This was Anna's conspiracy to fight for the throne. Leon had already stated in the obituary that no people will object to this statement. At the same time, the king is dead, which means no one will try to harm Amy anymore. Amy, I'm actually not sure if this is Aunt Philina's original intention, but I don't think she would object. Do you want to be the queen? Chapter 313, Prisoner of the Princess. Amy's face was covered with dust. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked extremely tired. But she didn't seem to have cried along the way. But now, hearing what Leon said, Amy gradually lowered her head, and a tear fell from her eyes to the ground. I just want to be a knight. A knight like Countess Valera. She has indeed become a strong knight. Amy, originally I sealed off the Lion City and asked Lisa Dillon to call you back, just so that you could personally avenge Aunt Philina, Leon said softly. This was indeed his original intention. When he first saw Miss Philina fall from the building, Leon asked the guards to blockade the Lion City for revenge. Whether it was the prophet or the king, they were the enemies who killed Philina. He didn't want to let anyone go. The main reason why Lisa Dillon was asked to bring Philina to Godric was to prevent the three prophets from desecrating Philina's body. However, he did not expect that the three prophets would disappear without any reason. But now, the prophet is missing and the king is dead. But they are not the only enemies. The Lion Knights massacred the Crow village. Your brother Andrew's whereabouts are unknown. The framed heretics are still raging. Together with the heretics, those conspirators are still living freely. Until you kill them. You can't just be a princess knight, Amy. Leon reached out and wiped away the tears on Amy's face. You can only sit on the silver throne. Otherwise, our enemy will sit on it. He was talking about our enemies. But Ulrich has a daughter, so the little princess should become the queen. Amy was silent for a while, then looked up at Leon. She should be in Baranley, but she is not the king's daughter. Leon shook his head slowly. Moreover, she has been controlled by Duke Brennus. If nothing else, Brennus and his son Marbot are in the same group as the heretics. Amy was stunned for a moment, then closed her eyes weakly and sighed resignedly. How is your father? Leon also sighed and asked about Godric. Father swore to avenge his mother. What he said was pretty much what you said. He wanted to find Andrew, destroy the heretics in Crow Village, and kill the Lion Knights. So he wanted to stay in Crow Village to hold off the enemy. I don't want those guys to escape, Amy replied. He asked me to come to Lion City and follow your arrangements.
This is inevitable. After seeing Philena's body, Godric will definitely do this. Since Leon will solve the troubles in Lion City, Godric will naturally have to deal with the enemies of Fox Town and Yaju Village. Solve. Godric knew that since Leon would call Amy to Lion City, it meant that Leon was sure to control Lion City and Amy's safety was guaranteed. Then, Godric can kill without any worries.
Then, we must give him enough support as quickly as possible. Amy, take a rest. We have to go to the throne room tomorrow morning.
Leon nodded and asked Amy to supervise the country, and then quickly declared the Lion Knights as an illegal knight's order. Then all problems would be solved. Godric is not short of troops now. Although his Red Arrow longbowmen are not strong, their formation cost is very low. They currently have 700 or 800 people. In addition, Close will bring the Silver Hand to assist in the battle, and Sir Roland will also rush from Dark Falcon Castle to Fox Town to deal with the heretics. It is estimated that it will be here soon. As long as Godric has no constraints and relieves his worries, it is the best support.
Leon, you once said that you wanted to unify the Pender continent and that you wanted to gain more power for the sake of security. So, do you want to become the king of the Lion Kingdom?
Amy asked suddenly.
In no mood.
Leon shook his head gently. Amy raised her head and looked at Liang in surprise.
Don't want to.
Liang's expression was serious. He looked at the tired Amy, held Amy in his arms, and patted her thin back.
Yes, I don't want to. If possible, I would prefer Aunt Philina to be alive. However, we must protect ourselves and those who care about us. Therefore, the silver throne of the Lion Kingdom cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. But I don't want to either.
Amy put her head on Liang's shoulder, hugged Liang, closed her eyes, and took a rest. Liang took her and sat on the steps of the noble house, letting her lean on his shoulder.
Let's go.
A few minutes later, Amy raised her head again, reached out to wipe away the tears on her face, and stood up.
Tell me what to do.
At this moment, she had become the staunch Princess Knight again. The next day, early morning, throne room. King Ulrich's coffin rests in front of the silver throne. Amy wore a white cloak and stood in front of the coffin to preside over the farewell ceremony for Ulrich's body. This is the place where only the heir to the king is qualified to stand. At this moment, in the Lion City, only Amy has such qualifications. Just yesterday, the same afternoon that Amy arrived in Lion City, Leon ordered all the nobles in Lion City to be summoned and asked them to go to the throne room to say goodbye to the king's body this morning. Normally, after the death of a king, the body will be kept for at least half a month, in order to wait for the arrival of lords from various places, and also to determine the king's successor during this period. After determining the heir, the lords would swear allegiance to the next king in front of the deceased king's body before holding a funeral. When the king dies and there is no designated heir, the next king will usually be selected by the great nobles. Of course, in most cases it will be determined according to the order of succession. No matter who is chosen,
the power will fall to the most powerful noble, in the hands of the Lord. Unless a certain heir is strong, no one would dare to mess with him. But Leon did not intend to give the nobles a chance to choose. He told the nobles in Lion City very straightforwardly that Amy was now the only heir. Moreover, he asked the cavalry troops brought back by Amy to surround the palace. The female soldiers of Griffin Talon all even entered the throne room, directly replacing the guards in the palace. At the same time, Liang's older guards still stick to the only passable main city gate. Unless Leon agrees, no one can leave the Lion City, and no one else can even spread the news of the king's death. Leon himself entered the throne room armed with a sword and armor. This morning, all the nobles in the Lion City can realize that Amy is now the heir that
no one dares to mess with the strong soldiers and horses.
If the fist is not as big as Leon and Amy combined, then it is best not to say anything. But doubts still exist, and must exist.
Lord Leon, I don't doubt the truth of what you said, but I want to know why the city gate is still sealed.
The person who questioned was a middle-aged nobleman wearing a bachelor's uniform. He was the Grand Bachelor who succeeded Igor after his death. He was also the person who should be the most skeptical, because he was responsible for recording the history of the kingdom. Leon nodded to him kindly.
I can let the people from the Lion Knights tell you about this.
As he spoke, he waved his hand. Several Lion Knights were shackled and escorted into the throne room by a group of female soldiers.
They are the Knights of the Lion, the left-behind personnel of the Lion City garrison.
Leon cocked his sword and glanced coldly at the Lion Knights.
At the same time, he is also the traitor Marbert spy planted in the Lion City. And he is also an accomplice who conspired with Brennus to treason. You're lying! This is a frame-up!
A Lion Knight roared angrily.
Gag them and bring Circe up.
Leon ignored him at all and directed the female soldiers to lead the fat cook of the House of Nobles, who was responsible for silence, to the throne room.
Circe, under the gaze of the goddess Eunomia and the late king, tell me everything you have done. This is the funeral of His Majesty the King. His Highness Amy will not kill anyone at this time. Tell the truth and you can live.
Leon gave the cook a real way to survive. Circe nodded and knelt in the center of the hall.
I was arranged by Duke Brennus to be in the House of Lords.
The cook publicly confessed various orders given to her by Brennus, including killing the former queen's maid, concealing the life experience of the little princess, monitoring the king's actions, etc., as well as the queen's affair with Brennus, and the whole story of the little princess being picked up by Brennus, especially the adultery part, is described in great detail.
Now you understand why I sealed off the Lion City? Because the Lion Knights are unreliable. The former royal knights have now become traitors.
Leon sneered and said,
in order to prevent these rebellious dogs from the Lion Knights from jumping over the wall, I must be careful. Is what this woman said all true? Princess Denise belongs to Brennus and the queen.
Some nobles expressed some doubts. Denise was the name of Ulrich's youngest daughter. But most people actually believe that Circe told the story about the affair between Brennus and the queen in great detail. Many older nobles knew that it was not false as soon as they heard it. Moreover, 2 of the gagged Lion Knights were already ashen-faced. Circe just didn't mention Elian. Everything else he said was true, and combined with some orders within the Lion Knights, several Lion Knights already knew that there was indeed something wrong with Brennus. There will always be people with poor psychological quality. The 2 whose expressions changed drastically were, if nothing else, the people who participated in taking the little princess Denise out of the city and sent her to Chilean Bay.
If you think Circe's confession is not credible, then you can also maintain your doubts. But those who express doubts, I must first investigate whether you have anything to do with Brennus, the traitor, to determine your public conscience. I hope you can understand,
Leon said calmly, looking very magnanimous. Indeed, you can doubt it, but you must at least make sure that you have nothing to do with rebellion and that you are doubting it out of public motives. However, who dares to ask Leon to investigate at this time? As a result, there was no longer a voice of doubt in the entire throne room. All the nobles said with one voice that the Lion Knights were rebellious and must be recognized as an illegal knight's order and the army be sent to destroy them.
After ensuring the safety of the Lion City, I will be responsible for chasing down the Lion Knights. In fact, my troops are chasing down the Lion Knights right now. Grand Maester, do you still have any questions?
Of course there will be no problem. The bachelor had been persuaded by Leon the night before, and he was just cooperating with Leon today. Leon selflessly stated that he would be responsible for clearing out rebellion, which indeed gave the nobles more trust. After all, even if he accepts such a fatal job, what Marshal Leon said should indeed be the truth. Or if he is confident that even the Lion Knights can destroy him, then who dares to go against him at this time? In fact, even if Leon intends to call a deer a horse, these nobles have to admit it. However, Leon and Amy still used a relatively mild method and indeed did not kill anyone. So, under the watchful eyes of the goddess Eunomia and the late king, Amy was unanimously voted by the nobles to be the princess of the country. The little princess is seen as the rebellious daughter of Brennus. Andrew has disappeared, and now there is no other heir to the throne except Amy, who must be unanimous. Of course, Amy is not the queen at this time, but is only temporarily supervising the country. During these 15 days, she could only stand in front of the silver throne, not sit down. After half a month, when the lords from all over the country came over after receiving the news of the king's death, the great lords would crown her together. Only, the lord who can receive the news first is the one Leon is willing to let receive the news. For example, Baron Hereward, Lord of Mystery Moor Castle, Baron Leofric, Lord of Brave Shield Castle, Gronlin, Lord of Pain, and Charles, Lord of Fletcher. Anyway, they are all our own people. Moreover, the Lion Knights have been classified as rebels, and Brennus has become the leader of the rebels. After half a month, Leon and Amy will no longer talk politely to others, because Amy's first order after supervising the country was to declare war with Fields Way. This must be done, because Ulrich died in the hands of the Fields Way people.
This kind of country must declare war. And it can easily inspire the determination of the same enemy in the country. Leon, on the other hand, is in full charge of all military affairs of the Lion Kingdom because of the upcoming war. It was Amy who held the funeral for the late King Ulrich. And it was Amy who launched the revenge war for Ulrich. Marshal Leon also clearly supported Amy. It is already difficult to shake such an heir. At the same time, when they are about to face the revenge battle with Field's Way, as long as they are public-minded nobles, no one will mention the establishment of a new king, because this kind of war to avenge the late king is different from ordinary conquests. Interfering with the war at this time is clearly an enemy of the entire Lion realm. Only selfish and stupid people would cause trouble at this time. And there is a high probability that they are Brennus's people. This is the main reason why Leon let Enna go. In order to simplify complex things. And to kidnap all neutral nobles. And even kidnap smart enemies. Letting Ulrich's murderer escape back to Field's Way alive was not only a reason to launch a national war, but also made it easy to identify those with ulterior motives. It's rare for a fool to act recklessly at this time. During the war, Leon could use military law to handle matters. That is, he could kill people directly without trial. At the same time, Amy promised that whoever can avenge the king in the war against Field's Way will become the Duke of Lion Lake City. As for Brennus, Amy also made it clear that whoever can kill the rebellious Brennus and regain Cliff Bay will become the Duke of Cliff Bay. The goals, future, and opportunities for advancement are all clearly placed in front of the nobles of the Lion Kingdom. Chapter 3:14 Compete together. A few days later, exciting news came from Foxtown. The Lion Knights have withdrawn from Foxtown. After what Brennus had done was reported to Foxtown, the offensive and defensive momentum immediately changed. The morale of the Lion Knights became extremely low, and there were even many deserters. As the leader of the Royal Knights, Brennus betrayed the king, which was indeed difficult for a large number of Lion Knights to accept. Godric led close to win the battle, and reunited with Sir Roland while clearing out the heretics and fallen ones, and is currently safe. But Godric still did not come to Lion City because he had not yet found his son Andrew. So he continued to lead his troops in pursuit near the distant countryside. At the same time, Lion City welcomed two powerful lords. Hereward, the Lord of Minbog, and Leofric, the Lord of Braveshield. They came to swear allegiance to Amy. And they were also the lords who were the quickest to receive the news. And they, immediately after completing the allegiance ceremony, received enviable and surprising rewards. It is enviable because they have both been promoted to nobility and are now earls. It was surprising because they exchanged territories on the spot when they received the knighthood. And they did so voluntarily under the witness of Amy and Leon. Now, Hereward became the Earl of Braveshield, and Leofric became the Earl of Maverick. At the same time, Amy also increased their jurisdiction. Hereward's original territory of Bog Castle was transferred to Leofric, and surrounding villages and towns such as Ibion were also included in Leofric's earldom. The Earl of Hereward will go to Braveshield Castle to take charge of the entire county. And the village of Fletcher and Ermond will also be included in the earldom of Hereward and become its subordinate territories. This is of course the result of deliberate discussion. Leofric has always been seeking military exploits and opportunities. Now he has once again made the same decision as he did when he exchanged the village of Quinn for the Braveshield Castle. He traded the Braveshield Castle for the Miss Bog Castle to face the war. Castle Mystery is about to become the main battlefield on the entire continent. This is obvious. Castle Mystery is the border fortress directly facing Field's Way and the Crow Kingdom. It is also the closest castle to Cliff Bay. It can be said to be the most dangerous at the moment. Place. Of course, it is also the place where you have the best chance to make achievements. Whether it is to deal with Field's-Way or Brennus. Bog Castle is the front line. If Brennus is eliminated, the Lion Knights are destroyed, and Cliff Bay is recovered. It will be what Duke Amy of Cliff Bay promised. Risks and opportunities always coexist. This is the decision of the brave. Of course, although Leofric did not say it explicitly, Leon knew why he did this because Leofric made it clear that he was going to conquer the newly emerged rebel army of the Lion Knights. The griffin emblem on Leofric's body is not a decoration. He still remembers his origin. It was the Lion Knights that led to the destruction of the Griffin Knights. He wants to wash away the shame of his ancestors. This is indeed the reincarnation of heaven. Now that the Lion Knights have become rebels, the descendants of the Griffin Knights will naturally step on them, so that they can live up to the centuries-old grudge between the two knights. So Leon asked Amy to put Ibion Town directly under the jurisdiction of the Mist Castle. This is not only an incentive and support for Leofric, it also adds a name and legal basis to Leofric.
And it is also a test for Leofric. The town of Ebion is a very prosperous and large town. It was originally part of Cliff Bay and under the jurisdiction of Brennus. This is the Baron of the Lehman family. Lehman is the deputy head of the Lion Knights, and his father is a subordinate of Brennus. Such a camp has determined that Lehman cannot become one of his own, and Leon did not pass it on to him first. Any news? But Lehman's current attitude is not clear. He is in Chicha Fortress, very close to Lion City. If he is Brennus's die-hard subordinate, then he should make some moves now. But there was no movement at Chicha Fortress. Perhaps this is because Lehman does not have many troops at hand, because the main force of the Lion Knights went to Fox Town before, and Lehman's previous task was to repair the Chicha Fortress, and he only had civilians in his hand. Anyway, let's test it out first. After all, Leon knew that Lehman was not a conspirator. Here Ward went to Brave Shield Castle mainly because he was old and battle formations were no longer suitable for the elderly. But here Ward, who has matured with age, is the best person to handle rear affairs. Therefore, the old man was promoted to Earl, went to Brave Shield Castle to serve as county consul, and incorporated Ermund into the earldom of Here Ward. Here Ward has great appeal in the horn-calling rangers. He is almost like the Earl of Odin back in Brave Shield Castle. Neither the Jata people nor the people with ulterior motives lurking in the eastern region can another question. Ermund village was originally the territory of Changha town, but now it is the fiefdom of Fothard. Hereward's task is to ensure the safety of the eastern part of the kingdom, not only to keep an eye on the Jata people, but also to keep an eye on the old man Fawcett, who is now the county governor and Fawcett's immediate boss. The two newly promoted earls each went to their new territories after swearing allegiance, and Amy also formally issued a credential declaring war to Field's Way on this day. In fact, everyone already knows what will happen to the Lion Kingdom in the future. Amy's coronation as queen is irreversible. The future first duke of the kingdom will definitely be Grand Duke Leon of Changha town. Of course, he may also become the regent or even the king. Godric will settle in Lion City as a prince and become hand of the king. No matter what Brennus does, he can no longer change the situation in the Lion Kingdom. He may defect to Field's Way or the Crow Kingdom, or he may establish himself as king in Cliff Bay. But no matter what, he can only be rebellious. There is no longer a duke in the Lion territory, and the two newly promoted earls also regard Leon as their coach. Now Leon has an overwhelming advantage over others, both in terms of status and strength. And he also has the authority to be a rebel granted by Ulrich himself. If you don't want to be regarded as a traitor by Leon, you can only swear allegiance to Amy and try to compete for the two vacant duke positions. And it is also necessary to do it as early as possible. The two new earls, here Ward and Leofric, are already very illustrative. Those who pledge their allegiance early will be promoted to the rank of nobility. Now, there is only one question left before Leon and Amy. The Lion Kingdom is facing a multi-front battle. How will it fight? The war with Field's Way must be fought. At the same time, Brennus and the remnants of the Knights of the Lion who still follow him must be destroyed. After the news of the king's death spreads, Bacchus, Raven, and Desha will most likely take advantage of it. But for Leon, of course at this time, all countries have to compete together. Therefore, before these three countries got the exact news, different problems basically appeared within them at the same time. In order to avoid being taken advantage of, Leon acted first, just like Ulrich once did. Of course, he would definitely do it more thoroughly than Ulrich. When Lion City was first sealed off, Leon was already sending messages everywhere. After all, these three countries have been beaten by Leon, and there are acquaintances in all three countries. The last day of June. It's midsummer. People in Pindar regard midsummer as the day of peace, and generally do not use swords or guns on this day, because the midsummer day more than 150 years ago was the day when all the countries in Pandar declared an armistice. But now, the midsummer day of the 356th year of the Pindar calendar has become the day of chaos, when all the countries in the Pindar continent unanimously declared war. All the countries in the Pindar continent once again fell into war at the same time. Maybe the Lion City is indeed the center of the entire continent. Anyway, all countries basically got the news of the death of the Lion King Ulrich on the same day. Leon has been controlling Lion City these days, and all the news comes from his people. If Raven City is not a bit far away, he can even squeeze all the time to the hour. Usually, when the king of a country dies, other countries will try to send troops to take advantage after getting the news. But this time, the reactions of various countries were a bit strange. The Lion Kingdom declared war on Field's Way. This was a war of revenge.
It was normal. Field's Way responded to the challenge quite normally. But the Bacchus Empire suddenly declared war on Desha and directly sent out land and water armies, seemingly turning a blind eye to what was happening in the Lion Kingdom. The Crow Kingdom, on the day after declaring war on the Lion Kingdom, actually sent envoys again to try to negotiate peace with the Lion Kingdom, faced with the declaration of war by the Lion Kingdom. Although Field's Way had no choice but to passively respond. He could indeed understand it because their people assassinated the Lion King. Of course, this kind of war is inevitable. King Vides didn't even try to explain that he asked Gundur, the Doom Seeker. And Gundur said that his godson Inna had indeed gone to the Lion Realm. In fact, Gundur even felt a little proud. He felt that Inna had done something great, traveling alone to the Lion Realm. I was able to kill the king. This is definitely the next generation of Pirate King. And the entire Field's Way and Van's Carry will be in awe of Inner. Of course, the pirates will worship this legendary regicide. But only King Vides and some lords of Field's Way find it a headache that this is purely a provocation. And this kind of excuse to start a war. The Lion Kingdom may be able to use it for a lifetime. So now Inna also has the nickname, Provocation. Although no one knows where Inner is at this time. Inner's name of Provocative has been widely spread on the west coast. It matches his godfather's name of Doom Seeker very well. The Bacchus Empire will declare war on Desha. Nominally because Ashkeman has been attacked by the Desha people. People are carrying out small-scale attacks, which is also a daily situation in newly occupied areas. But in fact, Emperor Marius did not take advantage of the Lion Kingdom at this time, but turned to Dexia. The main reason was that Liang spent money. Things like Krypton gold are useful at any time. Leon wrote a letter to Emperor Marius, which was passed along with the news of Ulrich's death. The letter was given to Marius by Alina. And the content was, which should we choose? To let the people in the eastern part of the continent cultivate their land in peace, or to let them all go to war? This question is worth 500,000 dinars. Then, the Bacchus Empire declared war on Desha. Of course, Emperor Marius understood that the debt of 500,000 dinars he owed to Leon had been written off. His Majesty the Emperor does not intend to default on his debt. And he indeed hopes that the eastern region can farm with peace of mind. Marius is probably the one who knows Leon best among all the kings. He will never doubt Leon's ability and determination. If the Bacchus Empire takes advantage of Leon's revenge war for Ulrich, then Leon will definitely be able to bring down the entire Bacchus Empire. All fell into the flames of war. As for Dexia, Leon solved the problem with only one letter, which was addressed to Ramon. Ramon is no longer a slave trader. During the period when Desha fell into civil strife, Ramon lived a very comfortable life and single. Now he has become an arms dealer selling arms on both sides. He is a new figure in Pender Continent, the Lord of War. That is, the two equipment suppliers of Bahad Khan. Carden and his brother Emil Xerxes have been fighting a tug-of-war. But Leon had previously created an evenly matched situation for them, and it was not easy to determine the winner. In addition, Ramon has fully understood the principle of let them see the benefits first. Mentioned by Leon, whoever falls at a disadvantage will be provided with equipment and manpower. If there is a truce between the two sides, he will send assassins from time to time to stimulate it. But the war will not end anyway. As a result, the brothers Carden and Emil have been fighting until now. I don't know how many people have died on both sides, but no one has gained any benefits. In addition to Ramon's high profit from selling arms, Ramon has made a fortune now. After Dexia became successful, Ramon naturally planned to expand his business scope. However, Ramon really has no interest in the throne. His ideal and goal is to become the world's #1 wealthy businessman. Anyway, he is different from other businessmen. He has the Scorpio assassin. If any lord dares to regard him as a fat sheep, I am afraid that in the end will become his fat sheep. Now, Leon thoughtfully gave his good brother an opportunity to expand his business. He asked Ramon to bring the arms business to Fieldsville. For Ramon, there are some clients in Field's Way that are indeed easy to negotiate with, such as the Knights of the Dawn and the Holy Inquisitor Rasmus de Fatica. Since these religious forces want to spread their righteous beliefs, then give them some convenience. Anyway, they think all Dexia are heretics. In addition, a few months ago, Sarah performed a stage play in Gotzi Mountain, and God Veda was beaten by the Goddess of Order. The influence of God Veda was not as good as before. This was a good opportunity for religious forces to invade. As a result, the Knights of the Dawn received a large amount of sponsorship in just a few days. Some Sinjar people who abandoned the darkness and turned to the light,
led them the way and pushed their mission of purifying everything with fire into the hinterland of Dexia. The Dawn Knights invaded Desha in a large scale, and the most panicked one was of course the Dusk Knights. In this life and death situation, the Twilight Knights of Single would of course rise up to resist. The Twilight Knights are based in Single, and their grand leader we lost contact some time ago, so it's very convenient for Ramon to start things. Marbert has been sent to see you in city prison by Alina for
ill-intentioned.
He was also stabbed in the crotch by Brutus, and is currently seriously injured. Even the gender is no longer clear, so of course they have lost contact. So under Liang's guidance, the Twilight Knights also gained Ramon's friendship at the same time, and groups of temporarily armed Dexia herdsmen became Twilight slaves. This was also one of the reasons why Emperor Marius declared war on Dexia. If you really wanted to take advantage of the situation, it would be easier to rob Dexia without any worries. Chapter 315 From Declaration of War to Formation of Alliance. The territory of Dexia is in chaos, and everyone who belongs to it now wants to bully him. If Fieldsway had not been facing the revenge war of the Lion Kingdom, he would have taken advantage of it. In fact, the two uncles and nephews of Red Axe, Sigru, the Lord of Nuda Castle, which borders Dexia, and Blonde Addis, the Lord of the High Pass Fortress, have already entered the territory of Desha. Even King Vides' conscription none of them went. They just sent some symbolic soldiers to Furzwai City to join forces. Not long after the founding of the country, many lords had not yet formed a national mentality, and most of them were more self-centered. As for the Crow Kingdom, Gregory IV actually wanted to take advantage of the Lion Kingdom's troubles and take action. Not only did he declare war on the Lion Kingdom as soon as possible, but he also went out with a large army at the same time as he issued the declaration of war, which was very efficient. For the Kingdom of Crows, they are of course happy to see the war between the Lion and Fieldsway. If Fieldsway prepares for war, Ravenland will be relatively safe, especially in the western region. Fieldsway will definitely not attack Ravenland at this time. Gregory IV could mobilize all the garrisons from Envoy Bay, Crow City, Chonsong Harbor and other places to attack the Lion Realm. These are all ready-made troops. There is no need to wait for recruitment, and the troop dispatch speed is naturally very fast. Moreover, Gregory IV obviously learned the lesson he received at Eagle Claw Castle last time. This time he did not attack from the east, but launched an attack from the west. The target was the Castle of Mystery, and the west of Cliff Bay. There were no Jada people. This troublemaker is not as terrifying a marksman as the Nolder Elves. But the Crow Kingdom's declaration of war had just been delivered to the Lion City, and the troops had just gathered at the border city of Seffenbury Castle. When they were marching towards the Martyr Castle of the Lion Kingdom, Gregory IV received a message from the country. The bad news. News comes from the eastern part of Ravenland that Dawnforge City, an important town in the east, has been captured by Lady Ursula's rebels. Not only that, the Falcon Knights were also officially rebuilt at Dark Falcon Castle. It was said that the momentum was so great that Duke Undermar, the Lord of Dawnforge City, even became a prisoner of Sir Rin. This news almost made Gregory IV so angry that he fell off his horse. He thought that the rear was quite safe, but who knew that as soon as he took the army out, half of his country was gone. But no matter what, he could only return to the army and deal with Ursula's rebels first. Currently, both Chonsong Harbor and Raven City are relatively empty. Since Dawnforge City has been breached, it means that Ursula has the ability to fight all the way to Raven City in one go. It doesn't matter if you miss the opportunity to pick up a bargain. If Lady Ursula captures Longsong Harbor, the Crow Kingdom may really have to change its king. Ursula is not an ordinary rebel. She does have the qualifications to be a king. Being able to capture Xiaolu City means that Ursula's rebels have the ability to attack the enemy head-on. If Ursula suddenly has such strength, it is obvious that she has received a lot of assistance. This assistance naturally comes from Leon. Moreover, Leon did something more thorough than when Ulrich funded Sheila uses. He directly lent Dark Falcon Castle to Mrs. Ursula. To be precise, it was lent to the Falcon Knights. Since Leon previously allowed Ursula and Sir Rin to settle in Dark Falcon Castle, the relationship between Ursula and Leon has always been good. When he first received the news that Amy was trapped, Leon had already asked Dongjia to lure the Crow people to the Biba Gulf. However, it was just a show at that time, intending to make the king change his mind. At that time, it was only Sir Rin who was cooperating with Dongjia. Dongjia is just acting. And now, Dongjia has returned to Croland and told Sir Roland to abandon Dark Falcon Castle and lead troops to Wehu Town to clean up the heretics. Dark Falcon Castle was directly given to Ursula, and she was also provided with a lot of funds and equipment to allow her and Sir Ren to rebuild the Falcon Knights. The Falcon Knights already have strong appeal, and Ursula and Sir Ren are also very capable leaders. They have been preparing to restore the country, but they have no base and lack money, food and equipment. After getting a suitable base and a large amount of sponsorship, Ursula pulled up a large and motley army in a very short period of time. Just like Shiryuza's did. Many of them were bought from the Raven Realm troops. It is completely effortless to recruit people from the east of Ravenland in the name of the Falcon Knights. Ursula already has the same legal principles as Gregory IV. And Gregory IV has always been interested in Jatu. People in the eastern region did not care about the harm they caused. And the people in the eastern region missed the original Falcon Knights. Of course, what Leon provided was not selfless sponsorship. Mrs. Ursula, who had the conditions, must take advantage of the Crow Kingdom's opportunity to send troops to attack Xiaolu City. And Dong Jiahui would bring a large number of Misty Mountain people to cooperate in the battle. If Ursula and Rin betray their faith, and Donga will burn down Dark Falcon Keep, leaving Ursula's rebels in despair. The Misty Mountain people can hide back in the northern mountains at any time anyway. However, attacking Xiaolu City has always been Mrs. Ursula's goal. Now with Dongjia leading the Misty Mountain people to cooperate, this is actually what Ursula wants. Of course she will not give up this good opportunity. So, on the same day that Gregory IV issued a declaration of war to the Kingdom of the Lion, the flag of the Falcon Knights began to fly again, and groups of Misty Mountain people also gathered in Ndonga to establish a new building to the north of Dark Falcon Castle. In the trading market, Duke Undermar, the Lord of Dawnforge City, reacted quickly after learning the news and immediately led his army to attack Dark Falcon Castle. But at the same time that Under Armour broke through Dark Falcon Castle, Dawnforge City was also attacked by Ursula. Ursula directly exchanged homes with Duke Under Armour. Then, Under Armour summoned the Lord of Oldenburg, Earl Stephen, to counterattack Dawn for his city. But Earl Stephen turned against him. Under Armour was captured by Sir Rin, and over 500 soldiers surrendered. Earl Stephen's defection was not an accident, because Earl Stephen's son Pharamond, the former Lord of Dark Falcon Castle, who was held hostage by Gregory IV, was rescued from Raven City by Sir Rin. This matter had been planned half a year ago. Ursula had always wanted to instigate Stephen. But it was only now that Crow City was empty that Sir Ring got the chance to save people. It is not uncommon to use hostages to control subordinates. But it is indeed easy to produce sequelae. Once the hostages are not controlled, it is basically inevitable. So Oldenburg also officially announced that he would join Ursula's army. The eastern part of Croland has completely changed. When Gregory IV received this news, the troops he led could just see the walls of the Mystery Castle from a distance. And the declaration of war he had issued before had just arrived in the Lion City. But at this time, the Raven King could only return to the army immediately, and sent an envoy 800 miles to rush to Leisure City to try to recover the declaration of war. It's a pity that being so little late means being so late in more than a day's work. And I couldn't catch up. But the envoy was also someone who knew how to adapt. He asked to see Amy in the Lion City and expressed his hope to negotiate peace with the Lion Kingdom on the spot. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. Negotiating peace just one day after declaring war? Is this playing house? Gregory IV really has a childlike innocence. Adlord Stav. Do you Crow people usually play like this? Amy stood on the steps of the throne room, looking at the Raven messenger who kept smiling in front of her, feeling that she had seen the world now. Your Highness, the Lion Kingdom is also facing a strong enemy now. So why not join forces with our country? This will be beneficial to everyone. The bearded Ravenbringer looked embarrassed, but still tried to turn the declaration of war into an alliance. This messenger's name is Gastov, the son of Duke Alexis, the Lord of Longsong Harbor, and the Lord of Dragonclaw Castle. Now the territory of their father and son is directly facing Ursula's attack, and most of the troops have been brought to the western border. The territory is very empty, and it is estimated that they will not be able to resist for long. Of course, he would do everything possible to facilitate peace talks with the Lion Kingdom. Otherwise, if the Lion Kingdom sent troops to hold back the Crow army, the territory of their father and son might be lost. If we really join forces, of course, it will be beneficial to everyone. But we really can't trust you with your capricious behavior. Amy shook her head and sighed. It's more than capricious.
You should know that last year, Brennus signed an armistice agreement with Gregory IV on behalf of the Kingdom of Lions at Eagle Claw Castle. I was a witness at the time. But now Gregory IV blatantly declaring war on the Kingdom of Lions. Does this mean that your king does not agree with the current Kingdom of Lions, but instead identifies with the rebel leader Brennus?
Leon sang red-faced next to him, and his attitude was quite bad.
I even think that your king and Brennus have been accomplices for a long time. And they joined forces. How to join forces?
Perhaps it was Liang's words that reminded Lord Gastov. He looked at young Amy and began to scare.
Your Excellency Leon, you are indeed not the only choice in our Crow realm. You can also form an alliance with Qianwen. Yes. It is said that Duke Brennus has declared that you are the rebels. We can't tell which side is orthodox. Think about it carefully.
Amy curled her lips expressionlessly, and Leon laughed.
Very good. Since you said so, then I can safely let the army of Shurhu City send troops. Anyway, I didn't think Gregory could trust it. But Mrs. Ursula is much more sincere than you.
Wait a minute. What's Shurhu City's army? Ursula?
Gastov suddenly panicked.
Your Excellency Leon. What does this mean? Isn't this obvious? Not only did you declare war on us, but you also made it clear that you would support Brennus's rebellion. So there is no need to talk about it. Anyway, you can't attack the Lion City. I will start from Lion Lake City, and Fort Brave Shield send troops into the eastern part of the Raven Realm. Even if we suffer heavy losses in the western part of the Lion Realm, the worst I can do is make it back from the Raven Realm.
Leon tilted his head, still smiling.
In a few days, when your family becomes homeless, you are welcome to join me at Dragon Claw Cliff Castle. By the way, where are your family members? Are they all in Dragon Claw Cliff? Fort.tsk.
Dragon Claw Cliff Castle is Gastov's territory, and is the closest castle to the west of Shallow City. Hey, Your Highness Amy? Lord Leon. Don't joke. What do you want? What kind of sincerity do you hope to get?
Gastov's attitude suddenly became quite respectful. He turned to look at Amy, and then began to ask Leon, obviously realizing that it was actually Leon who had the final say here.
Let your king prove that he and the traitor Brennus are enemies. This is what he should do as a king. If he cooperates with the traitor in the Lion Kingdom, then I guarantee that Ursula will soon become Lin Crow Queen.
Leon stared at Gastov and said, Indeed, as a king, you really should not cooperate with rebellion in other countries. At least not openly. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to putting yourself on the same level as the rebels, which would weaken your own dominance. At the beginning, Ulrich only secretly provided money and food to Sheila uses, but he did not openly support Sheila's rebels.
How do you want His Majesty the King to prove it?
Gastov also understands this truth. He has realized that Leon really doesn't care whether the western part of the Lion Kingdom can be defended or not. Anyway, a majestic city like Lion City is indeed difficult to capture, and the Kingdom of Lion will never be destroyed. But if Leon sends troops to support Ursula, it is not certain whether Crow City will be captured. At least Chansong Harbor and Dragon Claw Cliff Castle will definitely be gone.
Anyway, Gregory IV has led his troops to the border. It may not be too late to return now. So why not just attack Cliff Bay? You help me capture Cliff Bay and capture Brennus. I will help you deal with Ursula. Retaking Dawnforge City and rescuing Duke under armor is a fair business. Right.
Leon spread his hands flat like a scale.
You come to me for Chiaoyan Bay in exchange for Dawnforge City, and come to me to exchange Brennus's life for Duke under armor.
This is indeed a very fair approach. A city is exchanged for a city. A person is exchanged for a person. And the Raven Kingdom can take advantage. Their situation is more urgent. Ursula's rebels may attack Dragon Claw Castle at any time. And Changda Harbor. Leon sent troops from Lion Lake City and Brave Shield Castle to Xiaolu City, which was much closer than the Raven army returning from near Mystery Marsh Castle. And it was the only way to make it in time.
This is indeed fair, but I need to let His Majesty the King rule.
Gastov nodded. Of course he felt that Leon's business was completely fine, but he was not sure whether the king would agree to it.
Then you'd better find a way to get Gregory IV to decide as soon as possible. When I receive his covenant, I will send out troops. I hope Dragon Claw Cliff Castle and Chansong Port will be safe by then.
Leon shrugged, looking indifferent. Amy also smiled slightly.
Actually, we don't really believe in the character of Gregory IV. So it's better for the Covenant to have a guarantee for him to send the Dragon's Fangs along with the Covenant. Of course, I will also temporarily hand over the Lion Realm flag gun to him. After completing what we agreed on, we will return the two national treasures to each other.
As a result, the fastest process in history from declaration of war to alliance occurred between the Crow Kingdom and the Lion Kingdom. Chapter 316, the tuition is really expensive. Exchanging the flag gun of the fierce lion realm for the dragon Fang was a temporary condition added by Amy, which she had not discussed with Liang. But Liang strongly agrees that Amy's approach is an excellent additional condition for the covenant.
Dragon's Fang
is a sword. This sword represents the allegiance of the Dragon Knights. It is the sword carried by the Raven Kings in the past, and is also the symbol of the Raven Kingdom. This is indeed a very exquisite sword. It has killed countless powerful enemies in the hands of Earl Gregory. But now, the symbolic meaning of this sword has far outweighed its actual function. Although the Crow Kings have always worn this sword, they rarely used it. The
flag gun of the Lion Realm
is a war flag spear, a special lance with the flag of the Lion Kingdom wrapped around it. It was the weapon and flag used by Alfred, the first generation of the Lion King, when he regained the Lion Realm. Of course, the Lion Realm flag gun has nothing to do with the Lion Knights, but it is indeed a symbol of the Lion Realm and is equivalent to the Dragon Fang. Like the Dragon Fang, this battle flag spear has not been used on the battlefield for many years. The person holding the battle flag and spear usually needs to be at the front of the team. The king really shouldn't do this kind of work himself. However, this kind of symbol cannot be given to the flag officer, lest it be damaged on the battlefield or taken away by the enemy. So subsequent generations of kings simply did not use it. Now this flag gun has been planted in the throne room. These two symbolic weapons, exchanged with each other along with the covenant, are actually equivalent to adding pledges to the covenant and are also tokens of alliance, which are indeed a good guarantee for both parties. However, Amy's seemingly fair move actually has a lot of mystery. If Gregory IV sends the Dragon Fang to the Lion City together with the Alliance Covenant, it means that the Crow Kingdom openly recognizes Amy's inheritance of the Lion Kingdom. And it also means that Gregory IV regards Amy as a peer, monarch. Anyway, King Ulrich was more than 10 years older than Gregory IV, and he had already passed away. Death was the most important thing, so it was reasonable to regard Gregory IV as Ulrich's junior. The efficiency of Gustav's actions was indeed amazingly fast. After only 3 days, he brought back the covenant signed by Gregory IV, and indeed brought the dragon's fawn along with the covenant. It is said that 4 horses were killed along the way. Later, he took away the flag gun of the Lion Realm and the covenant signed by Amy and Leon. Now Amy has become an outstanding graduate of the
Leon training course.
Even if her workplace has been changed to the Silver Throne, she still does a very good job. In fact, there are only 2 students in Liang's training class, but judging from the current situation, both of them will definitely become bosses. Oh, now, there's a third one. Alina came to Lion City. She came to express condolences on behalf of Emperor Marius. The king of the Lion Kingdom passed away, and Emperor Marius naturally wanted to express his condolences. He was also the only king to express condolences for the death of Ulrich, because the kings of several other countries did not feel this way. Emperor Marius still respected his opponents, although Ulrich had caused a lot of trouble to the Bacchus Empire during his reign. This was a dispute between the 2 countries, and there was no personal enmity between them. Emperor Marius would still fulfill the due etiquette.
On behalf of His Majesty Gaius Marius, Emperor of Bacchus, I would like to express my deep condolences to the late His Majesty the Lion King Ulrich, and extend my friendly greetings to His Highness Amy.
Alina recited her credentials very seriously. She was the representative of Emperor Marius, and she had to fulfill her responsibilities as the Emperor's envoy first. Amy also received Alina seriously, and she was also fulfilling her duties as the king's successor. But just after the solemn condolences ended, Alina went directly to Liang and expressed that she wanted to ask Liang to be her teacher, and said that this was the wish of Emperor Marius.
Alina, are you sure this is what Emperor Marius meant? You really want to be a teacher? His Majesty Marius is talented and strategic, and Governor Justice is full of strategies. They are both more suitable than Leon. Right.
Amy refused with an unhappy face and threatened Leon with a sideways glance. After leaving the throne room, Amy will no longer keep a sullen face. She will control her emotions when facing official duties, but she will not bring her work status into her life at ordinary times. Public and private affairs are quite clear.
My father has already taught me everything I need to teach, and His Majesty the Emperor also thinks that I should travel to other countries to learn and gain experience. So he asked me to come to Lord Leon to study, And he also wrote a letter to Lord Leon.
Alina smiled slightly at Amy, turned around and took out a letter and handed it to Leon. This is indeed a personal letter written by Emperor Marius to Leon. And the wording was very unusual. It actually said,
"My friend Leon."
After Leon read the letter, he thought in silence for a long time. When he looked up again, his mood became a little depressed.
"Alina, you are now my student. Let your entourage return home immediately. And help me bring a reply letter to Emperor Marius."
Alina also nodded silently.
"Okay. What's going on? Leon? What's written in the letter?"
Amy frowned and looked at the two of them. She could tell that both Leon and Alina seemed a little sad.
Emperor Marius was seriously ill and his energy was less than usual. He was worried that someone would take advantage of his illness to cause trouble. Alina had made enemies with many nobles before. In order to protect Alina, Emperor Marius, that's why she was sent to me.
Leon did not make a fool of himself this time, but explained to Amy seriously.
What's the disease? Can it be cured?
Amy's attitude also became serious. Since Emperor Marius made a special trip to send Alina here, Amy could certainly realize that this emperor probably felt that his time was running out.
It should be lead poisoning.
Leon sighed.
This alcoholic guy didn't listen to my advice after all.
Alina's entourage left that day, and Leon asked them to bring a letter to Emperor Marius. See you in city.
Avoid wine. Freshwater fish. Eggs. Lean meat. Avoid wine. Oranges. Lemons. Pomegranates. Apples. Coconuts. Avoid wine. Vegetables. Milk. Avoid wine. Your Majesty, what does Your Excellency Liang's letter mean?
The first person to receive Leon's letter was General Sulla. Now everything that Emperor Marius wanted to touch had to be inspected by him, because the doctor from the Radiant Knight said that His Majesty the Emperor was poisoned. Although Emperor Marius knew that this might be the lead poisoning that Leon had warned him about, and said that he should not be so nervous, General Sulla insisted on ensuring the safety of Emperor Marius. This was a good intention, and Emperor Marius did not insist anymore. After all, Marius also knew that there were indeed many nobles who had the idea of killing him, especially those old nobles who magically disappeared during the war and reappeared after the war and pointed fingers everywhere. However, General Sulla didn't understand Liang's letter at all. It was full of terms for various foods. He wrote a lot, and at the end of each line he wrote, "Avoid wine."
He told me to eat more of these things, and also told me not to drink. He knew what was wrong with me.
Emperor Marius leaned back in his chair, his eye sockets sunken and his cheekbones protruding. He probably had not gained any weight since he lost weight due to fatigue during the civil strife of Bacchus.
Alina actually told Leon about your physical condition? But does Leon know medical skills?
General Sulla frowned, still not understanding.
Alina doesn't need to tell him. Leon is the one who told me that lead wine bottles can cause poisoning. And, speaking of medical skills,
Emperor Marius leaned on the back of his chair and stood up.
Isn't the Red Death the method he found to control it? He provided the method of making vaccines from horses to various countries free of charge, and did not ask for anything in return. This is a very noble quality. I always feel that he is not the same person as the cunning lord that General Agathon mentioned.
General Sulla nodded and handed the letter to Emperor Marius.
Cunning and kindness can coexist. Isn't it the same for Creon?
Emperor Marius received the letter.
Has Creon arrived at Terna Fortress?
Then, he read the letter and laughed while coughing. The header of the letter read, "My friend Gaius." Gaius was the name of the Emperor Marius himself, and Marius was the name of his clan. In most cases, only relatives and friends can call you by your real name, and outsiders will call you by your clan name. When facing his friends, Leon was certainly not that cunning lord.
General Creon pretended to be a Filzwai and attacked Gavan Khan. And then he saved Gavan Khan's life. Now Terna Fortress is equal to the territory of the Empire.
General Sulla reported on the situation in Dexia.
Gavan Khan went to seek revenge on the Filzwai people. He still thinks that it was the Red Axe Shigru of Nuda Castle who attacked him. Look, Creon, who has always been gentle and kind to civilians, immediately turned into a cunning general on the battlefield. Ahem.
Emperor Marius laughed. But after laughing twice, he covered his chest and coughed lightly. He seemed to be in quite bad health.
That's true. Drink a glass of water. Your Majesty. Your body.
General Sulla nodded, and then brought a glass of water.
I'd rather have a drink.
Emperor Marius clapped his lips.
There is no taste in my mouth. It feels so uncomfortable.
General Sulla turned around to express his disapproval.
Your Majesty, The doctor asked you not to drink. And Your Excellency Leon also wrote no alcohol 12 times. Okay. Let's get some milk. In fact, Leon also wrote about dozens of fruits. But most of them are specialties of Field Way.
Emperor Marius sighed and read Liang's letter again.
That's okay. Just buy whatever fruits you want to eat. I can take the fleet to buy more.
General Sulla was indeed very concerned about Emperor Marius' health.
No, he didn't mean for me to buy it. The various forces in Desha and Filswy are at war now. Right.
Emperor Marius turned around and looked at the map thoughtfully.
Yes. The Knights of the Dawn and the Knights of the Dusk are fighting. The Inquisition is also fighting Catan. Emir Xerxes is dealing with the Filswy people who entered Desha from the High Pass fortress.
Obviously General Sulla is now Marius' intelligence officer. He stood next to the map and explained the situation.
General Creon basically did not encounter any strong enemies in the eastern part of Dexia. I think if the Shadow Wolves are allowed to sneak into Sinjar and cooperate with General Creon internally and externally, and we should be able to defeat Sinjar in one fell swoop. Single? If you take that place, you're asking for trouble.
Emperor Marius shook his head.
Sulla, you don't know much about Single. It can even be said that that place has little to do with Desha.
Sura showed a questioning look. He came from the Amara continent, and he was always with Emperor Marius. So he really didn't know much about Single.
Don't provoke Single. And Creon won't go either. I let him occupy Turda Fortress just to prevent the Desha people from jumping over the wall to attack Bacchus in desperation.
Emperor Marius pointed at the map and drew a big arc.
Don't worry about how the Dexia and Filswy people fight. What you have to do is to let the Shadow Wolves go around the west coast. From Fengyu Port or Guangxi Bay will get more benefits. Dexia is very poor now. But Fields Way is quite wealthy. And the richest place in Fields Way is these two big ports. Leon will let the Lion Kingdom fight a big war with Fields Way. Fields Way's rear will definitely be empty. This is what Leon wants to say. Fields Way not only has all the fruits I need, but also the reconstruction funds needed by the Bacchus Empire and the Ashbourne Empire. It's just that he can't explicitly ask me to sneak attack on the west coast. Because the messenger may not it's reliable. Maybe the news will leak out. Take the fleet to the west coast. Sulla. But don't fly the Imperial flag or wear the Imperial uniform. I hope you can return with a full load. Ahem.
Emperor Marius explained the task, and then began to cough again.
I understand. We create chaos behind Fields Way, so that Lord Leon will be able to defeat Fields Way on the frontal battlefield. This is the revenge battle of the Lion Kingdom, and he must win. This way he can get what he wants. Victory. And we can get the savings of the people of Field Way.
General Sulla nodded to express his understanding. He thought this was good, and it was indeed a win-win situation.
He's not trying to win. He can win anyway. This is the tuition fee he charges.
Emperor Marius curled his lips.
Maybe it was a mistake to send Alina to him to study. The tuition is really expensive. The tuition is really expensive.
Alina, who was in the Lion City, also said the same thing as Emperor Marius.
To be honest, the Bacchus Empire has made a lot of money. Okay. Alina, do you know how prosperous Fengyu Port and Guangxi Bay are? They are so rich.
Leon shrugged.
This is a good thing for everyone. But you think it's expensive? I'm not talking about your strategy. Sensei.
Alina shook her head.
I mean the money you charge. What about books? Meals? Accommodation? Clothing? Attendance? And there are protection fees? You are extorting. Going to school is inherently expensive. Alina, these are all necessary investments for education. To be honest, this cost may not be worth the money you spent on candles before.
Leon shook the parchment in his hand, and then handed it to Amy.
Go and give it to Governor Justice and let him settle the bill.
Amy looked at the total amount of
8,000 dinars
at the end, and walked away with Alina's tuition list, with a smile on her face. Now Amy has no objection to Alina asking Leon to be her teacher. She even hoped that a few more wealthy people like this would come to study with Leon. Because the tuition is not a one-time payment. It is paid every 6 months. Leon calls the half-year harvest season
a semester.
8,000 dinars per person per semester. Amy felt that if there were more girls like Alina, the tuition alone would be worth several counties. She looked at Leon now, as if she were looking at a golden mountain. Chapter 317 for the Hall of Valor. Fog City. This originally vibrant trading city felt a bit like chaos during this period. The entire city was filled with various armed men, causing the merchants in the city to complain. And the vendors and
craftsmen, on the streets to live like a year. Those armed men were all subordinates brought by the lords of Field's Way. Although their clothes and weapons and equipment were of various kinds, they all had one thing in common: they did not bring money with them when they went out. But they especially liked to buy things. Although King Vides once issued a law: no matter who he is, taking goods without paying will be regarded as robbery. But those axemen who had just transferred from pirates, and those guerrillas who had been engaged in smuggling business all year round, basically did not take this kind of law seriously. Besides, at this juncture, the merchants did not dare to sue the lords. All the merchants in Mist Cloud City knew that these lords were recruited to fight, and King Vides would definitely not deal with them at this time. Therefore, most of the shops in Weong City are now closed. This prosperous city seems to have turned into a military stronghold without any smoke and fire in just a few days. King Vides was in a very bad mood. It was not because of these small problems in Mist Cage City, nor because of the upcoming war with the Lion Kingdom, but because he asked for assistance from his hometown. But he did not receive any reinforcements from Vanscary. A banquet was currently being held in the Lord's Hall of Mist Cloud City. This is a typical Vanscary pirate-style leader's party. A spacious hall with an all-wood structure, a large and long wooden dining table, and a group of wild men with long beards drinking ale. Most of the chiefs in Field's Way are from Vanscary, and that's basically how they live their lives when they're not fighting.
Aiden, are you saying that Queen Agnes no longer intends to support us?
King Vides touched his bald head and tucked the few remaining yellow hairs on his temples behind his ears. Then he took a sip of ale, and the yellowish liquid in the wooden wine glass dripped along his messy beard, falling. The Queen Agnes in his mouth is the current queen of Vanscary, and she is also the pirate king in the true sense, because she controls the pirates' belief in the Hall of Valor. Vanscary is a large island in the Ice Sea, located northwest of Pendor Continent. It is also the hometown of most of the Lords of Field's Way, including Vides. Before becoming the Lords of Pendor, most of their families had been pirates for generations. They believe in the ice and sea gods. In the myths of the ice and sea gods, warriors who die in battle with weapons can enter the Hall of Heroes, where there is endless wine and countless beautiful female warriors searching for heroic spirits on the battlefield. In mythology, the female warriors who search for heroic souls are called Valkyrie, which is also the Valkyrie. It is said that they are all virgin warriors chosen by the gods, who swear to serve the heroic spirits. They will bestow all wonderful things on the dead in battle, and lead them to the Hall of Valor. Therefore, although many people have lived in the continent of Pendor with their families for several generations, most of the lords on the west coast will still return to Vanscary from time to time. They want to pay homage to their ancestors and brothers. That is, those
heroic spirits who died in battle. Of course, the more important thing is that they must make offerings to the Hall of Valor. Otherwise, Queen Agnes has the right to deprive them of their qualifications to enter the Hall of Valor in the future. These days, being in charge of cemeteries can threaten many big bosses.
Queen Agnes is not going to let Vanscary's fleet support us anymore. She thinks that we are settling in Pendor and no longer crossing the sea, which violates the ancestral teachings of Vanscary. She even called you betrayal,
the bald man of faith,
and called me a
farmer trying to cultivate the land. A middle-aged man with red hair and beard sitting opposite Vides shook his head and said, "This middle-aged man has his red hair and beard neatly trimmed. He is the neatest among the many lords in the entire hall. And he is not so
heroic
when he drinks. This is Count Eden of
Red Sword,
one of the highest-ranking lords in Field's Way, and Guangxi Bay is his territory."
But I saw Queen Agnes's guards among your troops.
Vides didn't care about the title.
Bald man.
He pointed at his eyes.
AI ding. Could you have reached some secret agreement with Her Majesty the Queen behind my back?
It was said in a serious but playful tone. Vides obviously had great trust in Aiden, and had a very good relationship with him.
Yes, there is indeed a secret agreement.
Aiden sighed and nodded.
I sacrificed myself again, sweating and sacrificing my life in exchange for the mercy of Queen Agnes. Did she sleep with you again?
King Vides laughed and patted AI Ding on the shoulder.
You've been attracting women since you were a kid. Her Majesty the Queen has gone crazy trying to have a baby. I dare not refuse her. She has found many men. But obviously, this is not a man's problem. The third child she gave birth to at the beginning of the year was still a stillbirth. I think she is cursed.
Aiden did not laugh, but sighed.
So, she is really not in the mood to lead troops to support us. But fortunately, my sweat is still useful, and the Queen has not forgotten our annual offerings.
She asked me to lead. We are waiting for the guards to find one of her favorite concubines. If found, Her Majesty the Queen will send troops to assist us. The Queen's favorite concubine? She's not a sissy. Is she?
Vitti shook his head.
I don't want to deal with a man who screams like a chicken. No. Not only is that guy not a sissy, but he is also a very powerful swordsman.
AI Ding dipped his finger into some wine and drew on the table.
He charmed the Queen with his handsome skin, deceived many heroic female warriors from Vanskerry, and is now stationed in Chilu village in the south. In fact, you should have heard of him. That guy used to be famous in Pinder. Who? I have never seen many swordsmen who are more handsome than you. My most handsome friend.
King Vites looked at the lush red hair on Aiden's head with some envy.
Milan Killick.
Aiden curled his lips and was not interested in what Vites said.
That prodigal among the flowers was indeed the one who assassinated the Duke of Alma. He personally admitted it in front of Her Majesty the Queen. He actually ran away to Vanskerry. No wonder no one could find him at the beginning. You mean, this guy deceived Her Majesty the Queen? Queen Agnes handed over the troops to him. But he did the female warriors take them away?
Vites became serious. He did know Mergen's reputation, and he had tried to find Mirgon after Alma's death. Alma and Vites have a relationship. It was the Duke of Alma who pushed for the alliance between the Lion Kingdom and Field Way. Vites may not be a very good king, and may even be a bit cruel at times, but he always believes that one should be loyal to all friends. This is also the way of thinking of most Vanskerry people. When a friend is killed, it is natural to find the murderer.
That's right. You don't think that Her Majesty the Queen would really lend me her guards just because she slept with me? Do you? The Queen's guards are here to hunt him down. In other words, they are here to get Mir back. Queen Gon seems to have a lot of affection for him. And that guy's ability to deceive women can be said to be unparalleled in the mainland.
Earl Eden said, picking up the wine glass and taking a sip.
But I don't really want to return the Queen's guards. These guards should become glorious field warriors. And so should the heroic female warriors. Are you going to kill Mirgon, and then blame the Queen's Guard soldiers for this? So that they don't dare to go back?
Vites obviously had a lot of experience in committing crimes, and he knew Count Aiden quite well. So he immediately thought of a routine. But then,
he warned, but you can't do this with your own hands. Queen Agnes is already dissatisfied with us. If the news leaks out, you will never go to the Hall of Valor again. And you will be in trouble.
Aye.
Faith is still very important. Although the existence of the Hall of Valor restrains Vites and others, it also allows the Vanskerry pirates under him to fight bravely, and not be afraid of death. Generally speaking, the benefits brought by the Hall of Valor far outweigh the burdens it brings. King Vites will naturally not offend Queen Agnes. Moreover, Vites himself does believe in the ice and sea gods.
Of course, I can't do it myself. In fact, I already have the best candidate.
Earl Eden smiled.
I found the regicide. He didn't dare to go back to Longbeard Castle in Gundor. So he came to me in the Bay of Light, challenging Inna. Is he in your hands?
To be honest, King Vites really wants to capture Inna and send him to the Lion City to negotiate peace. He actually doesn't want to fight a big war with the Lion Kingdom now. This is not because Vites is a coward, but because most of the lords in Field's Way are pirates. And no one is a coward in naval battles. But on land they fight against the cavalry of the Lion Kingdom. The difficulty is indeed quite high. But right now, Earl Eden obviously has other plans. Vites looked at Gundor, the Dew Seeker, who was having a drink with someone at the other end of the hall.
Does Gundor know about this? Don't get into a fight with Gundor.
King Vites and Gundor have a very good relationship. Gundor once saved Vites' life in battle. Of course, his relationship with Count Eden is also very good. King Vites is actually more like a big brother in the world. He is not supported by the Lords of Field's Way because of his strongest fighting ability, but because he has many friends who are willing to help him. Such as Eden. Such as Gundor. Probably because of this, he was able to go from being the leader of pirates to becoming the most powerful leader among the kings. Basically, he died in the Hall of Valor when he was still in his prime.
Gundor wishes his son would do more great things. He is now bragging about his son's accomplishment of killing the king. Besides, he doesn't need to enter the Hall of Valor. He believes in Terra, the goddess of prosperity.
Eden shook his head and simply shouted,
Gundor! Come, my friend. Have a drink with us.
Doomseeker Gundor, with disheveled hair, was drinking ale with two strong men. And then the first one showed the bottom of the cup. It seemed that he won. Then he staggered over and said,
AI Ding, Do you want to have a drink with me? No. I just want to tell you that I found your son. But he doesn't plan to go home.
The relationship between Eden and Gundur is not particularly close. If Eden and Gundur both have a brotherly relationship with King Vides, then he and Gundur can only be regarded as friendly colleagues. This is mainly because of his origin and belief. Gundur was originally from the Lion Realm, and most of the lords of Filswy were from Vanskerry pirates. The Hall of Valor did not leave a place for people from the Lion Realm. So he and mortal, the relations between the lords born in Skerry are not particularly good. In fact, Gundur is a relatively miserable lord. He once asked the three prophets about his future, which means he abandoned the goddess of order. So the people in the Lion Realm will not agree with him, and his origin determines the people of Vanskerry. Nor will I really identify with him. It's just that the people in Filswy all recognized his strength, and were afraid of his madness on the battlefield. No one dared to easily provoke the Seeker of Misfortune. The Seeker of Misfortune is actually very lonely. Therefore, in order to integrate into Filswy, Gundur believed in Filswy's local god of prosperity, Terra Visuli, after becoming a lord. This is an image of a girl covering her key parts with a garland, holding a pitcher in her hand, pouring out the morning dew. This goddess represents the yearning for a good harvest, and also represents the expectation for a prosperous age. This is the belief of the farmers in the western part of the continent of Pendor, and it is also the official belief established by King Vides when he founded his country. But Vides himself does not actually believe in Terra. This is just a national policy, the same as Emperor Marius' promotion of Demaya, the god of protection and harvest. Terra was established as the main god mainly to reassure the farmers of Filswy. Otherwise, if it is ruled by a group of pirates with different beliefs, the west coast may not be inhabited in a few years. Eden said before that Queen Agnes called him a farmer trying to farm. In fact, this is the reason why Vides still believes in the ice and sea gods and still wants to enter the Hall of Valor. But he is in Filswy promotes an agricultural goddess. Queen Agnes would naturally be dissatisfied. Gundur was the first lord of Filswy to publicly express his belief in the goddess Terra. To this end, Gundur and Vadis grew closer. The lord who is the first to understand the national policy and actively express his support will of course be closer to the monarch. But Gundur is still lonely. In fact, only Vides is the only one who can really regard Filswy as a friend. And Eden can probably count half of them. These 1.5 are all his friends. This is even more true for his godson Inna, who also comes from the Lion Realm and has different beliefs. Gundur finally has a true friend because he saved Vides' life. But Inna now has no friends at all. The only one who considered him one of his own was Gudry. But they just regard him as a brother, and it is a family relationship. So Inna was willing to leave everything behind and go to the Lion Realm to find true love.
Inna is at your place? Then I'm relieved. I know he doesn't really want to go home. Come on. Have a drink for King Ulrich.
Gundur does seem to regard Inar's regicide as something to be proud of.
Gundur, let's get down to business.
Eden raised his cup towards Gundur.
Inar is now the regicide. You should understand. He has brought trouble to us, to Filswy, and to himself. He can no longer be a lord, or even a lord, appearing in public. But I have a plan to help him, which is equivalent to helping you. This will make both you and Inna eligible to enter the Hall of Valor.
Chapter 318 The Provocateur, who returns to his hometown.
I know there is no place for me in the Hall of Valor. But maybe there should be a place for Inna. If even the warrior who killed the Lion King cannot enter the Hall of Valor, then who else has such qualifications?
Gundur nodded and said. His face flushed, and his beard was soaked in the cup because of the nod, looking like he was drunk. Only the downcast but extremely bright eyes revealed that he was extremely awake at this time. Vides and Eden looked at each other. It turns out that this is the reason why Gundur has been bragging about his son's accomplishments. Indeed, if fighting bravely can be recognized by the Hall of Valor, then of course the hero, who single-handedly killed the Lion King, should also be qualified to enter the Hall of Valor.
We'd better find a quiet place.
Vides took Eden and Gundur to the balcony above the hall.
Killing the Lion King has always been my wish. As for the war we are about to face, I will do my best to kill all enemies. I will solve the trouble caused by Inna.
After leaving the crowd, Gundur no longer showed any signs of drunkenness. He rubbed his red face, tied his long hair back, and looked at Vides seriously.
We all know that you suffered some unfair treatment in the Lion Realm when you were young, and I will not blame Inna for his behavior. But, Gundur, the regicide can no longer become a lord, nor can he inherit your throne. career. You should understand this.
Vides nodded and patted Gundor on the shoulder.
I understand. Of course I understand. No kingdom can tolerate the existence of a regicide. But he can become the next Doom Seeker. And the sea will give him a future.
Of course Gundor can understand that King Vides managed to turn Filswe from a pirate alliance into a kingdom. Since it is a kingdom, it naturally cannot openly agree with Inner's regicide behavior. If it hadn't been for the good relationship between Vides and Gundor, Inna's head would probably have been placed in a box filled with lime by now. He kept bragging about Inner's great achievements during the banquet. In fact, he wanted the relatively simple-minded lords of Field's Way to regard Inner as
a hero who killed the enemy monarch.
On the one hand, this will make Inna safer when he is not found. On the other hand, he tried to use this method to make his comrades from Van Carey identify with him. Or in other words, identify with Inna. There are many regicides in the mythical stories of the ice and sea gods. And indeed, all the regicides in the stories are brave heroes. After all, it was not his own king that Inner killed. And those pirates would definitely regard Inner's great achievements as legends. This man who looked rougher and bolder than most of the Van Carey pirates during the banquet was actually not some reckless seeker of misfortune, who could start from scratch and earn a big fortune. Of course, he couldn't be a reckless person. His ruggedness and boldness are just to blend in with the group. However, only Vides and Eden, a semi-friend, knew Gundor's true temperament. People live dependent on the environment. Of course, there are indeed some great people who can change the environment and even make the environment depend on them. But it is clear that Gundor is not such a great man. In his life, he had rich and colorful adventure experiences, status earned on the battlefield, wealth accumulated over the years, and a prominent reputation. Moreover, he could barely be considered as having a son and a daughter. Compared to ordinary people, Gundor was definitely a success person. But he was still in pain, because he was not accepted by the people in his hometown of the Lion Realm. Nor was he recognized by his comrades in Field's Way. For Gundor, this means that he has never found a true home in his life. Moreover, this ideological homelessness will inevitably extend to his children. Now that Anar cannot become a lord, Gundor wants Anar to take the path he once walked and find a future on the sea. Therefore, since he got the news, he has been helping Inna create a persona and reputation that can be followed by pirates. A brave man who kills kings alone. A warrior who gives up everything for love.
Gundor, you have worked hard at sea for half your life. Do you still plan to let your son live at sea in the future? Do you really think that naming him the power of the sea will get him the protection of the Sea King?
Earl Eden shook his head.
I have a plan to give your son a better future. If Inna succeeds, not only will he directly become the Lord of Field's Way, but he will also be given a place in the Hall of Valor. A good seat. I can even reserve a good seat for you. What kind of plan?
Gundor raised his head.
Indeed, being unable to gain recognition from the brothers of Van Carey is something that has troubled me all my life. But there seems to be no way to solve this problem except to change my mother and be born again. There is a way. If your son Inna can become the leader of the female warriors of valor. If he leads the female warriors who guard the Hall of Valor to fight for Filswy, then everyone will agree with him and you.
Lord Eden raised his cup to Gundor.
In this way, we don't have to look at Queen Agnes's face all the time. We can even use those heroic female warriors as the basis to build a real Valhalla in this mist-caged city. Gundor, your son can become guardian of the Hall of Valor.
Vides added the final word to the conversation. Of course, the Hall of Valor is not a physical palace. It is a fictional kingdom of heaven like the
kingdom of God
of other religions. But Vides really intends to materialize it. He wants the lords of Field's Way to regard Field's Way as their destination after death. Queen Agnes of Van Carey controls the pirates by controlling their faith. And Vides naturally wants to do the same. Of course, more importantly, Queen Agnes has shown her intention to no longer cooperate with Vides. And Vides does not want to continue to send offerings every year. It is not easy to live with being sucked blood all the time, coupled with the existence of Mirgon. For Vides, Mirgon is an enemy who killed his friends. But this enemy turned out to be the Queen's favorite concubine, which means that there will be a lot of uncertainty in Van Carey's future. And this uncertainty is probably not good for Field's Way. At the same time, when facing the attack of the Lion Kingdom, Field's Way needed more armed forces. Aiden was the one who understood Vides' thoughts best. So he made this plan. The plan is not complicated. First let Inna gain Mergen's trust. Then use Queen Agnes's bandit guards to get rid of Mirgon.
and finally let Inna bring the female warriors back to the Mist-Caged City. Build a physical Hall of Valor. In this way, we can not only obtain these two powerful armed forces that belong to Queen Agnes, but also get rid of the uncertain factor Mirgan, and also let all the lords see the female warriors of the heroic spirit joining the command of King Vides to fight against the enemy. For the pirates, this means that Vides replaced Queen Agnes and became the administrator of the Hall of Valor. In this way, those pirate lords will not always think about returning to Van's Carry. They will fight for Field's Way and the Hall of Valor in Mist-Caged City. This will greatly enhance Field's combat effectiveness, especially when facing attacks from the Lion Kingdom. A few days later, with the joint efforts of Earl Eden and Gundor, Inna appeared in the Deer Village and became Mergan's assistant. It was indeed easy for Inna to gain Mergan's trust. One killed the Lion King, and the other killed the Duke of Lion Lake. Both of them were skilled swordsmen, and both were wanderers from the Lion Realm. Being fellow villagers and having similar experiences, they actually have a lot in common. In addition, Miran really needs help at this time. The heroic female warriors have never been to the continent of Pendor, and they can only speak the language of Van's Carry. As for Mirgan, who was from the Lion Realm and didn't speak the Boshkari language, it wasn't very smooth to communicate with the female warriors. But Inner grew up among the Van's Carry pirates, and he spoke both languages fluently. After communicating with the heroic female warriors, Inna understood why they were deceived by Mirgan. In fact, these female warriors followed Mirgan to the continent of Pendor, not because of Mergan's handsome appearance, but because Mirgan claimed that he could lift the curse on Queen Agnes. Queen Agnes gave birth to 3 children in the past few years, but each one was a premature stillbirth. For the superstitious Van's Carry people, this naturally meant some kind of curse. But no one knows where this so-called curse comes from. It was not until Mirgan fled to Vanskare and succeeded in making the queen obsessed with him that he felt that this was a good opportunity for him to return to Pendor. Therefore, Mirgan told the queen that this curse probably came from the 3 prophets of Pendor continent. They were the culprits anyway, and it was just the right size to put it on the heads of the 3 prophets. Mirgan mentioned to Queen Agnes the battle between Filzwai and the 3 prophets last year. He did witness that battle with his own eyes. That was when he was planning to flee overseas, and happened to encounter the 3 prophets, who were entrusted by King Ulrich to cause trouble near Mist-Caged City. Therefore, this curse was interpreted as a dispute between the kingdom of Field's Way and the 3 prophets. So the 3 prophets imposed the curse on the pirate king. The best way to lift the curse is of course to kill the person who imposed the curse. So Mirgan volunteered to solve the problem for the beloved queen. If you want to deal with the 3 prophets, you will naturally need a lot of manpower. Of course, this kind of witchcraft-related thing will be done by female warriors who believe in finding and protecting heroic spirits. So the queen asked Mirgan to return to the continent of Pendor with 300 female warriors. However, there was no news after Mirgan left. According to the female warriors, they had not contacted the queen for 4 months. And in the past 4 months, they had not even seen the hair of the 3 prophets. Of course, Mirgan planned to use these female warriors to make a comeback, and he would not go to the 3 prophets. In fact, if it weren't for the language barrier, Mirgan might have taken them away from the west coast. But the language problem is indeed a big problem, because it makes it difficult for Mirgan to fool the female warriors. Until now, he has not even been able to get the obedience of the female warriors. It is not easy for these heroic female warriors, who do not understand the language, to be subdued by him. In fact, Mirgan has not slept with any of the female warriors so far, and he has not been able to get the female warriors to execute more complicated instructions. So he has been staying in Chilu village. This is because the female warriors come from different backgrounds and beliefs. The handsome men in their eyes are either heroes who are covered in blood on the battlefield, or Mirgan, a macho man with thick beard and chest hair. He could only deceive the queen who had broader knowledge, had seen the world, and had been influenced by Pandor culture. Of course, Queen Agnes prefers handsome guys like him because it is good for the genes of the next generation. The arrival of Inna helped Mirgan solve a lot of troubles. With the existence of this translator, Mirgan could finally start to communicate with the female warriors. But the progress is slower. Enarthen proposed a good plan to Mirgan. Ulrich passed away, and the Lion Kingdom is marching towards the high cliff castle of Field's Way. At this time, the hinterland of the Lion Kingdom must be empty. If it can take the opportunity to capture the Howling Castle, Mirgan can become Field's Way. Lord, this is a very reasonable proposal. Inna's hometown is Howling Castle, and Inna met Anna there a few months ago.
He knows that Howling Castle is almost an empty city, and can probably be easily captured. In addition, it is indeed the territory of the three prophets, which is also in line with the goal of the female warriors coming to Pinder, and can drive those female warriors. At the same time, it was also a good time to launch a sneak attack while the Lion Kingdom was at war with Field's Way. Miran really had no reason to refuse such an opportunity. He could not only get a base, become the Lord of Field's Way, but also gain the trust of the female warriors. As a result, Inna not only became Mergen's most trusted assistant, but also became the person who truly commanded the heroic female warriors. The importance of knowing a foreign language became apparent at this time. July 15th, 356 in the Pandey calendar. Provoking, Inna and Mirgan brought the heroic female warriors to the outside of Howling Castle on this day. This is the hottest time of summer. Under normal circumstances, this kind of season is not suitable for sending troops to fight. But all countries invariably started a war on this day. Together with Godric's troops, the Crow Kingdom's army launched a fierce attack on Craggy Bay. Half of the Knights of the Lion followed Brennus and struggled to support themselves, and the war situation was tense. A few Lion Knights simply disappeared. After the Lion Knights were declared in a legal order, they gave up their identities and left. The other half of the Lion Knights stayed in Ibion and did not participate in the battle. These Lion Knights followed Deputy Commander Lehman, but Lehman did not let them participate in any war. Since Sir Lehman had been Godric's student back then, no one was attacking his territory at this time. The Bacchus Empire, with General Creon as its commander, invaded the Principality of Desha and occupied the Turda fortress, the gateway to the northeast of Desha. It is said that Cleon's army is marching towards the important town of Sidhu in the northwest of Ashkeman at this time. It seems that he is preparing to turn Ashkeman into the hinterland of the Bacchus Empire. The whole territory of Dexia is now in chaos. Fighting is happening everywhere, and the ground is full of beacon smoke. The army of the Lion Kingdom has also gathered under the Galya fort and began to confront Fieldsway's army. The leader of Fieldsway is Vides himself. The leader of the Lion Kingdom is the newly promoted Earl Leofric. The reason for the confrontation is that the military strength of both sides is not equal. The great lord of Fieldsway, Earl Eden of Red Sword, and Gundor of Doomseeker have not yet arrived. And the Marshal of the Lion Kingdom, Leon, has not yet arrived. Leon hasn't gone to Gayabeo yet, because he has two more important things to do. Ulric's funeral is being held. This is a royal burial ceremony. The king will be buried in the place where he was born, on the shores of Deerheart Lake, next to the Queen's town. At the same time, Amy will also be crowned king on this day. Chapter 319, The King Meets the King. Ulric was buried early in the morning. The day was sunny and windy. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the grass hanging with fresh dew is waiting for the eternal rest of a king. The funeral was short but grand. Thousands of people attended the ceremony. In addition to the vast majority of people with some status in Lion City, there were also many nobles who came from all over the place. It is the duty of a vassal to say a final farewell to the king who has served him. Of course, more importantly, they came to swear allegiance to the new king in order to continue their legal noble status. Fortunately, the lakeside cemetery to the west of Queentown is large enough. This is the cemetery of the Alfred family, where all generations of Lion Kings are buried. Here is buried King Ulric, a promising king who inherited the wisdom of our great ancestor Willia and the previous king. This is the front of the tombstone. The epitaph Amy wrote for Ulric is all true. Ulric indeed possessed the bravery of his ancestor Alfred, and at the same time, he also inherited the wisdom of his father, the Mad King. Behind the tombstone is an inscription describing the cause of his death. He faced a powerful enemy alone on the most dangerous battlefield, and fought unyieldingly until he died heroically. May the soul of the brave never be lonely again. The inscription is signed by Leon Griffin. Again, everything is true. The Silver Throne and the Noble House Tower are indeed the most dangerous battlefields. Perhaps, Leon is the person who knows King Ulric best. Although Leon has never sat on the Silver Throne, at least he can understand all of Ulric's actions and understand Ulric's loneliness. The gorgeous coffin was placed in the pit, and Amy sprinkled the first shovel of soil on the tomb with her own hands. The last king with Alfred as his family name came to an end. But perhaps, Leon is not the only one who understands Ulric. Althea, I'm sure you are really mistaken. In another unknown place, on a small island thousands of miles away, a pure white dragon was staring at a huge crystal ball in the lake. This beautiful little dragon shook its head from side to side, lowered its long neck, and moved closer to the crystal ball.
The big sapphire blue eyes reflected the scene in the crystal ball. A middle-aged man with brown hair is floating on the lake. However, this person is constantly twisting and swaying with the fluctuations of the lake. It is obvious that this is a shadow projected from the lake.
This guy seems to be a king. But he definitely can't be one of your tribe. TSK. Althea, why do you always attract humans?
Xiaolong turned his head and spoke, snorted and sprayed out a stream of water arrows.
Qualies. You know, I can't cast spells like a god. I can only use your tears to summon those souls, who are as lonely as me.
Althea's voice was as gentle as water. But this time, she was obviously a little surprised.
I don't know why it's always human beings. Those dragon tears were obviously taken away by Evadane. I don't want to speculate like this, but, just like when the Sindari elves caused the magic storm, anything can happen in this world. Althea?
Quarries' voice became stale.
No, it won't happen. Qualies, don't say such things. Evadane's tribe must still exist.
Althea walked over from the lakeside, put her arm around Qualies' neck, and stood next to the crystal ball, poured lake water, and sprinkled it on the crystal ball. The picture in the crystal ball became more obvious, and the shadow on the lake seemed to be wide-eyed, looking at everything in the crystal ball in horror. Perhaps, like what Liang had experienced before, he was unable to move or speak. Scenes flickered in the crystal ball like a revolving lantern. A young child, held by his father, sat on the armrest of the silver throne at that time. His smile was innocent. A young man holding a spear won his first battle with the help of his sister at that time. His smile was full of pride and victory. A handsome young man, at the funeral of another middle-aged man, faced many people's accusations, but always held his head high at that time. He faced everything with a sneer, but there was still light in his eyes. A young man wearing a bright red dress with a gold edge on his collar walked hand in hand to the silver throne with a woman whose face could not be seen clearly, and put on a crown engraved with a golden lion. He no longer smiled, and remained expressionless. His expression only showed a little warmth when he looked at his sister, who looked similar to him, at the foot of the steps. Then, the young man gradually reached middle age. He was riding a tall horse, wearing golden armor, and holding a bleeding sword in his hand. Behind him were a group of knights holding lances, and the knights had the golden coat of arms of the 3 lions. At this time, his eyes were cold and full of ambition. After that, the middle-aged man gradually became older, and his expression became more indifferent. It seemed that he had never smiled since the moment he ascended the throne. Until finally, a king in his 50s walked towards a beautiful woman wearing a white wedding dress in a simple wedding. At that time,
he was smiling, and there was a little light in his eyes, like some kind of hope. But that hopeful look only flashed by. And what appeared next was the body of a woman in the garden. The body of her sister, at that moment. His face was ashen. Finally, what appeared in the crystal ball was the woman in the wedding dress stabbing a table knife into his abdomen. But even so, his mouth was still saying something. It seemed like he was just repeating one word.
What a sad life. He doesn't even have a single friend in his memory.
Quali shook his long neck, which probably meant shaking his head.
Althea, at least you still have me as a friend. But why does he appear here? He can't see anything related to me in his memory. Tears or something related to the Nolder elves. Perhaps he also has the blood of Evadane, and I can feel his loneliness and sadness. It's not surprising that he can get your tears. He is a king after all.
Althea sighed.
Maybe he knows what's going on with Evadane's tribe now. A king must know a lot of things. Right. Try it. But it will cost me a lot of magic power. I am not good at making human souls speak. I can only maintain it for a short time.
The little white dragon Quali seemed to be a very good friend. It stared at the shadow on the lake, with a magnificent light in its blue eyes.
Althea, hurry up. Where did the Nolder blood in your body come from?
Althea asked towards the shadow on the lake.
Dragon? This is not a dragon?
The shadow could finally speak now.
Stop talking nonsense. Answer the question. Otherwise you'll be out of your mind soon.
Quali's warned.
I don't have Nolder blood. I am Ulrich, the king of the lion realm in Pender. But I should be dead. I remember. I am dead.
Ulrich's soul did not panic for too long. Maybe people can become free and easy after death. The king spoke without any burden at this time.
Oh, I remembered. I took a medicine. That it was a potion given to me by 3 prophetesses. That potion is said to be made from the blood of Nolder nobles.
Althea frowned. The originally gentle big eyes of the young dragon Qualis also became terrifying.
What happened to those 3 prophets? How are the Nolder elves doing now?
Althea's voice became cold.
Those are the messengers of the dark goddess Erida. 3 witches. As for the Nolder elves, they are in the forest east of Pender. They should be living well now. At least better than me.
Ulrich looked at Althea's long pointed ears.
Are you the god who protects the Nolder elves? But shouldn't gods be omniscient and omnipotent? I can't hold on anymore. Althea.
The dragonet's wings touched the water, lowered its head, causing ripples in the lake, and Ulrich's shadow began to sway continuously.
Anyway, he brought me good news. Let his soul go to the other king of Pendor. Maybe they will no longer be alone.
Hearing that the Nolder elves were doing well, Althea smiled gently.
Qualis, anger will disrupt your magic. You should be calmer.
She picked up a handful of water from the lake and brought it to Quali's mouth. When the water reached her hand, it began to glow purple. Qualis leaned over with his big head, carefully sucked the handful of purple liquid from her hand, and then breathed a long sigh of relief.
Maybe all the Nolder elves originally had this ability to disrupt the situation. The ability to heal with magic. It's a pity that you learned it too late. Otherwise the Gwendarian continent would not have perished.
The little dragon waved its wings, and Ulrich's shadow gradually disappeared from the lake. In the temple behind the lake, a flickering candle appeared out of thin air. But it was only a candle, not a candlestick. The flames appeared right below a torch. The torch was probably the same type of pure stone torch without any combustibles. But the torch was still burning brightly.
Boy, before you died, you actually let that witch escape. Do you love her so much?
An old and hoarse male voice came faintly from the torch. There was no response. Ulrich's soul had just turned into a small flame and did not yet have the ability to make a sound. However, the small flame shook violently. If Leon were here, he would definitely be able to hear the voice calling Ulrich boy before in the throne room. At that time, he had just become a baronet, and this old voice said to him with a wild smile,
"Very good."
At noon, Amy Sonad sat on the silver throne under the witness of all the nobles and priests of the goddess of order, put on the king's crown, and became the first queen of the Lion Kingdom. Sonard is Amy's clan name. But this clan name does not come from her mother, Miss Felina, but from Godric. She did not change her surname, which was actually against the rules. Her inheritance came from her mother, and it stands to reason that she should use her mother's surname to ascend the throne, which is Alfred. But Amy didn't do that. At the same time, the person who crowned her was not the priest of the Temple of Order, but Liang himself. This is of course even more unruly. But now, no one has jumped out to say anything against it. In fact, this is the advice given to Amy by Liang's new apprentice Alina. As Amy's junior sister, Alina provided a lot of valuable suggestions for the ceremonies in the past few days, including these 2 things that troubled Amy the most.
Since they can accept a queen, they can also accept the queen using her own surname. No one dares to seek death now. After all this is settled, no one will come out to seek death.
On the issue of surnames, Alina said this. As for who will be crowned, Alina's suggestion is,
it's not in line with tradition anyway, so why not do it more thoroughly?
For people in the eastern region,
teachers represent the goddess of order better than those priests. And now the eastern region is the reliable base. In addition, Mendenheim and the Nolder elves are also supporters of the teacher. They do not believe in the goddess of order. Moreover, this can also be tested to see if any nobles are interested in this. If you are dissatisfied, let them come out as soon as possible so that you can take precautions early.
So, Amy happily accepted Alina's suggestion. Thanks to Ulrich, there is no royal council in the Lion Kingdom now, and Amy has no plans to reorganize the royal council. So naturally no one will get in the way of these matters. Liang himself thinks Alina's view is fine. In fact, the logic in his eyes is simpler. Whoever controls order is the spokesperson of the goddess of order, and there will be no one who is dissatisfied and will not come to Lion City at all. As a result, Amy will be called Queen Sonad by outsiders from now on, and Liang will become the chief minister of the kingdom, the Grand Duke of Changha Town.
I, Amy Sonad, in the presence of the gods and the late kings, confer the title of Duke to Knight Leon, who has sworn allegiance. On behalf of the kingdom, I will recognize your legally owned land, wealth, and supreme honor. May you use the sword in your hand protects the honor of the late king and our dignity.
Amy was holding a sword in her hand, with the blade resting on Liang's shoulder. At this time, Liang was kneeling on one knee. looking up at the relief of King Kabbalah of Panda on the dome of the throne room. He heard an old voice again.
I saw it. Ha ha. I saw you, kid.
This time, the voice was still full of madness, but it was also full of joy. Leon could feel some kindness in this voice. The owner of the voice seemed to be expecting something. He continued to look up at the relief on the dome. The goddess Eunomia is on the left, and the late King Kabbalah is on the right. But the pendant on Eunomia's chest is now a lion's head, and the relief depicting the heroic battle of the former King Kabbalah does not have a sword.
Your Majesty, we should retrieve the sun and moon pendant for the goddess Eunomia. We should also help the late King Kabbalah retrieve his sword,
Leon said to Amy.
Let everything have true order. Only then will the goddess of order and the late king protect us and be invincible.
This was in the throne room, and many people were watching. He could only call Amy Your Majesty, even though Amy was not used to it.
Of course, I will bring history and faith back to Lion City. As for Field Way, I will leave it to you. Leon, my marshal, I hope you will return in triumph as soon as possible.
Amy pursed her lips and also addressed Leon as marshal. But what she originally wanted to say was,
Leon, you have to be more careful.
Chapter 320 Target Shirhu City. To the east of Crow Kingdom, Xiaolu City. There is a negotiation going on here. The two parties negotiating were Ursula and her old acquaintance, Baron Kedron. They are indeed old acquaintances, so familiar that they even know the number of moles on each other's bodies. But Kedron is no longer a baron of the Lion Kingdom, because in the official records of the Lion Kingdom, he has been
dead in battle.
According to the battlefield records recorded by Duke Brennus at Eagle Claw Castle, Baron Kedron realized he had lost his way, launched a desperate charge against the Crow army, and died heroically outside Eagle Claw Castle. This thin, middle-aged man is currently the personal advisor to King Gregory IV of the Crow Kingdom. In other words, he was a reliable, brave, and homeless intelligence officer. At least that's what Gregory IV thought. But now, this once homeless, brave, is trying to join forces with Ursula again to return to his original home.
My dear, please believe me. My loyalty to you is unquestionable. I have ambushed men near Lion Lake City and Eagle Claw Fort. As long as you appear there with your army, the entire Lion Lake Bay will become in your territory. You will control the entire inner sea of Lion Lake and become an unstoppable queen.
Kedron's words may be a bit exaggerated, but they are indeed feasible. If the manpower he talks about is really reliable.
Kedron, I thought you were planning to work with me inside and outside to capture Longsong Harbor. What? Are you planning to return to Eagle Claw Castle? I don't quite believe you have any reliable manpower in the Lion Realm.
Ursula glanced at Sir Ren, who was silent next to her, and frowned in question.
Honey, have you seen?
It looked like Kedron was trying to explain.
Shut up. Stop calling me dear. Kedron, you'd better maintain proper etiquette for a queen.
Ursula patted the table and stood up. Sir Ren next to him remained expressionless and turned his head to one side. Kedron lowered his head and was silent for a while.
I understand. Her Majesty the Queen. I once brought some knights who lost their fiefdoms to Lion Lake City. You have seen them in Eagle Claw Castle. They can still organize several knights in Lion Lake City. Hundreds of warriors. You mean those rogues from the Red Brotherhood? Can they also be called warriors?
Sir Ren finally couldn't help but speak.
Perhaps they are vulnerable on the frontal battlefield. But in the city, when playing the role of internal response, no one is more suitable than them.
Kedron bowed politely towards Ren.
Then, you should probably prove to me first that those scum can indeed be controlled by you. I don't want to plunge into an ambush and siege.
Ursula thought for a moment, then waved Kedron away.
You'll see.
Kedron nodded, bowed his head, and exited the Lord's Hall of Xiaolu City.
Your Majesty, do you really plan to go to Shirhu City? We should try to attack Changda Port now.
Sir Ren asked doubtfully.
We can no longer capture Changda Port, and Dongjia has already led the Misty Mountain people to evacuate.
Ursula shook her head.
And she didn't even go back to Dark Falcon Castle. Nor did she stop at the trading market in Bezek. She went south with all the people from the Misty Mountains who were willing to follow her. Just like it's like you're avoiding something. And Dongjia has completed her mission. She should be going to report to Mr. Liang.
Ren was still puzzled.
She couldn't have been helping us fight all the time. To be able to capture Xiaolu City, Mr. Liang's people are very trustworthy. No, Ren, she is from the Misty Mountain. I gave a lot of loot to Dongjia, but she didn't take away much loot. She only took away valuable belongings and equipment. And she left in a hurry. It means she sensed some kind of big trouble and couldn't resist it. She's running away from here.
Ursula put her hands on the table, looked at the map on the table and murmured,
Raven Realm is extremely empty right now. This should have been the best time for the Misty Mountain people led by Ndongjia to gain more gains. But she left Croland at this time. Why do you think this is? Is there anything strange happening to the Jata people?
Ren also moved in front of the map.
Impossible. The Jata people will only go out to plunder the villages and towns of Crow Realm, and generally will not attack the teams in the Misty Mountains. And Ndongjia doesn't care what the Jata people will do.
Ursula shook her head again.
I don't know what happened. But if Ndongjia will flee south, then I think it's best for us to leave here too.
Liang's troops had arrived at the southern part of Gaoyao Fort at this time, staying between Changsha Fort and Gaoyao Fort. He personally led not many troops. Only the 200 Nolder guards and 150 knights recruited from the Lion City. Each knight brought about 5 or 6 retinues, which amounted to about 1,000 people plus one. These knights were the original guards of the House of Nobles. That is, some of the noble children, who were better at conducting themselves in the Royal City Guards. Most of their retinues also come from the Royal City Guards. The Royal City Guards were originally King Ulrich's personal troops. But now Amy has her own guards. So these people were reorganized by Liang into the City Defense Force of Lion City. Reorganizing this force is not a hassle. Just give them a future and that's it. Amy sealed 150 knights in one breath, and directly recruited the most influential people among them into loyal ministers. He also promised that if they achieved military exploits, all their subordinates would be eligible to become knights. And the knights might be directly knighted. Of course, the fiefdoms had to be obtained from the battlefield. The guards of the royal city were originally the king's retinues. But no matter who they were not as good as becoming true knights. Besides, Gaoyao Castle and Xiaoyan Bay have a large amount of land waiting for them to be entrusted. With their goals and future very clear, the Royal City Guards completed the reorganization without any problems, and became more than 100 knight squads. The combat effectiveness of this unit is still very good, and there is no shortage of combat experience. It is a ready-made military force that can be put into use immediately. Of course, the most important thing is that they are all cavalry. And they are all cavalry from the Lion Realm. Liang did not bring this army to join Leofric. The large army of the Lion Kingdom was currently in the north of Gaoyao Castle, relying on the Mystery Marsh Castle to engage in a small-scale battle with Fields Wei. But Liang took them to camp dozens of miles south of Gaoyao Fort, between Changsha Fort and Gaoyao Fort.
Ors, are you sure your son has entered Howling Castle?
In the camp, Liang was discussing with Ors, the leader of the Owl Knights.
Of course I'm sure. I've been following him since you let him go. He brought a group of female warriors into Howling Castle. Those female warriors look like they are from Vanscary.
Ors nodded and used a branch to draw an abstract map on the ground.
They came from Chilu village. They were followed by 2 other troops about 20 miles behind. One was Count Eden of the Red Sword. The other force is the Pirates of Gundor, the Doom Seekers, the Lords of Fengyu Castle, Gao Pass Fortress, Nuda Castle and other places should have been dragged into the Dexia War, and the Lords of Guangxu Bay and Changshu Castle came to Changsha Castle.
Liang also took a branch and gestured on the ground.
So, more than half of Fieldsway's troops will not go to Gaoyao Castle. Then let's.
Ors next to him showed a questioning expression.
Since they won't go to Gaoyao Fort, we won't go either. Gaoyao Fort is built on a mountain and is easy to defend but difficult to attack. It won't be possible to defeat it for a while.
Liang made a decision.
Ask your people to send a message to Leofric, asking him to turn around and attack Caneburg. Hit him harder, and kill Leofric first.
Caneburg is currently occupied by Baron Leofen. Leofen is the Baron who framed Amy. He was once a subordinate of Brennus and a knight of the Order of the Lion. After Amy claimed that Brennus was treason, Leofen did not surrender to Brennus, but unexpectedly attacked Caneburg. But he neither swore allegiance to Amy nor sent troops to any place. He just stayed at Caneburg and did not come out.
But in this case, it is equivalent to letting Vidi's troops enter the hinterland of the kingdom. He will definitely take the opportunity to seize Castle Cairn and defeat Leofric. Maybe they will also take the opportunity to invade Lion Lake City.
Ors sighed.
The lord who sent troops together with Count Leofric only had 1,500 troops. Although there were more cavalry, it was impossible to deal with Caneburg and Fei at the same time. From the Urzwai people, I just want to let Vides into the heart of the kingdom. I even plan to let him see the hope of conquering Shurhu City. If he cowers in Gaoyao Castle and cannot come out, that will be trouble.
Leon used tree branches to draw 2 lines on the ground, pointing from Changsho Castle and Cane Bird to Sherhu City.
You want to induce Phil's White to attack Sherhu City?
Or shook his head.
They won't do that. They have always been on the defensive against the Lion Realm. The Phil's White people know that they cannot fight against the cavalry of the Lion Realm in a field battle. That was before. But things are different now. There is no Lion Knights in the Lion Kingdom. And there is no Royal Guards. The 2 largest cavalry units are not here. And Lion Lake City is still so empty, with almost no troops at all.
Leon twisted his neck.
If Leofric's troops collapse at the first touch, and my troops are blocked by your son at Howling Castle, and the Ravens and Brennus can't tell the difference between the winner and the loser at Cliff Bay, then tell me, will Vides go to Sherhu City to gamble? I understand. I will send a message to Count Leofric now, asking him to defeat the enemy.
Ors nodded and prepared to leave.
Wait. Ors, let others go to the Bog Castle to deliver the message. You have to go see your son Inna.
Leon was a little hesitant and didn't know what to say.
You have given him a chance. And I swear to repay your mercy with my whole life. If he becomes your enemy again and dies in Howling Castle, that will be his rightful destination.
Ors turned around and said without hesitation.
No. What I mean is that you have to bring a message to Inner. I want him to help me at Howling Castle. I plan to ambush the
Red Sword.
Earl Eden.
Leon smiled.
It's hard to find an undercover agent like him. How can he die casually? He won't be my enemy.
In the Lord's team list, after Ors's name, there is a mark, Scouting Captain. And behind Inner's name is marked, Intelligence Officer. This was agreed upon in the high tower of the noble house. Leon would let him leave the Lion City. Otherwise Yenna would definitely die. At the same time, Leon promised to help Inna find Anna or find the 3 prophets, and Inna will return to Field's Way and become Liang's undercover. When Yenna's name appeared in the team list, Leon was naturally relieved. Even Drash, the Jata warlord, had no problems after entering the team list, and Yenna would naturally no longer be his enemy. There are many positions in the hands of a marshal of a country. Since becoming the marshal, the team list has remained the same. Those who swore allegiance to Leon will enter the list, and most of them will become a number in a certain military unit. But the difference is that Leon can add specific positions to anyone in the team, even positions he invented himself. Members with specific positions will be listed separately in the list. For example, Fawcett's current job is Dark Walker. Of course, this is a position made up by Leon himself. This so-called Dark Walker is actually a dark room. Of course, Fawcett was not controlled by the 3 prophets. Even Aelian was recruited after Fawcett asked Leon for his opinion. When Fawcett discovered that Aelian had resurrected from the dead, he notified Leon immediately. But the task Leon gave him was to cooperate with Aelian and take the opportunity to figure out everything related to the Dark Goddess. Neither Granon nor Eric knew about this kind of secretive thing. But Leon knew that there would be nothing unusual about Father, because his name had always been on the team list. On the contrary, something happened to Grandlon. His name disappeared a few days ago, on the same day as Amy's coronation. This means that Grandlon is dead. He died in Sherhu City. Father, on the other hand, was currently in Payne Village outside Sherhu City, in Grandlon's territory.
Wendy! Grandlon was not killed by the 3 prophets. He died fighting to prevent a massacre. In addition, please tell Lord Leon that I know how the 3 prophets escaped from the Lion City.
Fawcett said to Wendife, who was dressed as a village girl.
They can put their souls on dead bodies. Anybody will do. Lord Leon already knows this. But just because he knows this, he cannot find the 3 prophets.
Wendy nodded and wiped the sword in her hand. There were 2 bodies at her feet. One of them is Aaron, and the other one I don't recognize, but looks like a good guy. Father's sword was currently stuck in Aaron's body.
Lord Leon may not know yet, but you cannot cast spells in the Lion City. The tower of the House of Nobles built by His Majesty Kavala back then was a magic forbidden tower. If the 3 prophets forced their way to escape, they would definitely suffer a very serious backlash. There must be corpses in the city.
Right?
Fawcett pointed to the corpse on the ground.
Wherever the corpse is, they must still be there now.
Wendolf nodded.
I understand. Is this Aelian also a member of the 3 prophets? Aelian has nothing to do with the 3 prophets. In fact, all the heretics in Sherhu City have nothing to do with the 3 prophets. On the contrary, they are the enemies of the 3 prophets.
At this time, Father looked like a magician. He seemed to know a lot of secrets about the 3 prophets and the Dark Goddess.
This is a terrible organization. And their methods are much more evil than the three prophets. They resurrect the dead not by changing their faces, but by using the flesh and blood of living people as sacrifices, so that the dead can regain the vitality of the living. I am now a member of this organization. They call themselves Prayers.Windy. By the way, please forgive me, Lord Leon. In order to join this organization, I killed many people, including several innocent villagers.
Fawcett sighed.
They are summoning some kind of demon. Right here in Lion Lake City. It will be a massacre. But I can't stop them.